Divine hero, tenfold cashback in love. His wife cheated on him, and Zhao Feiyu divorced him in anger. I did not expect to awaken the God's hero cashback system. As long as the woman spend money, you can get 10 times, or even 100 times cashback. Chapter 1 Derailment Divorce. 10 times cashback. Zhao Feiyu think. Recently his wife Li Shanshan's become very strange. Every day dress up flamboyant, and spend money is also generous. Completely beyond the family affordable range. Zhao Feiyu feels strange. So while Li Shanshan quietly followed up. I did not expect that Li Shanshan did not go to work, but went to the hotel. This made Zhao Feiyu's heart thump. With trepidation, Zhao Feiyu consoled himself while following him upstairs. Impossible. Shanshan wouldn't betray herself. But when Zhao Feiyu heard the voice coming from the room with his own ears, the entire person completely exploded. However, strong reason allowed Zhao Feiyu to quickly calm down. Thinking slightly, Zhao Feiyu dialed his old husband's phone and informed them that the family had all come to the hotel. 10 minutes later, old father-in-law, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, sister-in-law, all came to the hotel. What did you call us here for? The old father-in-law looked at Zhao Feiyu with disdain. Without the slightest intention of hiding it, Zhao Feiyu's monthly salary of $8,000 was all spent on Li Shanshan. The old father-in-law's family's gifts are also inevitable on New Year's holidays, but they just despise Zhao Feiyu. Dislike Zhao Feiyu earned too little, compared to his sister-in-law's husband who is a contractor. Zhao Feiyu is a waste, so their family despised Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu didn't say anything. Instead, he knocked on the door of the room. Soon, Li Shanshan's voice came from inside. Who is it? The waiter, Zhao Feiyu said coldly. Seeing this, the family seemed to understand something. When the door was opened, Zhao Feiyu directly rushed in, only to see Li Shanshan wearing sexy lace pajamas, her wet hair draped behind her, her face reddened, obviously just finished. In the room, a somewhat bloated fat man was lying on the bed smoking a cigarette, and this man, surprisingly, was also his own boss, Zhang Jiakai. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu felt like the sky had collapsed. See that? This is your daughter, my wife, fooling around with another man outside behind my back. Zhao Feiyu pointed at Li Shanshan and roared. After saying that, he directly jumped onto the bed and grabbed Zhang Jiakai and punched him. But the next moment, Zhao Feiyu was kicked off by Zhang Jiakai. This guy was bloated and had a lot of strength. When Zhao Feiyu stood up, he saw his old husband's family standing there motionless. There was no expression of surprise on their faces at all. It was as if all of this had happened. So rightfully so. And Li Shanshan also didn't have the kind of shame and fear of being caught in bed. Instead, she sat down with a calm face. Since you've seen it all, let's get a divorce. Zhao Feiyu forced his anger to look at his old husband. This is your daughter, cheating on me behind my back. Now what do you say? What to do? The old father-in-law snorted coldly. Didn't Shanshan say so? Get a divorce. That's right. Brother-in-law chimed in. How much do you make a month? Can you afford to support my sister? Other manager Zhang earns $100,000 a month, and the bags he buys for my sister are $40,000 to $50,000. What about you? You can't even get me the money to buy a car. What use do I have for a loser like you? Manager Zhang is the one who deserves to be my brother-in-law. Sister, I advised you not to marry him. You just don't listen. I let him work for Li Dong. He is still not happy. $8,000 a month. What can he do? Sister-in-law carrying a designer bag, painted heavily, sneeringly said, Li Dong is her husband. Divorce. Hurry up and get a divorce. Divorce now. Mother-in-law pinched her waist and said, do not take a piss and look in the mirror to see what you are like. My family Shanshan married you for 3 years. It is really bad luck. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu was considered to completely understand. Li Shanshan cheated on her husband. I'm afraid they already knew. Their family seemed to have acquiesced in all of this. What they were waiting for was this day. Good. Zhao Feiyu laughed in anger and shook his head mockingly, then lost his mind and walked outside. Divorce it is. Divorce now. That's what you said. Li Shanshan was overjoyed when she heard this. The family looked at each other with happy smiles. Li Shanshan was still worried that Zhao Feiyu would blackmail himself with his property if he was discovered cheating on her. Unexpectedly, he was so obedient. Ha, big sister. You're finally getting rid of this trash Zhao Feiyu. Brother-in-law Li Shaojiang excitedly shouted loudly from behind. Younger sister Li Mimi was still not too proud to suggest. If you want me to say, after you get divorced, go directly to register your marriage with manager Zhang. Cough. Zhang Jiakai coughed a few times in shock at these words. There's no rush. Out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The blinding sunlight made Zhao Feiyu a little dizzy. Li Shanshan's family was cheering at the back, as if the divorce was such a happy thing. Looking at Li Shanshan, who was full of smiles, Zhao Feiyu suddenly thought of 3 years ago, when they were in love. Li Shanshan curled up in her arms in a pitiful manner. With a careful tone, she said to him, "Don't ever leave me in the future, okay?" Zhao Feiyu did not dispute anything on property. The family house is rented, just a car, and there is not much deposit. Zhao Feiyu did not want anything, because he completely on this relationship, this marriage. Dead heart. Ding dong. An icy cold metallic voice rang in his head. Divine magnificent 10,000 flower bush system activated. The host can spend on any woman, and the amount spent will be returned to the host tenfold. Zhao Feiyu, who was silent in his grief, suddenly woke up. Behind him, Li Shanshan and the others had already left. Zhao Feiyu looked around for the source of the sound. The host can see the woman's favorability towards him. When the favorability reaches 100, the cashback value is upgraded to 100 times. Now Zhao Feiyu was certain. The sound wasn't coming from the surroundings. Rather, it was coming from his own mind. System. Zhao Feiyu, who had read novels, immediately had a clear perception of this system. Spending money on a woman gives you cash back? Is this true? Right now, Zhao Feiyu had just over $1,000 left on him. Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu looked around and immediately locked onto a beautiful woman. In order to test the authenticity of the system, Zhao Feiyu directly walked up to that beauty and said, "Beauty, can I buy you a cup of milk tea?" The beauty raised her head and sized up Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu had decent features. Not that handsome, but very durable. However, the beauty gave Zhao Feiyu a disgusted blank look. What a scum. No wonder people divorced you. This just divorced and came to hit on you. So shameless. Zhao Feiyu was embarrassed and had no place to go. It turned out that just now this girl had actually seen herself coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhao Feiyu? Right at this moment, a female voice came from behind. Chapter 2 First Love Girlfriend. Zhao Feiyu looked back, only to see a somewhat familiar girl in a white dress waving at him. Song Manli? Seeing this girl, Zhao Feiyu's eyes instantly widened. Why are you here? I passed by here. I thought I was mistaken. I didn't realize it was really you. Song Manli smiled faintly, somewhat not daring to look directly at Zhao Feiyu. Song Manli, it wasn't someone else. It was Zhao Feiyu's first girlfriend from his high school days. The two because admitted to different universities. Long-distance relationship slowly separated. A flash of 5 or 6 years. Never seen again. I invite you to drink milk tea, okay? Zhao Feiyu was inspired to say in a hurry. Yes. At the same time, Zhao Feiyu also saw Song Manli's favorability towards himself. Song Manli, favorability 80. Although she had already broken up, her first love complex made Song Manli's feelings towards Zhao Feiyu still so serious. Arriving at the milk tea store, Zhao Feiyu ordered 2 cups of milk tea, a total of $14. And the next moment, the icy voice sounded again. Consumption successful, 10 times cashback of $140. Ding dong. Immediately after, Zhao Feiyu's cell phone sounded a beep. It was too late to be surprised, only to see the bank send an incoming message. Your tail number 4880 bank card, deposited 140 yuan. Existing balance 1,240 yuan. Surprisingly true. Zhao Feiyu's heart pounded. By the way, why are you here? The two sat in the milk tea store, and Song Manli suddenly asked. Mentioning this, a trace of sadness flashed between Zhao Feiyu's eyebrows, but it quickly disappeared. Hey, I'm divorced. Just came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. He didn't intend to hide anything and simply said, divorced? Song Manli looked at Zhao Feiyu with double surprise, but quickly realized that she was a bit out of line. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It's nothing. Zhao Feiyu waved his hand indifferently, taking the liberty of asking, because of what? Song Manli's asked with some curiosity. Smacking me for being poor. Zhao Feiyu let out a bitter laugh. Smacking me for not being able to earn money, then cheating on another man. The atmosphere immediately fell into an awkward state. Zhao Feiyu quickly put this matter behind him and looked up to ask, what about you? Are you married? No. An older leftover woman. Song Manli smiled self-deprecatingly. Why don't you introduce me to one? What do you think of me? Zhao Feiyu said jokingly. I just got divorced and don't have any kids. I'm single now. Cut. I don't want it. You're in your second marriage. Song Manli said jokingly. Also, Zhao Feiyu said with some inferiority complex. But, Song Manli's words changed. I wouldn't recommend it. Really? Zhao Feiyu snapped his head up. If it was possible to renew their relationship, it would be simply too perfect. Being separated in the first place was still a major regret for Zhao Feiyu. Just kidding. Right. Do you know about our high school reunion? Song Manli saw that Zhao Feiyu was very serious, so she immediately changed the subject and said. Zhao Feiyu shook his head. High school reunion? I don't know. Alas, you weren't in the group? Class President Gao Chang organized it a week ago. It's scheduled for this Saturday. Chaoyang International Hotel, Song Manli said, and took out her cell phone to open the group. I heard that Gao Chang has opened a company now. He's very rich. All the expenses for the party will be contracted by him. Let's go together then. Good. How many years have not seen? Also strange miss. After the two agreed, they left the milk tea store. Seeing the cosmetic store next to it, Zhao Feiyu took the opportunity to say, haven't seen you for a few years. I'll give you a gift. Yo, I remember you used to be quite a mute person. You never gave me a gift if I didn't ask. Song Manli laughed with interest. Saying that, the duo walked in. This store was still quite high-end. After some selection, Song Manli picked out a lipstick that was over $200. When she was about to hand the lipstick to Zhao Feiyu, but she saw Zhao Feiyu frowning slightly. Having been in love for 3 years back then, Song Manli deeply knew that this micro-expression was Zhao Feiyu being somewhat less than happy. It looked like the things he had picked out were a bit expensive. But the next moment, Song Manli froze, only to see Zhao Feiyu say, isn't that one too cheap? How about this one? Zhao Feiyu picked up a $1,000 lipstick and said, do you like this one? This one. Isn't it too expensive? Song Manli was a bit embarrassed. As long as you like it, there's nothing expensive about it. After saying that, he let the clerk pick a suitable color number and paid the money with alacrity. Immediately after, successful consumption, tenfold cashback of 10,000 RMB. Cool. Looking at the extra $10,000 in the bank card, Zhao Feiyu was in a surging mood, and simply didn't know what adjectives to use to describe over the feeling. Only, this time, it didn't trigger the good feelings. Outside of the cosmetic store, Zhao Feiyu looked at the time and had a flash of light. It's not too early. Why don't I treat you to dinner and talk about our recent lives as well? Song Manli was a little hesitant. She thought Zhao Feiyu was planning to chase after herself, but facing a newly divorced first love, Song Manli didn't want to accept this relationship yet. It wasn't that she resented Zhao Feiyu's divorce. Rather, the two of them hadn't seen each other for several years, and it hadn't ended well in the beginning, so she was a bit hesitant and resistant inwardly. Well, okay. Looking at Zhao Feiyu's expectant expression, Song Manli finally nodded. Zhao Feiyu immediately stopped a car. Master, go to Cloud's End Restaurant. Cloud's End Restaurant was a French restaurant. When Li Shanshan had her birthday, Zhao Feiyu had brought her here. The consumption was relatively high-end. A meal would cost a few $1,000s at the very least. Now that he had more than 10,000, as long as he kept it under control at this upper limit, then he could return $100,000. Not long after, the duo arrived at the Cloud restaurant. And what Zhao Feiyu didn't expect was, Li Shanshan and Zhang Jiakai were even here. The two of them looked at each other, and in Li Shanshan's eyes, she was obviously very surprised. When they divorced, Zhao Feiyu didn't ask for anything. She knew how much money Zhao Feiyu had on him now. It was simply impossible to eat at such a high-end restaurant. I did underestimate you. Li Shanshan wore a long black dress and looked at Zhao Feiyu condescendingly. No wonder you wanted a divorce. So you found your next home a long time ago. Song Manli's brows furrowed as she looked at the incoming Li Shanshan. Listening to Li Shanshan's words, Song Manli knew that this woman was Zhao Feiyu's ex-wife. Sorry, there is no longer any relationship between the two of us. Zhao Feiyu didn't even look at Li Shanshan and directly called the waiter. Then he handed the menu to Song Manli. Order whatever you want. Seeing this scene, Li Shanshan was a bit surprised. How was this like Zhao Feiyu was treating he could have this kind of money? But immediately after, Li Shanshan understood. He knew exactly what Zhao Feiyu's situation was, and although he had no deposits under his name, he had 2 credit cards with a limit of $50,000. It seemed that it was a swollen face, using the credit cards to spend money here. Chapter 3 Credit Card or Savings Card. Ha ha, Li Shanshan covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Zhao Feiyu, I really can't figure it out. Tomorrow when you go to the company manager Zhang will have to let you roll away. You're spending money on credit cards now. How do you plan to pay back the money next month? Hearing this, Song Manli on the side, the hand holding the menu gave a slight beat some concern. Is what she said true? Or we'd better not eat. Song Manli thought that what Li Shanshan said was true, not wanting Zhao Feiyu to suffer such a price. But Zhao Feiyu shook his head. Why don't we eat? Order the food. It's not like this place is run by their family. Seeing this, Song Manli didn't refuse. But yet, she already had plans in her heart. It wasn't cheap to have a meal here. After they finished eating, they would give the money to Zhao Feiyu themselves. Afterwards, the two ordered red wine steak. The waiter was just about to leave. However, he was called back by Zhao Feiyu. We haven't ordered any wine yet. The waiter looked at Zhao Feiyu with some surprise. She had heard what Li Shanshan had just said. Originally, She thought that Zhao Feiyu had swollen his face and was simply having a little meal. I didn't expect that he would even want to order wine. The wine here is not cheap. The cheapest are more than 3,000. Zhao Feiyu does not understand red wine. So only look at the price. Combined with the price of the food order just now. Directly ordered a bottle of red wine that was over $8,000. It's too expensive. We'd better not drink. Song Manli was truly heartbroken for Zhao Feiyu. She only felt that right now. Zhao Feiyu was just spending with a vengeance in front of his ex-wife. But he would definitely regret it afterwards. As a friend, she couldn't watch Zhao Feiyu give up on himself. However, Zhao Feiyu smiled faintly and revealed a confident smile. Don't worry, don't you know me well enough? Am I the type of person who does things recklessly? I know you think I'm vindictive spending, but you're wrong. Just her, Li Shanshan, isn't worth it. After saying that, he glanced at Li Shanshan next to him. Good. Li Shanshan was exasperated and laughed. I'd like to see how you're going to pay for it in a while. This meal is going to cost $10,000 anyways. Waiter, the environment of your restaurant is a bit poor. How can you allow other people to disturb our meal? If you don't care like this anymore, I'll report it. Hearing this, the waiter's face was on one side, and he hurriedly said to Li Shanshan, Miss, please go back to your seat, and don't disturb the other customer's meal. Soon, the red wine steak was served. Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli were talking and laughing as they ate their meal. The meal was a happy one, and not far away. Li Shanshan saw that Zhao Feiyu had just gotten divorced, but he brought a woman out to eat, and ate so happily. Thinking about this, Li Shanshan was as if she had eaten a pile of shit. It was incomparably hard to bear. She wouldn't allow Zhao Feiyu, who was divorced, to live so nourishingly. She wanted to see Zhao Feiyu's life be incredibly difficult, so that her mood would be comfortable. Very quickly, a meal was finished. Seeing Zhao Feiyu preparing to get up to pay, Li Shanshan immediately followed and stood up, coming to the cashier. Hello, you spent a total of 11,000 yuan. More than 10,000 yuan for one meal. Even Li Shanshan felt a bit surprised. They had only eaten more than 5,000 just now. I didn't expect Zhao Feiyu to spend so much. Taking a credit card to trick a girl into being happy. But there's really something about you, Zhao Feiyu. More than 10,000 yuan. I'll see how you'll pay back the money next month after you leave your job. If you can't pay it back, you'll be blacklisted. And you'll also be sued by the bank. I'll see what you'll do then. Li Shanshan on the side said proudly. It was as if she had already seen the image of the bank suing Zhao Feiyu. Li Shanshan looked at Song Manli and said, Maybe you don't know it yet. I'm Zhao Feiyu's ex-wife. A few hours ago, we just came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau and she brought you here for dinner. So you can imagine what kind of man he is. Song Manli sniffed and said with some disgust, Aren't you too? Just divorced and you bring a man here to eat. Hearing this, Li Shanshan's face changed and said angrily, He has cleaner pockets than faces now. You won't get a good result by following him. Song Manli smiled coldly. Li Shanshan frowned, puzzled. I'm sorry, miss. Whether he has money or not, it doesn't matter to me. I know much more about him than you do. Song Manli said, taking Zhao Feiyu's arm. I forgot to tell you and introduce myself. I'm Zhao Feiyu's first girlfriend. We met when we were in high school. What? Li Shanshan was trembling with anger. At this moment, she was slapped in the face by Song Manli. And right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly picked up his cell phone and prepared to pay. Li Shanshan moonlight skimmed, but she saw that the bank card that Zhao Feiyu used to pay for the meal, the tail number was actually 4,880. Li Shanshan clearly knew. This bank card was Zhao Feiyu's savings card, and not a bank card. This also meant that Zhao Feiyu's 10,000 or so was not an early spending credit card. He even had his own private money. Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu's payment was completed. A prompt sounded in his head. Consumption successful. 10 times cashback 11,000 yuan. Trouble you to get out of the way. Good dogs don't get in the way. Zhao Feiyu put away his cell phone and forced his way through the middle of Li Shanshan and Zhang Jiakai's duo before leaving the Cloud restaurant. Looking at the departing back of the duo, Li Shanshan gritted her teeth and roared in a low voice. Zhao Feiyu, old lady won't let you go. Zhang Jiakai on the side also chimed in. Don't worry baby, I'll fire him tomorrow when I go. After leaving the Cloud restaurant, only then did Song Manli let go of Zhao Feiyu. At the same time, Song Manli's friendliness +5. Probably because of Li Shanshan, Song Manli's favorability had unexpectedly increased again. Thank you so much just now. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu felt incomparably happy. Seeing Li Shanshan eat her words, Zhao Feiyu was in unprecedented pain. It's fine, just a show of hands. I'm also not used to seeing her condescending look, obviously cheating on her own, and now making you look like a scumbag. It's really a tableau, Song Manli said with a cold snort. Right, I just heard that the man beside her is your boss, so won't you lose your job? I'll go pack my things tomorrow. Then what can you do in the future? Song Manli asked with some worry. It's fine. I still have some savings. Even if I don't work I still have enough to spend. Otherwise, why don't you go work at my place, and I'll beg our boss for mercy? Song Manli suggested. No, thank you for your kindness. I have my own plans, Zhao Feiyu said with sincere gratitude. This was where Song Manli and Li Shanshan differed. Song Manli was always so heartbroken. And that Li Shanshan? Nightfall. The two strolled through the busy streets. After sending Song Manli back, Zhao Feiyu found a hotel to stay in. Now that the house was gone, he could only stay in a hotel. After taking a shower, Zhao Feiyu was bored and lay on the bed playing with his cell phone. Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu received an invitation to a group chat. After clicking agree to go in, he found that it was Song Manli who invited him into the class group. Yell, which one of you is here? At this moment, the group was having a hot chat. Zhao Feiyu entered and hurriedly introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Feiyu. So it's Zhao Feiyu. Welcome. Where is Zhao Feiyu recently? Why did he only come in after the reunion? Yes, what have you been up to? We're also considering which table you'll be at. Seeing the warm welcome from his classmates, Zhao Feiyu, who had typed a series of words, suddenly stopped. Chapter 4, Leaving the job on your own initiative and treating your boss to dinner. At Zhao Feiyu. Speak up Zhao Feiyu. The class president kept calling Zhao Feiyu in the group. This Saturday bring your wife and kids. Hi, look at my brain. I'm so sorry Zhao Feiyu. I forgot. Did you just get divorced today? Divorced? The others instantly felt like they had a melon to eat and hurriedly inquired. Why did you just get divorced Because of what Zhao Feiyu. You kid can married so early and divorced. This woman has let you play through. Right. Where are you working now? As long as we have money, we'll get another one. Your kid is not good People Song Manli so like you even and other women married. Seeing the comments in the group, Zhao Feiyu's face gradually became gloomy. He had only just gotten divorced today. How would Gao Chang know about it? It was impossible for Song Manli to say anything unless. Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu's mind surfaced a person's figure. Li Yunlei. This guy was also a high school classmate. Right now, he was in the same company as Zhao Feiyu. The company Zhao Feiyu was in was a private design company. Zhao Feiyu and Li Yunlei belonged to two different design groups, and there was a little bit of competition. From the looks of it, it should be this guy who fell on his sword. Don't even say it. People just got divorced today. They must be in a bad mood. So you guys shouldn't be pushing people. Gao Chang sang the red and white faces alone while comforting Zhao Feiyu. Brother, don't be afraid. Your wife cheated and divorced, and you lost your job. After the class reunion, you come to work for me. Our company is recently short of an elite security and defense personnel. I say class president adult. Security is security, but also trampling elite. You say it is also too lofty. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu directly blocked it, then locked the screen and threw the phone to the side. What a bullshit class reunion. Wasn't that just Gao Chang's personal show alone? Isn't it just a climbing competition? Distracted Zhao Feiyu was fortunate enough to go straight out the door to take a break. Ding dong. Right at this moment, Song Manli suddenly sent a message. Is it that you feel that the class reunion is particularly meaningless? Zhao Feiyu smiled and replied. It's not like that now. You can skip it on Saturday. Don't worry. I'll be there. At this time, Zhao Feiyu, the corner of his mouth revealed a touch of evil smile, because he had already figured out what he was going to do that day. The evening breeze blew. Zhao Feiyu's mood was much better. Early the next morning, Zhao Feiyu came to the company. Just entering the door, everyone in the department looked over, looking at the once smiling colleagues. At this time a person like looking at the plague like looking at themselves. Zhao Feiyu walked straight to his own position, and then packed up things ready to go to the personnel for the departure. Quite self-conscious, Zhang Jiakai was wearing a suit, revealing the white shirt inside, which bulged the top of his large belly, and you know to pack your things as soon as you arrive. Seeing this guy, Zhao Feiyu thought of the images from yesterday at the hotel. This thing, it's only just begun. Zhao Feiyu puffed out his chest, holding back his anger and said, Oh, looks like you want to get back at me? But I welcome it, because I'm curious what method you're going to use to retaliate. Is it to take your several credit cards that have been used up? Ha ha. Zhang Jiakai burst into laughter. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu turned his head and said to everyone, Everyone should know why I'm leaving my job, so keep an eye on your wives, lest some guys take advantage of it. At those words, Zhang Jiakai immediately changed his face. After saying that, Zhao Feiyu twisted his head and prepared to leave. And right at this moment, a sexy beauty with long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing high heels and a majestic face appeared at the door. Shut up. You're not doing anything early in the morning? Everyone immediately returned to their positions. Seeing Zhao Feiyu's appearance, the beauty immediately frowned. What's going on here? Boss, this guy wants to quit, Zhang Jiakai immediately said. To be honest, if Zhao Feiyu had refused to leave, he would have needed some effort to blow Zhao Feiyu away. Now that Zhao Feiyu was so self-conscious, it saved him some effort. Doing a good job. Why did you suddenly say leave? The boss wrapped one hand around his chest and pushed his black-framed glasses with the other. Nothing. Seeing some people is disgusting. After saying that, Zhao Feiyu glanced at Zhang Jiakai next to him and walked around the beautiful boss towards the personnel. Boss, it's not my fault. He's the one who quit. I didn't do anything. Zhang Jiakai spread his hands and said, work. The beautiful boss drank coldly and turned away. Coming to the office, he immediately called the secretary in and asked, what's going on with Zhao Feiyu? The secretary hesitated, looked at the door and whispered, the design department manager Zhang and Zhao Feiyu's wife had an affair. Yesterday was caught in bed by Zhao Feiyu adultery. Just divorced. What? The boss burst into a rage. This is simply corrupting the company's internal harmony. I said the office prohibits romance. But he, Zhang Jiakai, is good. Directly but looking for an employee's wife? You go get Zhao Feiyu for me. Knock knock knock. Zhao Feiyu knocked on the office door. Enter. Boss, you called me. Did you do your separation? Aha. What do you plan to do in the future? We'll see what happens. Stay here. I'll change you to another department. Sister Yafei. Thank you for your kindness. You know me well, but the company has me but not him. Have him but not me? Of course, I also know myself. People are managers. I'm an ordinary employee. Can't compare. Zhao Feiyu smiled bashfully. You do not persuade me. On the occasion of leaving, I would like to invite you to have a meal and give you a gift. Okay? Zhao Feiyu wouldn't let go of any opportunity to swipe money. Zhang Yifei looked at Zhao Feiyu for a long time and a daze, then laughed. Okay. Not far from the company was a Japanese-style restaurant. It was considered the most expensive place on this street. The two sat opposite each other. Zhang Yifei took off her high-heeled shoes, revealing her slender jade feet wrapped in torn socks. What are you going to do next? Zhang Yufei's words were filled with concern for Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu was able to enter the company thanks to Zhang Yufei taking care of him. But the company wasn't Zhang Yufei's call alone. There were several large shareholders behind her. Otherwise, it would definitely force Zhao Feiyu to stay. Marriage is divorced. Job is gone. Next, it's time to enjoy life. Zhao Feiyu let out a long breath. That also requires financial support to do so. Zhang Yufei frowned, thinking that Zhao Feiyu had given up on himself and was going to give up on himself. To tell you the truth, I'm actually a rich second generation. An invisible rich second generation. Even my ex-wife doesn't know about it. She divorced me. Count her unlucky. There will be a time when she regrets it. Zhang Yufei sniffed, just stared at Zhao Feiyu in a daze and didn't say anything. Zhao Feiyu's situation she knew. The rich second generation's words. Maybe it was self-congratulation. After the meal, the duo left. Consumption successful. 10 times cashback of 23,000 RMB. A meal spent 2,003. More than $20,000 arrived again. Yesterday's cashback of $1,100,000. Zhao Feiyu saw Zhang Yufei today and then counted on it. Strolling through the busy streets, Zhao Feiyu suddenly saw a diamond ring store. Sister Yafei. The company for a few years. Thanks to you for lifting me up. On the way out, let's give you a gift. Please don't refuse. After saying that, he brought Zhang Yufei into the diamond ring store. Chapter 5, Buying a diamond ring, buying a sports car, and furiously swiping $1 million. Find me a diamond ring that's around $100,000, Zhao Feiyu said to the sales lady with a clear purpose. Hearing this, Zhang Yufei immediately stopped it. What are you doing? It's too expensive. To you, even more expensive is worth it. Zhao Feiyu's words caused Zhang Yufei to frown slightly. You brat. You don't have any thoughts about me, do you? Zhao Feiyu crowed. What are you thinking, Sister Yafei? Do I dare a toad to eat swan meat? Soon, 5 or 6 different styles of rings were placed on the counter. Zhao Feiyu casually picked up one and helped Zhang Yufei put it on. Do you like it? Quite good. Zhang Yufei nodded. Then this is it. Pay immediately. Zhao Feiyu was afraid that Zhang Yufei would reject it. He hurriedly called for sales to pay. Consumption successful. 10 times cashback of 1 million. Hearing the system's prompt, only then did Zhao Feiyu's hanging heart fall. What exactly is your purpose? To send me such a precious gift? After leaving the door, Zhang Yufei was still somewhat incredulous as she asked. And at this moment, Zhao Feiyu saw that Zhang Yufei's favorability towards himself had risen from 70 to 75. That's right, Sister Yafei. Don't you not believe that I'm a rich second generation? I see that you don't have a transportation car for work. Or else I'll take you to buy a car. Are you kid really going to chase me? Zhang Yufei looked at Zhao Feiyu in shock. Hiss. Zhao Feiyu had a difficult face. If you say you're chasing me, you didn't mean it in the beginning. If you say you're not chasing me, the atmosphere is baked in here. So you can't if you're not chasing me. I'm warning you, don't move your mind. You know our family's situation. I don't want to harm you. Zhang Yufei immediately reminded. Regarding Zhang Yufei's family's situation, Zhao Feiyu naturally knew. In fact, Zhang Yufei appeared to be superficially prosperous, but in reality, she had a brother who was addicted to gambling, and a mother who was bedridden. I heard that it was kidney failure, and due to her own special blood type, if she wanted to change her kidney, she would need at least $2 million or more. And the kidney. The source is still very tense. However, Zhang Yufei's words seem to have opened Zhao Feiyu's capillary chakra. Sister Yufei. Auntie's illness. How much money is needed? Zhao Feiyu grabbed Zhang Yufei's shoulder and asked. What do you want? Zhang Yufei said this on her lips, but she had actually guessed Zhao Feiyu's thoughts. Of course I want to cure Auntie. At these words, Zhang Yufei guffawed and broke away from Zhao Feiyu. My mom now needs several thousand dialysis every day. The kidney. The source is even more tense. And if you want to get a new kidney for treatment, you'll need at least $3 million. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately brightened up. Cure. It must be cured now. Now. Zhao Feiyu. Zhang Yufei's tone became grave. Are you serious? Zhao Feiyu nodded heavily. Seriously. Zhang Yufei favorability plus 10. At this moment, Zhang Yufei unexpectedly chose to believe Zhao Feiyu. The next moment, Zhao Feiyu pulled Zhang Yufei into the car. Master, go to the Porsche 4S store. After getting out of the car, Zhang Yufei was still speculating on what Zhao Feiyu had just said. However, she had already been pulled into the 4S store. Seeing this handsome man and woman come in, the sales lady immediately walked over. Sir, which car do you like? Let me introduce it to you. Zhao Feiyu turned to look at Zhang Yufei. Zhang Yufei was still soul-searching. Sister Yufei, buy the car first, then go to the hospital. After saying that, he said to the sales lady, look at her. Which one is suitable? The sales lady sized up Zhang Yufei and immediately brought Zhao Feiyu to a sports car. Take a look, sir. This Porsche 718 fits this young lady's temperament perfectly. How much? Zhao Feiyu was now focusing on just the price. 98W. Good. It's it. Zhao Feiyu directly clapped the decision. Hey, what are you guys doing? And right at this moment, a sharp female voice rang out, stopping Zhao Feiyu. We saw this car first. Looking back, before Zhao Feiyu could speak, the sales lady then immediately walked over. Hello, this lady, you've been looking at this car for several days. You've eaten several meals here with us alone. This is the only car we have on the lot right now. If you don't buy it, we'll have to sell it to someone else. Hey, what are you talking about? What do you mean you've eaten several meals with you guys? Do you think we came here to mingle and eat? Looking along, the woman was wearing a wraparound skirt, a pair of high heels, and a Hermes shoulder backpack hanging from her shoulders. Xiao Zhang, come on. Tell me, are you going to buy me or not? Said the man, went up and pulled a man's hand pouting and said, this one car is over $900,000. Isn't it a bit expensive? I see that the one we looked at yesterday, which is more than $500,000, is quite good, the man said with some difficulty. What's the difference between 500,000 and 900,000? I don't care. I want this car, the woman said in a shrewd manner. Brother-in-law? And right at this moment, the man said in surprise when he saw Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu then looked. He realized that this man was Li Shanshan's younger brother, Li Xiaozhang. Seeing Li Xiaozhang, Zhao Feiyu's face instantly turned gloomy. Yesterday at the hotel, this guy was still clamoring for a good distance. What are you doing here? Li Xiaozhang's face instantly became disgusted. Zhao Feiyu, however, said with a teasing face, your sister is really good to you, even letting you come here to buy a car. Cut. You don't give my sister money. Don't blame other men for not giving my sister money. To tell you the truth, Zheng Jiakai gave my sister $500,000 today to let me buy a car. If you were to do it differently, you wouldn't be able to earn so much money in this lifetime. Right, Li Xiaozhang said proudly. At the mention of Zheng Jiakai, Zhang Yufei behind him immediately came back to his senses. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu turned his eyes and asked with a smile, how much money does Zheng Jiakai earn in a month? Can I not know? Would he give you $500,000? Blow at you. I see your sister looking for a man to give you to earn $500,000. Kid, you have to cherish your sister's love for you. Every man he looks for are pieces of your Porsche. Put you mad fart. You know a hammer. You just a small employee. What do you know? People Zhang Jiakai casually do not get a few $100,000 from the company. These I have heard my sister said. Zhang Jiakai a year down, casually in the company to get a few million. Li Xiaojiang immediately spoke out and retorted. Then this brother-in-law of yours is old and powerful now, isn't it? After saying that, he looked at Zhang Yufei behind him and said, "See, this is how Zheng Jiakai screws with money." Zhang Yufei's face was gloomy and nodded without saying anything. Li Xiaojiang seemed to realize that he had slipped up and hurriedly changed the topic. "I say, just you poor bastard. What are you doing here? Can you afford one of the tires here?" Zhao Feiyu, however, directly ignored Li Xiaojiang and directly said to the sales lady, "Go get the contract." Upon hearing this, the sales lady immediately trotted away. "Pretend. Keep pretending. I want to see how long you can actually pretend." What was Zhao Feiyu's situation? Li Xiaojiang knew exactly. If you can afford this 718, I'll eat shit upside down. But soon, the sales brought the contract. Zhao Feiyu didn't even look at it, and directly signed the payment. "Right. This car is written in this lady's name. The subsequent license and so on, you and she will just go and hand it over." "Yes sir." Seeing Zhao Feiyu actually really take this Porsche, Li Xiaojiang's entire body was confused. Only just divorced yesterday, Zhao Feiyu actually took the Porsche, and it was still for a woman. There was definitely a problem here. "I'm telling you Li Xiaojiang, I want this car as well. If I don't buy it, I won't get married." The girl on the side pulled Li Xiaojiang and shouted, "Screw you. If you don't get married, you don't get married." At this moment, Li Xiaojiang only wanted to tell his sister about all this, as soon as possible. If Zhao Feiyu really had such a huge financial capacity, then they must sue Zhao Feiyu, because this belonged to premarital property. During the divorce, Zhao Feiyu didn't even say this as long as the prosecution, a lawsuit. And at this moment, Zhao Feiyu listened to the system's beep and smiled with satisfaction. Consumption successful, 10 times cashback 9.8 million. Zhang Yufei's favorability plus 10. In an instant, Zhang Yufei's favorability directly rose to 95. It seemed that as long as her mother's illness was cured, the favorability will directly reach 100. Chapter 6, Li Family Speculation. One should know that if the goodwill reached 100, then spending money could be a 100-fold increase. With this multiplier, one could easily become a 100 billionaire. On the other side, Li Xiaojiang returned home in a hurry. When he pushed the door in, he saw that Zheng Jiakai was also here. "Sis, do you know who I saw when I went to buy a car today?" Li Xiaojiang said as he sat down and drank some water. "Who?" Li Shanshan asked with a smile while peeling an apple. "Zhao Feiyu that." Mentioning Zhao Feiyu, Li Shanshan's face immediately clouded over. What's the point of mentioning him properly? What a spoilsport. Saying that, she directly threw the apple on the table and then apologetically looked at Zheng Jiakai, fearing that Zheng Jiakai would get angry. Zheng Jiakai was indifferent. "I saw him go to the company today, and before I could open my mouth, he directly packed up and left." "Really?" Li Shanshan instantly brightened up. "If that's the case, then this kid will have to drink the northwest wind in the future." "Sis, I see that something is not quite right," Li Xiaojiang said with a grave expression. "Do you know where I saw Zhao Feiyu today?" "Where?" "The Porsche 4S store." Li Shanshan covered her mouth and laughed. "Is he going for a sales interview?" No, Li Xiaojiang explained in succession. "I saw him bringing a woman with him to buy a car." "Buying a car?" Li Shanshan raised her eyebrows and scoffed. "He can afford to buy a car? And a Porsche? I think Baojun even struggles." It's true, Li Xiaojiang said with constant emphasis. "I also saw him make a payment with my own eyes. A whole $980,000. Just from his crappy screen cell phone." "Really?" Li Shanshan asked suspiciously. "Really, he bought a car. Not for himself, but for another woman. $980,000. Without blinking an eye, Li Shanshan looked at Zheng Jiakai suspiciously, seemingly asking, "Didn't he leave his job? What does that woman look like? Do you recognize her?" Li Shanshan hurriedly asked. If Zhao Feiyu could find a woman immediately after the divorce, Li Shanshan felt no pain in her heart. "Don't know." Li Xiaojiang shook his head. "I don't know. In short, very pretty, and sexy, wearing ripped socks and high heels, draping her head." Snap! Li Shanshan slapped Li Xiaojiang on the head. "As pretty as me?" Li Xiaojiang felt a strong smell of death, then said with a clear conscience, "Not as pretty as you." On one side, Zheng Jiakai, however, frowned. What he said, it couldn't be our boss, right? Speaking of this, Zheng Jiakai hurriedly rummaged through his phone for a while before finding a company group photo. Then pointing to Zhang Yufei on it, he asked, "Can you see if it's her?" Yes, it's her." Li Xiaojiang nodded repeatedly. Zheng Jiakai, however, laughed out loud. "This woman. She's our boss. The $1 million you said to buy a car. It must be that guy Zhao Feiyu, who's helping Zhang Yufei to buy a car. Hearing this, Li Xiaojiang suddenly came to a realization. Right. That's possible. Zheng Jiakai continued. Just ask. How many men can buy a woman $1 million luxury car without even blinking? Right. Li Shanshan instantly sighed in relief. I told you. How could this loser afford a $1 million car? But immediately after, Li Shanshan asked, Jia Kai, this boss of yours in Zhao Feiyu he? Oh, there's nothing to do with it. It's just that Zhao Feiyu's performance is usually better, and the boss pays more attention to it. Zhang Jia Kai said indifferently. He will also pack up his own bunk and leave today. If you let me fire him, it will take some effort. Besides, this boss of ours, although she's the boss, there are several chairmen above our company. She's just a manager. Besides, her family's condition isn't too good. All the money she earns is for her family's medical treatment. Then how can she still afford $1 million car? Li Shanshan asked suspiciously. This, Zhang Jiakai pondered slightly, lending a sudden realization. I get it. She must have embezzled and taken bribes as well. I'm a supervising manager who can get a few $1 million a year. She's certainly not bad for a boss, and she still puts on an air of innocence all day long. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiakai turned his eyes and brewed something somewhat unkindly. Maybe, this quarterly report meeting, I can get her off the stage, so I can get on top. Really? Li Shanshan instantly became excited. If Jiakai becomes the boss, then won't I be able to level the playing field in our company as well? The cosmetics company that Li Shanshan was in was invested by one of Zhang Jiakai's shareholders in their company. At that time, as long as Zhang Jiakai gave a word, Li Shanshan could also enter the management. Right at this moment, Su Ping, who was cooking, suddenly walked out. My good son-in-law. Ah, you said that Zhao Feiyu, that punk, is pestering your boss? Is he trying to get your boss to keep him on? When these words came out, everyone felt that it was extremely likely. Brother-in-law, we must not let that guy continue to stay in your company. Li Xiaojiang hurriedly sat beside Zhang Jiakai and said, You don't know how godly that guy was when he bought the car today, as if that $980,000 was really his own. Zhang Jiakai smiled smugly and said with a winning look, If there's no accident, Zhang Yafei that should have transferred the money to Zhao Feiyu's account and embezzled the company's money in such a way. It's almost time for the quarterly report meeting. This time I must pull that down. At that time the boss's position will definitely be mine. Moreover, Zhang Yafei's embezzlement is so large that it has already violated the law, and if Zhao Feiyu is also involved in this matter, then he will definitely go to jail as well. Hearing that Zhao Feiyu could be taken to jail, Li Shanshan instantly became excited. If we can take this guy in, then we won't have to see his punk-ass face anymore. Zhang Jiakai hurriedly took out his phone and dialed out. Li Yunlei, you help me see if that Zhao Feiyu guy has left his job or not? After Zhang Jiakai and Li Shanshan had an affair, Zhang Jiakai had been using Zhao Feiyu's classmate, Li Yunlei, to hold Zhao Feiyu back. This had gotten in the way of Zhao Feiyu's work. Otherwise, with Zhao Feiyu's ability, he would have already been on par with him. Not long after, Li Yunlei called. Manager, Zhao Feiyu has indeed left his job, and the personnel side has already cancelled the contract. Hearing this, everyone immediately let go of their hearts. Zhang Jiakai hurriedly packed up his things and prepared to leave. Mother-in-law Su Ping hurriedly walked out. My good son-in-law, this meal is almost ready. It's not too late to eat before you leave. Zhang Jiakai has already walked to the door and changed his shoes. You guys eat. I'll go to the company first. Zhang Yafei that just bought a car will definitely reveal her cloven foot. The quarterly report meeting will start soon. I must take the opportunity to pull her down. Once they heard it was this matter, the family was not stopping, urging Zhang Jiakai to leave. Chapter 7 The Doctor's Disgusting. The white Porsche 718, Mercedes-Benz on the wide road. Zhang Yafei was wearing sunglasses, holding the steering wheel in her hands, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. Zhao Feiyu on the side couldn't help but look a little mesmerized. Seemingly noticing Zhao Feiyu's gaze, Zhang Yafei turned back. Four eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly heated up. Why are you looking at me? There's something on my face. Zhang Yafei looked back in embarrassment and said somewhat shyly. In the past, you were so high up that you didn't dare to look directly at me. Now that I've left my job and gazed at you as an equal, I didn't expect to find you, unexpectedly, so beautiful and touching. Zhao Feiyu said in 3 words. Zhang Yafei's heart blossomed. Good sense reached 95. She had already fallen for Zhao Feiyu relatively. Where to next? Zhang Yafei quickly regained her composure as she felt that if she continued like this, she would definitely fall into Zhao Feiyu's embrace. To the hospital? Of course. The thought of a tenfold cashback of $3 million made Zhao Feiyu excited. Are you serious? Zhang Yafei parked the car on the side of the road, then asked with a serious face. This is $3 million. I can tell you that I can't pay you back in a short period of time. If you can't pay it back, then you can give your body to me, Zhao Feiyu said with a bad smile. However, Zhang Yufei did not look away and stared at Zhao Feiyu. The next moment, Zhang Yufei's somewhat warm lips directly printed on Zhao Feiyu's lips. Then, let's give our bodies to each other. Zhang Yufei's voice was somewhat disoriented. All of a sudden, heavenly thunder struck the earth, causing Zhao Feiyu to be a bit confused. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing horn sound broke the atmosphere. The two immediately separated. Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but curse. What a spoiler! However, Zhang Yufei's next sentence made Zhao Feiyu spark hope here. Let's go to my house at night. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Subsequently, they quickly arrived at the hospital. Even though Zhang Yufei was a boss with a salary of millions per year, she could only stay in an ordinary ward in the face of the high daily medical expenses. Zhao Feiyu placed flower baskets and fruits on the table next to the hospital bed. After chatting with Zhang Yufei's mother for a few moments, he arrived at the doctor's office. But before he could push the door in, he heard an argument coming from inside. Why did you stop my mother's medication? Do you know that this could kill someone? Zhang Yufei roared from the office. You already owe more than $300,000 in medical bills now. If you don't pay up, don't even talk about using the medication. You're not even qualified to be hospitalized. A disdainful middle-aged male voice rang out. Zhao Feiyu frowned slightly and stood at the doorway not rushing in, only to hear Zhang Yufei endure her anger and say, I said I'd pay in the next few days. If my mom has a problem, I won't be able to spare you. Ha ha, the man sneered and said, can't spare me? I'm warning you, in your mom's case, if she doesn't get a transplant, I'm afraid she won't even live to see next month. What? Zhang Yufei's heart immediately trembled. Right at this moment, that person gave an inch and said sorrowfully, the opportunity one once gave you. It depends on whether you cherish it or not. Now the transplant object is already available. As long as I say a word, tomorrow you can arrange surgery for your mother. But, it depends on how you behave. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu could no longer hold back and directly kicked the door in. Bang! The office door was kicked open, hit the wall, and bounced back again. Zhao Feiyu seized the door and entered, only to see a balding old man doctor, with a bad smile on his face, cornering Zhang Yufei. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu went up and threw a punch, ruthlessly smashing the old man's face. I'm going to fuck you mad. Don't even take a piss to see what kind of dog you are. Ah! The old man fell to the ground and let out a miserable scream, hissing and shouting at the door. Security! Security! Someone come! Not long after, the other medical staff all rushed over and pulled Zhao Feiyu away. What's going on? A middle-aged man with a country face and glasses walked over, looking at the chest plate on his chest. He should be a chief physician. What's going on? The director asked with a dignified face. Director, this guy came up and punched me. Look at it. Look at it. One of his teeth is knocked out. The balding old man was wicked and pointed at Zhao Feiyu and shouted, why did the laborer hit you? There's no penny in your heart, is there? Zhao Feiyu waved his fist and prepared to strike again. However, he was directly grabbed by the security guards who arrived. Call the police. Call the police. Arrest him for me. How dare you commit murder in public? I tell you, without 100,000 or 80,000 today, this matter can't be finished. The bald old man was so scared that he retreated back and forth, standing in the distance and shouting arrogantly. What the hell is going on? Why did you hit our doctor? The head doctor came to Zhao Feiyu and asked sternly. You ask her. Zhao Feiyu looked towards Zhang Yufei. Seeing this scene, the bald old man's face immediately changed. If this were to reveal what had just happened, then he wouldn't be able to keep his iron rice bowl. Seeing this, the balding old man quickly said, Director, their families owe more than $300,000 in medical bills. I asked them to pay, but they didn't pay and even beat them up. Do you think there is still a king's law? A hospital is a place to treat the sick and save people, not a charity organization. Can there be this matter? The chief doctor asked in a cold voice. Right, that's right, we do owe money, but I said I would pay in the next few days. Just then, Zhang Yufei stepped forward and said, but your people threatened me with this, saying that I should accompany him, and that my mother's life would be in danger if she didn't get a new kidney. You nonsense! The bald man's face changed, and he quickly defended. Director, don't listen to her nonsense. You know her mother's situation. If you replace the kidney, you need at least $3 million. Do you think I have the ability to do so? She is completely making up her own mind and using it to extort, trying to get us to waive her $300,000 in medical expenses. You're bullshitting me, Zhang Yufei hastily retorted. Then do you have any evidence? Zhang Yufei was suddenly speechless at the bald man's words. Seeing that Zhang Yufei couldn't say anything, the balding man hurriedly said to the people around him, let's all comment on this. $3 million. Ah, you guys say that I Zhao Quanjiang. Am so virtuous and capable that I dare to use $3 million to force a woman? With this $3 million, what can't I? Zhao Quanjiang. Do? The words came out. The patient's companions and medical staff on the sidelines all nodded their heads in succession. Yes. $3 million is enough to fool 100 women. This is a complete slander against Director Zhao. This woman's mind is horrible, owing $300,000 and wanting to use it as a threat. Really shameless. You say you can't pay the money. Mobilize the community for help. Why do you have to be so lowly and trample on yourself? You said your mom is still living in the opposite ward. Let her know how humiliating it would be. Chapter 8, System Upgrade. After hearing the comments around them, Zhang Yufei bit her lips tightly in aggravation, holding back from crying out. Shut up, Zhao Feiyu roared. Nima, you bald old man, bad you. Look at what this is? Said. Zhao Feiyu took out his crappy screen phone, then opened the recording. The next moment, Zhao Chuanzhang's voice then came out from it. I'm warning you, in your mom's situation, if she doesn't undergo a transplant surgery, I'm afraid she won't even survive the next month. The opportunity one once gave you. It depends on whether you cherish it or not. Now the transplant object is already available. As long as I say a word, tomorrow you can arrange surgery for your mother. But, it depends on how you behave. Just now, Zhao Feiyu sensed that something was wrong. Immediately took out his cell phone and recorded the conversation inside. After hearing his own voice, Zhao Quanjiang immediately turned pale with fear and sat down on the ground with a flutter. Fake. This is simply fake. This is an electronically synthesized voice. It's not me at all. But no matter how he argued, none of the people around him believed him at all. The recording ended. Zhao Feiyu put his cell phone away. Then he said to the chief doctor, if there isn't a reasonable explanation and apology for this matter, I'll hand the recording over to the police to deal with, and then publish it on the internet, causing your hospital to lose face. Hearing Zhao Feiyu's threat, the head doctor's face immediately changed and he quickly explained. Sir, we will definitely give you a perfect answer in this matter. Good. Zhao Feiyu bellowed. We're not the kind of people who can't be reasoned with. This is one thing, how to deal with it is your business. Right now my girlfriend's mother's condition is the most important thing. We've already prepared the money. Please arrange for the surgery as soon as possible. No problem. No problem. The chief doctor nodded repeatedly. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu, under everyone's gaze, walked to the convenient payment window and directly charged $5 million into Zhang Yufei's mother's hospitalization number. Seeing this scene, as well as the genuine bill payment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, paying $5 million in one go. I'm afraid this was a picture that had never appeared in the history of the hospital. Immediately afterward, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei were immediately invited into the office. This time, the head doctor personally interviewed them regarding Zhang Yufei's mother's condition. You guys please don't worry, we'll ask the best experts to personally operate on your mother. You don't have to worry about the surgery, leave it all to us. Zhao Feiyu sat on a chair and tapped his legs. If you guys had this attitude from the start, would there be what happened just now? Yes. The head doctor nodded repeatedly, not daring to have any opinions at all. I'll tell you what, surgery will be arranged as soon as possible. And on the issue of kidney replacement, if there are any accidents, as long as it can be solved by money, tell me immediately, and I'll hit another $5 million. Zhao Feiyu slapped the desktop and said in a domineering manner, there are only 3 conditions I want. As soon as possible, safe and secure. Don't worry, we'll definitely arrange it properly for you. After settling this matter, only then did Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei leave the office. Feiyu, thank you, Zhang Yufei said with teary eyes. Zhao Feiyu smiled faintly. Fool, what's this amount of money? As long as it can cure Auntie's disease, not to mention 5 million, 10 million is no problem. Successful consumption, tenfold cashback of 50 million. Zhang Yufei's favorability plus 5. Zhang Yufei's current favorability is 100. The host's cashback on Zhang Yufei's spending is increased by 100 times. As the host completes the first goal of 100 favorability, the system function is upgraded to increase the cashback function of face value consumption as follows. The host can see the face value and favorability of any female. If the face value is below 50 points, the consumption cashback is 10 times. If the face value is between 50 to 85, the consumption cashback is 15 times. If the face value is between 85 to 95, the consumption cashback is 20 times. If the face value is 95 or above, the consumption cashback is 50 times. After hearing the system's introduction, Zhao Feiyu's eyes immediately widened. The system was upgraded, and the functions were surprisingly so powerful. The cashback multiplier, surprisingly, was also so exaggerated. Looking along with it, Zhang Yufei's information immediately surfaced. Zhang Yufei, 30, Favorability, 100. Face value, 90. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu froze. Zhang Yufei had such a face value, but it was only 90 points? Then over 95. What kind of magnificent face was it? Moreover, what made Zhao Feiyu most distressed was, this $5 million was spent before Zhang Yufei's favorability increased. If it was after the full value of goodwill, that's 100 times cashback, directly 500 million. Simply don't be too happy. Let's go back to see Auntie. Returning from the shock of the system's upgrade, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei returned to the ward. But who knew? The nurse unexpectedly informed them that Zhang Yufei's mother had already moved into the middle of the advanced ward. The advanced wards were all single rooms, and there were one-on-one nurses to take care of them. Money really does make the devil work. It wasn't until the afternoon. The head doctor personally came to the ward to pay a visit. At the same time, he told Zhang Yufei the good news. Our experts will be able to operate on Auntie first thing tomorrow morning, and if there are no accidents and Auntie recovers well, she'll be able to be discharged from the hospital after half a month. Really? Zhang Yufei burst into tears of joy. Although she was a thunderous, smart and capable woman on the outside, earning millions of dollars a year, the scenery was boundless. But in reality, her brother was addicted to gambling and lost the family fortune. After being arrested and imprisoned, she worked hard and changed several millions before paying off the debt. Immediately after that, her mother became seriously ill, weighing her down. If she hadn't met Zhao Feiyu, she was afraid that she would have collapsed on the $300,000 in outstanding medical bills. Immediately after that, there were constantly doctors and nurses coming in, instructing preoperative matters, then signing and signing. After doing all this, tomorrow morning, it will be able to go straight into the operating room. In the afternoon, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei strolled through the hospital's garden. The passers-by that came and went were in a hurry. No one could stop down in the slightest to watch this beautiful scenery. Perhaps this beautiful scenery was not suitable for this place. After all, what they heard was not people praising it. More than anything, it was the prayers that people were saying to it. Thank you so much, Feiyu. I say, Sister Yufei. You've already said this 100 times today. Zhao Feiyu laughed helplessly. He. Zhang Yufei smiled awkwardly. This smile was probably the most relaxed one she had recently. The duo sat on the bench. Just at this moment, Zhang Yufei's head slowly leaned on Zhao Feiyu's shoulder. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented safety and reliance. When my mom gets better, will you marry me? Chapter 9, Buying a House. Ha! Zhao Feiyu shuddered at his words. Isn't this a bit hasty? What? Do you think I'm ugly? Zhang Yufei sat up straight and snapped. No. It's just that I just got divorced. As you know, an auntie's condition needs to slowly recover. We should either wait for auntie to completely recover, and then organize a sensational wedding. What do you say? Zhang Yufei pondered, seemingly fantasizing about that scene. Also, oh, right. Where is your home now? Zhao Feiyu hurriedly changed the topic. With a system of his own, he relied on women to spend his money, and if he was bound by marriage, it would not be worth it. Moreover, it was probably because of Li Shanshan. Zhao Feiyu now had a certain fear of marriage. My mom was hospitalized for a long time, so I rented a house around the hospital. What? You're renting a house now? Zhao Feiyu asked in an unexpectedly shocked voice. It was no wonder Zhao Feiyu was surprised. Zhang Yufei earned millions of dollars a year, so if she didn't even have a house in this tiny third-tier city in Jiangbei, she would definitely be laughed at when she said it. Actually, there were a few sets a few years ago. My brother hadn't been arrested at that time, and then they were all sold by him to gamble. Speaking here, Zhang Yufei's face was a bit gloomy. If the houses were still there, maybe if they were all sold, my mom's illness would have been cured long ago. All of this, it's all destiny. Zhao Feiyu's heart was full of emotions. If Zhang Yufei didn't have a brother who was addicted to gambling, he wouldn't have been able to capture her heart. In this case, let's go buy a house while it's still early. Thinking about the 100-fold increase in full value, Zhao Feiyu couldn't wait to say, buy a house? Buy what kind of house? Zhang Yufei was slightly stunned and didn't understand. Of course it's to buy you a house, Zhao Feiyu said without thinking. You're still renting a house to live in. Is it hard to let auntie follow you and rent a house after she's discharged from the hospital? But what? Isn't mine yours? Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but pull Zhang Yufei and went to the real estate agent. No, I can't have your house, Zhang Yufei said insistently. I've already spent $5 million on you. I can't spend any more of your money. Zhao Feiyu was a bit anxious. If you don't spend money, how am I going to make money? Sister Yufei, listen to me. It's not even a thing, okay? If you don't think about you, you have to think about auntie too. Besides, you've said you'll marry me. Can I buy my wife a suite? Hate you. Who is your wife? Zhang Yifei guffawed, gently hitting Zhao Feiyu with her pink fist. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately pulled Zhang Yufei into the real estate center. This was the largest real estate agency in Zhangbei. In the huge exhibition hall, sand trays of various neighborhoods, villas, and mansions in Zhangbei were placed. It could be said, as long as it was a house in Zhangbei, there was nothing that could not be bought here. Hello sir, may I help you? Just after walking in, the pretty sales lady immediately came over. I want to buy a house. For the price, it's around $50 million, suitable for the elderly to recuperate, and not too far from the city. Zhao Feiyu pondered slightly and opened his mouth. Hearing Zhao Feiyu's words, Zhang Yifei, who was standing next to him, suddenly felt a warmth in her heart. And right at this moment, without waiting for the sales lady to open her mouth to introduce herself, a teasing scoffing voice suddenly rang out. A $50 million house? Not too far from the city? Ha ha. Zhao Feiyu frowned slightly. With that, he looked over. In the next moment, Zhao Feiyu's face suddenly changed, only to see that Zhang Jiakai and Li Shanshan were actually here as well. Zhao Feiyu, when were you able to afford a $50 million house? Li Shanshan carried a limited edition Dior bag and came in style with Zhang Jiakai's thick arm in one hand. Seeing Li Shanshan, Zhao Feiyu didn't even want to bother. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, we're the ones who came to buy a house. Jiakai said that he's going to buy me a house in the center of the city as a wedding house. Li Shanshan held a laser pointer, sometimes pointing to the house on the left, sometimes pointing to the right. Should I buy Golden Sands Court? Or buy Tianhe City? Ouch. It's so hard to choose. Oh, these are all multi-million-dollar houses, making me have trouble choosing. Unlike before, when I lived in a rented house, I didn't even have this kind of trouble. Right at this moment, Zhang Yufei stepped on her high heels and walked over. Manager Zhang is really wealthy. This is buying a car for his brother-in-law and a house for his concubine. That being said, you've been in the company for a few years now, and you can't earn this much money. Zhang Jiakai immediately coughed lightly in embarrassment and turned his head to look around. He also didn't expect to meet his boss here. Who are you calling a concubine? Li Shanshan was instantly furious at his words. However, when she took a good look at Zhang Yifei's appearance, she immediately looked a bit ashamed of herself. At the same time, she also recognized Zhang Yifei's identity. You said that our family Kai can't earn that much money. So what about you? How are you able to earn so much money all these years? Buying another $1 million luxury car and coming here to buy a $50 million mansion. If you were to say that you can't afford to buy all these things on your salary, you wouldn't be able to afford it in 20 years. Li Shanshan thought of what Zhang Jiakai said to her and immediately mocked. If you weren't corrupt, could you afford these things? Shut up. Zhang Jiakai immediately chided. Li Shanshan nuzzled in dissatisfaction. Why don't you let me say it? It's the truth. Oh, boss, I'm sorry. She's talking nonsense. Zhang Jiakai was so embarrassed that he apologized repeatedly. The matter of Zhang Yufei's embezzlement, he hadn't confirmed it yet, so it was still his top boss now. If he was so outspoken, he would definitely cause Zhang Yufei's alarm. It wouldn't be easy to find a handle at that time. Hearing this, Zhang Yufei suddenly came to a realization. So you guys thought that I bought a car and a house, all from my own money? This you guys got it wrong. Truth be told, the car, the house, are my boyfriend to buy for me. Saying that, Zhang Yufei graciously held Zhao Feiyu's arm. Ha ha, Zhao Feiyu bought it for you? Li Shanshan burst out laughing. I don't know how many kilograms Zhao Feiyu has. She has to swipe her credit card when she invites people to dinner. Can she afford to buy you $1 million luxury car? Immediately afterward, Li Shanshan pointed at Zhao Feiyu and hurled curses. Zhao Feiyu, but just a soft eater. Just divorced me. Looking for your own boss. Letting your boss support you, isn't it? I really didn't realize that you had such a talent. I see that you two had an affair long before. Right. Divorcing me is just an excuse, right? Chapter 10 100 times cashback. Li Shanshan. Zhao Feiyu roared. It's fine for you to insult me, but you can't insult her. It was you who cheated on her first, which led to our divorce. Don't slander me with your words. Yeah, angry? How about I slandered you today? You are a soft rice king. Soft rice king. Li Shanshan started cursing like she was throwing a tantrum. Zhao Feiyu couldn't stand it anymore, and directly said to the side of the sales, is this the kind of sales environment you have? Do you let in any mad dogs? Who are you calling a mad dog? Who are you calling a mad dog? Li Shanshan cursed more and more cheerfully, and was close to sticking it to Zhao Feiyu. I'm sorry, this young lady, if you're not buying a house, could you please get out? The sales lady also heard some of the reason and immediately stepped forward to say to Li Shanshan, who doesn't buy a house? Open your eyes, I'll buy it today. I'll take this one. Li Shanshan pointed to a set of houses and said boldly, Jia Kai, pay. said the man with a teasing face, looking at Zhao Feiyu. It's them instead. If they don't buy the house, let them out. Immediately tell them to get out. Zheng Jiakai paid with bravado as he did so. The spearhead immediately pointed at Zhao Feiyu and the others. Sir, look at, the sales said with a difficult face. If you're not buying a house, please also leave here and don't disturb the mood of the other customers. Okay? She was actually doubting Zhao Feiyu's spending power. The exit was a $50 million mansion. How was this possible? Throughout the entire Jiangbei city, there were only a handful of people who could easily take a $50 million mansion off the top of their head. Hearing the salesperson's words, Zhao Feiyu became furious. Not waiting for Zhao Feiyu to have a fit, Zhang Yufei then said angrily, can't we still take a look if we don't buy? Are all of you intermediary centers dog-eyed? Ha ha, see? I knew they couldn't afford it. What's the point of pretending to be a big-tail wolf here? Get the hell out of here. This isn't the place for you. Poor bastards. Li Shanshan laughed triumphantly. Zhang Yufei was just about to snap, but was stopped by Zhao Feiyu raising his hand. In the next moment, Zhao Feiyu teasingly looked at the sales lady, then hooked his hand to a girl not far away who stood in a proper posture and was slightly tender. Hello sir, may I help you? This girl seemed to have just arrived. The whole person seemed very nervous because of the conversation. Are you in sales too? Zhao Feiyu asked. Yes sir. I just came not long ago, the girl hurriedly explained. I've heard that you guys get a big draw for selling out a suite, right? Now I want to buy a house. A house of around $50 million. You'll be the one to introduce it to me next. Saying that, Zhao Feiyu directly took out his cell phone. If you question my spending power, you can pay in advance right now. More refund, less compensation. After saying that, Zhao Feiyu looked at the other sales lady on the side. As for you, get out of the way. Sir, that's not necessary. Even if you don't buy, I can still introduce you. The youthful girl smiled faintly. The attitude was completely different from that previous sale. Immediately afterward, Zhao Feiyu told the girl about his needs, and the girl gave Zhao Feiyu 3 choices. Zhao Feiyu looked at them and discussed them with Zhang Yufei. He directly selected the Riverview Bay Villa. Sir, are you sure you want the Riverview Bay Villa 18? This villa is priced at $45 million. And if you make a one-time payment, there's a 2% discount you can enjoy. Okay, it's it. Okay sir, I'll get the contract for you. The green girl was already excited and her body was trembling slightly. To know, if this order was made, her draw would be at least $100,000. She had only just come to the company not long after. The manager here also heard about this matter, and immediately rushed over after that girl. Sir, I am the manager here. I want to talk to that girl just now. Others get out of the way. Zhao Feiyu directly waved his hand and said, you can rest assured, that girl's commission won't be a penny less. Before the manager came, he had already understood what had just happened. Right at this moment, Li Shanshan, who had been paying attention to Zhao Feiyu, immediately walked over. Manager, they're both liars. You guys shouldn't be fooled by him. However, when he saw these two people come looking for trouble again, Zhao Feiyu laughed coldly. To the manager, he said, which set did they buy? It's a set of houses in Tianhe City, priced at $3 million. The manager immediately introduced. Have they signed the contract yet? If they haven't, I want this set of house. Recently my family raised a dog. I want to buy a set for our dog as well. I think the set they are looking at is good. How much did they offer? I can offer $500,000 more on top of theirs. Hearing this, the manager was overjoyed. He hurriedly called for a sales inquiry. A moment later, the manager excitedly said to Zhao Feiyu, although they paid the money, the contract hasn't been signed yet. If you want it, sir, we can totally transfer it to your name. Good. Not bad. Let's sign the contract. Zhao Feiyu waved his hand and directly paid with his cell phone. Successful consumption. 100 times cashback of 4.5 billion. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu held his cell phone with the rotten screen, shivered, and directly dropped it to the ground. Zhang Yufei was already at full favor value. This 45 million, a direct 100-fold cashback. The sound just now was like a dream, making Zhao Feiyu unable to distinguish between reality and a dream. As for Li Shanshan and their suite, because it wasn't consumed for Zhang Yufei, it didn't belong to the conditions of the consumption cashback. However, this was for 4.5 billion. It was simply a drop in the bucket. And after seeing Zhao Feiyu really pay for the $10 million mansion, Li Shanshan's face was ashen, worse than eating a fly. However, she still didn't believe that it was Zhao Feiyu's money. He knew how many kilograms Zhao Feiyu had. This money, it must be that person's. Li Shanshan was secretly certain in her heart, and Zheng Jiakai on the side didn't dare to say much. After all, Zhang Yufei was here. Even if Zhao Feiyu was so humiliated, Zhang Jiakai could only suffer in silence. But all of this, Zhang Jiakai remembered in his heart. Out of the intermediary center, Zhang Jiakai angrily smashed his fist on the wall. I didn't realize that she had embezzled so much money from the company that she could even afford a $10 million mansion. Hiss. It hurts. Immediately afterward, Zhang Jiakai wailed as he flung his hands back and forth. Zhao Feiyu, in order to humiliate me, even gave out an extra $500,000 to buy our set of houses. This breath, I can't swallow it. Li Shanshan indignantly roared. Jia Kai, you must quickly pull that off the stage. I want Zhao Feiyu and that to pay the price they deserve. I want them to kneel in front of me and let me forgive them. Don't worry, it's almost time. Next month is the quarterly report meeting. At that time all the chairmen will come. At that time I'll see how she, Zhang Yafei, can explain. Chapter 11 Jiaxing Real Estate Group. The houses in Riverview Bay Villa were already made. After all the formalities were completed, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei went over to take a look under the manager's personal guidance. The villa had 3 floors above and below, with an independent swimming pool. After opening the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you could directly jump into the pool. Standing on the 3rd floor of the villa, it was even possible to overlook the wide, city-ringing river of Jiangbei City. The scenery is beautiful, and it is simply an imperial enjoyment. Afterwards, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei came to the house in Tianhe City. This house was priced at $3 million and had an area of over 200 square feet. It was also turnkey, and it was very close to the hospital and the company. Zhang Yafei could stay here when she commuted and didn't want to go home. It was also much easier to take care of her mother these days. Early the next morning, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei waited quietly at the surgery entrance. Looking at Zhang Yufei's nervousness, Zhao Feiyu gathered her into his arms and gently patted her back to comfort her. Don't be nervous, the one operating is a big expert invited from Magic City. His technique is absolutely excellent. The surgery will definitely go very smoothly. Being embraced by Zhao Feiyu into his arms, Zhang Yufei's tense heart then relaxed a few points. And just at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly noticed. A youth wearing a dark blue suit with a meticulous demeanor was also sitting on a chair not far away, waiting quietly. At his side, someone was constantly coming over with a folder to report something to him. However, the youth's brows were furrowed. His mind was not on his work at all, and from time to time, he even looked towards the operating room. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but shake his head with emotion. In front of the disease, money, power, are all so unbearable. Time passed minute by minute. Zhao Feiyu got up and said, I'm going to go have a smoke. I'll be right back. Zhang Yufei nodded, and Zhao Feiyu walked towards the smoking area. Just as Zhao Feiyu was gulping down the smoke, he was suddenly interrupted. This brother, can you give me a cigarette? Looking back, Zhao Feiyu realized that the person who spoke was actually the young man in a suit from earlier. Zhao Feiyu smiled slightly and immediately handed the other party one. Then he helped it light up. Hiss. Phew. The youth took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. But Zhao Feiyu looked from his smoking demeanor. There was no expression of enjoyment at all. Rather, it was a feeling of using cigarettes to kill his sorrows. Smoke this thing, is the only thing that accompanies a man and allows him to be relied upon and released. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu knew that he must be worried about his family. So he comforted. Everything will be fine. However, the youth guffawed and said mockingly, I hope so. Ding bell. Just then, the youth's urgent phone call broke the tranquility. My dad hasn't died yet. Are those old guys so impatient? How's it going at the bank? Release the money or not? Okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu looked at the youth in shock. From the conversation just now, Zhao Feiyu learned. This youth turned out to be the executive president of the renowned Jiaxing Real Estate Group in Jiangbei City, and the one lying in the operating room was the youth's father, the chairman of Jiaxing Real Estate Group. With such a strong background, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but be impressed by this youth. Looking at his age, he wasn't too far off from himself. The other party was actually the executive president of Jiaxing Group. And then look at himself? The difference is so great. But, from the conversation just now, Zhao Feiyu seemed to have heard that because of his father's condition, the other shareholders in the group seemed to want to take advantage of this opportunity to acquire the shares in their hands. In this way, they would be able to override their control over the group. This seemed to be a long premeditated plot. Without his father's support and guidance, this young man was facing an unprecedented crisis, only to see the youth stub out his cigarette haphazardly and prepare to leave. However, he suddenly turned to Zhao Feiyu and smiled. Thank you for the cigarettes. By the looks of it, you seem to be facing a crisis. Maybe I can help you. Zhao Feiyu pondered slightly, and a plan suddenly came to him inwardly. The cashback system could indeed allow Zhao Feiyu to have untold wealth, but this society, this world, just having wealth was not enough. Without power, some of it was just empty talk. If one could help get the joshing group, using them as a springboard to grasp more power, it seems to be a good choice. The youth let out a light laugh. However, there was not the slightest hint of ridicule. Instead, there was a feeling of being cared for by a friend. Thank you for your kindness. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Baiyu, the executive president of Jiaxing Real Estate Group. The crisis I'm facing can't be solved with a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars. A few $100 million? Zhao Feiyu took a deep breath, then snuffed out the cigarette. Maybe I can help you. At those words, Zhang Baiyu's hand movements lurched, looking up and down, re-examining Zhao Feiyu. Being able to talk about a few $100 million so lightly, he felt that the young man in front of him didn't seem simple. Perhaps, in Zhang Baiyu's heart, a heavenly idea suddenly flashed through. Perhaps the person in front of him could really help him. This thought flickered. Zhang Baiyu then shook his head mockingly. What is wrong with me? Surprisingly trusting a stranger with one side of the story. Brother, what I want is an astronomical amount. $500 million. If I have 500 million, I can defuse the group's crisis and make those old guys completely speechless. But, Zhang Baiyu's words lurched, and his meaning was obvious. He didn't mean to mock Zhao Feiyu, he just spoke out a fact. $500 million? It's not much, but what's in it for me? Zhao Feiyu cocked his head in slight contemplation. Ha! Zhang Baiyu shook his head. He didn't believe it at all. How could a random stranger be so glib about 500 million? He teased. If you can really help me, I'll count this $500 million as your stake in Jiaxing Group, not taking up dry shares and having the right to dividends. But I guarantee that you will at least get more than $2 billion in dividends every year. In Zhang Baiyu's mind, he didn't report any expectations at all, just as spitting out the unhappiness in his heart. And Zhao Feiyu had a certain understanding of equity, although there is no control. But in this way, it will be able to hook up with Jiaxing Group. For other investments in the future, it paved the way. Good. Just do as you said. I believe you as a friend. I will help you this time. 500 million. Transfer it now. Really? Zhang Baiyu's body trembled. It was hard to believe Zhao Feiyu's words. He asked incredulously. Chapter 12. Only to the banquet chicken hair installed. Our classmates installed chicken hair. Zhao Feiyu did not say much, took out his cell phone and began to enter the transfer information. Not long after, Zhang Baiyu received a confirmation message from the company. This 500 million, in exchange for the usual words, for Jiaxing Group is really not much, but at the moment is their Zhang family full of life-saving straw. Zhang Baiyu was too excited to speak. He went forward and directly hugged Zhao Feiyu. Brother, I won't say more words of thanks. In the future, you are my Zhang Baiyu's brother, my Jiaxing Group's brother. Zhang Baiyu did not expect that the effort of smoking a cigarette had easily solved his crisis. Zhang Baiyu did not have any unnecessary politeness. After thanking him, he turned around and left. Looking at Zhang Baiyu's back, Zhao Feiyu shook his head and sighed. It's a pity. How come you're not a female? If Zhang Baiyu was female, even if his face value was below 50 points, there was still a chance of a tenfold cashback. A $5 billion chance, just wasted on a big man. However, Zhao Feiyu was convinced. From Zhang Baiyu, Zhao Feiyu could earn more than 5 billion. Back at the entrance of the operating room, Zhang Yufei asked suspiciously, what took you so long? Nothing, met an acquaintance. The words lagged behind. The operating room door was opened. Zhang Huanyin's family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Yufei immediately ran over. Zhang Yufei's mother's surgery went very smoothly. This caused the duo to let out a sigh of relief. The next few days, Zhang Yufei had been taking care of her mother in the hospital, and Zhao Feiyu also received a call from Song Manli. After a few days of no contact, it was still strange to miss her. For the first love plot is very serious. Zhao Feiyu. Inside, he still had some feelings for Song Manli. 8 o'clock in the evening. Chaoyang International Hotel. Don't be late. Song Manli called to remind. Do you want me to drive to pick you up? Recently, Zhang Yufei didn't need a car. Zhao Feiyu could just drive there. Fine. You bought a car? Song Manli readily agreed. Aha! 7:30 in the evening. Zhao Feiyu drove to the door of Song Manli's house. When Song Manli saw Zhao Feiyu's sports car, she was stunned. Geez, a Porsche? Who are you driving? Zhao Feiyu walked out of the car with a slight smile, then opened the door and gentlemanly let Song Manli sit up. Today's Zhao Feiyu had a casual suit and center-parted airbags. The proportion of his body was enlarged to the extreme. The entire person exuded a charming aura, making Song Manli unable to help but be a little dumbfounded. This appearance of Zhao Feiyu was something they had never seen even when they were in love, and this all stemmed from Zhang Yufei. Hearing that Zhao Feiyu was going to a classmate reunion, after arranging for her mother, Zhang Yufei personally took Zhao Feiyu to the fashion store. arranging his set for Zhao Feiyu from top to bottom, dressing Zhao Feiyu up exquisitely, driving a friend. Where can I afford a car like this? Zhao Feiyu let out a light laugh, but Song Manli on the side frowned slightly. When did you become so hypocritical too? Song Manli thought that Zhao Feiyu had intentionally borrowed the luxury car in order to pretend to be in front of his classmates. Song Manli, on the other hand, hated such people the most. At the same time, Zhao Feiyu suddenly heard, Song Manli favorability -5. Current favorability 80. Hearing, Zhao Feiyu immediately understood Song Manli's mind, but right now, the words had already been said, so there was no need to explain. Zhao Feiyu originally wanted to hide his identity for a bit. Who would have thought that he would let Song Manli misunderstand? In the silence of the two, the car quickly drove to the Chaoyang International Hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, the car stopped steadily. The doorman immediately opened the car door and gentlemanly greeted Song Manli down. Zhao Feiyu casually threw the key. The doorman immediately prepared to drive it to the parking lot. Right at this moment, a BMW car also suddenly came from behind. The duo turned around to look. However, they found Gao Chan walking down from the car with 3 of his classmates. Ego, I'm going. Zhao Feiyu, your sports car? Seeing this scene, Gao Chang's heart was a little sour. Today was originally a party that he had organized, wanting to show off in front of his classmates how successful he had been in mixing with society over the years. But Zhao Feiyu came in a Porsche sports car, obviously stealing his own thunder. I say Zhao Feiyu, this car wouldn't be rented by you. Beside Gao Chang, the other 3 students immediately mocked. I saw that the license plate wasn't even on it. Yeah, didn't you just get divorced? How can you afford a Porsche? This seems to be a Porsche 718, more than $1 million. Hearing this, Gao Chang was relieved. Yes, I heard that you were living in a rented house before. Li Yunlei said that after your divorce, you are a clean slate. This car is rented by you, right? We are all classmates. Why so hypocritical? Unlike me, I don't drive a BMW until I start a company. Zhao Feiyu glanced at Song Manli beside him, and didn't explain, just faintly smiled and said, indeed it's not mine, it's something I borrowed with a friend. Ha ha, it's still true that you borrowed it? Gao Chang immediately laughed. Then he walked over to Zhao Feiyu and patted Zhao Feiyu's shoulder. I'll send you a poem, only to go to the banquet chicken hair loaded. All classmates loaded with chicken hair. Ah, ha ha, the other 3 classmates behind him burst out laughing. Class President Lord is so literate, not diminished. Seeing this scene, Song Manli immediately walked in towards the hotel. Manli, seeing this scene, Gao Chang immediately chased after her. Over the years, Gao Chang knew that Song Manli was also in Jiangbei. Privately, he didn't know how long he had been in contact. However, Song Manli didn't give a chance at all. Looking at Song Manli's marvelous back, Gao Chang's gaze condensed. I must take you down today. In the huge private room of the hotel, more than 20 students were already in place. Seeing Gao Chang, they walked in. Everyone immediately stood up. Some even rushed directly over to greet the few people. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu was the first to walk in. Those few classmates pushed Zhao Feiyu to the side as they pulled Gao Chang to shush him. Class President, sir? It's really been a long time. Sorry for being late. Gao Chang smiled faintly and nodded slightly to everyone in the room. It's okay, we also just arrived not long ago. By the way, do you know who we invited over today? Who? Gao Chang looked around and immediately saw a middle-aged man who was over half 100 years old, a little bald, and wearing glasses. Class guide, Mr. Chen. The man with a plastered face slinking around, immediately trotted to the middle-aged man's side and shouted, everyone welcome, Mr. Chen. Pa pa pa. A burst of applause immediately rang out in the private room. Gao Chang hurriedly walked over and shook hands with Teacher Qian. Teacher Qian, I didn't expect you to be able to come to our party. I asked several people to contact you, but I couldn't reach you. Teacher Qian secretly bristled, thinking, blowing it off. We even greeted each other when we met a while ago. It's clear that you don't want to invite me. But even so, Teacher Qian still looked at Gao Chang with relief and smiled. A while ago, because of work scheduling, came to Jiangbei. It's normal for classmates not to know. So that's how it is. Everyone sit down. Everyone sit down. Gao Chang hurriedly greeted the others and sat down. Zhao Feiyu, on the other hand, after looking around, realized that there was no place for him at all. Chapter 13, Mr. Chen. Seeing the embarrassed Zhao Feiyu standing there at a loss for words, Gao Chang purposely kept quiet and chatted with Teacher Qian. Just at this moment, Song Manli could not see past it and called the waiter to fill a chair. Let Zhao Feiyu sit beside Song Manli. Seeing this scene, Gao Chang hurriedly said, I'm really sorry, Zhao Feiyu. Originally the number of people was booked, but I didn't expect Mr. Qian to come, so there's no place for you. How about this? You sit here at Mr. Qian's place, and I'll sit at yours. It's fine. No need. Zhao Feiyu directly sat down and said indifferently. Seeing this scene, Gao Chang not only had some regrets. Originally, he was prepared to sit next to Song Manli. He didn't expect to steal a chicken and lose it. Afterwards, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate together. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Teacher Qian said with some slight drunkenness, "Wasn't there more than 50 people in our class that time? How come there are only this many today? This is already a lot, and a lot of them came from out of town." Gao Chang pointed to a few other students from out of town and explained. The others? Either they can't be contacted, or they are all outside the province. I'm afraid there will be fewer and fewer people at this reunion in the future. Right. Everyone introduced it. Everyone is doing what work? It's also good to have a care in the future, right? Teacher Qian pondered slightly and immediately said to everyone. This was also the reason why Teacher Qian came uninvited today. He had heard that Gao Chang was doing well now, so he inquired and came here, in order to see which of his classmates could be used in the future after developing now. Subsequently, the crowd began to introduce themselves. There were many people in the front. All of them were ordinary office workers. There were also some who had started their own businesses, but all of these, to Mr. Qian, could not be of interest. After arriving at Gao Chang, Mr. Qian immediately asked, I heard that Mr. Gao Chang has opened a company now? Making a few $1 million a year, isn't it? Hi, it's not that exaggerated. Gao Chang waved his hand and said modestly, but the glowing expression on his face could not be stopped. Just open a building materials company. Not so exaggerated. A year is only 3 to 4 million. Just started. In the future you need to be more students to help. What? $3 to $4 million and still call it not exaggerated? Hearing this, Mr. Qian immediately widened his eyes. You kid. You have the most promising development now. Mr. Qian lamented with a relieved look. Back then, your kid was in the last row. I didn't beat you up a lot. Climbing over the wall to skip class. Surfing the internet. I didn't teach you a lot of lessons. But it's the classmates like you who have the most promising development. On the contrary, those who study well, grow up without a bit of future. Like that. What's his name? Zhao Feiyu. Teacher Qian narrowed his eyes and laughed. Didn't that kid used to be a good student? Often top 3 in his class. But what about after graduation? A while ago I also heard that he got divorced and cheated on his wife. And he was also dismissed by the company. Even the place he lives in is rented. Netting out after the divorce, isn't it? This kind of person can tell you guys. Although they used to study well, it doesn't mean that they are still good when they get out of society. This kind of person is the most beautiful future. I, as a person who has been there, as your teacher, I will teach you another philosophy of life today. Such a person, in the future, you should have less dealings. It is best not to contact directly. You say that he is mixed up like this, in case he looks for you guys to borrow money. Do you borrow or not? So everyone must take this as a warning. These words came out. Everyone immediately looked at Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu, on the other hand, silently lowered his head and ate his own. Right. That kid didn't come today. Did he? Teacher Qian looked around the room and didn't seem to notice Zhao Feiyu because he was drinking some wine. I think he's also too embarrassed to come. And right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly raised his hand. Teacher Qian, I'm here. Not dead yet. Zhao Feiyu wiped his mouth expressionlessly, then threw the paper towel directly onto the table. Teacher Qian's words just now. Ask who wouldn't be annoyed after hearing them. Zhao Feiyu originally thought that his classmates would be realistic, but he didn't expect that a teacher in the hall would be so realistic. In order to curry favor with others, denigrating his own students so much. Hearing this, Teacher Qian instantly shivered, then corrected his glasses and looked carefully. Only then did he see that Zhao Feiyu was actually sitting not far away, thinking about what he had just said. Mr. Qian was instantly embarrassed and had no place to go. But soon, he recovered. Cough cough. That, Zhao Feiyu, the words that teacher said just now were not aimed at you. Zhao Feiyu sneered. Yes, there was no meaning directed at me, but it was directed at me everywhere. Teacher Qian, I originally thought that I used to have excellent grades. The school gave you glory, and when I grew up and went out into society, I would make you proud. But I didn't expect that you would be such a teacher. What good does it do you to discredit me and curry favor with Gao Chang? Will Gao Chang give you money or something? Zhao Feiyu. Right at this moment, Gao Chang suddenly slapped the table. Gave you face, didn't I? Talking to Teacher Qian like that? Could it be that what Teacher Qian said isn't a matter of fact? Didn't you just get divorced because of cheating? And you were also dismissed from your job at home and netted out? Oh right. Gao Chang suddenly said to everyone with a light laugh. Everyone might not know just now. Just when I just went upstairs. Guess what I saw? I saw Zhao Feiyu actually driving a Porsche. Hearing this, everyone's eyes instantly widened. Even Teacher Qian's face changed. If Zhao Feiyu was driving a Porsche, then with those words just now, he must have offended Zhao Feiyu. However, immediately afterward, Gao Chang's words made Teacher Qian sigh in relief. Do you guys know? Zhao Feiyu even borrowed someone else's Porsche for the class reunion today in order to pretend in front of his classmates. Borrowing someone else's. Ha ha, Gao Chang mercilessly mocked Zhao Feiyu. All classmates, you pretend chicken hair are you. I'm going to say that this car is mine. Do you guys believe me? Zhao Feiyu said indifferently. Yours? Put. Gao Chang covered his mouth and laughed lightly. What are you still pretending up to now? Don't you know what kind of pussy you are? Can you afford a Porsche? Enough. Right at this moment, Song Manli suddenly stood up. We're all classmates. Is it fun for you to denigrate others and elevate yourselves like this? Hearing this, everyone was all silent. Gao Chang also didn't want to leave a bad impression on Song Manli. Apologetically, he said to everyone, sorry, I'm going to the bathroom. Gao Chan left. Everyone stopped talking. Zhao Feiyu looked at Li Yunlei, who was not far away, and faintly asked, you're the one who told Gao Chang all about me. Right. What Feiyu? Did you misunderstand? Li Yunlei smiled awkwardly, not daring to look directly at Zhao Feiyu. There's also the matter of the company. Don't think that I don't know here. It's you who are obstructing me at every turn. I don't know what Zhang Jiakai has promised you, but did you already know that Li Shanshan and Zhang Jiakai are having an affair? Speaking here, Zhao Feiyu slowly raised his head and gazed at Li Yunlei with an icy gaze. What Feiyu, you really misunderstood me. I really don't know anything. And just as Zhao Feiyu was about to continue pressing the issue, the door of the private room was opened. A group of people led by Gao Chang walked in. Chapter 14, Who Dares to Touch My Brother? Looking along with it, Zhao Feiyu's face suddenly changed, only to see a group of people behind Gao Chang. Zhao Feiyu unexpectedly recognized all of them. Come. Let me introduce you all to. Gao Chang pulled a man with somewhat dark skin and only 1.6 meters in height and said, this is our Jiangbei city, the big name, the chairman of Dongfa Construction Company, Li Dong. This is Chairman Li's wife, Li Nini, and this is our classmate, Mr. Zhang Jiakai, the manager of Zhao Feiyu's former company, Sunrise Design Limited. This is Zhang Jiakai's current wife, and also our classmate Zhao Feiyu's ex-wife, Ms. Li Shanshan. And today, their family happens to be eating next door. Since Chairman Li and I have business dealings, I invited Chairman Li over for a few drinks, but his family heard that Zhao Feiyu was also here and insisted on coming over to take a look, so I couldn't resist the hospitality, Gao Chang said, walking to Zhao Feiyu with a bad smile on his face. Feiyu, we're all acquaintances. Get up and say hello. If eyes could kill, Gao Chang would have died 100 times already. This was clearly Gao Chang calling them in to insult himself. Zhao Feiyu also realized, Gao Chang is engaged in building materials. His own former brother-in-law was a contractor. They seemed to have business dealings, that's why they knew each other. Just at this moment, only to see Li Dong walk to Zhao Feiyu with a teasing face. I really didn't expect such a destiny. My former brother-in-law. Where are you in high places these days? Chairman Li, look at what you're saying. Isn't this a disgrace to our Feiyu? Gao Chang quickly agreed. Feiyu now since the net out of the family. There is no serious work today to participate in the party. In order to pretend to borrow someone else's Porsche over, I am worried about him a moment when he left. In case of cuts and rubs can do Hey. This you all misunderstood. At this moment, Li Shanshan laughed and came over. You're all misunderstanding Zhao Feiyu. He didn't borrow this car. Hearing this, everyone instantly raised their eyebrows, thinking about Zhao Feiyu's words just now. Could this car really be Zhao Feiyu's? And just at this moment, Li Shanshan, however, laughed loudly. This car, it was bought for him by one of the who underwrote him. Boscow also introduced just now. I'm Zhao Feiyu's ex-wife. Some time ago we did divorce. I originally thought that after we divorced, he would rise to the occasion and work hard to make money. But who knows? He even went to look for rich too. By a rich state to be adopted. This car is she to buy him? Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu slapped the table. Pa! A hard slap hit Li Shanshan's face. Have the balls to scold me again. You're so noble for fucking cheating on Zhang Jiakai? You dare to hit me? How dare you hit me? Li Shanshan covered her cheeks in an instant rage, roaring at Zhang Jiakai behind her. Zhang Jiakai, he hit me. Do you still care? In front of so many people, Zhang Jiakai came up and punched Zhao Feiyu. You dare to hit my wife? Zhao Feiyu covered his cheek and slowly stood up. All fucking came to see my joke, didn't they? Zhao Feiyu laughed and slowly backed up, coldly gazing at everyone. Right at this moment, Gao Chang let out a stern cry. Zhao Feiyu, You've gone too far. Manager Zhang is a guest I invited. How can you just make a move? Li Dong, who was on the side, looked at Gao Chang faintly and said, Boss Gao, your classmate beat up my family members. You have to give me an explanation for this matter, or else I'm afraid that I'll have to hand over this business we're talking about right now to someone else to do it. As you know, what I'm contracting now is the Jiaxing Real Estate Group, not to mention the current supply of building materials. That is, in the future, it may be given to you to do. Hearing this, Gao Chang immediately changed his face. Then he grabbed Zhao Feiyu and was about to pull him out. Zhao Feiyu, I asked you to come because I'm giving you face. How dare you damn well break my good deed? And right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly heard the conversation they just had and asked suspiciously, Jiaxing Real Estate Group? Right. That's right, Li Dong said proudly. Now my company has already hitched a ride on this line of Jiaxing Real Estate Group. Jiaxing Group is the biggest real estate company in our Jiangbei city. More than 80% of the residential areas are constructed by them. Even the various commercial buildings, the center street, are all their properties. Even last year's official plan to relocate the high-tech zone was all done by Jiaxing Group. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Hitching a ride with Jiaxing Group, that's a bright future. This is the leading company in Jiangbei. I heard that they had a little accident some time ago, but they quickly turned around and are now flourishing. Congratulations to Chairman Li. You'll have to do a lot of lifting up in the future. Everyone heard this. Immediately, they all came over to toast Li Dong. As for Li Shanshan and the others standing behind him, their faces were also plastered with gold, and each of them stood back proudly. And just at this moment, Zhao Feiyu, however, suddenly laughed out loud. Jiaxing Group? What a Jiaxing Group! I didn't expect you to be helping them out. But, the next moment, Zhao Feiyu fiercely drank. Today, if you insult me like this, then I won't blame you for being impolite. Li Dong, I originally thought that you were still a person with a big heart, but I didn't expect that you would be such a realistic person, following them to make things difficult for me. Since you are unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Jiaxing Group? Right. Today, I'll let you completely lose the line of Jiaxing Group. Saying that, Zhao Feiyu directly took out his phone and dialed out. Seeing Zhao Feiyu's appearance, everyone thought that he had been stimulated. For a moment, surprisingly, there was no one to persuade him. Only Song Manli stood up and pulled Zhao Feiyu to leave, because Song Manli knew that everyone was now targeting Zhao Feiyu. If this continued, the one who would be hurt would definitely be Zhao Feiyu. Seeing Song Manli, Li Shanshan immediately thought of what happened in the Cloud restaurant last time. Seeing this, she immediately walked out and said, You're his first girlfriend, aren't you? Didn't you hear what I just said? Zhao Feiyu, this soft rice king, is now being adopted, do you know? You're still following him with your face? What's it to you? Song Manli turned back in a domineering manner and retorted. And at the same time, Zhao Feiyu dialed the phone. Zhang Baiyu, I heard that you have business dealings with Dongfa Construction? Dongfa Construction? Seems a bit impressive. What's wrong? Now, cancel all business dealings with Dongfa Construction. Do I have the right to do so? Of course, it's just a small matter. It's nothing to worry about, as long as you say so. Not to mention Dongfa, even other bigger contractors can be cancelled at will. You know, there are many contractors we work with in Jiaxing. Good. Then cancel it immediately. No problem. By the way, where are you now? Did something happen? Zhang Baiyu immediately heard the problem in Zhao Feiyu's words. Do you need me to come over? If it's convenient, you can come over to Chaoyang International. Chaoyang International? I'm here now. What floor are you on? With that, Zhao Feiyu told Zhang Baiyu about the private room. And when the phone hung up, Li Dong burst out laughing. Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu, I have to admit that you still have some insight. However, do you know who Zhang Baiyu is? You can get him to come over with a single phone call? And a single phone call can make him cancel our cooperation? Do you know that Zhang Baiyu is the executive president of Jiaxing Group? The son of the chairman of Jiaxing Group. Who do you think you are? The chairman of Jiaxing Group? I say, where did you find such an actor to cooperate with you in this scene? Hearing this, Gao Chang suddenly came to a realization. Combined with the Porsche from before, Gao Chang couldn't help but give a thumbs up as well. Zhao Feiyu, I have to admit that you've really made enough preparations in order to act out at the class reunion. But what's the point? Lies are bound to be dismantled. And you called Zhang Baiyu over. You didn't say you called Zhang Jiaxing over? Alright. Just then, Li Dong interrupted Gao Chang. The matter of cooperation depends on how you resolve this matter today. Zhao Feiyu used to be a family member. Pay attention to the boundaries, you know? Don't worry, Chairman Li. Gao Chang patted his chest and greeted a few people who were about to drive Zhao Feiyu out. And right at this moment, a stern shout came from the doorway. I'll see who dares to touch my brother. Chapter 15, completely blocked. looking along with it, only to see Zhang Baiyu walking in from the doorway with a group of people. Mr. Zhang? Seeing Zhang Baiyu, Li Dong immediately dropped his jaw in shock. He had only caught a glimpse of Zhang Baiyu's face from television and photos. He had not seen her in person at all. The cooperation with Jiaxing Real Estate was also handled by the leader of their project department, who approached himself. Li Dong did not expect that Zhao Feiyu would really call Zhang Baiyu. All of them had heard of Jiaxing Real Estate's great reputation. Even the houses that many of them lived in were built by Jiaxing Real Estate. Let go of him. Zhang Baiyu directly ignored Li Dong and came straight to Zhao Feiyu. Looking at the two classmates who were grabbing Zhao Feiyu, he said in a low voice. The two classmates looked at each other in disbelief and could not help but look at Gao Chang, seemingly asking for Gao Chang's opinion. However, Zhang Baiyu's eyes turned cold and she stepped forward with two slaps. Slap! Two crisp slaps rang out and those two students were blindsided. Zhao Feiyu shook off his hand and looked at Gao Chang indifferently. What's going on? Zhang Baiyu hurriedly inquired, her eyes immediately softening a lot when she looked at Zhao Feiyu. The incident some time ago. If it wasn't for Zhao Feiyu's help, Jiaxing Real Estate was afraid that there would have been crisis cracks by now. For Zhao Feiyu's righteousness, Zhang Baiyu was grateful in her heart. Now that Zhao Feiyu had encountered something, Zhang Baiyu was bound to give up his life to help. Ha! Zhao Feiyu laughed coldly and sat down, then looked around, his eyes filled with disappointment. A classmate, pretending to be better than me? Saying that, Zhao Feiyu placed his gaze on Li Dong's body. Dongfa Construction Company, is it bullish? Immediately after, raising his eyes to Zhang Baiyu. I heard that he has business dealings with your company, so I think this matter should be settled. No problem. Zhang Baiyu nodded and immediately said to the men around him, go check, what business dealings does this Dongfa Construction have with our group? Not long after, the henchman then returned with the phone. President, recently, the Times Square in the southern suburb, part of the project was handled by Dongfa Construction. Zhang Baiyu nodded, then said without hesitation, cancel all business dealings between this shit Dongfa Construction and our Jiaxing. Yes. However, the words just fell. Li Nini, who was on the side, pointedly said, on what grounds? You're not going to cooperate just because you say so? Shut up. Li Dong pulled Li Nini to signal her to shut up. What are you pulling me for? Li Nini said defiantly as she broke away from Li Dong. Just based on this loser Zhao Feiyu, you want to cancel the cooperation with us? Do you know how big of a loss this is to your Jiaxing group? For the sake of a loser, are you worth it? Zhang Baiyu's face instantly sank. A mouthful of trash. Was this how to address Zhao Feiyu? How? Zhang Baiyu directly ignored Li Nini and instead looked at Zhao Feiyu. As long as Zhao Feiyu gave a word, there was no problem sinking this group of people directly into the river. However, Zhao Feiyu said indifferently, I believe you've already investigated my identity. Right. These people are my former family members. For them, I don't have any feelings anymore. However, I don't mind letting Dongfa Construction completely disappear in the north of the river. No problem. Zhang Baiyu nodded his head and instructed the men around him. Command down. Within the Jiangbei city, whoever dares to have any cooperation with Dongfa Construction is working against our Jiaxing, and I, Jiaxing Group, will never forgive. Yes, who do you think you are? Li Meimei said disdainfully. Do you know how much money my husband makes a year? You can block him just because you say so? Shut the fuck up. Li Dong was so scared that his scalp went numb, and he threw his hand to slap Li Mimi, interrupting her words. Right. There's also this what's-his-name Strongsheng Building Materials Company. After saying that, Zhao Feiyu looked at Gao Chang, only to see Gao Chang shiver and look at Zhao Feiyu with a bitter face. Zhang Baiyu nodded and continued to command. Did you hear what my brother said? Understood. To the Jiaxing group, the stream of Gao Chang was like a mole cricket. With just one word, they would have no foothold in Jiangbei City. Go! Zhao Feiyu stood up with extreme disappointment before pulling Song Manli outside. This moment began. All of these people would completely draw a line with Zhao Feiyu and never cross paths again. And when Zhao Feiyu and the others left, Gao Chang hurriedly walked over to Li Dong and asked in tears, Chairman Li, what that Zhao Feiyu fellow said can't be true, right? My company has only been established for a short while. What can I do if this is messed up? Cut. What are you afraid of? Li Meimei said disdainfully. Do you really think that Jiaxing Group will cut off business with my husband because of this punk Zhao Feiyu? This is a cooperation of tens of millions of dollars. Can a word from Zhao Feiyu be worth tens of millions of dollars? That's true too. Gao Chang nodded thoughtfully. Snap. Right at this moment, Li Dong raised his hand and slapped again. What do you know about hammers? In the eyes of the Jiaxing Group, we are ants. One word from them and we have to lose all our money. Got it? Ding bell. The words just fell. Li Dong's phone rang. Hello? Li Dong, what have you done? Just as the phone was connected, a hissing roar could be heard from over there. Why did Jiaxing Group cancel their cooperation with us? Li Dong had a few other partners. He was qualified to contract this bit of work from Jiaxing Group. It was by joining forces with a few other contractors that he had this amount of backbone and strength. Otherwise, relying on him alone, Jiaxing Group would not give a damn about him at all. And at this time, because of this matter completely yellow. Jiaxing Group, really cancelled the cooperation? Li Dong as if deflated ball, all of a sudden paralyzed on the ground. In order to this project, he invested an unknown amount of money and energy, and now because of this matter, all of his efforts had all gone down the drain. Li Mei, what the hell did you just beep? Li Dong struggled to stand up and kick Li Mei out with all his strength. Then he wailed breathlessly, "It's over. It's all over." Ding bell. Just at this moment, Gao Chang's phone also rang. The sudden call made Gao Chang's hands tremble, and his cell phone almost fell to the ground. Just after connecting, a burst of angry curses came from the phone. "Gao Chang, what did you do?" "Myself? Why did all the buyers call and refuse to buy goods for us? They said it was ordered by Jiaxing Group to completely block us." The company that Gao Chang was in, although he was the general manager, but there were a few investors on top. Just now, these few investors suddenly received a call from the supplier. Cancel all cooperation with Jiaxing Company. Strong company, completely finished. Really, what Zhao Feiyu said is true. Gao Chang was like a puddle of mud as he and Li Dong sat paralyzed on the ground. The next moment, Li Dong directly pounced on Gao Chang and raised his fist to slam down hard. "Gao Chang, what the hell did you call me in here for? I was having a good meal? Why did you drag me in when you're trying to die?" The two of them wrestled together. On the side, Li Shanshan, Zheng Jiakai and the others were completely shocked. Zhao Feiyu, when did he get involved with Jiaxing Group? It's only been a few days since the divorce? Why did it feel like Zhao Feiyu was so unfamiliar to them? And right at this moment, Zheng Jiakai suddenly laughed. "Just a fox and tiger guy. He's just borrowing our boss's face to call in Zhang Baiyu. Otherwise relying on him alone? It's simply impossible, because as far as I know, Zhang Baiyu seems to be interested in our boss. That's why they have contact. So that's how it is." Li Shanshan on the side suddenly came to a realization and felt much better in her heart. However, this time, it was Li Dong and Gao Chang who suffered the greatest loss. Chapter 16 Investing in Times Square. Zhao Feiyu, who had left the hotel, let out a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. "I say brother, do none of them know your identity?" Zhang Baiyu asked with a puzzled expression. It was reasonable to say that Zhao Feiyu could casually take out $500 million to invest in himself. With this identity, this financial power, shouldn't these people have to kneel and lick? How could they look like they despise Zhao Feiyu and still want to make a move with Zhao Feiyu? "My family doesn't allow the publicity. So much so that they think I'm a soft persimmon and anyone can pinch me." Zhao Feiyu sneered and found an excuse to muddle through. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiyu shook her head. TSK, these people really have eyes but don't recognize them. Especially your ex-wife. I don't even know what to say. Ever since Zhao Feiyu easily took out $500 million to invest in Zhang Baiyu, the first thing Zhang Baiyu did was to ask someone to investigate Zhao Feiyu's identity. This included the recent divorce incident. However, the information from the investigation showed that Zhao Feiyu was an orphan. From the looks of it, Zhao Feiyu should have deliberately concealed his family background. Thinking about this, Zhang Baiyu was sure Zhao Feiyu must be a descendant from some big family with an unfathomable background. "By the way, I heard that you were originally in the Sunrise Design Company. We have business dealings between Jiaxing and Sunrise, and I know your boss, Zhang Yefei. Do you want me to give them a heads up?" Outside the hotel, while the crowd waited for the car, Zhang Baiyu said to Zhao Feiyu, "Or, come directly to our Jiaxing. I'll give you a general manager." Song Manli, who was on the side, looked at Zhao Feiyu with some surprise when she heard this. She didn't expect Zhao Feiyu to have such connections. Zhao Feiyu let out a light laugh and waved his hand. "Let's forget about it. Isn't it quite good now? Eat what you want. Get up at what time you want to get up at what time you want to get up at." Right at this moment, the doorman brought the car. Zhao Feiyu took the keys and prepared to take Song Manli away. Right. Zhang Baiyu suddenly thought of something. "Recently, our group has a venture capital investment. Do you want to get in on a share? Just the Times Square in the south of the city. Official project. Absolutely reliable. If you have liquidity, you can enter $1 billion or a little more can be. When it is completed, the income will at least double." "Oh, is that so?" Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately brightened up. At this moment, Song Manli beside him was completely stunned. If the person speaking wasn't Jiaxing Group's Zhang Baiyu, she must have thought that it was two psychopaths talking nonsense here. Opening his mouth was $1 billion. When did Zhao Feiyu rise to this level? Was this still the same Zhao Feiyu who had just allowed his classmates to mock him? Since it's an official project, then this investment is a sure thing. Why did you suddenly think of me? After all, it was you who helped me get through a difficult time before by being righteous. This time is considered my return to you. And I don't have much money on hand right now. Those few old guys in the group are unwilling to contribute money trying to embarrass us. So this is considered my return. And a small favor for me, Zhang Baiyu said with some embarrassment. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu suddenly came to a realization. Thinking slightly, he asked, how much is the difference now? Seeing this, Zhang Baiyu was instantly delighted. Looking at Zhao Feiyu's appearance, he knew that he was going to make a move. Almost. This number. Zhang Baiyu stretched out 3 fingers. At those words, Zhao Feiyu was stunned. 3 billion? Indeed not a few. You let me think about it. And I'll give you an answer first thing in the morning. Good. Zhang Baiyu was instantly overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. It looked like Zhao Feiyu wanted to invest all $3 billion. In that case, Zhang Baiyu wouldn't need to go looking for other people's help. Begging his grandparents was so close to kneeling to those grandchildren. If Zhao Feiyu can step in, then this time, relying on this project, Zhang Baiyu would be able to break bread with those old guys in the group. With that, Zhao Feiyu took Song Manli to the car and left the Chaoyan Hotel. Inside the car, Song Manli's pair of eyes were staring at Zhao Feiyu dead on. It was as if she was looking at a stranger. Zhao Feiyu laughed lightly. What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face? Are you still the Zhao Feiyu I know or not? Song Manli cocked her head with a puzzled expression. I now seriously doubt that the Zhao Feiyu I used to know is dead, and the current Zhao Feiyu is possessed by another person's soul. How is it true that you can't move billions of dollars in business now? Zhao Feiyu laughed. What do you think? Song Manli shook her head. I feel it's too dreamy. If you're so rich, why is that Li Shanshan still divorcing you? Zhao Feiyu let out a long sigh. I wanted to use the identity of an ordinary person to get along with you guys, in exchange for a sincere relationship, but I didn't expect that these people would be so realistic. No more pretending. I'm showing my cards. I'm a billionaire. Put. Song Manli covered her mouth and let out a light laugh. Zhao Feiyu glanced at the afterglow and couldn't help but be a little infatuated. This moment, it was as if they had returned to that time when they were in high school. High school days. Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli both had good grades. It could be said that they were the golden couple of the school. When they were openly in love, even the teachers didn't dare to control them, afraid that if they broke up, their grades would be lowered as a result. Therefore, the teachers were encouraging the relationship between the two. In such an environment, Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli met at the same university, but the reality was cruel. Song Manli's family had already paved the way for her in the future, so that she had to enroll in other universities. This was the result of breaking up because of the long distance. Right. Zhao Feiyu suddenly woke up. Didn't you major in finance in the beginning? How come you're working in a cosmetics company now? The last time they met, Zhao Feiyu felt that something wasn't quite right and couldn't help but ask. The next second, Song Manli's face suddenly darkened. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu knew that a lot of unknown things must have happened to Song Manli. Ding bell. Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu's phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was a call from Zhang Yifei, a trace of panic flashed through Zhao Feiyu's eyes. Hello? Are you done with the class reunion? Zhang Yifei's concerned voice came from the phone. Just finished. Ready to send my classmate back. Female classmates. Right. The car was extremely quiet. Even though it was in microphone mode, Song Manli on the side could still hear it. Isn't there still a first girlfriend? For some reason, Zhao Feiyu heard some sour flavor in Zhang Yifei's words. He. Zhao Feiyu smiled awkwardly without saying anything. Come back early. Drive and don't drink. Aha. Got it. Chapter 17, Song Manli's past. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu saw that Song Manli's face no longer had any expression on it. It wasn't known if it was because of the content of the phone call, or because of Zhao Feiyu's question just now. Right. You haven't told me yet. You majored in finance. How did you pull over? Song Manli's tone looked a bit annoyed and said in a tone that could not be refused. At those words, Zhao Feiyu immediately stopped the car. Song Manli opened the car door and walked down. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly chased after her. What's wrong? Isn't it angry? That was my boss just now. You don't have to explain anything to me. Song Manli revealed a bitter smile. I'm just tired. I want to be alone. You go. This is not far from my house. I'll just walk back. But, no buts. You go back. Zhao Feiyu nuzzled his mouth and ultimately did not continue to pursue. Looking at Song Manli's forlorn back, after Zhao Feiyu returned to the car, he immediately took out the phone. Can you help me investigate one thing? What is it? Zhang Baiyu's voice came from the phone. You help me look up Song Manli from Tianhai University's 17/TH Finance Department, and her family situation. Okay, No problem. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu leaned against the back of the seat and closed his eyes. There were many things that he encountered tonight. All of them gave Zhao Feiyu a lot of experience. It was useless to just have money. While having money, you have to have power. Money can't generate power. It's only when you have power that you can make money, even if you are rich. For example, Shen Wansen still can't fight Chu Changba. Suddenly opening his eyes, Zhao Feiyu's mind seemed to have a plan. Ding bell bell. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Baiyu called. Things are all investigated clearly. This Song Monli, when she was in her junior year of college, she dropped out because of a change in her family. Her grandfather was the last hand of Yunwan City. Her father went out to sea to do business. Later, after her father returned to China, he focused his energies on Yunwan City. But that year, her father's company's products ate out of the problem, but also 8 people dead. Her grandfather also fell down because of this incident and was audited and investigated. It was later realized that it was caused by her father's rival company framing her. Although the matter was investigated clearly, but no one believed in her father's company anymore. So the business fell apart, and her grandfather completely collapsed because he was suspected of giving her father the green light. Hearing this, the cell phone in Zhao Feiyu's hand barfed down, muttering under his breath, "How can this be? How can this be? Junior year, wasn't that the year we broke up? Hello? Hello?" Zhao Feiyu snapped awake and hurriedly picked up his cell phone to ask, "How is it that there isn't a bit of news about this matter in the outside world?" Because of her grandfather's reason, being a hand in Yunwan City, the impact was too harsh, so it was officially suppressed, and only then was it not reported in the outside world. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu then understood why Song Monli had that expression when she was being pursued by herself just now. It turned out that during those years, she had actually experienced such tragic things. Bang! Zhao Feiyu slammed his fist into the steering wheel. Why? Why didn't she tell me in the first place? If she told me, I would have faced it with you. There was a silence on the phone. Zhang Baiyu on the opposite side didn't say anything as she listened to Zhao Feiyu's whimpering voice. A moment later, Zhao Feiyu took a deep breath and raised his head. "Baiyu, give me the account number. That $3 billion, I'll vote." Good. Zhang Baiyu knew that Zhao Feiyu had something on his mind. It did not show surprise. It just said stoically, "Don't worry. The profit from this matter will definitely exceed your imagination." Right. This Song Monli, is the girl beside you today? Right. Zhao Feiyu returned breathlessly, then hung up the phone. After the phone hung up, on the other side, Zhang Baiyu immediately said to the person beside him, "Go find out where this Song Monli works, and tell someone to take special care of her." Yes. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu, in his mind were all the stories that had happened. Regret, guilt, all of the emotions surged up at once. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly wanted to get drunk. Looking at the neon bar on the side of the road, Zhao Feiyu sadly walked in. Inside the bar, the blinding light, deafening DJ sound, let Zhao Feiyu like a dream. Just then, the DJ on stage suddenly shouted, "Congratulations to Mr. Gao and Mr. Li of card seat 18, who are happy to receive 3 sets of 180,000, 888 Supreme Dragon sets." The words trailed off. The lights of the entire nightclub all gathered over Cardinal 18. All the sexy little girls in the Atmosphere group cheered at once. Colorful papers flew all over the sky. A dozen or so sexy waitresses dressed in soccer cheerleader outfits, holding lighted signs, walked in style from the distance. While showing off to everyone, they waved the lighted signs in their hands. This scene immediately attracted Zhao Feiyu. Looking along with it, Zhao Feiyu's eyes immediately widened. Gao Chang? Li Dong? Seeing these two, Zhao Feiyu immediately felt a wave of incredulity. It had only just come out of the hotel. Unexpectedly, they had come here as well. Only, beside Gao Chang, Li Dong and the duo, there was also a condescending, glasses-wearing, slightly balding middle-aged man sitting beside them. Moreover, the duo's attitude towards this man appeared to be very humble and ingratiating. On second thought, Zhao Feiyu realized, Zhang Baiyu had blocked their 2 companies. It seemed like they should be looking for someone to remedy the situation. Thinking slightly, Zhao Feiyu snapped his fingers. The waiter immediately walked over. "Sir, is there anything you need? How much is that what's-his-name dragon set?" "That's our family's great divine dragon set. The most expensive of the black gold edition is 188,888. Good. He's the one. Give me 3 sets. What? The waiter's eyes widened at once. Sir, you didn't say it wrong. Did you? Or did I hear wrong? 3 sets? I didn't say it wrong. And you didn't hear it wrong. Give me 3 sets as well. Zhao Feiyu looked at Gao Chang on the opposite side and said indifferently, "What? Afraid I can't afford to consume?" Seeing that the waiter was still standing there, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but frown. No no no. This one is not. I'll go prepare it for you right now, the waiter said and prepared to leave. After all, here, he hadn't seen anyone who could escape/order, because the boss behind their house was no ordinary person. Wait, Zhao Feiyu immediately called out to the waiter. I'm too bored to be alone, call me a drinker. Okay, Zhao Feiyu wasn't stupid. The money wasn't worth spending on his body. The only way to get cash back was to spend it on a woman. Chapter 18, Getting Drunk at the Bar. Not long after, the bar's light suddenly changed. Then it directly hit Zhao Feiyu's body. With the shouts of the host on the DJ stage, everyone all cheered. Congratulations to Mr. Zhao of card seat 8, who was pleased to receive 3 sets of 18,888 Supreme Divine Dragon sets. The next moment, sexy, beautiful girls in cheerleader uniforms held up lighted signs and waved them frantically at everyone around them. This scene immediately attracted the attention of Gao Chang and the others across the street. Zhao Feiyu? When they saw that it was actually Zhao Feiyu who had ordered 3 sets of Divine Dragon sets, their eyes immediately widened. Thinking about what had just happened, Gao Chang and Li Dong immediately became furious. The 4 eyes looked at each other. The corner of Zhao Feiyu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a provocative smile. Manager Li, it's this kid. Li Dong immediately pointed at Zhao Feiyu and said to the middle-aged man beside him. He's the one who called in Zhang Baiyu and said he wanted to block us. Right, it's him, Gao Chang on the side echoed. However, he saw this middle-aged man faintly smiled and said, it seems that it should just be a guy who has had a one-sided relationship with our president. In the Jiaxing group, I haven't seen him. The reason why our president said such a thing is just to give him a face. However, the project of the Times Square, it's not still up to me to decide? Right. Manager Li is right. Hearing this, Li Dong immediately had a ray of hope in his heart. Then, I'm counting on Manager Li for this matter. This is simple. However, this kid is also a little too arrogant. He even ordered 3 Divine Dragon sets as well. We can't be overwhelmed by him. There's an unwritten rule in the bar called a wine fight. The anger you guys suffered just now can't just be let go. This, Gao Chang immediately showed a difficult face. Just now, in order to please Manager Li, he had already ordered 3 Divine Dragon sets. One set was $800, and 3 sets would be $500, or $600, What's the point of standing stupidly? Why don't you hurry up and order again? Li Dong, who was aware of the situation, immediately comprehended it, then hurriedly chided Gao Chang. But, this is already $560,000, Gao Chang said with a difficult face. If the Times Square project is taken down, these are just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, today this matter is caused by you. Who will pay the bill if you don't pay the bill? Well, Gao Chang gritted his teeth and once again asked the waiter for 3 sets of Supreme Divine Dragon. Once again, congratulations to Mr. Gao and Mr. Li of card seat 18 for the 3 sets of Supreme Edition Divine Dragon sets worth $188,888. The lighting atmosphere on Zhao Feiyu's side hadn't finished yet. It was immediately pulled over directly by the other party. Woohoo! Inside the bar, the atmosphere of the scene was directly ignited, instantly reaching a high/peak. Supreme Divine Dragon. Number 18 is mighty. No, 18 is mighty. Go for number 8. Go. No. 8. The members of the bar's atmosphere group immediately began to rise up. The situation of a wine fight was instantly formed. Looking at this gasp-inducing image, Gao Chang, who was still a bit reluctant just now, immediately felt that it was worth every penny. At the same time, he did not forget to proudly raise his middle finger to Zhao Feiyu, as if saying again, if you're capable, you can have 3 more sets. However, what Gao Chang and the others didn't expect was, Zhao Feiyu also directly spoke to the waiter beside him. The next moment, congratulations to Mr. Zhao, card holder number 8, for the 3 sets of Supreme Divine Dragon. $1 million was spent at once. The pressure was instantly given to Gao Chang and the others. Again, that manager of the Jiaxing Group's project department shouted with extreme excitement as well. Hearing this, Gao Chang's face instantly turned ashen. His family fortune was about to be emptied. The other students who came in with them also all talked to each other. Oh my god, this Zhao Feiyu is too awesome. Directly coming with 6 sets of Supreme Divine Dragons. I'm afraid this is over $1 million. I really didn't expect Zhao Feiyu to be so rich. I really don't understand why his wife divorced him. Oi, our class president has kicked the can down the road. Is this still the same Zhao Feiyu who was just mocked at the dinner table for being a hanging pauper? Can it be that the Porsche he's driving is really his own? I think it's possible. To be able to hook up with the Jiaxing Group, just ask who is an ordinary person. Looks like we all underestimated Zhao Feiyu. This kid, He's been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger all along. Low profile, too low profile. Come again. The project manager shouted loudly. Li Dong hurriedly signaled to Gao Chang. However, Gao Chang shook his head with difficulty this time. I don't have any money. Helplessly, Li Dong could only pay out of his own pocket. There was a lot of back and forth. In the end, it ended with Zhao Feiyu coming up with 18 sets of Supreme Divine Dragon sets. This was because even Li Dong just could not carry it anymore. Together with Gao Chang's 6 Supreme sets, Li Dong also asked for 8 sets of Divine Dragon Supreme. Adding up, it had already exceeded $2.5 million. Now Li Dong seriously suspected that this project manager was a wine shopper. At this time, Manager Li was also greeted by the accompanying beauty and got drunk. Zhao Feiyu has become the most beautiful boy in the whole bar. Unconsciously, Zhao Feiyu was a little dizzy and ready to leave. When he came to the front desk to settle the bill, Zhao Feiyu unexpectedly saw Li Dong and the others also staggering out. Seeing that Zhao Feiyu was also here, Gao Chang couldn't help but snort. Zhao Feiyu, your kid wants to block us in Jianbei City. It's impossible until who here doesn't? Gao Chang pointed to the balding Manager Li who was being supported by 2 beautiful women beside him. Joshing Group Times Square project manager. With him, this project is still ours. Is that so? Zhao Feiyu narrowed his eyes and sneered. For the sake of today's matter, ordering 14 sets of Supreme Divine Dragons is a price to pay. I don't know if you guys are purposely trying to climb up against me, or are you just trying to curry favor with him? He shouldn't be a wine shopper here, right? Upon hearing this, Li Dong forced himself to endure the feeling of vertigo, braced himself against the wall and said, Zhao Feiyu, this matter today, I've remembered it. This matter is not over. I'm telling you, you'll damn well wait and see, said. Directly knocked away Zhao Feiyu came to the front desk shouted, check out. Hello sir, card number 18, right? You've spent a total of $2,522,000. Only $2.5 million? What is this? Li Dong shakily pulled out his bank card and slapped it on the table. But the next moment, he jolted awake. What? How much did you say? Sir, a total of $2,522,000. You have ordered a total of 14 sets of Supreme Divine Dragons, and we have already waived all other drinks for you. At this instant, Li Dong's drunkenness instantly woke up for the most part. Gao Chang, pull out the money. Li Dong looked at the bank card on the front stage and hurriedly turned around to ask Gao Chang for it. Helplessly, Gao Chang could only take out his own bank card and hand it over. There was no way who called today's matter. He was the one who caused it. Chapter 19, Supreme Dragon Set. I'm sorry sir, there's only $1,200,000 in this card, and this card of yours has been frozen. Li Dong first swiped Gao Chang's bank card, but when it came to his own bank card, he was told that it had been frozen. It can't be. This is the money I just borrowed from the bank for the project. There are more than $30 million in it. Li Dong hurriedly explained. Sir, this card has indeed been frozen. Why don't you contact the bank side? Li Dong immediately panicked a little. Then he hurriedly took out his phone and called out. Hello? Manager Guan. What's going on with my card? How did it get frozen? Li Dong directly dialed the bank manager's number. It's like this Mr. Li, the Joshing Group gave the order to block you just a few hours ago, so the bank's senior management decided to cancel your special loan funds. Hello? What's wrong with you guys? You can still get back the money you lent out? I'm telling you, I've already found someone to campaign for this Times Square project. The project manager is still with me, so hurry up and untie me. This matter still needs to be confirmed. Why don't I discuss it with the senior leaders tomorrow? No, right now. I need the money now. I'm sorry about that. We're all off duty already. There's no way to get it for you. How about tomorrow morning you come to my place and I'll handle it for you? Brown. Li Dong was so angry that he directly slammed his cell phone on the ground. Then he turned to Gao Chang and said, you can advance this money today. My bank card is frozen. Tomorrow I'll go and open it and return it to you. Gao Chang's face showed bitterness. Brother Dong, the card is all given to you. Just the $1.5 million. I really don't have any more. What's the point? I still don't know you? Hurry up. Isn't it just over $2 million? After taking down the Times Square project, all this is just a drop in the bucket. But I really don't have any more. Ha ha. Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly laughed out loud. What's the point of acting like a big-tailed wolf when you don't have any money? And come with 14 sets of Divine Dragon Supreme? With this strength of yours? Still want to bribe the project manager? Look at people leaving. Li Dong Gaoqiong turned to look, only to see that Manager Li had long since run out of sight. Take a look at how much mine is? Zhao Feiyu asked without lifting his head. Sir, you spent $3,400,000 tonight. We've automatically upgraded you to a black gold membership card. After discounting it comes down to $3,200,000. In addition, the Supreme Divine Dragon that you didn't finish. We've already stored it up for you. The next time you come over, you can directly continue to enjoy it. Zhao Feiyu nodded his head in satisfaction, then paid under everyone's gaze. Payment successful. After seeing these 4 big words, Li Dong and Gao Chang's faces were ashen. No one had expected that Zhao Feiyu would actually be so rich, and after the payment was successful, in Zhao Feiyu's mind, a system prompt also rang out. Consumption successful. 10x cashback of 3.2 million. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu smiled in satisfaction. Everyone, your bill. The front desk cashier lady urged Gao Chang and the others once again. Call for the money. What are you standing around for? If it wasn't for you kid today, could I have this kind of thing? I'm telling you, you have to pay for this bill today. Li Dong blamed Gao Chang for all the faults. It's fine if you don't buy it. The Times Square project, you kid don't follow it either. With these words, Gao Chang could only look at the others helplessly. Classmates, do you think you should? However, when he hadn't finished his words, the high school classmates who followed them here all excused themselves and left. Class president, you know, I only have $3,000 a month. Me too. I said I'm a company executive, but I'm actually a security guard. I suddenly remembered that my grandmother is getting married tomorrow. I'm leaving first. Yeah, my daughter-in-law is having a baby. I'll go first. My daughter-in-law is having a baby too. Let's go together. Brown, Li Wei, you are still single. Looking at the students who followed along, flattered him and touted him infinitely, Gao Chang completely felt what is called the walls fall down and what is called the hearts of the people are thin and cold. Under no circumstances, he can only call his wife. However, the family's savings were only more than $900,000, which was not enough to pay the bills. What? You have the ability to order Supreme Divine Dragon and you don't have money to pay the bill? Right at this moment, the nightclub security guards didn't know when they had surrounded the duo. Looking at these social youths with tattoos of dragons and tigers, Li Dong and Gao Chang instantly turned ashen. Brother Dong, we are just short of more than $300,000. Think of something, Gao Chang said with a difficult face. I don't care. If you hadn't pulled me into the private room today, would I have followed you into bad luck? I'll tell you, today you can't have this money even if you pay it out. You can't have it even if you don't pay it out. After saying that, Li Dong said to the surrounding security guards with a series of arches, everyone, today is his treat. It has nothing to do with me. I'll leave first. After saying that, Li Dong left in large strides without looking back, leaving behind only a dumbfounded Gao Chang. Stealing a chicken doesn't work. Gao Chang, you started all the things today. Eat your own fruit. After saying that, Zhao Feiyu also turned around and left. When Zhao Feiyu woke up the next day, but found himself in the middle of a hotel, shaking his head with a bit of a splitting headache, Zhao Feiyu ruthlessly wiped his face. Looking at the time, it was already more than 10 in the morning, and there was also a missed call from Zhang Baiyu. Zhao Feiyu then remembered that the $3 billion he promised to invest had not yet been called. Zhang Baiyu's account number was sent over last night. Zhao Feiyu immediately took out his cell phone to transfer the money. After the transfer was successful, Zhang Baiyu's phone call soon came over. Is brother Feiyu up yet? Did you think I forgot to transfer money to you? He. Zhang Baiyu laughed awkwardly. No, I just had a matter of my own accord and wanted to ask you to see if I need it. What is it? About Song Manli's matter. What is it? Zhao Feiyu asked in a hurry. I know that she's your first girlfriend, and when you asked me to investigate her yesterday, our people found out that your first girlfriend, Song Manli, used to excel in all subjects for 3 consecutive years when she was in college. It's too bad that family reasons led to dropping out of school. Otherwise she would have been an outstanding PhD in finance by now, perhaps even recruited by some international companies. Earning millions of dollars a year is no problem, so I thought about it and discussed it with the people at Tianhai University, so that she could repeat the university and finish her studies. Now I've already gotten the notice of repetition here. Do you think I'll have someone send it over to you now? Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu sat up violently. Really? Of course it's true. Then I'll ask someone to send it over to you now. So send the address. Chapter 20, Going to Find Song Manli. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu hurriedly sent the address to Zhang Baiyu. For Song Manli, Zhao Feiyu felt that he owed her too much. If compensation could be made, that naturally couldn't be better. Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu immediately washed up. Then he prepared to go find Song Manli. Not long after, Zhang Baiyu's people also sent over the notice of repetition. Zhao Feiyu pondered slightly. Song Manli should be at work at this moment. Otherwise, he should directly go over and give her a surprise. Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu immediately drove towards Lilian Cosmetics Company. This company that Song Manli was in. It was mainly focused on cosmetic promotion. And when Zhao Feiyu arrived here, he froze. Isn't this where Li Shanchan works? How come Song Manli and Li Shanshan work together? Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu parked his car and walked upstairs. The office of Lillian Cosmetics Limited was in a comprehensive office building. A building with dozens of floors. There were 7 or 8 companies all gathered here. Following the instructions in the lobby, Zhao Feiyu directly arrived at the 13th floor where Lillian Cosmetics was located. Its location was located in Block B, covering an area of over 1,000 square feet. And just as Zhao Feiyu walked to the door, a noisy quarrel could be heard coming from inside. Supervisor, I spent 3 days making this promotion program. It's impossible for there to be a mistake. A voice with a strong sense of grievance came from inside. Listening to the voice seemed as if it could cry out in the next second. Look at what kind of shit you made. Can you show it to your customers when it's made like this? A sharp middle-aged female voice bellowed. If it wasn't for Shan Shan's timely remedy today, would this $500,000 order have been ruined by you? How much do you get in a month? Can you afford to pay for it? This single you don't follow anymore. Follow-up handover, let Shan Shan do it. Deduct your half-year performance bonus? If you can do it. If you can't do it, get the hell out of here. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu pushed the door in, then politely knocked on the door. Excuse me, is Song Manli here? Instantly, the gazes of everyone in the arena all gathered on the aggrieved girl. Only then did Zhao Feiyu realize that the person he had just reprimanded was actually Song Manli. Zhao Feiyu? Just at this moment, someone in the office seemed to recognize Zhao Feiyu, because before, Zhao Feiyu often delivered food to Li Shanshan. Many people in their company recognized Zhao Feiyu. Here to find Sister Shanshan again, right? But I heard that you guys are divorced, aren't you? Are you unable to let go of Sister Shanshan? So you came over to ask for a remarriage? That said, a man should have a bigger pattern. Bow your head, admit your mistake, and let this matter go. Everyone in the office thought that Zhao Feiyu had come to find Li Shanshan, and at this moment, Li Shanshan just happened to enter the office with the chief manager. It did not see Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu smiled slightly and walked in, just in time to see the red-eyed Song Manli. What's wrong? Zhao Feiyu walked straight over. The others around them froze. How? The script isn't right. How Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli? You don't know it yet. It was Li Shanshan who cheated first, that's why they divorced. I know. Zhao Feiyu, this trick is really high. In front of Li Shanshan face bubble our company's other girls. This is killing heart. I heard that Li Shanshan hooked up with the general manager of Sunrise Design. That's our boss's old public company. It's nothing. What are you doing here? Song Manli took a deep breath and wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes. To give you a gift, Zhao Feiyu said, and was about to take out the notice of repetition. And right at this moment, Li Shanshan suddenly walked out from the office. When she saw Zhao Feiyu, she couldn't help but be a little flustered. If Zhao Feiyu said something about her cheating in front of everyone in the company, then she would be disgraced. Zhao Feiyu? What are you doing here? Li Shanshan's voice immediately attracted the others. Everyone poked their heads out ready to eat melon. The only way now was to quickly get Zhao Feiyu to leave. But what Li Shanshan didn't know was that the fact that she had cheated on her husband had already spread throughout the company. I'm telling you, there's no possibility between us, know what I mean? Don't you pester me anymore. However, what made Li Shanshan groundless was, Zhao Feiyu didn't give a damn about her. Instead, he pulled up Song Manli's hand and prepared to leave the place. What are you doing? You let go of her. Li Shanshan instantly felt disgraced and immediately reprimanded. Song Manli, you don't want to work anymore, do you? It's work time now? Hurry back to your position. And right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly associated the words he heard at the door just now, as well as Song Manli's aggrieved appearance. Immediately, he realized that it was probably Li Shanshan who had bullied Song Manli. Is it her? Zhao Feiyu asked Song Manli with a gloomy face. Song Manli immediately lowered her head and didn't say anything. Although there were no words, it already proved everything. Li Shanshan, what the hell do you have against me? What are you doing to her? Zhao Feiyu was instantly furious. What do you want? A trace of panic flashed across Li Shanshan's face. I called security. Why is it so noisy outside? Not working? Just at this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the office. Looking along with it, only to see a middle-aged woman wearing straight pants, high heels, and short hair walk out. Zhao Feiyu, what are you doing here? Aren't you and Shan Shan already divorced? Seeing Zhao Feiyu, the short-haired woman immediately questioned. Seeing the supervisor come out, Zhao Feiyu pulled Song Manli over with one hand. Why are you bullying her? Her? The short-haired woman froze slightly. What's your relationship with her? My girlfriend, Zhao Feiyu said stiffly. Wait, my brain is a little messed up. You and Shan Shan are husband and wife, even though they're divorced. But now how? Are you and Song Manli? The short-haired woman said with some confusion. It's okay for Li Shan Shan to derail and find a man. Can't I find a girlfriend after divorce? this word came out. Li Shanshan instantly changed her face. Who are you talking about cheating? It was you who hooked up with this stinky bitch first, letting me find out before I got divorced. And now you're backtracking and insulting me in front of so many people in the company? Zhao Feiyu froze and looked at Li Shanshan in a somewhat odd way. Li Shanshan, after a few years of marriage, I've never found you to be such a brazen person. That day in the hotel I caught the adulterer in the bed. You and Zhang Jiakai had no clothes on, and I even called your parents to watch it with me. And you're now saying that I betrayed you first? Be a man with a conscience, okay? Hearing this, the other employees in the company immediately covered their mouths and laughed in a low voice. But not waiting for Li Shanshan to get angry, Zhao Feiyu once again questioned the supervisor. What's going on with Song Manli? She didn't come to work here to be aggravated. Seeing this scene, the supervisor suddenly laughed. When you and Li Shanshan were married in the past, I've never seen you defend Shanshan so much, and now you're questioning me for your little girlfriend? Well then, ask her what's going on. Zhao Feiyu grabbed Song Manli's hand and held it tightly. A strong sense of security instantly came from his hand. Chapter 21 President Qian. Song Manli slowly raised her head, looked at the supervisor and the furious Li Shanshan, clenched her teeth and said loudly, the program was made by me in 3 days and 3 nights. The content in the USB flash drive is not at all what I gave to the client. What Li Shanshan is holding in her hand is the program I made. You fart. Do you have any evidence? Li Shanshan immediately drank it down. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu already understood what was going on. A first girlfriend and an ex-wife. They should be the two people Zhao Feiyu was most familiar with. Something like this had happened. Zhao Feiyu could think with his toes who was right and who was wrong. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu looked around. Who is the ghost? Wouldn't it be fine to investigate the surveillance? If there's no surveillance, just ask the building administrator to see who's been in and out of the office lately. Won't that do? Jumping to conclusions based on just one mouth. Supervisor Dai. If you do this, you'll send a chill down the spine of your subordinates. Hearing this, Li Shanshan instantly changed her face, but immediately afterward, she let her heart drop. Zhao Feiyu. Supervisor Dai frowned, slightly displeased. Regardless of who's right and who's wrong, this is our company's business, and now that you and Shanshan are divorced, you're considered an outsider. So this matter, it doesn't have much to do with you, does it? Zhao Feiyu sniffed, and swept Song Manli into his arms. Didn't I say so? Song Manli is my girlfriend. If my girlfriend is aggrieved, it's related to me. It's your company's business, but if you slander my girlfriend, then it's related to me. This happened in your company. If it happened outside, then the ones who slander people and steal things will all be arrested. Understand? Supervisor Dai's gaze stared at Song Manli. Song Manli, are you sure you want to do this? This matter is over. I can withdraw the punishment of half a year's performance salary for you. If you insist on doing this, you may lose your job. I also know that your family situation is not very good. This job may be very important to you. You just came to the company. How to choose? You yourself should be clear. Hearing, Song Manli immediately changed her face, fearing that Zhao Feiyu on the side would hear something. Immediately afterward, Song Manli pulled Zhao Feiyu's foot and whispered with a few moments of supplication. Feiyu, let it go. It's already in the past, so don't pursue it. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's face immediately turned cold. He looked at Song Manli with some incredulity. Was this still the confident and proud Song Manli from back then? Once upon a time, her grandfather was a hand in Yunduan City. Her father was a business magnate in Yunduan City. She was a high and mighty princess. And now, surprisingly, she was groveling for the sake of a subsistence job. Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu's heart, like a knife cut. If he did not agree to break up with her to face that bitter years, perhaps the current her, too, would not be like this. Why don't you pursue this? Zhao Feiyu's attitude immediately hardened. It's not like you did anything wrong? After saying that, he looked at Supervisor Dai. Investigate. This matter must be investigated to the bottom. Hearing this, Li Shanshan was instantly anxious. If this is investigated, she will definitely be exposed. Just as she was panicking, the boss of Lilian Cosmetics and a group of people walked in from outside. Looking with them, she saw that Zhang Jiakai was also among them. This company was one of the several shareholders of Rising Sun Design, a company invested for his wife. Today, he came over and stopped by to inspect the inspection. What's going on? Are you all standing around here? Only to see a middle-aged woman with a somewhat blonde figure, a head of curly hair draped over her shoulders, and wearing a wide floral dress walk in with an unfavorable face. This person was clearly the owner of Lilian Cosmetics, the wife of a Rising Sun shareholder. Beside her, his husband stood there without a word, watching all this with interest. He also wanted to see how his wife managed the company on a regular basis. It was obviously work time now, and this group of people gathered here, not knowing what they were doing. It's like this. Supervisor Dai immediately stepped forward and talked about what had just happened. Zhao Feiyu was at the side and didn't add to the conversation. Seeing this, behind him, Zheng Jiakai immediately walked up. Director Zhou, this Li Shanshan is my current girlfriend. Oh, Jiakai? You kid can your hand is reaching out to my wife's company. The middle-aged man known as Director Zhou immediately laughed. No, it's all coincidence. It's all coincidence. Zheng Jiakai waved his hands repeatedly. However, when he saw Director Zhou walk up, he didn't even look at Zhao Feiyu. He directly said to his wife, this Li Shanshan is also an old employee of the company. Surely it's impossible to do such a thing. This time it must be this newcomer who got it wrong. Let's just forget about this matter. Aha! The middle-aged woman nodded her head, and didn't want to go deeper into this matter. After all, this matter didn't delay anything. So with a wave of her hand, she directly said, alright, let's forget about this matter. All go to work. Hearing this, Li Shanshan was relieved and secretly gave Zheng Jiakai a squeeze. Zheng Jiakai followed Director Zhou to come here today. Is to give Li Shanshan courage to come, also can be regarded as let Director Zhou and his wife recognize people. In the future, there will also be a good care. He didn't expect to meet Zhao Feiyu here and have such a thing happen. On what grounds? Zhao Feiyu was the first to be unconvinced. It's obvious that the fruits of my girlfriend's labor were stolen. You guys are defending the old staff so much. How does this make the other staff think about this matter? I must be given an explanation today. And who are you? The boss asked with a displeased face. An employee of our company? Supervisor Dai immediately explained. He's Song Manli's boyfriend. This is an internal matter of our company. What does it have to do with you? The boss blankly glanced at Zhao Feiyu and didn't bother. Wait. And right at this moment, the Director Zhou behind him, however, suddenly asked pointedly, what did you just say? What's her name? Director Dai was a bit confused and blinked. Song Manli. Hearing this, Director Zhou's face suddenly changed for a while, then said in an undeniable tone, since someone else cried out for injustice, there must be an explanation for this matter. Investigate thoroughly to the end to see what's going on? Hearing this, everyone all looked at Director Zhou incredulously. Even his wife asked with some skepticism, what's wrong with you? What does this matter have to do with you? Do you know this Song Manli? Director Zhou pulled his wife to the side and explained in a low voice. Last night at the dinner party, Chairman Qian and Jiaxing Group's people were having dinner, and then asked me about something, saying that there is a newcomer called Song Manli in the Liren Cosmetics company that I opened for you, and that I should take care of her, and that I'm here with you today for this matter. And I didn't think that this would happen. President Qian? That's the president of that Jianbei City Fooding Chamber of Commerce? Director Zhou's wife runs this company and has a certain understanding of the shopping malls in Jianbei City. Chapter 22, Favorability Soars. This Chairman Qian was a business bigwig that they worshipped under their feet. If he said that, he must have something to do with this Song Manli. So what now? Director Zhou pondered slightly. His face straightened. In this matter, we must give Song Manli an explanation, or else Chairman Qian's side will definitely not spare us. But isn't Li Shanshan also the girlfriend of your company's manager Zheng? Zheng Jiakai is nothing. Can he be compared to Chairman Qian? I know. With that, the duo immediately came before the crowd, only to see the boss's wife thundering to Supervisor Dai's command. This Mr. Zhao is right. If we don't investigate thoroughly and clearly, it'll chill all the employees' hearts. Call people over and start investigating this matter. Whoever makes a wording that slanders a colleague, don't blame me for not giving face. Ah! Li Shanshan instantly exclaimed in shock, and hurriedly cast a supplicating gaze at Zheng Jiakai. The source of this matter still had to start from Zhao Feiyu's recent divorce. That day, Zhao Feiyu met Song Manli and went to eat at the Cloud restaurant. He met Zheng Jiakai and Li Shanshan. From that day on, Li Shanshan remembered Song Manli. Who would have thought that the next day there would be a new person in their company? It was none other than Song Manli. Until yesterday at the class reunion, Li Shanshan once again met Song Manli at the party. Finally, she also saw Song Manli and Zhao Feiyu leaving together holding hands. All of that had caused Li Shanshan to develop a rage of revenge. So today, she took this opportunity to drop the fruits of Song Manli's labor. When all the security guards pulled out the surveillance video, everyone looked at Li Shanshan, who came to the company before 6 o'clock this morning. All of them were silent. The company went to work at 8 o'clock. Li Shanshan came at less than 6 o'clock. You don't have to ask. You know there's a ghost. In the face of ironclad evidence, Li Shanshan's face was like ashes, and she sat down directly on the ground. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. Seeing this scene, everyone all felt unbelievable. Why would Li Shanshan do such a thing? She is the patriarch of our company. This project is only a few $100,000, and the bonus is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Is it worth it? I see. It's entirely because of Zhao Feiyu. Li Shanshan is taking revenge on Song Manli because of Zhao Feiyu. Hearing this, everyone then realized. Director Zhou righteously walked over to Song Manli and drank at Li Shanshan. As a veteran employee of the company, you don't defend the new employees and act as an example, but you even dare to steal others' achievements. If this is reported to the police, you're going to jail. The boss's wife walked over with her. Li Shanshan, seeing as you're an old employee of the company won't pursue this matter, but you'll stop here. The company won't allow people with bad behavior like you to appear. I'm now officially informing you that you're fired. After saying that, the duo looked at Song Manli. Ms. Song, are you still satisfied with the results of this treatment? Song Manli nodded, somewhat flattered. She didn't expect that the boss would treat her like this. Even Zhao Feiyu next to her was somewhat surprised. But on second thought, Zhao Feiyu then understood. If nothing else, it must be because of Zhang Baiyu. And behind him, Zhang Jiakai took a look at his wife being fired, immediately stepping forward to plead with Director Zhou. Director Zhou, Shanshan is my girlfriend. Look at this matter. Why don't we give a detention for observation? Hearing this, Director Zhou did not give Zhang Jiakai the slightest face, coldly snorted and said, if this thing happens in our company, happens to you, I will also be so dealt with. Manager Zhang, this kind of woman you are still a little far away from the good. Don't be dragged down by her. After saying that, Director Zhou and his wife left the place straight away. Supervisor Dai took a pitying look at Li Shanshan, then smiled and said to Song Manli, Li Shanshan is now leaving the company. Starting today, you will be in charge of her work, okay? When these words came out, the other employees were in an uproar. Li Shanshan was a veteran employee, and was also now in the position of team leader. This was to promote a newcomer, who had just been here for a few days, directly to a newcomer. This isn't good. What had just happened was just too mysterious. Song Manli simply didn't have time to digest everything that had just happened. Wait. Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu stopped Supervisor Dai before pulling Song Manli out the door. After exiting the door, Song Manli was blown by the wind and immediately calmed down a lot. Is it because of you? Song Manli immediately snapped out of it. What had just happened was simply too outrageous. It didn't matter if it was Supervisor Dai or the boss's wife. If there wasn't a special reason, it was impossible for them to do this against Li Shanshan. The only explanation, that was Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu smiled faintly and didn't explain. Instead, he directly took out the notice of repetition. After seeing on the notice, the 4 big words Tianhai University, Song Manli's pupils instantly shrunk. These 4 big words were her lifelong regret. That year was forced to leave school. Song Manli completely bid farewell to the university career. Now that she saw it again, the past was unbearable. A stream of hot tears instantly surged into her eyes and flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Everything about you. I know. That year you and I broke up. It was not some bullshit distance at all. I didn't realize until now that the distance was simply too much for our love. The change in your family cost you everything. I regret not facing it with you in the first place and letting you bear it all alone. Speaking of this, Zhao Feiyu took Song Manli into his arms. I'm sorry Manli. It's my fault. However, Song Manli's delicate body trembled and could no longer hold back, burying herself in Zhao Feiyu's arms and crying. After a long time had passed, only then did the two slowly separate. She had waited too long for this day. From now on, let me make it up to you for my previous faults, okay? This notice of repetition. It's from Tianhai University. You can return to the university now and continue repeating from your junior year. Then graduate successfully. Seeing everything Zhao Feiyu had done, Song Manli smiled in relief. When they broke up, it was also because they were unwilling to involve Zhao Feiyu. There was no such thing as who was right and who was wrong. And now everything is released. Zhao Feiyu divorce. This is the heavens give Song Manli a chance to return to Zhao Feiyu's side. But see Song Manli some trembling received the notice. And some fear said, after a few years, back to campus. I can still keep up? I believe in you. You will be able to do it. Back then, you were the best. Open the books. You are still the invincible female general. Zhao Feiyu clenched his fists and cheered Song Manli on. Song Manli slowly raised her head. Within those eyes, stars shone. A confident and powerful aura erupted from Song Manli's body. At the same time, Zhao Feiyu heard system prompts one after another. Song Manli favorability +5. Song Manli favorability +5. Song Manli favorable sense +5. In an instant, Song Manli's favorability, it directly skyrocketed to 95 points. Almost a little bit, it could reach 100 points. Zhao Feiyu sighed with some regret. It seemed that there was still a little bit of opportunity missing between this. At the same time, Song Manli's information was displayed in Zhao Feiyu's mind. Song Manli, 25. Favorability, 95. Face value, 95. Chapter 23 Traveling to Cloud City. Strolling through the garden downstairs, Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli were holding hands. Just then, Li Shanshan and Zhang Jiakai walked out in a sorry state. Seeing the happy two, Li Shanshan's eyes erupted with a sinister gaze. Zhao Feiyu, you wait for me. I'm not done with you on this one. Li Shanshan pointed at Zhao Feiyu and cursed in a shrill voice. You think she can sit in my position just because you got me out of office? I'm telling you, it's not that easy. This matter and you are immortal. From now on, either you die, or I die. After saying that, Li Shanshan twisted her head and left. Behind her, Zhang Jiakai hurriedly chased after her. Shanshan, wait for me. Get out of here. You piece of shit. Didn't you say that you and your chairman have a good relationship? Why am I the one being fired? Li Shanshan shouted hysterically. Then why did you steal someone else's flash drive? Blame me? Blame me, isn't it? That is Zhao Feiyu's girlfriend. I just won't let Zhao Feiyu feel good. The two of them drifted away. The corner of Zhao Feiyu's mouth inadvertently spread a cold smile. As Li Shanshan said, this was only the beginning. The hatred of the cuckolds is not shared. Zhao Feiyu was bound to make Li Shanshan lose her reputation. Back to the company again. Song Manli directly submitted an application to leave. This stunned supervisor died directly. Today's matter, everyone could see it. Director Zhou was deliberately defending Song Manli. If Song Manli left the company because of this, Director Zhou would not let her off the hook. Thinking of this, Supervisor Dai immediately chased out. Manli, wait, is there anything you're not satisfied with about this matter? I will definitely fulfill all of your requests. But saw Zhao Feiyu faintly smiled. Supervisor Dai, this matter, your company's handling we are very satisfied. But Manli has her higher pursuits. Leaving the company and this matter does not have the slightest relationship. If Director Zhou pursues this matter, you just answer as you are. After saying that, the two directly left the company. Supervisor Dai immediately called and told Director Zhou about this matter. And when Director Zhou came to the company, Zhao Feiyu and the others had already left. I hope Chairman Qian won't pursue this matter because of this. Director Zhou thought apprehensively. Other side. Car. Sitting in the car again. Song Manli said somewhat apologetically. I'm sorry, I thought that this car was really rented by you. Zhao Feiyu smiled slightly and said, it would have been unbelievable to say it, but from now on, we have to face each other openly. Song Manli nodded. Then what are you going to do next? Zhao Feiyu pondered slightly. I want to go see your family. Your father was also once a mall lord. Because of that incident he was devastated. If possible, I want him to come out. Ah! Song Manli exclaimed at once. But he's not in business anymore. It's nothing. I'll convince him. He had returned overseas and reigned supreme in Cloud City. If he decays because of this, wouldn't it be a waste of a lifetime of fame? If he can return, I will support him as a right. Like old General Huang Zhong. He can shake the Jianghu again. Zhao Feiyu said in a spirited manner. Hearing this, Song Manli's blood also surged. Then shall we go back now? Zhao Feiyu nodded. Well, you go back and pack up. We'll go directly to Yunduan City. And then you can report to Tianhai University. Afterwards, Zhao Feiyu sent Song Manli back to the rental house. Then he immediately came to the hospital himself. This trip to Yunduan City was estimated to take several days. In order to avoid Zhang Yufei from worrying, Zhao Feiyu still decided to personally come over to say something. Walking into the hospital room with some nutrients, Zhao Feiyu saw that Zhang Yufei was feeding her aunt thin porridge. Seeing Zhao Feiyu enter, a surprise flashed through Zhang Yufei's beautiful eyes. Full favorability. Zhang Yufei had already poured her heart into Zhao Feiyu relatively. Auntie, feeling better? Zhao Feiyu put his things down and asked with concern. Better, the surgery went well. Feiyu, thank you, Auntie said with heartfelt gratitude. Once upon a time, she didn't know how many times she wanted to die in one go, not to drag Zhang Yufei down. But Zhang Yufei kept encouraging her, giving her hope to live. Feiyu Auntie looked at Zhao Feiyu with a kind face. Yufei told me everything, and the cost of the surgery this time, all of it was borne by you. Of course, I can also see how Yuffie feels about you. Saying this, Auntie placed Yuffie's hand on the back of Zhao Feiyu's hand. I hope you too live well in the future, and don't let down Yufei's feelings. Don't worry, Auntie, I will definitely treat Yufei well. Zhao Feiyu smiled faintly and looked at Zhang Yufei. The four eyes met. Zhang Yufei smiled happily. Just at this moment, Song Manli's phone call suddenly came over. Zhao Feiyu immediately got up and picked it up. Is everything packed up? I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu gave Zhang Yufei a look. Zhang Yufei understood and immediately walked out. There's something I want to confess to you. I like you, so I don't want to hide all these things from you. Zhao Feiyu directly said the things about Song Manli. Of course, in terms of feelings, Zhao Feiyu was still hiding something. Hearing about what happened to Song Manli, Zhang Yufei said regretfully, since that's the case, it's still necessary to help if you can, but that was your first love. Don't you have any feelings? Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but smile awkwardly. I confess this matter to you because I don't want to hide it from you, even though it was my first love. Emotionally, I can still carry it. Seeing this, Zhang Yufei smiled faintly and said with a generous smile, I know, I believe in you. I'll wait for you to come back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu gently swept Zhang Yufei into his arms, then whispered in his ear, everything beautiful has just begun. I will give you a splendid future. Zhang Yufei instantly trembled as she turned her head back and closed her divine eyes. Zhao Feiyu slightly lowered his head and gently kissed. A moment later, the two of them reluctantly parted. Zhang Yufei slightly tilted her head and laughed. Go, I'll wait for you to come back. Be safe on the road. Zhao Feiyu nodded and kissed the forehead again. Then he turned around and left the hospital, driving to Song Manli's rental house. Song Manli had already packed up her things in a big bag, put it in the car. Zhao Feiyu went to the mall to buy some more gifts before heading towards Yunwan City. Yunwan City was the neighboring city of Jiangbei. It was more than 400 kilometers away. It would take more than 3 hours to get there. The Porsche ran on the wide and flat highway. Soon the duo arrived in Yunwan City. Zhao Feiyu had been to Yunwan City a few times before. At that time, it was still Song Manli who brought him here. A few years had passed. Everything seemed to be fresh in his mind. The car drove towards an old neighborhood in the suburbs. Under Song Manli's guidance, the car finally stopped. Looking at the walls of the neighborhood where the wall skin was falling off, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but secretly lament. Back then, Song Manli and her family had lived in the Cloud Mountain residence villa in Cloud City. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli walked into the neighborhood with large bags. Chapter 24 Invitation to the Mountain. Ding dong. With an excited heart, Song Manli knocked on her door. Who is it? An old voice came from inside. Creak. The old wooden door was opened and Song Manli's grandfather, Song Beichao, opened the door. The old man's hair was white and full of wrinkles, but he was old and stood tall. The posture of the once Cloud City's hand was still built in. Manli? Song Beichao's instantly lit up, his voice filled with longing. Why did you come back, Grandpa? Seeing her family, Song Manli returned to her original jumpy and cute appearance. Walking through the door, Zhao Feiyu looked around. He found that this house of less than 100 square feet was cleaned up, and the balcony was filled with potted flowers. Where are my parents? Song Manli asked as she sat on her but on the sofa and wiggled her legs. Come to the guests also do not introduce the introduction. How to teach you in the weekdays, the old man said with warm anger. Song Manli instantly spat out her tongue playfully and said, this is my classmate, Zhao Feiyu, who came to our house before. Zhao Feiyu? The old man pondered slightly and immediately remembered. That's the boyfriend you talked to for 3 years in high school? How come you've started dating again now? Song Manli had also reached the age of talking about marriage. No one in the family was against these things either. Fate. Song Manli and Zhao Feiyu looked at each other and said with a faint smile, by the way, where did they go? My parents? After you went to Jiangbei City, the family recently dished up a restaurant, and they went to the restaurant to get busy. Hearing this, Song Manli couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness in her heart. What kind of person was his father back then? Now, he only opened a small restaurant to support his family. The old man straightened his clothes, then sat down and asked, what does the young man do for a living? Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately sat upright. Facing the old master's torture, Zhao Feiyu was inevitably a little nervous in his heart. It's not much of a serious job. I'm planning to invest in my own business. Oh, do you have any ideas? For this kind of daring young man, Song Beichao was still very appreciative, because Song Manli's father once was such an ideal, ambitious person. Ideas are not, like a headless fly, nowhere to start, lack of a navigator to take the lead. Zhao Feiyu said in his words. The old man raised his eyebrows and seemed to have heard another layer of meaning. Just at this moment, a sound of a door opening rang out. Several people turned around to look, only to see Song Manli's parents walk in from outside. Gu, it's finally dished up for him. This is really a waste of 9 cows and 2 tigers. Dad, that small restaurant was negotiated by Yun Feng. The other party offered $32,000. It was hard for Yun Feng to bargain $28,000 to close the deal. There's a guest in the house? Manly? The duo entered the door and were instantly delighted. Mom, where have you guys been? Song Manli walked over as if she was pampered and hurriedly hugged her mother. Zhang Meiji, Right. Where's my sister? Song Monli had another sister who was a middle school teacher. She was married before, but divorced when she heard that her family went bankrupt. It was still single now. Your sister is at school. By the way, why are you back? This one is? Song Monli was a little embarrassed as she introduced. Dad. Mom, let me introduce you. This is my classmate, Zhao Feiyu. You've met before. At those words, the duo immediately frowned. Back then, they had met at the same university. However, Song Monli's parents forced Song Monli to go to Tianhai University. Then something happened to the family. The duo never contacted each other again. Song Monli also didn't tell the duo about the breakup. This made Song Yunfeng think that Zhao Feiyu had heard about what happened in their family and that's why he proposed a breakup. Since they've already split up, what's the point of coming back and forth after all these years? Song Yunfeng snorted coldly and sat straight down. Zhao Feiyu looked at Song Monli in bewilderment, somewhat puzzled as to why her father had this attitude. It seemed like he hadn't done anything wrong, right, Uncle? Song Yunfeng interrupted Zhao Feiyu with a wave of his hand. I didn't approve of your matter back then, and even though our family has fallen out of favor now, I still don't agree with the two of you dating. Uncle, are you misunderstanding something? Misunderstanding? What can I misunderstand? A realistic and heartless person like you. What can I misunderstand about you? Song Yunfeng sternly reprimanded. Back then, did you break up with Monli as soon as you heard that our family had gone bankrupt? I haven't seen you guys hanging out all these years, so why are you suddenly in touch again? Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu suddenly came to a realization, and hurriedly gave Song Monli a look, asking her to explain. Dad, this you really misunderstood Feiyu. Back then when we broke up, Feiyu really didn't know anything. It was me who didn't want to drag him down. That's why I proposed to break up. It was only 2 days ago that we met again at our classmate reunion. Song Monli hurriedly explained. No matter what, as a man, can't you even have this bearing? Alright, you guys stop arguing. Right at this moment, Zhang Meiji stood out and interrupted the conversation between several people. Monli, come to the kitchen and help me pick vegetables. Let the few big men chat for a while. Oh, Song Monli walked towards the kitchen somewhat uneasily, afraid that her dad would make things difficult for Zhao Feiyu again. Uncle, I brought you and Grandpa a bit of wine. How about we have a drink later? The most direct way to chat with a man was cigarettes and wine. Saying that, Zhao Feiyu took out an old jar of about 5 pounds with the word Kong pasted on it in red paper. Kang's Winery? Old Master Song Beichao recognized the wine at once. Old Master is really knowledgeable. It seems like he's also a good wine drinker. Zhao Feiyu placed it on the coffee table. That's right. This is indeed a wine from Kang's Winery. As far as I know, this wine doesn't seem to be sold to the public. How did you get it? Song Yunfeng was also instantly interested. Wise eyes like a torch. But from this wine, he could tell that Zhao Feiyu was a bit unusual. A friend gave it to me. Brought it over for Uncle and Grandpa to try. Seeing the expressions on the duo's faces, Zhao Feiyu knew he had bought the right one. Although this wine wasn't sold to the public, the person who had it was selling it to the public. Under the sky, there was no such thing that money couldn't buy. Zhao Feiyu had originally prepared those flying and such, but when he thought that the Song family was once a great family, even the flying streams were still vulgar. It looked like he had chosen the right things after all. What do you do now? Song Yunfeng's attitude was slightly better. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu glanced at the old man and laughed. Preparing to invest in a business? No direction yet. It seems like you and Monli came back for certain purposes before you came back. Song Yunfeng's eyes were so tricky that he could tell Zhao Feiyu's thoughts with a glance. The words had come to this. Zhao Feiyu also no longer had something to hide. Opened the door and said, to be honest, Uncle, for your family's matter, I indeed had no knowledge of it back then. I also didn't know that Monli dropped out of school because of it. If I had known back then, I definitely wouldn't have stood by and watched. At the very least, I wouldn't have let Monli drop out of school, and let the Song family fall down. Ha! Song Yunfeng snorted at once. What a big mouth. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu didn't care. It just smiled faintly, pretending to be better than he was good at it again. It was only 2 days ago at the class reunion that I met Monli again and heard about what happened back then, and for that I really feel very guilty. Zhao Feiyu said sincerely. In order to make up for back then, my feelings towards Monli, I decided to let Monli continue to go back to Tianhai University to repeat her studies until she completes her education. And this time, when I visited my uncle and grandfather, I also had my own personal purpose. That is, I want my uncle to come out and once again stand at the pinnacle of Cloud City, or even, the pinnacle of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 25, Mistakenly Entering a Room. The moment these words came out, Song Yunfeng was actually a bit shocked. However, immediately afterward, he burst out laughing. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? Naturally, I know, Zhao Feiyu said indifferently. But I just don't know if uncle is a treasure. Song Yunfeng's gaze went from disdain at the beginning to gradual shock, to pondering over himself. How had he not thought about the rest of his life? Or rather, from the day he went bankrupt, fantasizing that he could rise to the top again, but as time passed day by day, to the gradual aging of his age, until today, he was 58 years old. According to the normal retirement time, in 2 more years, he would be able to enjoy his old age. However, he was unwilling to do so. Soon, Song Yunfeng snapped out of his short-lived emotions. Young man, do you know how much backbone you need to say this? Asking me to come out with the capital is not as simple as you think. Zhao Feiyu however shook his head confidently. Don't worry about that uncle. Right now I just want to ask you a question. Or rather ask yourself a question. Do you still want to walk up and down the shopping malls of this Yunwan city? Hearing this, Song Yunfeng couldn't help but look towards his father. However, Song Beichao didn't pay any attention to it, but instead, he was still interested in surveying the altar of wine on the table. He then stood up and walked towards the balcony, going to fiddle with his potted plants. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but smile. The old master's meaning was already clear. The decision was now in Song Yunfeng's hands. Whether he wanted to or didn't want to, it was all at his whim. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately struck the iron while it was hot and continued. If you are worried that your body is a bit overwhelmed, there is absolutely no need to worry about this point. Your role is just to play a guiding position. There is no need to do everything yourself. Hearing this, Song Yunfeng took a deep breath and asked, what direction and strategy do you have? Can you tell me about them? Zhao Feiyu, however, shook his head. The direction and strategy are in your hands, and I won't have any meddling in regards to all of this, because I know that even if I speak out my direction and strategy, you will still execute it with your own thoughts. Song Yunfeng slowly picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. At this tiny movement, Zhao Feiyu however saw that his right hand, which was holding the cup of tea, was trembling slightly. Clearly, he was undergoing a process of self-conviction. After a few moments, Song Yunfeng slowly looked up, his pair of tiger eyes staring dead at Zhao Feiyu as he asked, how much startup capital is there at the beginning? Zhao Feiyu slowly extended a finger. Seeing this scene, Song Yunfeng immediately frowned. $10 million? However, Zhao Feiyu shook his head. Seeing this, Song Yunfeng immediately stretched his brows. 100 million? However, Zhao Feiyu continued to shake his head. Song Yunfeng's hands propped up on his knees, his entire body slightly trembling as he asked, 1 billion? Only then did Zhao Feiyu nod his head. Hearing this, Song Yunfeng let out a long breath of turbid air, and the old man Song Beichao standing on the balcony couldn't help but look at Zhao Feiyu after hearing this figure. To be able to come up with $1 billion of startup capital at once, this showed that Zhao Feiyu's ability was definitely not trivial. Right at this moment, the old man slowly walked over before sitting down. I'm curious to know what your purpose is? Zhao Feiyu, however, turned his head to look at the kitchen, only to see that in the kitchen, Song Manli and his mother were busy cooking. Seeing this figure, Zhao Feiyu smiled faintly. I feel guilty that I didn't face the difficulties with Manli back then, and everything I'm doing now is to make amends and redeem myself. Hearing this, the old man nodded in satisfaction. From this, one could tell that Zhao Feiyu was a man of love and justice. It was absolutely reassuring to work with such a person. With that, the old master cast a pertinent look at Song Yunfeng. Receiving his old father's affirmation, Song Yunfeng nodded fiercely. Good, young man, if you trust me, I'll definitely earn you back 10 billion for this 1 billion. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu stood up excitedly. Uncle, don't worry, even if you lose all of this billion, I don't care. I will even continue to give you additional investment in the later stage. You can completely let go of the fight. Song Yunfeng sniffed slightly displeased. Young man, seems you are still a little uneasy about me. Do you really think I'm too old to be able to? Will you lose all of the billion? Zhao Feiyu immediately let out a laugh. Uncle, you misunderstood. I really don't mean this. What are you saying? So happy. Right at this moment, Song Manli tied her apron and walked out with her meal. Seeing Zhao Feiyu and his family getting along so happily and harmoniously, Song Manli was also instantly relieved. She was still worried that her dad would make things difficult for Zhao Feiyu, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Soon the meal was loaded and a table of delicious delicacies was neatly placed on the dining table. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly opened the wine and then found a wine dispenser to pour it for the old man and Song Yunfeng respectively. Grandpa, uncle, this cup of wine, the late generation toasts you, and also wishes us a prosperous victory. After saying this, Zhao Feiyu drank it all in one go. Hearing this, Song Manli was instantly a bit puzzled. What do you mean by flagging off a victory? What were you guys chatting about just now? Without waiting for Zhao Feiyu, opening his mouth, Song Yunfeng said, Fei Yu is planning to invest in me so that I can continue to return to my old business. Song Manli opened her mouth wide in surprise and looked at Zhao Fei Yu incredulously. Why didn't you say anything to me in advance? And hid this matter from my dad? And my dad is almost 60 this year. Where would he have the energy to help you with this? Zhao Fei Yu smiled somewhat apologetically. Uncle's previous company matter is also a matter of unresolved heart for him. Although he is over 100 years old, I believe that uncle, for the sake of his own dream, will definitely not give up. And I've already explained to uncle, do not personally do everything, as long as the money can be resolved things to let the underlings to do, so it is not very tired. Hearing this, Song Manli then nodded with relief. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhao Fei Yu said to Song Yunfeng, if the funds are available tomorrow, but I'll transfer them to Manli first. Why? Song Yunfeng was a bit puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to transfer this money directly to him? Why bother being so troublesome? However, Zhao Fei Yu shook his head. Although it's troublesome and an extra procedure, it means something different to me. Song Yunfeng nodded and didn't pursue anything further. The reason why Zhao Fei Yu was so troublesome and transferred the money to Song Manli first, it was to see if this money invested in Song Yunfeng, through Song Manli, would be considered by the system as being for Song Manli to spend. If it could, then there would be a 20-fold cashback. The wine was over 70 years old, and everyone was a little lightheaded. Elder Song Beichao had already fallen into a deep sleep. Zhao Fei Yu was also arranged to rest in Song Manli's room. When Zhao Fei Yu woke up, it was already past 3 in the middle of the night. Dazedly lifting the covers, Zhao Fei Yu walked outside in the dark, wanting to find water to drink. The biggest headache for a drinker was thirst. Coming to the water fountain, Zhao Fei Yu gulped down 3 full cups of water before burping comfortably. Afterwards, Zhao Fei Yu squinted and blurred his way towards his room. But who knew that just as Zhao Fei Yu had just fallen asleep, he suddenly felt as if there was an extra person beside him. The dizzy Zhao Fei Yu didn't care and fell asleep in a blur. When he woke up the next day, a scream woke Zhao Fei Yu up. Song Yunfeng and Zhang Meiji immediately walked in from outside. Chapter 26, Cloud Mountain Residence. Only Zhao Fei Yu was dressed and looking around with a confused face, and on his left-hand side, a beautiful woman who looked a bit similar to Song Manli, but was even more mature, flirtatious, and sexy than Song Manli was sleeping by his side. Seeing this scene, Song Yunfeng instantly became furious. Coming up, he gave Zhao Fei Yu a slap. Snap! Zhao Fei Yu was already a bit dazed. He was even more overwhelmed by this slap. Dad! Who is he? How come he's in my bed? The beautiful woman beside him was so scared that she quickly put on her shoes, got off the bed, and hid behind Song Yunfeng. Song Yunfeng stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Fei Yu's collar, viciously threatening, Brat! Don't think that you can do whatever you want on my daughter just because you invested in me and let me get back into my old business. Isn't it enough for you to have Manli alone? Surprisingly, you still want to get your hands on my eldest daughter. I'll beat you to death right now. Right at this moment, Song Manli walked in from another room wearing her pajamas with a confused face. What's wrong with you guys? Seeing Song Manli, Zhao Fei Yu hurriedly begged for help. Manli, save me. I don't know what's going on. There's an extra woman beside me when I was sleeping well. Brat, I think you just borrowed alcohol to go crazy last night and deliberately slept in my daughter's bed. Song Yunfeng raised his fist and was about to teach Zhao Fei Yu a lesson, but was hastily stopped by Song Manli. Dad, wait a minute. Isn't there some kind of misunderstanding in this? What kind of misunderstanding can there be? This person directly slept on your sister's bed and was caught by us. What other misunderstanding can there be? Then why am I in my own room? Didn't I sleep with my sister last night? How come the two of us switched places? Hearing this, Song Yunfeng then stopped suspiciously. Right at this moment, Elder Song passed by from outside and said indifferently, there's a surveillance camera at home. Won't you know if you take a look? Elder Song sat on the sofa with a calm face. This was because he knew very well that Zhao Fei Yu would not be able to do such a thing. Putting aside everything else, the clothes on Zhao Fei Yu's body could prove themselves, because Zhao Fei Yu and Song Manli's sister, the clothes on them were all intact. Only then did Song Yunfeng come to a realization and nodded, taking out his cell phone before starting to check the surveillance. While still pointing at Zhao Fei Yu, he warned, if you kid does anything ridiculous, I'll never forgive you. But when the surveillance screen went back to last night, everyone then came to a realization, only to see Zhao Fei Yu after drinking, was sent back to his room by Song Manli drowsy sleep, until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Song Manli's sister, Song Kainwan, only came back from outside. After the two sisters chatted for a while, they went into Song Kainwan's room together to rest. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Zhao Fei Yu walked out because he was thirsty. After drinking water, because he wasn't familiar with the layout of the home, he actually walked directly towards Song Kainwan's room. After about half an hour, Song Manli also walked out of her room to drink water. After drinking the water, She then subconsciously returned to her room. Until this morning, Zhao Feiyu smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle, I was really drunk last night, and after drinking water, I returned to my room in a daze, and I didn't know, but I went to the wrong room. But as you can see, even though I slept on the same bed as my sister, the clothes on our bodies were all intact." Seeing this, Song Yunfeng was relieved. A simple farce had made the atmosphere a bit awkward. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Feiyu left with Song Manli in a hurry. The entire time, they didn't dare to look at his sister. However, one had to admit that Song Manli's sister, Song Kanwan, was really a special thing on earth. Although Song Kanwan had been married, she did not have any children. Her body was filled with a mature and charming atmosphere. Compared to Song Manli, a small girl, it was simply two experiences. What happened last night was just too embarrassing. Zhao Feiyu laughed as he drove. Your family of 5. Living in that tiny 100 square feet house is really a bit crowded and inconvenient. In a while I'll take you to buy a bigger house. Then let uncle and auntie all of them move over. Ah, how can this work? I can't ask for your money. Song Manli waved her hand repeatedly and refused. But Zhao Feiyu had already thought of an excuse. I'm already prepared to invest $1 billion in your father. So what's the point of buying him a suite? Plus this suite is also considered to be the reward for my investment in him. Hearing this, Song Manli had no reason to refute. Afterwards, the two of them came directly to the sales center. Because they wanted to move in as soon as possible. It was better to have a house that was newly built in the past 2 years. With the previous experience of purchasing a house for Zhang Yifei, Zhao Feiyu brought Song Manli directly to the intermediary center. Right now, the 1 billion was still in his own hands, and hadn't been invested in Song Yunfeng. In terms of the price of purchasing a house, Zhao Feiyu directly chose the house with the highest specification in Yunduan City. Plus, Song Manli's face value reached 95 points, so if he gave her spending money, the rebate rate would reach 15 times. And just as they were choosing their housing, Zhao Feiyu suddenly realized that Song Manli had been staring at the Cloud Mountain Residence Villa's house. That used to be Song Manli's home. Until now, Song Manli also had a strong sense of belonging to Cloud Mountain Residence. Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu immediately called the salesperson and pointed at the Yunshanju villa and asked, "How much does the Yunshanju house cost roughly now?" The salesperson smiled and said, "I'm sorry, there is no one who wants to sell the Yunshan villa right now." Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately frowned. Then he turned back and asked, "Manli, I remember that your family used to live in Yunshan Residence. I wonder what villa number you have in Yunshan Residence." Song Manli pointed to the best located villa in Yunshan Residence and said, "It's in villa number 18. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu nodded and asked the salesperson, "Can you contact the owner of villa number 18 for me and tell him that I want to buy their villa? The price is not a problem." This, the salesperson said with some difficulty. "I'm afraid this one is a bit difficult. You go and negotiate for me. And when it's done I'll give you 5 points of the selling price as payment." Hearing this, the salesperson immediately widened his eyes and hurriedly called the manager over. The selling price of the Cloud Mountain Residence Villa was at least $50 million or more. And the selling price of that king of the house, if it was, could be over $100 million. If it was 5 points, that would be $5 million. Hearing this kind of compensation, the sales manager agreed in one breath. Seeing that Zhao Feiyu was actually going to buy their family's former house, Song Manli hurriedly stopped it. "Are you crazy? The selling price of this house is at least $80 million or more. And if the family doesn't sell it, if they want to close the deal, it will be more than $100 million at the very least." Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu smiled slightly, then touched Song Manli's hair and said with a doting face, "If I can get you back to that home, I'm willing to pay even if I have to pay more." When these words came out, Song Manli was immediately moved to some tears. Immediately afterward, Zhao Feiyu received a prompt from the system. Song Manli favorable sense value +3. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but blank out. Just 2 points short of goodwill. If another 2 points were added, it would be 100 points of goodwill. At that time, if Zhao Feiyu made a deal, it would be 100 times cashback. That was $100 million. Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu immediately became energized. If he could get Su Manli's goodwill to reach 100 points before the sales manager and the owner of the house reached a deal, then the multiplication of the spending cashback would still be 100 times at that time. Chapter 27, Song Manli's favorability 100%. Zhao Feiyu could sort of see it. The increase in favorability was not just by money, especially when it reached over 90 points. It was extremely difficult to raise every point. During the time that the agency manager went to talk about the villa, Zhao Feiyu brought Song Manli back and forth in the major shopping malls in Yunduan City. All sorts of name brand bags, cars. After buying tens of millions of things, surprisingly, he only managed to raise his favorability to 99 points. That little bit of goodwill, but like a gully, difficult to overcome. Just at this time, the agency manager called. Mr. Zhao, I've finally negotiated down the Cloud Mountain residence villa for you, but this price is slightly expensive. As long as we can negotiate it down, no matter how much it costs, Zhao Feiyu said with bravado. On the other end of the phone, the intermediary manager was instantly delighted and quickly said, the other party didn't have any intention of selling it all at first, because they don't lack money either, but the emperor is not responsible for the person who has the heart. Just this morning, their son suddenly had a car accident. Although he was fine in person, he killed the other person. It was only after this incident that the owner of this family agreed to sell the Cloud Mountain residence villa, but they asked for $120 million. Eventually, under my soft persuasion, they agreed to sell it for $100 million. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu was instantly delighted. Good job. I promise to pay you 5 points. Not a single point will be missing from you. Afterwards, Zhao Feiyu brought Song Manli and prepared to sign the contract. Thinking about Song Manli's 99 points of favorability, Zhao Feiyu closed his eyes in despair. It seemed like this was destiny. Arriving at the intermediary center, the other party had already waited early. Just as Zhao Feiyu was about to sign the contract, Song Manli suddenly stopped Zhao Feiyu. I think we'd better go to the Cloud Mountain residence villa first. Hearing this proposal, Zhao Feiyu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, although this house used to belong to Song Manli and her family, it seemed to have gone through several owners over the years. In case the house were to have a 3 long and 2 short, they also had the right to bargain. Subsequently, the crowd arrived at the Cloud Mountain residence 18th villa. When the car steadily stopped in front of the villa, Song Manli couldn't help but weep. From a young age, he had grown up here. Now that he was back here again, things had long since changed. Push the door to enter. The villa still had the same familiar arrangement. However, a lot of the furniture had already been replaced. Song Manli looked around. Her mind was filled with images from the past. Slowly coming to the 2nd floor, she came to her room. Song Manli pushed the door and entered. What Zhao Feiyu didn't expect was that Song Manli was in a hidden corner of this room. Surprisingly, she turned over a photo. Seeing this scene, the original villa owner's eyes widened. How did you know there was a photo here? As he looked at it, the photo was clearly a photo of the two of them, Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli. The background of the photo was the school from their high school days. The duo's youthful faces were covered in sweet smiles. It was then that the owner of the house came to a realization. This house turned out to be your house, right? Zhao Feiyu was also moved by this moment as he slowly came in front of Song Manli. Then he gently swept her into his arms. It was at this moment, Zhao Feiyu's mind suddenly received a prompt from the system. Song Manli favorability +1. Current favorability is 100. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu was suddenly shaken. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, Song Manli's favorability had actually increased to 100. Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but feel a wave of gratitude inside. If Song Manli hadn't offered to come see the house, then I'm afraid that this little bit of favorability wouldn't have been reached. If Song Manli hadn't found this photo in the room, then I'm afraid that this bit of goodwill would also be difficult to achieve. All of this was as if it was destined. Slowly letting go of Song Manli, Zhao Feiyu said to the room owner with a firm gaze, "Sign the contract. Successful consumption. 100 times cashback of 10 billion. Hearing these words, Zhao Feiyu's entire soul seemed to have been sublimated. Before this, neither Zhao Feiyu nor Song Manli had told her family about this matter. It wasn't until after the actual deal was successful that Song Manli brought Zhao Feiyu back to the home that was only 100 square feet. Ever since the last time there was an embarrassing incident, Zhao Feiyu had never returned. Until today, it was the second time that he officially came to the door. In order to express his apologies from last time, Zhao Feiyu specifically went to the mall with Song Manli and purchased a lot of gifts for her sister as compensation. As soon as they entered the door, Zhao Feiyu saw a beautiful woman in a sexy black lace nightgown sitting on the sofa in the hall. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu's eyes went straight. Looking along with it, Song Kangjuan's information was immediately displayed. Name, Song Cindy. Favorability, 30. Face value, 96. Surprisingly, it's 96 points of face value. Zhao Feiyu's eyes went straight. This face value, it was simply more heaven-defying than Song Manli. And that figure, that body, it was simply beyond words. Zhao Feiyu was really hard to imagine. Why did Song Cindy's husband divorce her in the first place? Such a woman is divorced? How many more beautiful and sexy women can be found under the sky than Song Cindy? Open the door. Song Kangjuan's gaze was cast over. When she saw Zhao Feiyu, she immediately turned her head away in embarrassment. Zhao Feiyu walked in with a large bag. Auntie Zhang Meiji hurriedly walked out from the bedroom. You brought so many things last time you came, and you're still buying so much this time. It's not a waste of money. Over the years, Jiang Meiji had gone straight from being a rich wife to an ordinary housewife. It wasn't much of a blow to her. Jiang Meiji was a traditional woman, possessing the three virtues that a woman should have. Even if there was no more money, even when she had no money, she took care of the family all by herself. Didn't leave Song Yunfeng in the slightest because the family had fallen out of favor. It should be. Zhao Feiyu scratched his head before walking towards the sofa. Seeing this, Song Kanyuan hurriedly stood up from the sofa. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly gave Song Manli a wink. Song Manli immediately understood. With one hand, she pulled her sister, then entered the room with a bunch of things, although it was across the room. But in Zhao Feiyu's mind, he immediately received a prompt from the system. Song Kane 1 favorable sense +5. Song Kane 1 favorable sense +5. Song Kane 1 favorable sense +5. In a few short minutes, Song Cindy's favorability had soared from 30 points to 45 points. This meant that all of the things that were bought today had worked. Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu instantly became excited. Right at this moment, Song Yunfeng also walked out of the room, because Zhao Feiyu had said that he would invest in him. So Song Yunfeng's restaurant that he had just dished out 2 days ago was also given up. Seeing Song Yunfeng, Zhao Feiyu immediately stood up and hurriedly explained. Uncle, the startup capital for the investment, I've already transferred it to Manli, so today you can go to the bank to go through the formalities. And you can do it too. Uncle. Chapter 28 Song Cindy's favorability increased. Hearing this, Song Yunfeng immediately brightened up. To be honest, Zhao Feiyu had bought a house in the past 2 days. Song Yunfeng's heart was apprehensive. It was because Zhao Feiyu had promised to give $1 billion to invest. But 2 days passed with no news. If it wasn't for his daughter's face, Song Yunfeng thought that Zhao Feiyu had lied to him. Hearing that the funds had materialized, Song Yunfeng was relieved. Have a seat. Song Yunfeng very politely invited Zhao Feiyu to sit down. Right at this moment, Song Manli and Song Kanyuan also walked out of the room. Only the clothes on the two of them had been refreshed. It was exactly what Zhao Feiyu had picked out for them at the mall today. Seeing the clothes on this pair of sisters, Zhao Feiyu's eyes were almost all glazed over. Only Song Manli was wearing a white one-piece floral dress, and on Song Cindy was wearing a black lace sexy dress. One black and one white, giving people infinite reverie and visual impact. Feiyu, does it look good? Zhao Feiyu nodded repeatedly. Good looking. Are you talking about me looking good? Or is my sister good looking? Song Manli asked with a teasing face. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately laughed awkwardly. Both are good looking. Both good looking. Afterwards, Song Manli directly sat next to Zhao Feiyu, and Song Kanyuan sat on the other side of Song Yunfeng. Right at this moment, Jiang Meiji washed some fruits from the kitchen and brought them out to sit in front of the sofa as well. Elder Song also walked out when he heard the sound. Zhao Feiyu quickly stood up, pulled out a cigarette and handed it over, then lit the fire for Elder Song. After seeing everyone arrive, Song Manli coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention. Then with a solemn face, she said, to tell you all good news, Feiyu just bought us a house. From now on, we no longer need to live at a snail's pace in this tiny house. However, what Zhao Feiyu and Song Manli didn't expect was, when everyone heard that Zhao Feiyu had bought them a house, the look that everyone showed was not very happy. Instead, all of them were stony-faced. It was obvious that they weren't very fond of such a gift from Zhao Feiyu. Only to see the old man leaning back and crossing his legs, he said indifferently, no merit, no reward, what are you doing buying us a house? Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu hurriedly explained. This house isn't considered to be given to you guys for nothing. It's considered to be my payment for investing in Uncle Song in advance. Hearing this, everyone's hearts then felt much better. Song Manli continued. Do you guys know where Feiyu bought us the house? Song Kanyuan, who was on the side, said with some disbelief. A neighborhood that is a bit more high-end, right? Is it hard to believe that it's still a villa in Cloud Mountain Residence? Upon hearing this, Song Manli clapped her hands in excitement. Sister, how do you know that Feiyu bought the villa in Yunshan Residence? And it's the 18th villa that we lived in back then. Hearing this, everyone was all shaken. Unbelievably, they looked at Zhao Feiyu. Song Yunfeng's gaze was grave as he asked, this Cloud Mountain Residence villa number 18, which we lived in back then, was already sold for upwards of $60 million. And after many years, I'm afraid that the house there has now risen to more than $80 million. And there are still people living there right now. So how did you manage to buy it down? Elder Song also nodded and said, the people who live there are either rich or noble. It's impossible for someone else to sell you a house because of $80 million. And the feng shui there is extremely good. The rich people look at this. Even if you buy it with money, it's simply impossible to take it down without $100 million. Zhao Feiyu immediately gave a thumbs up. Elder Song guessed too accurately, and used exactly $100 million. Just a while ago, Song Manli and I have gone back to the 18th villa to look at it, and the layout there is similar to what you guys used to live in. It's just that a lot of the furniture has been replaced. In the next 2 days, I'll ask someone to change the furniture again according to your previous decorating style. It's estimated that you guys will be able to move in after a week. For such a precious gift from Zhao Feiyu, everyone was, inwardly, excited and grateful at the same time. They didn't expect Zhao Feiyu to be so meticulous as to buy their previous house again and give it to them. This made them unable to come up with a reason to refuse at all, because they dreamed of returning to live there again. Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu once again received a prompt from the system. Song Cindy's favorable sense +5. Song Cindy's favorable sense +5. Song Kane 1 favorable sense +5. In one fell swoop, Song Cindy's favorability reached 60 points, entering the passing grade. Seeing the family's gruff and touched faces, Zhao Feiyu continued, "Uncle, Auntie, this is all just the beginning. I believe that Uncle has that kind of ability to let you all return to your original state of life again, even better than before." Song Yunfeng nodded heavily. "Kid, since you believe in me as unconditionally, then I will definitely not let you down either. I'll start making preparations starting today. Those old brothers of mine from before, there are many of them who should be willing to come back and work with me again. With this group of squat underpinnings, I believe that in less than half a year's time I'll be able to reorganize and ask for the top of Yunwan City." Afterwards, Zhao Feiyu talked to Song Yunfeng about some more key points about investment. After having lunch, the family couldn't wait to return to the Cloud Mountain Residence Villa 18 to take a look around. Zhao Feiyu immediately brought them to the Cloud Mountain Residence No. 18 Villa. After entering the door, everyone's memories immediately returned to a few years ago. Looking at the familiar furnishings in the villa, Zhang Meiji couldn't help but shed tears all of a sudden. "Uncle, tell me the style and arrangement of your previous furniture. I'll write it down and then go to Furniture City to have them customize it." Song Yunfeng waved his hand and said, "Feiyu, you are really too meticulous and careful, but don't waste this money. The entire villa's furniture is still usable as we look at it now. If it's updated down the line, it'll be tens of millions of dollars at the very least. Let's not spend this wasted money." But Zhao Feiyu insisted and shook his head and said, "This used to be your home. It's still your home now, and from now on we won't be moving anymore. So this place must be decorated according to your favorite style, and it must make you feel the warmth of everything." Hearing this, Song Yunfeng didn't say anything more and could only silently accept it all. However, he had already completely acknowledged Zhao Feiyu in his heart. At the same time, he also secretly swore inwardly. In the future, he would definitely use 1,000 times 100 times to repay Zhao Feiyu for all this to their family. As for Zhao Feiyu, the spending on replacing the furniture was spent on Song Manli, 100 times the cashback. That was definitely something that couldn't be missed. After looking at the villa, Song Yunfeng Don't and Song Manli came to the bank. Then a transfer was made to the $1 billion. After getting this money, Song Yunfeng couldn't wait to get started. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately put his heart down. All the matters in Cloud City had already settled down. Next, it was also time for Song Manli to report to Tianhai University. Yunduan City Airport. Song Manli and Zhao Feiyu parted reluctantly, watching the airplane disappear into the sky. Only then did Zhao Feiyu's unwilling heart retract. "Come on, let's go back." Zhao Feiyu turned around and said to Song Kanyuan. He then got into the car with the three of them, Zhang Meiji, and left. Chapter 29, Zhou Marin. After sending Song Manli away, Zhao Feiyu also planned to return to Jiangbei. But just as Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Meiji they had just returned home. However, they suddenly realized that there was an unexpected guest in the house. Zhou Marin? Only to see Elder Song sitting on the sofa, looking at a man in a suit with a center parting with an unkind face. Upon seeing this man, an angry expression instantly surfaced on the face of Song Cindy at the side. "What are you doing in our home? Hurry up and get out." Song Kane-wan went up and was about to drive Zhou Marin away. However, he saw this Zhou Marin faintly smile and flirted. "Old married couple, you're kicking me out as soon as you meet. I've come to see my old husband and mother-in-law. What are you doing?" Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately guessed the identity of this person. If there was no accident, this guy should be Song Cindy's former husband. Regarding Song Kane-wan's matter, Zhao Feiyu had also learned something from Song Manli. This Zhou Marin was no ordinary person. When Song Yunfeng was in the ascendant, the Zhou family, one of the three big families in Yunwan City, had shown friendship towards Song Yunfeng, and Song Yunfeng's business, with the Zhou family's help, it surpassed the other enterprises in one fell swoop and completely became the leading company in Yunwan City. At that time, Song Yunfeng, in order to befriend the Zhou family, had clustered Song Cindy and Zhou Marin to get married, as a way to make the relationship between the two families stronger. But it was not expected. From that time, Song Yunfeng personally buried his daughter in the fire pit. After the marriage, Jo Marin, relying on the Zhou family's greatness, did not put Song Candice in her eyes at all. He went out every day to sleep around. When he came back, he beat and scolded Song Kanewon. A few years of domestic violence made Song Yunfeng not know how many times to find the Zhou family. But the Zhou family only had this one son, spoiling him beyond imagination. For Jo Marin's domestic violence, not only did they not stop it, they also threatened to divorce if they couldn't endure it. Until after the Song family fell, the Zhou family immediately kicked out Song Cindy, completely setting aside their relationship with Song Yunfeng. At that time, the Zhou family, not only did they not lend a helping hand, they also fell on the Song family in order to befriend another corporation. So much so that the Song family had no place to turn around completely. Later on, Jo Marin came to look for Song Cindy from time to time. After all, Song Cindy's face and body were there. Even after the divorce, Jo Marin had his heart set on it and thought about it an unknown number of times. But every time he came over, he was driven away by Song Yunfeng calling the police. "I say, daughter-in-law, you're still so grumpy on this one," Jo Marin said with a flirty face, a complete look of a dude. "Since you're not welcome in this home, then please still leave." Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu faintly spoke. He directly gave an eviction order to Jo Marin. "What are you?" Jo Marin's gaze stared and she scolded nonchalantly. "It's your turn to interrupt when our two couples speak?" Actually, when she entered the door just now, Jo Marin saw Zhao Feiyu. It was just that she didn't put Zhao Feiyu in her eyes at all. "Husband and wife? You've been divorced for I don't know how many years, and you still have the face to say husband and wife? Is it legal?" Saying that, Zhao Feiyu walked straight to Song Xinyan's side. Then he reached out his hand and swept Song Kanewon into his arms. "Now you can get lost, because we're the couple." This sudden sentence, it caused Elder Song to be a bit surprised as well. However, Elder Song quickly understood Zhao Feiyu's good intentions. He was trying to use this opportunity to completely rid Song Cindy of Jo Marin. Seeing this, the crowd didn't interrupt either. Zhao Feiyu clearly felt the delicate body of Song Kanewon in his arms tremble. At first, there was a hint of resistance. However, it quickly allowed Zhao Feiyu to hold it in his arms. At the same time, Zhao Feiyu unexpectedly received a favorability tip from Song Kanewon. Song Kanewon favorable hike +5. Song Kanewon favorable hike +5. In a flash, Song Kanewon's favorability reached 70 points. "You guys?" Jo Marin immediately frowned and coldly questioned. "Song Kanewon, what do you mean by this? My Jo Marin's woman, even if she's divorced, is not something other men can get their hands on. Jo Marin, thanks to you being someone from a big family, from the day our Song family fell from grace, I, Song Cindy Won, have had nothing to do with you. Moreover, we've been divorced as well. We're no longer legally married. Do you understand? Now I have my freedom of marriage. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Understand?" Being hugged like this by Zhao Feiyu, Song Cindy didn't know where she got the courage, directly warning Jo Marin. "Song Cindy, I haven't seen you all these years. You're playing listen to the flowers." Jo Marin suddenly laughed. "How can you even look at this kind of goods? I think he's all dressed up in groundlings. Not even $300. Also don't say that I Jo Marin disregarded several years of conjugal love. The opportunity one gave you many times. It's you who don't cherish it. Today is the last time I give you the opportunity. Now immediately go back to change clothes and go to a banquet with me. As long as after tonight, I will give you $1 million to ensure that your Song family will have no worries about their clothes and food." Hearing this, Song Kanewon's face instantly clouded over. "Jo Marin, get lost. After so many years of divorce, you've asked me several times to accompany those people. I'm telling you, no way." These words came out. Elder Song dabbed his head and stood up. "What? Cindy, what did you say? What did he ask you to do?" Elder Song stood up. The atmosphere of the entire room was instantly tense. The residual power that was still alive in Elder Song, who was a hand of Cloud City back then, was still alive and well. It was simply not something that young people like Jo Marin could resist. These past few days, because of Zhao Feiyu's appearance, it made the Song family undergo a drastic change. It also made everyone in the Song family develop an unprecedented confidence. It made Song Cindy, too, have a great deal to rely on. It was like returning to a warm harbor. "Oh hoo!" Song Kanewon couldn't hold back any longer. She directly jumped into Zhao Feiyu's arms and cried. Zhao Feiyu clearly felt his chest being wet with Song Kanjuan's tears. Song Cindy said while crying, "Over the years, Jo Marin has been pestering me, coming to the school to find me, blocking me in front of my house, and asking me to accompany some leaders and those family young masters from the capital. But every time I refused him, he threatened me with our families." "Then did you go?" Elder Song asked angrily. Song Kanewon choked and shook her head, saying aggrievedly, "Didn't go. Several times I called the police to drive them away. I didn't expect him to come again today. Hearing this, Elder Song went up and slapped him. Jo Maron was just about to have a fit, but after seeing Elder Song's furious look, instantly lost his temper. Although Elder Song had retired, but the contacts of that year are still alive. It's just that the old man was upright, and even after falling out of favor, he still didn't use his connections. If Elder Song had used his connections, even the Zhou family would have to think twice. Chapter 30, not one of them will escape. But Jo Maron acted in such a manner. If the Song family didn't have any temper, then they wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in Cloud City in the future. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu raised his hand. Going up without saying anything, he directly grabbed Jo Maron's hair and dragged him outwards. Ah! Jo Maron immediately screamed miserably, but Zhao Feiyu struck extremely hard. It didn't give Jo Maron any chance to fight back at all. Just like that, in the midst of Jo Maron's miserable screams, Zhao Feiyu pulled his hair and directly dragged him outside. Afterwards, Zhao Feiyu directly threw him onto the ground. Then he shook his hand and slapped the hair off his hand. This maneuver directly ripped off a large handful of Jo Maron's hair. Jo Maron was instantly furious. Ever since he was a child, he had never been wronged like this. After getting up, Jo Maron threw a punch at Zhao Feiyu. However, it was easily dodged by Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu smoothly kicked him out. Let me see you pestering Song Cindy again, and I'll make you go straight to bed for the rest of your life. Good. Jo Maron nodded his head repeatedly as he held back his anger, then took out the phone and dialed out. Bring the people and come to the happiness district immediately. After saying that, Jo Maron looked at Zhao Feiyu with an arrogant face and threatened viciously. Kid, do you know who Laozi is? In the entire Yunduan city, I've never been beaten up since I was a kid, and today I have to let someone unload both of your legs. Zhao Feiyu, on the other hand, sat with a calm face. If this matter wasn't handled properly, I'm afraid that this Jo Maron will haunt Song Cindy and the Song family in the future. So today, no matter what, it had to be faced and resolved. Not long after, several cars stopped at the entrance of the happy community. The security master at the entrance saw this and directly closed the door, only to see more than a dozen youths holding baseball bats, golf clubs and other weapons, walking in with great vigor. Zhou Xiao, what's going on? In Cloud City, which other ungrateful person dares to touch Zhou Xiao? Just him? Looking along, this group of people should all be the playboys who were with Jo Maron. This gang of rich kids got together and didn't know how many unscrupulous things they had done. Asterisk. Arrogant. Ah, why aren't you arrogant now? Beat him up for me. The words lagged behind. A group of people were about to make a move, and just at this moment, only a sound of brakes came from outside. Song Yunfeng ran in from outside in a hot hurry. It turned out that just a moment ago, Zhang Meiji was afraid that Zhao Feiyu would be hurt. Then she hurriedly gave Song Yunfeng a call. What's going on? What are all doing? Don't want to mix anymore, do you? Little than pups, how dare you come here to cause trouble? With that, he looked over, only to see that behind Song Yunfeng, he similarly brought a few people over. The people were small though. There were only a handful of 5 or 6, but each one was already 50 or 60 years old. These people were all old buddies who had fought with Song Yunfeng back then. Back then, after the Song family fell, Song Yunfeng sold all the remaining shares of the company in a righteous manner. Then they were given separately to those brothers who had fought. Now, these people were all extremely influential representatives of various fields in Yunduan City. Seeing these people, these playboys around Jo Maron were instantly startled. Uncle Zhang? Uncle Li? Uncle Zhou? What are you afraid of? Jo Maron naturally recognized these people. With a stern voice, he said to all of them, as powerful as they are they as big as our Zhou family? Today, this kid has to break 2 legs. I said it. Even the Heavenly King can't stop him. All of you listen to me. Break a leg. $5 million. Hearing this, these playboys immediately lit up. Although they all hung out with Jo Maron, the family did have some capital, but a casual $5 million was a huge amount of money for them. If they could get it, they could all be very arrogant and flirtatious in these few months. A dozen youths, all of a sudden, were dumbfounded and slowly leaned towards Zhao Feiyu. I'll see which one of you dares. Song Yunfeng let out a stern shout and stood directly in front of Zhao Feiyu. However, right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu however suddenly laughed. Ha ha, a bunch of brats who don't know the heights of heaven. I think you guys are really impatient with life, aren't you? Seeing Zhao Feiyu being so arrogant, the few middle-aged men who had followed Song Yunfeng here couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Song Yunfeng had already made his purpose clear when he summoned them today. That was to make a comeback in the east and hope that all the brothers would help. Song Yunfeng gave a single word. Without saying a word, the old brothers directly went all out. Later, they also asked Song Yunfeng, but Song Yunfeng only said that a big family wanted to invest in him. Moreover, it was a great family that was even bigger than the Zhou family. It's hard to believe that it's this lad? The crowd looked at each other and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Zhao Feiyu slowly stood up, then came before Song Yunfeng. Uncle, Zhou Maran. This even lets Sister Wan go to accompany some leaders, and the broads from the capital. Do you think he should die? I originally planned to send Manli away and leave. It seems that if this matter is not resolved, Zhou Maran this will not let Sister Wan go. How deep is the water in Yunduan City? I'll have to see for myself today. Saying that, Zhao Feiyu directly took out his cell phone and took a picture of everyone. Then pointing at everyone, he said, all of you, one of you will be counted as one today, and none of you will be able to escape. Got it? After saying that, Zhao Feiyu directly sent the photo to Zhang Baiyu. After the photo was sent over, Zhang Baiyu almost returned the message in seconds. 3 question marks were sent directly. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu directly dialed the phone. These people on the photo, all of them are from Yunduan City. Can you meddle in Yunduan City? Help me investigate the origin details of these guys. Be quick. Okay, no problem. Our Joshing group also has a branch in Yunduan City. I'll immediately ask them to investigate. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu silently waited. And this operation directly blinded everyone. Who the hell do you think you are? And not sparing a single one? Zhou Maran instantly walked over with a disdainful face. Just this group of people behind me. Do you know how much energy they have? No matter which one of them it is, pulling them out can make big waves in Cloud City. Just you trash. Who do you think you are? Right at this moment, Song Yunfeng also attached his ear and whispered. These little guys, their families, some of them are officially in important positions. Some of them are business elites. Every one of them is not to be messed with. Is that so? Zhao Feiyu burst out laughing. Just at this moment, Zhang Baiyu's phone call came over. Brother, the information of these people are all very well investigated. Every one of them is a playboy in Yunduan City. Their family either has an official in the government or in business. They're all in the same circle. And there's several drug addicts among them. Chapter 31 5 billion. Bring them down for me. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately brightened up. I'll transfer 5 billion here to you first. Now I want you to help me deal with this gang of guys who don't know the height of the sky. There is one counting one. One can't be spared. I want the result as soon as possible. Money is not a problem. 5 billion? At this moment, Zhang Baiyu was completely shocked. $5 billion just to deal with these guys? Did they do something outrageous to the gods and people? However, shock was shock. Zhang Baiyu quickly recovered. At the same time, surprisingly, she had actually received a transfer message from Zhao Feiyu. Don't worry, I'll give you a reply soon. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Maran on the side could no longer hold back and directly laughed out loud. $55 billion? Against us? Brothers, did you all hear that? Where the hell is this oddball? Did he come out of a mental hospital? Do you know how much $5 billion is? A few houses can't even hold it. Do you know? Even the old brother beside Song Yunfeng frowned and looked at Song Yunfeng with some doubt. Old brother Song. This young man. However, Song Yunfeng. However, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a teasing expression. To be able to easily take down the Cloud Mountain residence villa, can easily take out $1 billion to invest in himself. Now saying that he would take out 5 billion to deal with these guys. Song Yunfeng was shocked in his heart, but it wasn't disbelief. Feiyu, isn't it a bit of a fuss? Uncle, it's not petty at all. Zhao Feiyu, however, firmly shook his head. Sister Cindy has been pestered by this guy Zhou Maran for years. All these years she didn't tell you guys that Zhou Maran was pestering her to accompany her. These grievances, as Manli's boyfriend, I must help her get them back. Moreover, if this matter is not resolved, this grandson will still pester Sister Cindy in the future. So, not to mention 5 billion, even if it's 10 billion, it's worth it. Hearing these words, Song Cindy, who was standing behind her, instantly burst into tears. This moment, for the first time, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security in a man's body. Song Cindy won favorability plus 10. Song Cindy's favorability plus 10. Song Cindy won's favorability plus 10. In an instant, 3 beeps rang out in succession. Song Cindy's favorability, surprisingly, directly soared 90 points, 10 points short of 100 points of favorability. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's entire body went numb. Now let's not talk about 5 billion. Even if it was 10 billion, Zhao Feiyu would spend it without hesitation. Returning to his senses, Zhao Feiyu knew that Zhang Baiyu's side would definitely need some more time. Therefore, it was necessary to stall for some time before doing so. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately stepped forward and said indifferently, Zhou Maran, since you don't believe it, then we can make a bet. If I don't clean up these people you called today, You can do whatever you say, but if I do it, you have to promise that you can never come back to harass my girlfriend again in the future. Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng on the side instantly looked at Zhao Feiyu with hostility. Good, Zhou Maran agreed in one bite. This bet had no effect on himself. The person being dealt with was not himself. Moreover, Zhou Maran didn't believe that Zhao Feiyu could do it. To know, other people didn't know. But Zhou Maran couldn't be clearer. Anyone had anyone's circle. A circle that could mix with Zhou Maran. The energy of these young people was completely imaginable, especially their families and backgrounds. And the reason why Zhao Feiyu said this, it was to temporarily use this to get Zhou Maran to stop harassing Song Cindy, because Zhao Feiyu knew, if you wanted to bring down the Zhou family, you simply couldn't do it with just the 10 billion or so you had in your hands. At least not at the moment. What Zhao Feiyu wanted now was time. As long as Zhao Feiyu was given a little bit of time, Zhao Feiyu would definitely be able to bring down the Zhou family and completely avenge the Song family. Kid, don't say I won't give you a chance. Don't say today. I'll give you 3 more days. As long as you bring down half of these people, I'll count you as a winner. Zhou Maran said with an arrogant face. I'll mark this revenge for you today. I'll come back here 3 days later, and at that time, not only will you have Song Cindy accompany me, you'll also have to kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and then drill underneath me, and call out to me as a grandpa again. However, Zhao Feiyu, stretched out his finger and gently waved it. Why do I need 3 days? I can do it today. After saying that, Zhao Feiyu looked at the others with a teasing expression. A bunch of guys whose hair hasn't even grown. What future can you have by following Zhou Maran? I'll let you all know what the price is. The words trailed off. The phone of one of them suddenly rang. Seeing this scene, the corner of Zhao Feiyu's mouth rose slightly as he said, Kid, how about putting the phone on speakerphone? Only to see that Kid look at the caller ID. At a glance it turned out to be a family member calling, and said disdainfully, what's so daring about this? You, what kind of people have you messed with? Even if you take drugs, you still involve the old man. Quickly pack up things for me and run away. Listening to the voice on the phone, that kid's face instantly turned white. The matter of drug use is illegal. This thing is only known to their circle of people. Hearing this, he knew something was wrong, because his father would never joke with him. Zhou Xiao, something's wrong. I'll leave first. Zhou Maran nodded with a look of astonishment before turning his gaze to Zhao Feiyu. Impossible. It's definitely a coincidence. Absolutely not, you kid messed up. In just less than half an hour you were able to investigate so many things. It's absolutely impossible. However, just when that kid was ready to drive away, a siren sounded. The gate of the happy neighborhood was directly locked, only to see a group of police officers come in, and then they directly arrested the kid who had just answered the phone. Seeing this scene, the other people with them were subconsciously ready to flee, but they suddenly realized that the police didn't seem to be trying to arrest them. Seeing this scene, these people were instantly relieved. What are so many people gathering here for? The police officer in the lead saw that some people were still holding baseball bats and immediately stepped forward to warn them. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu said with a smile on his face, Uncle Police Officer, I think you guys should wait for a while. Maybe, there's still someone you want to arrest here. Maybe the call will come right away. Oh, could it be that they are all together? The officer immediately brightened up. This could be all the credit for delivering it to the door. Just at this moment, another youth's phone also rang. That youth took a look at the phone to see that the call was from his family, and subconsciously prepared to hang up. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately said, I advise you to pick it up, otherwise, you won't be able to see your family. Hearing this, the youth apprehensively picked it up. Immediately afterward, a hoarse and angry roar could be heard coming from the phone. You son of a bitch, why the hell did you take drugs at home? You harmed my old man. You give my old man now immediately roll back. Quickly come back to turn yourself in. Hearing this, the police officer standing not far away immediately widened his eyes. Without saying a word, he went up and subdued him. Seeing this scene, Zhou Maran was completely nonplussed. Zhou Maran couldn't be clearer about what this group of people were doing. There were at least 6 or 7 drug addicts. Thinking of this, Zhou Maran immediately had the idea of preparing to flee, fearing that these people would involve herself. And Zhao Feiyu seemed to see through Zhou Maran's mind. Immediately stopped in front of him. What's the rush? It's only 2. And you're not on drugs. What are you afraid of? I'm going to show you. Can I actually bring them all down in one day? When they are all brought down. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 32, Youthful and Promising. At this moment, the sound of the phone seemed to have become a death wish. Every time one rang, a dude would be arrested. At this moment, Zhou Maran was completely flustered. The officer leading the team, on the other hand, didn't stop smiling on his face at all. This feeling of waiting for a rabbit to be caught was just too good. and there wasn't any risk of sacrifice and injury. It wasn't long before they had arrested half a dozen drug addicts here. The atmosphere fell into a weird silence. The faces of the remaining youngsters were pale. Although they didn't use drugs, they more or less had absolute criminal records. If it wasn't for the fact that Joe Maron was here, they were afraid that they would have escaped long ago. Ding bell. Just at this time, Joe Maron's own cell phone suddenly rang. This sudden ringing interrupted the short season. The vibration that came with the cell phone caused Joe Maron's entire body to tremble. Everyone's gazes all gathered on Joe Maron's body with a swish. Joe Maron's eyes flickered. His throat was a little dry, and his thumb hesitated to slide to answer. The surrounding police stepped forward. The handcuffs in their hands emitted a silver glow. Blinding Joe Maron didn't dare to look directly at them. Fear a hammer. Even if I go in, I can still come out. So many people from my Joe family are on duty in Cloud City. I still don't believe it. Joe Maron gritted his teeth and directly answered the phone. Hello? The phone had just been connected, and the officer in charge immediately stepped forward and warned, put it on speakerphone. The corner of Joe Maron's eyes twitched. Helplessly, she took down her cell phone and then put it on speakerphone. Something happened at home. Were your gang of Fox friends all arrested? All of their family members have fallen off the wagon. Give me a few days to obediently stay at home and don't run around. A low voice came from the phone. The officer took out his handcuffs and was about to arrest someone, but there were no other pointing clues on the phone. Moreover, there was no call from the department. Seeing this, the officer in charge waved his hand, and the others then took a step back. Well, Joe Maron, it's time for you to believe it now. Zhao Feiyu took a step forward and laughed lightly. Why do you need 3 days? It's only an hour's time. However, the show has just begun. In the next few days, Cloud City is going to completely change. Let's go. Joe Maron had completely lost the courage to continue staying here. The gang of stupid police officers seemed as if they were going to arrest them all in the next second. Although they didn't use drugs, but forcing women, bullying students, this kind of unconscionable thing, every one of them had done it. If this kind of thing is exposed, they wouldn't be able to come out without 8 or 10 years. Joe Maron, it's done. From today onwards, don't let me see you harassing my girlfriend. If I see you again, next time you get caught, it'll be you. Looking at Joe Maron's back as he escaped in a sorry state, Zhao Feiyu loudly reminded. Soon, Joe Maron and the others left. The police also dispersed. Song Yunfeng looked at the neighbors who poked their heads out from the upper floors to see what was going on, and immediately said to all of them, all of you go home. Go home and talk about it. At this moment, Song Yunfeng, and the gang of old brothers around him, had been completely shocked by Zhao Feiyu's operation. Between laughter and talk, a dozen or so Yunwan City dudes and their backgrounds were all taken care of. What kind of energy is this? At this time, Zhao Feiyu's phone also rang, only to hear Zhang Baiyu's excited voice coming from the phone. Ha ha, I say brother, this gang is how to offend you. All have black material a duo quasi, there are several, simply did not spend money, directly to get. You give me this 5 billion, even 10 billion cannot be spent to solve. Don't be happy first, one of them is still more difficult to handle. Zhao Feiyu instructed with a gloomy face. You're talking about that Zhou family's Joe Maron? Zhang Baiyu said. That Zhou family is also considered a big family in Yunwan City, but for us in Jiangbei, it's trash. You have to trust me. $5 billion. I'll give you the chance to bring down the Zhou family completely, and I'll also earn you another $5 billion. Oh, what does that mean? Zhao Feiyu instantly became interested. Brother, you have to trust me. These 5 billion are all given to me. Everyone else in the photo is a minion. Only this Zhou family is more difficult to gnaw on, but that's not a problem at all. Our Joshing group originally had a plan to enter Yunwan City. As early as a few years ago, it was put forward by my father, but the other old guys in the group didn't agree to it. With these 5 billion as support, I will be able to launch this plan. As long as the plan is launched, we will be able to take half of the market in Yunwan City, which includes this Zhou family. Zhang Baiyu's voice gradually became grave. At the same time, his tone was filled with feelings of confidence and excitement. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu smiled faintly. Brother Zhang, if I didn't believe you, would I have handed over 3 billion, 5 billion to you? That's why. You just boldly go ahead and do it. As long as I can bring down the Zhou family, not to mention benefit. Even if it's a bleed, I'm fine with it. No, absolutely not. Zhang Baiyu patted his chest and assured. Regardless of whether it's the Jiangbei Times Square project, or Cloud City's advancement plan this time, I have absolute certainty that the total of $8 billion that you've invested in me, if you give me a little bit of time, I'll double it and earn it back for you. Good. We'll see. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu didn't think that this time, by mistake, he could even open up the market of Cloud City. If Jiaxing entered Cloud End City, they could still help Song Yunfeng out at that time. At that time, if Song Yunfeng got up, it would be a breeze. Upstairs, the crowd sat down. Zhang Meiji immediately washed some fruits. Song Cindy immediately made some tea. I'll give the old brothers a grand introduction to some of them. This is the Zhao Feiyu I mentioned to you. Song Yunfeng stood up and introduced himself to a few other middle-aged men. The reason why I'm ready to rise again in the East is that he gave me financial support. Hearing this, the few old brothers looked at each other. They had been discussing this matter before they came. Song Yunfeng had clearly stated that his startup capital was around $1 billion. In other words, this $1 billion was what this unassuming young man in front of them had taken out and invested in Song Yunfeng. Coupled with the series of operations just now, a few middle-aged men were secretly surprised in their hearts, taking $5 billion to deal with a bunch of playboys. This tactic was simply ho-hum. That is to say, the $1 billion invested in Song Yunfeng was simply a drop in the bucket. Even if Song Yunfeng's capital chain has problems at a later stage, this youth in front of me can also quickly make up for it. There is simply no worries. Thinking about this, a few middle-aged men were even more certain about the idea of helping Song Yunfeng. Chapter 33, The Zhou Family. Elder brother Song, how did you come to know such a young, talented, and bold and courageous person? Yes, quickly introduce us. If we rise again, then for this can be our boss behind the scenes. Several other people hurriedly urged. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately stood up and politely introduced himself. Uncles, I'm Manli's boyfriend, Zhao Feiyu. Seeing Zhao Feiyu stand up, several other people were flattered and followed suit. They had seen too many rich, powerful people. None of these had anything to do with age. The youth in front of them possessed such majestic wealth. In the face of them, he even showed such respect as a junior. This indeed flattered them. Zhao Feiyu could take out $1 billion to invest in Song Yunfeng. That was Song Yunfeng's boss. It didn't matter if he spoke to Song Yunfeng in a commanding tone. Instead, the attitude just now made Song Yunfeng comfortable and at the same time, a little bit smug. What a rare and good scion. With heavy wealth in hand, polite and humble, and respectful to us old guys. Ah, old brother Song, you've picked up a treasure. Yes, old brother Song. Then Feiyu will not only be your boss in the future, but also your son-in-law. Wait, what did you just say? Whose boyfriend are you? Manli? Then why did you just say you're Cindy's boyfriend? Everyone immediately looked at Song Cindy with some confusion. However, they saw Song Cindy lower her head somewhat shyly. Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly felt a killing intent. Turning his head to look, Song Yunfeng was staring at himself with an angry face. It seemed to be saying that if he didn't give him a reason today, he wouldn't want to walk out of here. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu hurriedly explained. It's like this. That guy, Zhou Marin, came to the house today to pester Sister Cindy, and Sister Cindy even said that he had approached many times before to make Sister Cindy go to a drinking party, and in a fit of anger, I pretended to be Sister Cindy's boyfriend and prepared to kick him out, but I didn't think that he'd be unforgiving, and that's why there was the thing that happened later. Hearing this, everyone suddenly came to a realization. Song Yunfeng, however, was still uneasy and warned. You brat, you better not harbor any bad thoughts. You're content with having a Manli, otherwise let me know anything. I'll castrate you directly. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately shrunk his head and nodded repeatedly. And who knows? Song Kanyuan, who had her head lowered, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. No one knew just how drastically her heart had changed today. Zhao Feiyu's sudden appearance, like a star in her panicked, muddy life, guiding her, giving her unlimited hope. It was also like a warm harbor that resisted the wind and waves, allowing her to feel such warmth for the first time, the security of being protected. At that moment, Song Cindy's heart, like a seed, sprouted, but what kind of fruit it would bear in the end, it was unknown. On the other side, Zhou Marin, who had returned home, was the first to be found by his father. Dad, what's going on? How is it possible for that kid to possess such a huge amount of energy that in 1 hour, he made so many people get arrested? What exactly is his origin? What, that kid? What are you talking about? Zhou Marin's father, Zhou Wanjun, asked with a puzzled face. Zhao Feiyu, don't you know? What Zhao Feiyu? Another dude you met from where? Zhou Wanjun twisted his head with some impatience. Not. You don't know? Zhou Marin asked with a surprised face. Then what's going on with all the things that happened today? All these things that happened today were all planned for a long time. Zhou Wanjun said with a long breath. Long planned? Wait, isn't this Zhao Feiyu spending $5 billion to deal with us? What Zhao Feiyu? What the hell are you talking about? Zhou Wanjun was already in a bad mood, and after hearing Zhou Marin's garbled words, he burst into a rage and immediately reprimanded. Not me. Joe Maron was instantly confused. All the things that happened today were all caused because of me. You? Joe Wanjun disdainfully glanced at his trashy son. Just you can have such tremendous energy? Stirring up the sky and earth in Cloud City? Really, Dad? The thing is like this. Saying that, Joe Maron immediately told his father, Joe Wanjun, about what happened today when he went to the happiness district. After hearing this, Joe Wanjun immediately laughed out loud. $5 billion? Against you group of playboys? Let me ask you, just the heads of all of you combined, is it worth 5 billion? This is clearly a fox and a tiger, just cheating you guys. Silly boy. In charge of the entire Cloud City, even in Jiangbei? I'm afraid I can't find such a young man with guts and financial power. How much do you think $5 billion is? There are 8 zeros behind it alone. But then again, this kid should have received some news in advance before he dared to fox so confidently. Otherwise, how could he have fooled you all? Listening to his father's words was better than reading 10 years of books. At this moment, Joe Maron came to his senses. It was as if his brain had been thrown on the ground, stomped on and stepped on, and then he even put him back in. Damn brat! How dare you lie to me? Joe Maron's anger rubbed off. That guy dared to claim to be Song Kangjuan's boyfriend. Surely he has some origin too. Although the Song family has fallen from favor, but the news of their contacts is still there. It's only reasonable that they received the news in advance. I'm going to go and settle the score with that brat right now. Snap! Right at this moment, Joe Wanjun directly hit over with a big nose tease. Give me a break. What time is it now? Still dare to go looking for trouble. We are already being watched now, do you know? But I can't swallow this breath. Joe Maron was in a rage. Thinking of what happened today, his brain was still vaguely aching and somewhat bald. That guy, directly almost gave a fuck to baldness. This is a special time. If you cause trouble for Lao Zi and get caught, at that time, don't blame Lao Zi for disowning you as a son. All these years, Lao Zi gave you whatever you wanted. But if you do something that drags me back and puts the Zhou family in a place of no return, don't blame Lao Zi for being unforgiving. Hearing this, Joe Maron's neck instantly shrank. Joe Maron knew his father's temperament well. In front of the major events concerning the Zhou family clan, this son of his was really irrelevant. Put it this way, if he allowed himself to cause the Zhou family to lose a great deal of money because of this matter, Joe Wanjun will definitely cut himself. Even Joe Wanjun's old man, Joe Maron's grandfather, would show no mercy. Chapter 34, like Zhao Feiyu? Got it. Joe Maron nodded weakly. But then again, Joe Wanjun narrowed his eyes slightly in contemplation. This time, even we didn't receive any news in advance. How did the Song family receive it in advance? If we didn't receive any news, I'm afraid that the other 3 great clans, the major powers, wouldn't have any news either. Right at this moment, Joe Maron suddenly brightened up and suddenly thought of something. Today, when I called for people to prepare to violently beat up that brat, at the critical moment, Song Yunfeng rushed back with a few people, and those people, it seems like they were all the major stewards of the Song clan group in the first place. Oh, Joe Wanjun immediately brightened up. That's Zhang Wanbiao, Li Jianjun, Zhao Dazhu and those people? Yes, it's those 3 old guys. Do you think they're plotting something again when they gather together? Joe Maron nodded her head repeatedly. These 3 old guys, they are now considered to be making a name for themselves in Yunduan City, but they are simply not enough to worry about. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy for them to make Song Yunfeng rise again. However, we can't take it lightly. We need to keep an eye on it at all times. Joe Wanjun said cautiously. Alright, you go down first. Stay at home honestly for me these days. Do you hear me? Oops. Got it. Joe Maron said impatiently, then flung his sleeves and left. However, when he returned to his bedroom, then he immediately took out the phone and dialed out. Hello? Ji Xiaoer? Joe Maron. You're still alive. A teasing voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. I heard that your class of little brothers were all taken out in a row. Ha ha. How are you doing? Still not caught in? Roll. You were caught in. I will not be caught in. Joe Maron said without a good mood. Behave yourself. I have something I need your help with. Ji Xiaoer, formerly known as Ji Feng, the second young master of the 4 great families of Cloud City. Like Joe Maron, both were equally playboys. That was why they could play together. Say it, what's the matter? Ji Xiaoer sneered. Without guessing he knew it was related to today's matter. Help me investigate someone. Who, in the past, Song clan group, a youth from Song Yunfeng's family, called Zhao Feiyu, is the current boyfriend of my ex-wife Song Kangjuan. Oh, Ji Xiaoer's fire of gossip blazed. What's going on here? I remember, didn't you promise a lot of people that you would let Song Kangjuan accompany you? You kid is really okay. All divorced, still thinking about people, even letting them become victims of your business. You're really something. It's true that self-green men are the worst. What's going on now? People talk about boyfriends. You're jealous? Get lost. No proper form. Jo Maron immediately chided. You don't care so much. Just say whether you'll help with this favor or not. Help. Of course I'll help. But I won't help for nothing. Just say how much. $500,000. You're robbing me. Is that money enough for you? It's just for a meal. I'll make sure you get it right. Okay. Transfer the money immediately. Zhao Feiyu didn't even think about it. He had done this with such fanfare. Jo Maron's side would actually misunderstand it. However, this was a good thing for Zhao Feiyu. At least, now that the Zhou family was cowering and didn't dare to act rashly, they wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble for Song Cindy as well as Song Yunfeng. Song Cindy could also go to work in peace. Song Yunfeng could also develop quickly. What Song Yunfeng needed now was time. As long as Song Yunfeng was given time to develop, then by the time the others reacted and wanted to suppress it, it would already be too late. After sending Song Yunfeng's group of old buddies away, only then did Song Kanyuan raise her head to look at Zhao Feiyu. Thank you Feiyu. Song Cindy's heart was pounding, moved but not daring to move as she whispered her thanks. Upon uttering these words, Song Cindy directly chagrined inwardly. Song Cindy, Song Cindy, what's wrong with you? Why are you embarrassed? He saved you. You should be thanking him. Why are you like this? Do you like him? No, 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 that's impossible. This is Monli's boyfriend. I can't, and I shouldn't like him, but if I don't like him, then why is it like this? It's okay? Rather, it's me who was reckless. I hope Sister Cindy doesn't mind. Earlier, without your consent, I impersonated your boyfriend, and almost made Uncle misunderstand. Zhao Feiyu laughed. It's fine, it doesn't matter, Song Cindy said as she waved her hand repeatedly. But inside, there seemed to be so much longing for Zhao Feiyu to continue like this. Just at this moment, Song Yunfeng also came up from downstairs and sent off those old brothers. Song Yunfeng personally handed Zhao Feiyu a cigarette and said, Feiyu, today it's really thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, if I didn't make it back in time, my family would be in trouble. Zhao Feiyu undeniably nodded. But this happy neighborhood. I'm afraid that in the future it really can't live. This Jo Maron, I'm afraid that he won't stop. Openly we're not afraid at all, but I'm afraid that he'll come to the inn. This point will be a bit too much to guard against, so we'll have to move to the Cloud Mountain residence as soon as possible to live. Also, Zhao Feiyu looked at Song Candace. Sister Cindy, this school job of yours, I think you should quit it in the future. In case you get blocked on Maron's way, what can you do? Quit your job and you feed me. Song Cindy snorted, but the words just came out. She saw her family staring at her with odd eyes. Oops, I didn't mean that. Song Kanyuan was ashamed and covered her face. What I mean is, if that Jo Maron gives you a dirty deal, I can't avoid it no matter what job I do, and I love this job as a teacher, so I don't want to quit. Also right-o. Zhao Feiyu nodded. And right at this moment, Song Yunfeng pondered slightly. Since Feiyu isn't busy, wouldn't it be better to let Feiyu take care of Cindy to and from work during this time? Right now, we're just starting out and I have no time to take care of the family, so with Feiyu around, I can feel a lot more at ease. That's a good idea. Zhang Meiji nodded in agreement. The moment these words came out, Song Cindy didn't know why. Her heart fluttered. It was as if she hadn't looked forward to something so strongly in a long time. She was actually so eager for Zhao Feiyu to pick herself up to and from work. This feeling, it was too sinful. She actually liked her sister's boyfriend. Zhao Feiyu had a difficult face, but in his heart, he had already been happy. What he was afraid of was that Song Yunsheng would have other ideas, but he didn't expect this matter to be brought up by Song Yunfeng. Chapter 35 Arrival at the Heavenly Sea. Then the matter is decided. Good. I'll also urge the Cloud Mountain residents side to speed up their progress as soon as possible, so that Auntie and Master's safety is guaranteed after we move there. Ding bell. Just at this moment, Zhao Feiyu's phone suddenly rang. Only a video caller was seen, impatiently urging Zhao Feiyu. Monli. Zhao Feiyu immediately brightened up and hurriedly answered the call, only to see that in the picture, Song Monli seemed to have just gotten off the plane, dragging her luggage and heading out. Feiyu, I've already arrived in Tianhai. Song Monli's voice was filled with longing and excitement for Tianhai City. Coming to this city again. Song Monli's memories seemed to have returned to the good times of her university days in an instant. Tianhai City had changed too much, but the landmarks remained unchanged. In many places, there were footprints that he and Zhao Feiyu had walked through. Right at this moment, no one noticed. Song Sanyuan's expression changed subtly. Then she got up and walked towards the bathroom. Be safe over there, and call me again after you report to the university. You hear me? Got it. Song Monli nodded repeatedly. then said with a smile, Fei Yu. I miss you. I miss you. Zhao Fei Yu awkwardly looked to both sides. He only saw Song Yunfeng on the left stretching his neck and looking at the screen. On the right, Zhang Meiji leaned against the sofa and looked at Zhao Fei Yu. What's wrong? Song Manli looked puzzled. Don't you want me? It's been a few hours and you don't even want me. Humph. Ignore you. Manli look where I am now. Saying that, Zhao Fei Yu turned the camera to look around. When Song Manli saw her mom, dad, and grandpa in the camera, her eyes widened. Then she hurriedly hung up the phone. There wasn't even a greeting with Zhao Fei Yu. Ahem. That, Manli is still like a child. Zhao Fei Yu put away his cell phone and smiled awkwardly. Early the next morning, Zhao Fei Yu washed up early and then headed to 6th middle school with Song Kainwan. Sister 1, how do you usually commute? After getting into the car, Zhao Fei Yu drove towards the school without any hurry. By bus, Song Kainwan said without thinking. That's too inconvenient. Or else I'll take you to buy a car when you get out of school today. Zhao Fei Yu had the bright idea of targeting Song Kainwan to make money. Or not. Song Kainwan flatly refused. Didn't my dad ask you to give me a ride to and from work? Song Kainwan had her own little thoughts. If she had her own car, then Zhao Fei Yu wouldn't be able to transport her. It doesn't affect I can't pick you up every day, right? In case I have something one day, you can still drive yourself, right? Zhao Fei Yu wouldn't let go of any opportunity to make money. No. No merit. I can't take anything from you. Song Cindy waved her hand in refusal. No reward without merit? Zhao Fei Yu had a bright idea. Then can you let me into your school for a visit? In that case, it wouldn't be considered unmerited, right? This. Song Cindy laughed breathlessly for a moment. What kind of unmerited favor is this? It's fine if you want to go to school, but I can't have your car. No. This car has to be bought. If you don't want it, then I won't be picking you up or dropping you off in the future. Zhao Fei Yu pretended to be angry and said, Why are you still playing a childish temper? Song Cindy snorted. Then is it still okay for me to want it? That's more like it. Zhao Fei Yu then said with a smile. Just kidding. Song Cindy's face value was 96, and her favorability was 90. Wouldn't it be a waste if such a good condition wasn't swiped? Moreover, it might even be possible to increase the good sense by buying things. Came to the school. The car was parked in the parking lot. The duo walked towards the school on foot. The school didn't allow staff cars to enter the school. After all, the school was full of students, so it would be bad if there was an accident. I remembered that a rich second generation from a certain university crashed and killed someone at the school earlier. This incident has a wide impact on the internet, and a widely known famous saying has been circulated. My dad is Li Gang. Yo, MS. Song, this is the boyfriend? He's so handsome looking. The security guard at the door lit up when he saw Zhao Fei Yu. Song Cindy was just about to explain, when Zhao Fei Yu took Song Cindy's hand and walked over. Grandpa. Smoke. The security guard immediately lit up. Yo, Huazi, let's go. Song Kainwan smiled shyly and pulled Zhao Fei Yu into the school. Arriving at the teacher's dormitory, Song Cindy opened the door and walked in. It was all single rooms, just a bit small in size, but the seclusion was good. Song Cindy said, Many teachers in our school often bring objects back to spend the night, and in the middle of the night, you can still hear the sounds they make. Really? Then let's stay here tonight too. Zhao Fei Yu instantly lit up. Song Cindy looked at Zhao Fei Yu with some surprise, and suddenly blushed. Seeing this, Zhao Fei Yu repeatedly explained. I don't mean that. What I mean is that I want to see if I can hear voices at night. Pervert, Song Kainwan said, and began to take out her textbook and file it. Seeing this, Zhao Fei Yu also stopped interrupting and got up to walk outside. I'll go out for a stroll. That being said, the time on campus is really reminiscent. And right at this moment, a female classmate wearing a school uniform pushed her way in. It just happened to bump into Zhao Fei Yu. Seeing Zhao Fei Yu, the female classmate's gossip fire immediately began to blaze. However, she didn't show anything. Instead, she entered the office and asked Song Cindy some questions before leaving in a hurry. Extra! When the female student returned to the class, she shouted loudly to all her classmates. Teacher Song has a boyfriend, right in the dormitory. Super handsome. Really? Instantly, dozens of students in the class all gathered over with a crash. It's true. I just went to Mr. Song's office and bumped into him, wearing a casual suit, with a center-parted hair. Super handsome, just like the kind of male protagonist on TV. Is it that exaggerated? Not exaggerated at all. If you guys don't believe me, you can go to Mr. Song's office and take a look there. Right now he's still hanging around outside. Hearing this, a dozen or so students swarmed outside and then arrived under the teacher's dormitory building, only to see Zhao Fei Yu standing in the corridor at the moment. leaning against the railing and overlooking the entire campus. Looking at those youthful and energetic students, his memory couldn't help but return to when he was in middle school. At that time, it was really carefree. And just at this moment, a weak voice suddenly came from the back. Only a few girls probed their heads and asked, "Are you MS. Song's boyfriend?" Zhao Feiyu turned his head to look and couldn't help but smile. "What do you think?" Zhao Feiyu's sunny and easygoing smile immediately made the three female students drop their guard. "Wow. Really handsome, yeah. And so gentle. I guess you must be MS. Song's boyfriend." "MS. Song is so pretty. Only someone as handsome as you can match." "Oh, you guys are so sweet-mouthed. I'll treat you to milk tea sometime." "Really?" The three girls immediately lit up. "Why don't we do it now? There's milk tea at the school supermarket." Okay. Zhao Feiyu didn't expect that these three girls would be so bold. When he was in middle school, he was also quite interested in the teachers' relationships and private lives, but he wasn't this bold at all. Teachers at that time were all super fierce and didn't move to beat people up. Yay! A few girls immediately excitedly led Zhao Feiyu towards the stairs. Chapter 36, The School Fiasco. Just at this moment, a male teacher with gold-rimmed glasses, carrying something in his hand, walked towards the oncoming direction. Then he glanced at Zhao Feiyu with some suspicion. Apparently he had never seen Zhao Feiyu at school before. After both parties walked away, the three female classmates immediately whispered, "That teacher Hao is actually a bad teacher. He's very strict with us, and he's also pursuing MS. Song, so you have to be careful." "Oh, is that so?" Zhao Feiyu smiled faintly and said confidently, "I'm sure Teacher Song won't like him." Right. Another girl said in succession, "Teacher Song just doesn't like Mr. Hao and hates him a lot. But he's the son of a school manager, so there's nothing Teacher Song can do." "You guys aren't a public school? Where did the school manager come from?" Zhao Feiyu asked with some surprise. "Our school was originally called Yasi Middle School. It's a private senior high school. Many years ago it was known as the 6th Middle School in Yunwan City, and then it left behind this abbreviation." Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu suddenly came to a realization. Not long after, the four of them arrived at the school supermarket. Along the way, they also encountered other students from Song Cindy's class. They heard that Zhao Feiyu was going to treat them to milk tea. Not long after, the group unexpectedly expanded to more than 20 people. Basically, all the girls in the class came. Zhao Feiyu was really speechless, but still, he treated each person to a cup of milk tea. Consumption successful. Cashback 6, 254 yuan. At the same time, Li Li's favorability plus 5. Zhang Chan's favorability plus 5. Zhao Na's favorability plus 5. Listening to the system prompts in his head, Zhao Feiyu raised an eyebrow. Perhaps, from these people, it was also possible to pull some wool over their eyes. For example, after the vacation, let Song Kanyuan take them on a camping trip or something like that. Moreover, there were high and low face values among these people. Some of them were even 15 times cashback. After the crowd dispersed as birds and beasts, Zhao Feiyu came to Song Kangjuan's office. "What are you doing?" Just as he reached the door, Zhao Feiyu heard Song Kangjuan scream, "I'm warning you, Hao Tianxiang. This is a school. Don't go too far. I'm the school manager's son. I'm in charge here. Even if the principal comes, he can't do anything to me." A lewd voice rang out. The man seemed to be about to do something untoward to Song Cindy. "And, don't pretend to be innocent. Who doesn't know that you and Zhou Meiran have been divorced for several years?" Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu pushed his way in. However, he saw Song Kanyuan being cornered with a wary look on her face, and the youth with the gold-rimmed glasses was looking at Song Kanyuan with a bad smile on his face. Hearing someone come in, that person hurriedly turned back. Bang! Zhao Feiyu threw a heavy punch at Hao Tianxiang's cheek. The golden glasses were directly sent flying. Asterisk. Hao Tianxiang subconsciously cursed with his violent mouth. However, he was viciously kicked in the stomach by Zhao Feiyu. "Do you fucking know who I am?" Hao Tianxiang roared. But Zhao Feiyu kicked after kick, with no intention of stopping. "Feiyu, stop. If you keep fighting, something will happen." Song Cindy, who was on the side, hurriedly stopped Zhao Feiyu. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu then stopped. Then he squatted down, grabbed Hao Tianxiang's collar and said, "Do you fucking know who I am? I'm the son of a school manager. I don't care who you are. If you hit me today, you won't be able to walk out of this school." Hao Tianxiang still hardened his mouth and threatened loudly. "Good. I really want to see how you're going to make me not walk out of this school," Zhao Feiyu said teasingly as he slapped Hao Tianxiang's cheek. "Call now. I'll see what people you can call. Mard, bullying my girlfriend in broad daylight. You damn well really don't want to live." "Your girlfriend?" Hao Tianxiang looked at Song Kanyuan with some surprise. This was the first time he had heard of this. that Song Cindy had a boyfriend. Seeing this, Hao Tianxiang picked up his cell phone and dialed out. However, the person he was calling was not someone from his family, but someone from society, preparing to insult a female teacher at school. If this matter was known by his school manager's dad, he would definitely break his legs, but Zhao Feiyu had beaten him, and he couldn't swallow this breath. Kid, if you have the balls to leave the school, you don't run. During the phone call, Hao Tianxiang viciously threatened. Good wait and see. Zhao Feiyu let go of Hao Tianxiang and said, Feiyu, his dad is a school manager. He has some connections in society. Song Kanyuan said with a worried face. No harm done, Zhao Feiyu said with a wave of his hand. You want to continue working here at ease. This has to be resolved. Otherwise, he will still come to harass you in the future. Don't worry, I'm free to share. Song Cindy nodded her head obediently. She had seen Zhao Feiyu's energy. Even someone like Zhou Meiren could solve it, let alone Hao Tianxiang. Hey, Brother Long, this is Tian Chang. Tian Chang from Yasi Middle School. I've encountered some trouble here and I need you to bring someone over to help me out. Right at this moment, Hao Tianxiang's phone call also came through. Scram! The wind is so tight these days, do you damn well want me to die? A scolding voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Hao Tianxiang hurriedly walked outside, came to the corner. Hao Tianxiang lowered his voice and prayed, Brother Long, I really encountered trouble. He was alone. You bring a few brothers over to me to calm down the scene. After the incident, I guarantee that I will not treat my brothers poorly. Hearing this, there was a silence on the other end of the phone. A moment later, okay, when? Right now. Good. Wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Hao Tianxiang's face revealed a touch of cruelty. Then he walked to the door of Song Cindy's office and screamed, Kid, this is a school. The influence is not too good. If you are not afraid to die, you will go out of the school with me now. Dare you? Good. Zhao Feiyu made a gesture to leave, but he was pulled by Song Kanyuan behind him. Don't go out with him, he must have called in people. You'll suffer. Right at this moment, Hao Tianxiang was worried that Zhao Feiyu wouldn't go out, and once again opened his mouth to threaten. If you kid doesn't dare to go out, I'll still come to find Song Kanyuan in the future. I'm the son of a school board member, and there's always a time when you're not there. Right. At those words, Zhao Feiyu's face immediately turned gloomy. Looking at the worried Song Kanyuan, Zhao Feiyu smiled faintly, then patted the small, soft, boneless hand. You go to class first. I've got it covered. Zhao Feiyu's smile seemed to carry an endless sense of security and confidence. This made Song Kanyuan slowly let go of her hand. Then you be careful. Aha! After saying that, Zhao Feiyu walked outside. Arriving outside the school, Zhao Feiyu looked at Hao Tianxiang with a teasing face. He wanted to see what kind of people this Hao Tianxiang could call for him today. Just at this moment, a Mercedes and a van came from the distance. Chapter 37, Young Dragon. Seeing the license plate number, Hao Tianxiang hurriedly walked to the side of the road and waved at the car. After the car stopped, 7 or 8 delinquent youths with sticks came out of the van with a crash. On the Mercedes, a youth wearing white tight pants and a mink coat also walked down. The youth's neck had a big shiny gold chain and a cigar in his mouth. Young Dragon, you're finally here. Who is it? Dare to bully my brother. Don't you want to die? The youth known as Long Xiao came down and then arrogantly roared loudly, giving Hao Tianxiang a full face. Brother Long, it's this man who dares to steal a woman from me. Hao Tianxiang pointed at Zhao Feiyu and said viciously, you have to give me this breath today. Looking in the direction Hao Tianxiang pointed, the youth known as Young Dragon instantly widened his eyes. Then he hastily took off his sunglasses to take a closer look. When he saw Zhao Feiyu, his eyes went wide. Gulp! The knot in Long Xiao's throat rolled and he swallowed hard. Then he licked his dry lips. Yes, it's you! And when Zhao Feiyu saw this Long Xiao, he almost laughed out loud. It's you? With that, he looked. This Long Xiao was no one else. It was precisely one of the group of playboys who were called by Zhou Meiren yesterday. This guy was relatively lucky, didn't take drugs and wasn't arrested. He didn't expect to be called by Hao Tianxiang today. This pie. It's much more arrogant than yesterday. If you came like this yesterday, maybe I was really bluffed by you. That. Long Xiao stood in place at a loss for words with an embarrassed face. Hao Tianxiang on the side didn't seem to see anything yet. Long Xiao. It's this guy. Let the brothers get him. I'll get you. Long Xiao sniffed and shivered in fear, and slapped at Hao Tianxiang. Slap. Hao Tianxiang was directly blindsided by the slap. Young Dragon. What are you hitting me for? Hit him. I'll hit your grandma's leg. Long Xiao pointed at the punk in the distance and directly commanded, beat him for me. Moments later, Hao Tianxiang was lying on the ground with a swollen nose and wailing. Long Xiao walked to Zhao Feiyu with a flattering face and prayed, Big brother, are you still satisfied? If not, I'll beat him up again. You're quite a good boy, but I don't want her to harass my girlfriend in the future. Do you hear me? If there's a next time, I wouldn't recommend sending you in as well. Yes. Absolutely guaranteed. Absolutely guaranteed. Long Xiao looked at Hao Tianxiang and said with righteous indignation, "Bring him to me." At this moment, Hao Tianxiang had already been beaten into a pig's face. However, Long Xiao grabbed Hao Tianxiang's collar and threatened viciously, "Hao Tianxiang, listen to me carefully, don't harass my big brother's girlfriend again. Do you hear me? If there is a next time, I will never spare you." Hao Tianxiang endured the pain and nodded. Only then did Long Xiao let him go. "Big brother, are you still satisfied?" Long Xiao revealed as kind of smile as possible and asked, "Alright, let's go. This is a school. The impact isn't good." Zhao Feiyu waved his hand. Only then did Long Xiao lead the people to leave with a roll as if he was relieved. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu didn't even look at Hao Tianxiang, who was like a dead pig, and directly turned around and entered the school. Not long after, passing passers-by saw the scene, which called an ambulance for Hao Tianxiang. Soon after going back, Song Kane-wan had already gotten out of class. Seeing Zhao Feiyu sitting in the office unharmed, Song Kane-wan hurriedly walked over, put down the textbook in her hand, and breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. "It's great to see that you're okay. So worried about me?" Zhao Feiyu said frivolously. "Hao Tianxiang isn't a good person. He'll definitely call the society to take revenge on you, but I'm curious how you solved this matter." Song Kanyuan asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu burst out laughing. "Do you know who he called in?" "Who?" "It's one of the gang that followed Zhou Meirine yesterday. After he saw me, his face turned green." "Is that so?" Song Cindy instantly raised her eyebrows and covered her mouth as she laughed lightly. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. A glance back smiled 100 winks. Song Cindy's glance and smile was just too seductive than Song Monli's. It seemed to be sensing Zhao Feiyu's burning gaze. Song Monli couldn't help but lower her head somewhat shyly. "Sister Wan, you're so beautiful." Zhao Feiyu unconsciously walked over, then wrapped his hands around Song Kangjuan's slender willowy waist. The sudden embrace caused Song Kane-wan's body to tremble. Her breath also became thick, her chest rose and fell, and her face was even red to the neck. This moment of amorous fascination, it made Zhao Feiyu involuntarily lower his head in preparation for a kiss, and Song Cindy subconsciously closed her eyes. Seeing that the lips were about to touch each other, Song Kangjuan's mind suddenly flashed through Song Monli's figure. The next moment, Song Kane-wan violently opened her eyes, then broke away from Zhao Feiyu. "No, it can't be like this. You're Monli's boyfriend. We can't be like this." And Zhao Feiyu also came back to his senses from the temptation just now. After seeing Song Monli's shy and terrified appearance, Zhao Feiyu hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Sister Wan. You're just too beautiful. I really couldn't hold back. In the future, don't allow this in the future. Do you hear me?" Song Kane-wan quickly recovered from her emotions and warned with a serious face. "You being like this makes it impossible for me to face Monli at all. Yes. I won't dare to do it again. I only blame Sister for being too charming. I'm a bloodthirsty man who really can't stand Sister's beauty." Zhao Feiyu nodded his head repeatedly, but the words of praise in his words were very flattering to Song Kanyuan. Song Monli favorability +5. Right at this moment, because of what had just happened, Song Monli's favorability had miraculously increased by 5 points. Zhao Feiyu was instantly delighted. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu could already be sure that Song Kanian definitely liked himself as well. It was only because of Song Monli's reasons that she simply couldn't face Zhao Feiyu. However, Zhao Feiyu was convinced, as long as he made Song Kane-wan's favorability reach 100, it would be absolutely possible to take Song Kane-wan. Thinking about this pair of sisters here, Zhao Feiyu's heart was so excited. This was an image that all men could only dream of. Because there were no classes in the afternoon, Song Kanyuan was then able to leave the school early. The duo that went back was a bit awkward in the car. Zhao Feiyu suddenly thought of the morning topic. He quickly broke the quiet. "Sister Wan, let's go buy you a car. This isn't too good. I don't really have much use for a car." Song Kane-wan pouted her lips. "I say, Sister Wan, you don't want a car. Is it because you don't have a license and can't drive?" Zhao Feiyu said playfully. "What the heck? Who said that people don't know how to drive? I'm a 20-year veteran driver." Song Kane-wan immediately said unconvincingly. "Really? I don't believe it. Let's go buy a car now. You drive it and show me." "Good. Right. Do you like sports cars or sedans? Or an SUV?" "Well," Song Cindy pondered for a moment. "SUV. Or off-road, I guess. I don't really like the sports car type. It's too youthful." "Good. Then we'll buy the off-road car." Afterwards, Zhao Feiyu immediately opened the navigation and drove towards the 4S store. Chapter 38, 50 times cashback. Why did you come to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store? Seeing the sign of the 4S point, Song Cindy was instantly a little flustered. Let's just go and buy a more ordinary car. Ouch. How can an ordinary SUV match your status? You know, you're my girlfriend now. Zhao Feiyu laughed badly. Don't talk nonsense. This matter is known by Monli. How do you want me to face her off? I know that this is something you pretended on purpose in order to save me. But you can't be like this anymore. It will really make others misunderstand. Song Cindy hit Zhao Feiyu's shoulder with her pink fist. Fine. Never dare to do it again. Unless you're willing, I'll call you my girlfriend, okay? Zhao Feiyu nodded repeatedly, fearing that Song Kangjuan's favorability would drop as a result. Right now, it was extremely difficult to rise in favorability, and if it dropped because of this, it would be more than worth it. However, you should stop talking about the car. I already have a target, just the Mercedes Big G. Saying that, Zhao Feiyu led Song Kanian into the 4S store without saying a word. When Zhao Feiyu parked the car, the sales staff inside immediately came out to greet him. Those who could do sales here, which one of them had not practiced their fiery eyes. From a long way away, they saw Zhao Feiyu driving a Porsche in, and it's still a Jiangbei license plate, so it looks like a big boss. After getting out of the car, the salesperson immediately introduced them enthusiastically before welcoming the duo into the 4S store. This gentleman, this young lady, I wonder what series you would like to see. A young, beautiful, uniformed saleswoman with a gold silk scarf around her neck immediately introduced them. I also don't understand. My female friend wants a cross-country car. You take us to see it. Just as Zhao Feiyu's words fell, he felt Song Kangjuan's shy and angry gaze, and also viciously twisted the flesh of his waist at his back. Hiss! Zhao Feiyu immediately sucked in a breath. The meat there could be too painful. Afterwards, the staff directly brought the duo to the Mercedes-Benz G-Series place. Seeing this car, a look of fondness clearly flashed through Song Xianyan's eyes. Obviously, the mature and stable her heart still liked this kind of domineering car. How much is the landed price of this car? This car of ours is the latest G-Class off-road vehicle. 100 is 120,000 to start. Because of the different configurations, the highest configuration landing price is 1,800,000. So expensive. Song Kangjuan immediately exclaimed in shock, and all of a sudden lost her breath. And right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu immediately stood out. That's it. If there's a current car, we'll just drive away and go swipe the card. I don't want it. This car is too expensive. Let's look at the others. Song Kangjuan hurriedly persuaded, but Zhao Feiyu didn't give her a chance at all. Pulling the salesperson along, he left. After signing the contract, Zhao Feiyu saw Song Kangjuan sitting there a little angry. This angry look was also something else. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu hurriedly went up to comfort. It's really not easy to come across a favorite thing. I heard Monli say that you used to have a G-Class SUV of your own, right? Hearing this, Song Kangjuan was slightly moved. Turning around, she said angrily, You, spending money so lavishly, what will Monli do when she marries you in the future? The salesperson on the side was instantly confused. Wait a minute, how is this relationship so messy? Just at this time, successful consumption, 50 times cashback of 100 million. A car that directly made Zhao Feiyu earn 100 million, because Song Monli's face value reached 96 points, so the cashback multiplier was 50 times. This car landing price of 1,800,000, even the registration, vehicle tax, etc. A series of down exactly 2 million. Since there is no rush to use the car, Zhao Feiyu let the staff here will be directly on the process of registration, car modification and so on to get good and then come to pick up the car. After leaving the 4S store, all the staff stood on both sides of the road to say goodbye. Looking at the back of Zhao Feiyu's departure, the beautiful woman responsible for sales just now couldn't help but say with a bit of infatuation, It's really young and golden. When can I also find such a boyfriend? Don't be a nymphomaniac. Don't you have a boyfriend? Oh yeah, look, I forgot. But to be honest, the way he swiped his card just now, the way it flowed, without the slightest dew, simply too handsome. Such a man, only the woman beside him can match. Just now that woman is really too beautiful. On the way back, dingling bell, Song Kangjuan's phone suddenly rang. Hey mom, what's wrong? Cindy, come to the hospital. Your grandfather just had a sudden brain attack. He's now in the first hospital. You and Feiyu hurry over here. Hearing this, Song Kangjuan's face immediately changed, and Zhao Feiyu also heard the conversation and immediately turned the direction towards the first hospital. After arriving at the hospital, he then saw the anxious Zhang Meiji at the entrance of the resuscitation room. Mom, what happened to my grandfather? How did he have a sudden brain attack? Yes auntie, it's fine. He was alive and well in the morning. Zhang Meiji let out a long sigh. After lunch, your grandfather wanted to go downstairs to sneak food, and he fell and became like this. Cerebral infarction is a fatal danger for the elderly. Right at this moment, a doctor in a white coat walked out from the rescue room. Doctor, how is my grandfather? Song Kangwon hurriedly walked over and asked eagerly, temporarily out of life-threatening danger, but walking may be affected in the future, and moreover, his memory may be affected. Hearing this, the three of them were instantly relieved. As long as the person was fine, then everything would be fine. Doctor, help! Just at this moment, a group of people pushed a cart and quickly ran in from outside. One of them, a girl wearing glasses, shouted loudly with a panicked face. The nurses and doctors in the emergency department immediately surrounded them, then launched a resuscitation. Looking at the girl who was blocked outside, isolated and helpless, covered in blood, everyone cast a sympathetic gaze. This is how it is in the hospital. Every day, life and death are staged. Right, auntie? Hasn't Grandpa's hospitalization fee been paid yet? Zhao Feiyu suddenly thought of this matter and hurriedly asked. Aya, look at this head of mine. The doctor has just rushed me several times. Zhang Meiji said, taking out a bunch of slips and hurriedly walking towards the payment office. Auntie, let me do it. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly grabbed the bill payment slip and walked towards the distance. Zhao Feiyu didn't know if spending money on Song Manli, or Song Cindy, or Zhang Meiji's loved ones would be rebated. Looking at Zhao Feiyu's departing back, Zhang Meiji smiled in relief. This kid, really good. Arriving at the payment office, Zhao Feiyu suddenly saw the girl covered in blood also paying the bill here. Please, this is all the money I have on me. After my father is resuscitated, I'll definitely make up all the fees. The girl begged bitterly at the payment window, but the staff inside said with a cold face, there are things like you here every day, and I don't have the authority to release the background authority to you. Look at it this way, you go to the doctor to talk about it, okay? Well, the girl lowered her head, clutched the payment slip in her right hand with a death grip, and turned around, ready to leave. How much is hers? And right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly walked over and asked the staff at the window. Chapter 39 Xiaozhu. A series of costs down. It has to be more than 50,000. It's not impossible to not pay. The person will be resuscitated as usual, but I'm afraid the later costs will be difficult to maintain. The staff explained. The girl also turned to look at this time. Charge her 100,000 for now. Saying this, Zhao Feiyu walked over and took the payment slip from the girl's hand, then handed it to the staff. Looking at an unfamiliar man, he actually paid himself 100,000 medical bills. The girl looked at Zhao Feiyu incredulously. Thank you. The girl was wary in her heart though, but right now she did need money, no matter what the other party's requirements were. Wait until the patient woke up. Successful consumption. 20 times cashback of 2 million. Xiaozhu favorability plus 10. The system's prompt made Zhao Feiyu slightly surprised. With that, he looked at Xiaozhu, 24 years old. Favorability, 70. Face value, 90. The girl wore heavy black-framed glasses, was covered in blood, and had messy hair. I didn't expect her face value to reach 90 points. No wonder there was a 20-fold cashback. No need to be polite. You'd better go see your loved ones first. After saying that, Zhao Feiyu turned around and handed over his payment slip. What's your name? How do I pay you back? Xiaozhu walked out a short distance and turned back to ask loudly. My name is Zhao Feiyu. Xiaozhu sniffed and jogged over, then took out his cell phone. Can you give me your cell phone number? So that I can conveniently contact you. Okay. Zhao Feiyu immediately spoke his cell phone number over. After the girl deposited her cell phone, she thanked her again and hurriedly left the bill payment hall. And with that, Zhao Feiyu returned to the ward. Not long after, Elder Song woke up leisurely, but he was seen looking around with a confused expression. Where am I? Dad. You're in the hospital now. Zhang Meiji told Elder Song what happened at noon. However, he saw Elder Song smiling to himself. Old age. It's impossible not to obey the old age. Evening. Song Yunfeng also hurried over after his busy schedule. However, the old man's state was recovering well. Just then, Zhao Feiyu's phone suddenly rang. Hello? I'm the girl you helped me pay the bill this afternoon. My name is Xiaozhu. The girl's soft voice came from the phone. Oh, it's you. Is your family okay? There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. A moment later, it unexpectedly burst into tears. Oh, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright? A bad thought surfaced in Zhao Feiyu's mind. No, it's fine. Xiaozhu quickly organized her emotions and took a deep breath and said, Today, thank you for helping me. My grandmother has passed away. At these words, Zhao Feiyu was first stunned, then quickly consoled. I'm sorry for your loss. Where are you now? I'm at the morgue. Xiaoju's grandmother had already been sent to the morgue. In the cold basement morgue, Xiaoju sat paralyzed on the floor, crying without a master. Just then, a pair of leather shoes appeared in Xiaoju's field of vision. Looking up, she only saw Zhao Feiyu, who was wearing a casual suit, had rushed over. That, Zhao Feiyu followed and squatted down. She actually didn't know how to speak out to comfort this girl. The reason why she had helped her today was simply because she wanted to return cash to make money. Unexpectedly, the girl's grandmother still hadn't been saved. I don't know how to comfort you, but if you want to cry, you can cry out. Crying out should be better. At these words, Xiaoju could no longer hold back and leaned on Zhao Feiyu's shoulder and cried loudly. I was raised by my grandmother, single-handedly, and I only have her as a relative. After I graduated, I also hit the wall everywhere, and it was my grandmother who kept encouraging me, but I didn't realize that she had a car accident. Oh, Xiaoju cried while recounting her tragic experience. At the same time, Zhao Feiyu also learned about Xiaoju's current situation. She studied economics in college, specializing in giving research on financial market investments. After graduation, she changed several companies, and without exception, all of these companies went bankrupt and closed down after listening to her specialized investment advice. So much so that it had now been blacklisted by many companies. After hearing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately brightened up. This is a talent. Letting her invest, spending money on her, and then returning dozens of times. Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu immediately had the intention of pulling her in. However, her grandmother had passed away now, so it wasn't the right time to mention this. After a long time, Xiaoju had already lost her voice as she cried. Zhao Feiyu twisted his head to look and realized that she had actually fallen asleep. This was the hospital's basement morgue. The temperature was very low, and sleeping here would give you a cold tomorrow. Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu slowly picked her up and walked outside. Just as Zhao Feiyu was about to put her in the car and let her rest, Xiaoju, however, suddenly woke up. What are you doing? Xiaoju immediately looked at Zhao Feiyu warily before struggling to leave. I saw that you fell asleep. The morgue is very cold. I was worried that you would catch a cold, so I wanted you to sleep in the car for a while. You're too tired. Hearing this, Xiaoju was relieved and looked at Zhao Feiyu apologetically. I'm sorry. It's okay. That. Xiaoju suddenly thought of something. That $100,000. I'll give it back to you after I've done the discharge formalities. This is not urgent. Your grandmother has passed away. You still need to arrange a funeral for her. Those money will be kept for emergencies first. When your grandmother's matter is completely over, you will come to me. I will arrange a job for you. This, well, Xiaoju sniffed. Absolutely, Zhao Feiyu was right. The funeral also needed a lot of money, and he himself really didn't have that much money. Xiaoju good sense plus 10. Xiaoju favorability plus 10. Xiaoju good sense plus 10. In an instant, Xiaoju's favorability unexpectedly climbed to 90 points. This is how people are. In the hardest, loneliest, hungriest, and most beaten down times, even a single steamed bun could make that person grateful to you. Give me the cell phone, Zhao Feiyu said as he reached out. Ha! Xiaoju was a little confused, but she still handed Zhao Feiyu her cell phone. Unlock the screen. After unlocking it, Zhao Feiyu opened her Weixin and then figured out add friend. After successfully adding a friend, Zhao Feiyu directly transferred $100,000 to Xiaoju. What are you doing? I can't ask for your money anymore. You've already given me $100,000 in a few days. Xiaoju hastily took the phone and prepared to refuse. That money, after the resuscitation costs, the morgue costs come down. There's only 70,000 or 80,000 left. You're alone in organizing your grandmother's funeral. All sorts of things all need money. These aren't enough, Zhao Feiyu patiently explained. I suggest you directly look for a funeral service, a one-stop shop, without you having to worry about anything. Hearing this, Xiaoju's eyes suddenly became a little moist. Such delicate thoughts and care directly broke down Xiaoju's last line of defense. Thank you. Xiaoju jumped headfirst into Zhao Feiyu's embrace. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu was her strong backing. Chapter 40, Investing in Xiaoju. Chapter 40, Investing in Xiaoju. A few days later, Elder Song was also discharged from the hospital. However, Zhao Feiyu received him directly into the Cloud Mountain residence villa. Zhang Meiji and Song Yunfeng had also packed up all the things in the happy community. The house was then handed over to the intermediary center to be put up for sale. And on the other side, Zhou Marin finally received a call from Monsoon. I've investigated this person. From Jiangbei City, orphaned, originally worked at Sunrise Design, divorced after his wife cheated on him, no background. Now he's the boyfriend of the Song family's Song Manli, your ex-wife's younger sister. However, My people seem to have heard that he seems to have a connection with Zhang Baiyu of the Jiaxing Real Estate Group in Zhangbei, but that's just a rumor. What? Hearing this, Zhou Meiran was directly dumbfounded. Just this background? Still fucking $5 billion to get us killed? At this moment, Zhou Meiran finally realized that this kid was just being a fox. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lousy will have to get him killed next time. I say Zhou Xiao. Your Zhou family has also had a lot of problems in the past 2 days, right? I advise you to stay out of trouble. It's not too late to talk about it after the storm passes. On the other side of the phone, the second young master of the G family leisurely said, I go to, just a 3 no trash, no money, no power, no background. I am afraid of what he does. After saying this, Zhou Meiran directly hung up the phone, then dialed the phone of another person. The phone number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. These guys, have they all been taken in? Thinking slightly, Zhou Meiran thought of another person. Then with some hesitation, she flipped out that person's phone number. Hello, Sister Wave? Cloud Mountain Residence Villa No. 18. Zhao Feiyu was in his bedroom, looking at Song Kanwan in the swimming pool below with a dumbfounded expression. At this moment, Song Kanwan was wearing a blue bikini swimsuit. At this moment, like a mermaid, she was swimming happily in the pool. Song Cindy Wan's skin was like snow, and her body was curvy at the front and back. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu was happy. She didn't expect to buy Song Manli the Cloud Mountain Residence 18 villa after she bought it for her. Surprisingly, she could still enjoy such a view. Ding bell. Right at this moment, an unfamiliar number called. Looking at the slightly familiar number, Zhao Feiyu suspiciously picked it up. Hello, this is Xia Zhu. On the other end of the phone, Xia Zhu's voice was still somewhat sad. Oh, it's you. Is your grandmother's matter all done? Well, it's already buried back home. It's all over. Then where are you now? Zhao Feiyu asked in a hurry. The chance to swipe money. Again. I'm in my rented house. Okay, you tell me the address. I'll come over immediately. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu then rushed to her rental house according to the address provided by Xia Zhu. Looking at the basement rental house that was less than 30 square feet, Zhao Feiyu didn't expect Xia Zhu to live in such a place. Here's $80,000. It's the rest of that $200,000. The remaining $120,000. I'll slowly return it to you. Xia Zhu took out $30,000 and handed it over. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu did not rush to take it, but asked, so do you still have a job now? Xia Zhu shook her head with a loss. No, I was just resigned before my grandmother's car accident. Then what will you do next? Xia Zhu shook her head helplessly. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu continued to ask, if I ask you to invest in me, are you sure? Let me invest in you? Xia Zhu acted as if she had heard wrong, because she had once told Zhao Feiyu that she was an investment black widow. Whoever one invested in would go bankrupt. I should have told you, although I studied economics and specialized in this, but I am the heavenly fate lone star, specializing in kinking people. It's better not to. It's fine, Zhao Feiyu said firmly. I believe in your vision. Moreover, I'm not poor. I believe that your bad luck will always pass. When the time comes it will surely rain, bitter and sweet. Then how much money are you prepared to invest? Xia Zhu asked apprehensively. At first, I'll give you 100 million to let you test the waters. You'll go ahead and set up a company, and after you officially enter the track, I'll continue to invest 5 billion for you to come and make a big splash. Hiss. Hearing this, Xia Zhu immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The investment project she had come into contact with had a capital of at most $10 million. $100 million right off the bat made Xia Zhu feel a little cloudy. How is it? Can it be done? Xia Zhu said with some lack of confidence. I'm afraid of losing money to you. I've said, this amount of money is nothing to me. Even if I lose it doesn't matter, because I believe in you. You will always have the day to shine, Zhao Feiyu said with a serious face. At this moment, the light in his eyes completely infected Xia Zhu. Xia Zhu's favorability +5. Zhao Feiyu immediately raised his eyebrows and continued. Instead of me asking you to invest in me, it would be better to say, it's me investing in you. I'm a person who reads people very accurately. I believe that you, even if you lose money at the initial stage, in the future, you'll make it back to me 100 times, 1,000 times. Phew. Xia Zhu let out a long breath, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Zhao Feiyu in death. Underneath those black-framed glasses, they seemed to be digging into Zhao Feiyu's heart. She was first puzzled as to why Zhao Feiyu would treat her like this, but if she really let her invest, just this $100 million could buy her an unknown number of lives. What did Zhao Feiyu covet? His own body? Or something else? This moment, Xia Zhu figured it out. No matter what Zhao Feiyu was scheming for, that $100 million had already proved it. Good. I promise you. As long as you aren't afraid of losing money, I will definitely use all my efforts to invest and help you make money. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu was relieved. So, this 30,000 you still take first. Tomorrow I will transfer the first startup capital to you. Then you can do it. Exactly how to do. You don't need to ask me. You look after yourself. I believe you have experience in this area. And now, we first go to buy a house. You as my employee? Life here is simply too bad. Later when we developed, you haul a president. How can you live here? Saying that, Zhao Feiyu asked Xiaozhu to start packing. Just take the important things. Nothing else. Ah, how is this okay? Xiaozhu was flattered and said, listen to me. I'll make your life better. Zhao Feiyu lowered his head and looked at the 6'5" Xiaozhu and said gently. At this moment, Xiaozhu completely fell. Then she hugged Zhao Feiyu. Thank you, for appearing in my world at my most difficult time, and for believing in me so much. Even though we've only known each other for a few days, I feel that you're the one in my destiny, the one who made me conquer me. After saying that, Xiaozhu lifted her toes without saying a word and directly forcefully kissed Zhao Feiyu. The cold lips and the unique scent of Xiaozhu's body completely froze Zhao Feiyu in place. Feeling the spirit snake that was forced into his mouth, Zhao Feiyu hugged Xiaozhu before collapsing onto the bed of the rental house. Xiaozhu favorability +5. Current favorability 100. More than an hour passed. Zhao Feiyu heard the system's beep. He smiled in relief. Chapter 41, Xiaozhu's full value of good feelings. Feelings are so unreasonable, coming so unexpectedly. A shoulder to lean on, a gentle word of comfort, as well as financial assistance, the sense of security that comes with it. In an instant, a girl falls, looking at a bloody plumflower on the bedsheet. Zhao Feiyu was slightly surprised. Taking off her glasses, the plain-faced Xiaozhu was otherwise worthy of that 90-point face value. Looking at Xiaozhu, who was snuggled in his arms, wandering around, not knowing what she was thinking about, Zhao Feiyu kissed her forehead. Thinking about what? I'm thinking about the rest of my future life. Xiaozhu pondered slightly, then raised her head to look at Zhao Feiyu. I'm very grateful that you can give me a harbor, but I deeply know that a man as good as you is something I can't grasp alone. So I decided that from today onwards, I'll silently stand behind you from now on. I don't care if you're in love with someone else or not. For all I care, I'm satisfied that I love you. Hearing these words, Zhao Feiyu was doubly surprised. He didn't expect Xiaozhu to have such thoughts. It was reasonable to say that a woman who was in a relationship would be very selfish in her desire to dominate you, especially a man as outstanding as Zhao Feiyu. It was even more important not to let go. Xiaozhu, however, seemed to be different from other girls. You have a girlfriend, right? Xiaozhu asked with a smile. There wasn't the slightest hint of jealousy in her eyes. Zhao Feiyu was silent for a moment and nodded. He didn't want to deceive this simple girl. However, Xiaozhu didn't seem to be surprised. The one at the hospital last time, right? She's really pretty. However, Zhao Feiyu shook his head. She's not. She's my girlfriend's sister. Bad egg. Xiaozhu pouted. You didn't even spare someone's sister. I didn't. Zhao Feiyu cried out in injustice. Alright, I still don't know you. As if she knew everything, Xiaozhu instantly guessed Zhao Feiyu's thoughts. A man as excellent as you. There must be butterflies and bees around you. I'm not a selfish woman. This is what makes it even more clear that you're excellent. I understand. And also even standing behind you, silently loving you and supporting you, so that I'm satisfied. Xiaozhu. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu was deeply moved inwardly. Such a woman was worthy of a lifetime of deep love. Don't worry. No matter what happens to me, I will always never leave you. Feiyu, with your words, I am content. After saying that, the two of them kissed each other deeply. This amount of mutual touching. Inevitably, there was another bloody storm. It was in the afternoon. Only then did Zhao Feiyu and Xiaozhu pack up their things, and then retired the rental room here with the landlord. Only then did he go to the agency center, because they had to move in. The current room was the most suitable. Across the distance, the manager of the agency center saw Zhao Feiyu. Last time, he netted $5 million from Zhao Feiyu. The manager directly vaulted Zhao Feiyu as a god of wealth. Mr. Zhao, you're here again. What are you doing today? Last time, he had just bought Cloud Mountain Residence, and the manager thought that Zhao Feiyu had something else going on. But looking at a girl with a different face following beside him, the manager seemed to understand something. Is it buying a house for your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Xiaozhu immediately hid behind Zhao Feiyu with some shyness. Go inside and talk. The manager hurriedly opened the way in front, and just after going in, he let someone make tea. After sitting down, the manager busily asked, the price Mr. Zhao has in mind is. Zhao Feiyu looked at the surrounding sand table and said, Under $50 million. Hearing this, Xiaozhu beside him was stunned and looked at Zhao Feiyu with some trepidation. However, Zhao Feiyu tightly grasped her delicate hand, blandly at ease. I have to say, Mr. Zhao not only has a good eye, luck is good. We just have a set of high-rise apartments on this side that was completed 2 years ago, along the subway, with a mature business district, complete supporting facilities, completely turnkey. Said, let someone bring a tablet. Then opened the app and introduced it. This is our live shot of the apartment. You can see every detail inside the apartment. This apartment covers an area of 320 square meters, located in the Hazel Moonstar River Mansion. No matter whether it's serviceability or security, absolutely first class. Just say how much the price is. Zhao Feiyu was not at all interested in the eloquence of the sales mouth, but was convinced of one thing, that if the price was expensive, the stuff was good. This is priced at 39,440,000. If Mr. Zhao is sincere in purchasing it, I can use my authority to give you a direct discount of 44 million. 39 million. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu nodded. This price was quite suitable. However, Xiaozhu beside him looked anxious and seemed to be persuading Zhao Feiyu not to buy it. This price, after all, was just too expensive. Little fool, this is just the beginning. You still have to earn me billions, tens of billions. What is this house worth? Zhao Feiyu scraped the tip of Xiaozhu's nose and said intimately, okay, that's it. Successful consumption. 100 times cashback of 3.9 billion. Cool. Listening to the prompt in his head, Zhao Feiyu almost jumped up in excitement. This 100 times cashback was far too much more refreshing than 10 times, 15 times, or 20 times. After successfully trading, Zhao Feiyu then couldn't wait to bring Xiaozhu to the Hazel Moonstar River Mansion. This apartment located on the 39th floor covered an area of more than 300 square feet. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, one could completely overlook the entire Cloud City. It was simply really like standing in the clouds. Satisfied? Zhao Feiyu walked to the side of the stagnant Xiaozhu, encircled her willow waist from behind, and asked in a soft voice, all my life, I couldn't even dream of imagining that I would one day live in such a big house. Hey, Zhao Feiyu, however, sighed softly in Xiaozhu's ear. It's just a pity that your grandmother had an accident. Otherwise, if you picked her up, it would be perfect. At those words, Xiaozhu immediately shuddered. She hadn't expected it at all. Zhao Feiyu would say such a sentence so suddenly. Such a sentence that hit her straight in the heart. A sentence. The next moment, Xiaozhu suddenly smiled. She wasn't sad because of the mention of her grandmother. Rather, she felt relieved and happy because she had met someone like Zhao Feiyu. Perhaps from the beginning of the rental house, she had completely fallen in love with Zhao Feiyu, fell in love with her despite everything, and this moment, she had been completely conquered by Zhao Feiyu. From this moment onwards, Xiaozhu secretly swore inwardly, must be the one, who loves him, supports him unconditionally, stands up for his interests, and faces everything, even if, at the cost of her own life. She is fearless. Slowly turned around, Xiaozhu stood on tiptoe and said in a frantically cutting and passionate tone, kiss me. In front of this huge floor-to-ceiling window, they were intense, passionate, crazy, overlooking the entire cloud, exposed to the entire cloud. Chapter 42, Hundredfold Cashback of $500 billion. Xiaozhu smoothly moved into the Hazel Moonstar River Mansion. Zhao Feiyu made a wild profit of $3.9 billion. So far, in addition to the money invested in Jiaxing Real Estate Group, Zhao Feiyu's current assets were already as high as $11 billion. The following day, Zhao Feiyu directly gave Xiaozhu $100 million to set up an investment company first. All of the formalities were handled under Xiaozhu's name. When Xiaozhu heard this request, Xiaozhu was stunned. This meant that if the company was set up, then the company would be her own. It had nothing to do with Zhao Feiyu. No, no, no. Xiaozhu refused repeatedly. Everything I have is yours. Everything I have in my life is yours. I know you believe in me, but you have to be the holder of the company. However, Zhao Feiyu caressed Xiaozhu's face and said gently, you've also said that you've even given me your person. What else is there that isn't worthy of my trust in you? Unreservedly believing, making Xiaozhu deeply moved once again. At this moment, she could no longer use words to describe this feeling she had for Zhao Feiyu, and Zhao Feiyu's purpose for doing this was to completely eliminate the loopholes in the system. In a strict sense, this was Zhao Feiyu's investment for Xiaozhu. It was also considered a kind of spending for Xiaozhu. As expected, when Xiaozhu set up the company, after spending this $100 million, Zhao Feiyu then received a prompt from the system. Consumption successful. 100 times cashback 10 billion. Ha ha, Zhao Feiyu laughed wildly in excitement. Full value goodwill. The feeling of 100-fold cashback was just too good. Without saying a word, Zhao Feiyu directly transferred 5 billion to Xia Zhu again. Consumption successful. 100x cashback 50 billion. This time, after Zhao Feiyu transferred the money, he directly received a cashback prompt. When Zhao Feiyu was ready to utilize this bug to continue swiping money, instead, he received a prompt from the system. The current cashback target balance has been capped. Unable to continue cashback. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu suddenly came to a realization. This 5 billion. Xia Zhu hadn't spent it yet. It looked like the only way to continue the cashback was if she spent it all. However, thinking about the 50 billion just now, Zhao Feiyu was already satisfied. Ding bell. Just at this moment, Xia Zhu's phone suddenly called. How did this account suddenly have an extra 5 billion? Xia Zhu asked incredulously. The company has just been established. That 100 million you have already spent almost. Right. We are an investment company. Investment naturally needs money. So, you just let go of it. Don't have any worries. Understand? The company's employees go directly to the headhunter to pick. I have a requirement. It must be to be loyal, followed by talent. Understand? Money is not a problem. Give them the best treatment. Also, there is one last thing. Don't do everything yourself. Don't tire yourself out, or I will be heartbroken. Understand? How can I be that pretentious? This has just begun. Xia Zhu said with a few hints of petulance. The whole person's heart was warm. Right. Will you come back for dinner tonight? I'll make you stewed prawns. At the end, Xia Zhu asked carefully with a few hints of expectation. There are some things tonight. A friend of mine is coming from Jiangbei. I'm going to go to the appointment. You pay attention to safety alone. Understand? Aha. Then you have to drink less. Call me if you get drunk. I'll drive over to pick you up. Aha. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu then received a call from Zhang Baiyu. Ever since Zhao Feiyu's last $5 billion support, Zhang Baiyu had cracked down on the rest of the party led by Zhou Marin. Then he let the Jiaxing Group branch and smoothly annexed their industries. Now Jiaxing Group had completely established itself in Yunduan City. And now the biggest target. It is the Zhou family, which is mainly in the real estate industry. The Zhou family's Zhou Group was one of the three giants in Yunduan City. It was on par with the other two big families respectively. However, these four great families have always stayed away from each other. The Zhou family mainly specialized in real estate investment. The Ji family specialized in catering and travel. The Fan family specialized in medical and pharmaceutical industries. As for the lowest profile Yuan family, they majored in officialdom, although not doing business. However, it was not something that the other three big families could mess with at all. The current second-in-command of Cloud City was a member of the Yuan family. I'll be there at 8 in the evening. Tonight I've made an appointment with some of the heads of the Yunduan City branch, as well as some of the people in the official circles of Yunduan City. You should come then too. Oh. Zhao Feiyu slapped his forehead somewhat helplessly. You also know that I don't like such occasions. That won't do. Zhang Baiyu balked at Zhao Feiyu. You're the main force in the main attack on Cloud City this time. If you don't show up, that's not acceptable. Alright. I'll be there on time. Zhao Feiyu hung up the phone helplessly, then prepared to pack up his things and head to the Cloud's End International Hotel. This was the Yuan family's only property that operated externally. Many of the top brass of Yunduan City would come here to eat. Firstly, no one would make trouble if they ate here. Secondly, if there was a business dispute, the Yuan family would also step in to help mediate. 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Feiyu arrived at the Yunduan International Hotel on time. Zhang Baiyu and the others had arrived long ago. After entering the room, what was introduced to his eyes was a huge private room decorated in a garden style. The wigwam and flowing water in the private room was simply unimaginable. But to Zhao Feiyu's surprise, there weren't as many people in the room as expected. Instead, there were only a handful of 3 people sitting there. Sorry for being late. Zhao Feiyu apologized and walked over. Zhang Baiyu immediately stood up before inviting Zhao Feiyu to sit on top of the main seat. Zhao Feiyu didn't know much about the seating in a drinking game like them all. He wasn't polite either and sat down on his butt. Not too late. Just right. Where are the others? Not here yet? Zhao Feiyu asked with some doubt. Arrived. This isn't it. Zhang Baiyu laughed as he looked at the duo beside him. Didn't you say many people? Where did I say many people? This is our Jiaxing Group's head in Cloud City, Liang Yu. Zhang Baiyu pointed to a middle-aged man wearing glasses beside himself. The man immediately stood up and extended his hand to shake Zhao Feiyu's. This one, the second-in-command of Yunduan City, Yuan Hong of the Yuan family of the 4 great families of Yunduan City, Mr. Yuan. With that, he looked over, only to see a burly, somewhat tan-skinned youth with an inch hair, leaning against a chair, tilting his head, drinking tea to himself. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately stood in awe. Unexpectedly, Zhang Baiyu's so-called official person was actually him. Zhao Feiyu, please teach me more. Zhao Feiyu immediately extended his hand and said. However, Yuan Hong seemed to be ignoring him, and Zhao Feiyu was immediately a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhang Baiyu hurriedly explained, don't pay any attention to him, that's just how he is. After the four of them were seated, Zhang Baiyu saw that the atmosphere was awkward and hurriedly opened his mouth. I came over from Jiangbei today, mainly because of that piece of land in the northern suburb of Yunwan City's power plant, and as you all know, the Zhou family also started as a real estate developer. So, Chapter 43, Yuan Family Yuan Hong. Not waiting for Zhang Baiyu to finish, Yuan Hong directly interrupted. I can ask my father to find a relationship to give you the green light, but I think you all know that the Zhou family also has people supporting them in the official circle. At most we can only hold the Zhou family in check. In the end, it's up to you guys whether the bidding can be successful or not. Then this bidding reserve price I wonder is roughly in what range? Zhang Baiyu asked cautiously. If one knew this, then one would be able to prepare in advance in terms of funding. Otherwise, it would be a loss when the time came. I heard from my dad that it should be around this number. Yuan Hong stretched out 2 fingers. 2 billion? Yuan Hong nodded. Zhang Baiyu, however, frowned. To be honest, adding the 5 billion invested by Zhao Feiyu, Zhashing Group could indeed auction it off. But this was the reserve price. The transaction price should be around 5 billion at the very least, if it was auctioned at full strength. When the time comes for the later stages of construction, there will be problems with the capital chain. Just at this moment, Zhao Feiyu but his body slightly leaned back, leaning on the chair. He laughed like Yuan Hong. I thought it was how much? Just this much? Zhao Feiyu acted very disdainful. Hearing this, Yuan Hong immediately frowned. The tone is not small. $2 billion is only the starting price. The transaction price is at the very least around $5 billion. At a later stage, you still need construction funds. Can you get it out? Zhao Feiyu stood up straight, and then patted Zhang Baiyu's shoulder, said lightly, I said I don't want to come. You want me to come? On this small matter, you directly tell me not on the line? Don't what a cat or a dog called out to the people to beg for mercy. Can use money to solve things? Don't open the mouth to beg. Tomorrow give me the account number. I'll give you another 100 million to the past. Remember my words. My goal is not to make money. I want Zhou's family completely collapsed. Do you understand? Hearing Zhao Feiyu's such arrogant words, Zhang Baiyu instantly brightened up and smiled. Who are you calling a cat or a dog? Yuan Hong instantly heard Zhao Feiyu's accusations. He dabbed his head and stood up, pointing at Zhao Feiyu and cursing angrily. However, Zhao Feiyu directly ignored Yuan Hong and walked to the door and turned to look at Zhang Baiyu. Squeak out if you don't have enough money. We're all brothers. Don't be so polite. After saying that, Zhao Feiyu directly left the private room. After Zhao Feiyu left, Zhang Baiyu immediately reprimanded Yuan Hong. What are you doing? I brought you here to meet him. What are you putting me through? Don't you want to patch up the holes in your family's South African gold mines? This is not intentionally want to test his strength. You say he is only how old? Exit on 10 billion. Who believe Yuan Hong's attitude immediately shriveled down. Not the slightest bit of the appearance of pride just now. Zhang Baiyu, however, suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and call the person back. Yuan Hong hurriedly urged. If it wasn't for you, how would Zhao Feiyu still invest another $10 billion in me just now? This time, the project of the northern suburbs power plant is considered completely stable. Damn. You for utilizing me. Purely by accident. Purely by accident. Zhang Baiyu explained repeatedly. I'll call the person back right now. This time you have to pay attention to your attitude. Don't put out your Yuan family's grandson's spectrum. Yes. I will definitely apologize to the person this time. Yuan Hong nodded repeatedly, but just after Zhang Baiyu had just made the call. However, he heard a sound of abuse coming from the other end of the phone. The language was rude and unpleasant. It seemed like Zhao Feiyu had clashed with someone else. Just then, the call came to an abrupt end, and there was a physical clash. Quick! Something's happened. Zhang Baiyu was startled and rushed out. Yuan Hong and Lian Yu followed closely behind. On the other side, Zhao Feiyu had just arrived at the elevator entrance. He saw a group of people walking out of the elevator. Both sides brushed shoulders. However, among that group, a young man's gaze froze and snapped his head back, staring dead at Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu! The youth roared angrily. Zhao Feiyu turned to look and realized that this person was clearly Zhou Marin. Seeing the other party, Zhao Feiyu immediately frowned. It was truly a narrow road between enemies. With that, he looked, only to see Zhou Marin holding a woman in one arm. And this woman was no one else but Zhao Feiyu's ex-wife, Li Shanshan. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu was simply shocked. How did this Nemo Li Shanshan get mixed up with Zhou Maran? This was simply too bombastic. What Zhao Feiyu didn't know was, ever since Zhou Maran investigated his information, then he had evil thoughts and planned to take revenge on Zhao Feiyu from his heart first. So he asked someone to invite Li Shanshan from Jiangbei to Yunnan City. What kind of person was Li Shanshan? Zhou Maran didn't even bother to take her down. At that moment, Zhou Maran felt like slapping Zhao Feiyu hard. He had avenged the last time Zhao Feiyu said that Song Cainlan was his girlfriend. Now it was good. Zhao Feiyu and Song Cindy. He, Zhou Maran and Li Shanshan. They're even. And what no one expected was, Zhou Maran's simple retaliation had completely saved the Li family, which was originally in a dead end. Ever since Zhang Baiyu blocked Li Dong then asked someone to find his way to Yunnan City and took on some work in Yunnan City. After having Li Shanshan as a springboard, Li Dong immediately fell into the big tree of the Zhou family. During this period of time, he took over a lot of big projects of the Zhou family. All of a sudden, he returned to his original state of power. And as for Zhang Jiakai, Li Shanshan has the Zhou family, then kicked away Zhang Jiakai. The family moved to Cloud City. Now the Li family can be described as a springtime and Li Shanshan. Also through Zhou Maran to understand Zhao Feiyu this period of time unexpectedly also in Yunnan City, and understand the personal grudge between Zhao Feiyu and Zhou Maran. The two people's new grudges and old grudges were added together, and they immediately stood on the same front. The moment after seeing Zhao Feiyu, Li Shanshan couldn't suppress her desire to let out a loud laugh. With Zhou Maran as a backer, Li Shanshan didn't believe that he, Zhang Baiyu, could still save Zhao Feiyu. One must know that the Zhou family was the four great families of Yunnan City. Its heritage and strength was simply not comparable to ordinary businesses. This gave Li Shanshan unlimited courage and confidence. Zhao Feiyu. Li Shanshan almost bit her back teeth to make the sound. We meet again. Seeing Zhao Feiyu, Zhou Maran pulled Li Shanshan into her arms, then rubbed her other hand wantonly. Teasingly, she provoked Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu, recognize who she is? How about it? Feeling surprised, right? Did you not expect her to be with me? You went to my ex-wife. I can go to your ex-wife as well. Now that she's being toyed with by me like this, how do you feel? Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu instantly laughed. So young Zhou likes this bite. You said it earlier. I'll go to the red light district for $80 a piece and call you 100. Play with them however you want. Chapter 44, Yuan Lingji. Hearing this, Li Shanshan instantly changed her face and became annoyed. Zhao Feiyu, what do you mean? Who are you pointing at San and cursing? Who are you calling a bitch? Zhao Feiyu asked in disbelief. Aren't you? Cheating within marriage is not even as good as a cousin. Now you're hanging out with Zhou Maran. So where did Zhang Jiakai go? Wasn't he kicked by you again? You say you're like this and you're still not a cousin? After saying that, Zhao Feiyu looked at Zhou Maran again. Zhou Shao, if you like this, I'll find you as many as you want. Why bother traveling all the way from Jiangbei City to find such a good for nothing? The price is just too big. It's not worth it. After saying that, Zhao Feiyu shook his head with a look of regret and prepared to leave. But how could Li Shanshan let Zhao Feiyu leave this place unharmed after suffering such an insult? Now that he was on the lap of the Zhou family, it was impossible not to make good use of the Zhou family to get back at Zhao Feiyu. Zhou Shao, look at him. He even scolded me for scolding me so badly. I'm your woman now. Isn't scolding me scolding you? Moreover, he was a fox and a tiger before, letting you suffer such a big loss. It's not easy to see him today. Can't we let him go just like that? Li Shanshan immediately pulled Zhou Maran's arm and said in a petulant manner. Originally, Zhou Maran had no intention of letting Zhao Feiyu go. After such a scene just now, this was considered to have completely exploded Zhou Maran's anger. Waving his hand, the few bodyguards following Zhou Maran immediately came forward and surrounded Zhao Feiyu. You want to make a move here? Zhao Feiyu turned around and asked with a smile. As far as I know, this is the Yuan family's only property to the outside world, right? Making trouble here would be not giving face to the Yuan family. You who? You still know about the Yuan family? Looks like you know quite a lot. Zhou Maran was quite a bit surprised. The news showed that Zhao Feiyu was properly a poor person. It was just that he occasionally knew Zhang Baiyu. It looked like his eyesight, too, was mostly due to this. You're right. It's true that you can't make trouble in the Yuan family's territory. But my Zhou family is a member of the same four great families. So if I deal with you, a poor hanger-on, I don't believe that the Yuan family will still flip out with me because of this. Zhou Maran said confidently. Take him away from me. If I can't get you killed here, I can always do it outside. The words trailed off. A few bodyguards were about to make their move. When Li Shanshan saw this scene, she immediately danced with excitement. Since the divorce, she hadn't been happy for a day because of Zhao Feiyu. It was as if Zhao Feiyu had changed into a different person, mixing with the wind and water. there was a strong contrast with before. That sense of contrast and jealousy inside made Li Shanshan completely obsessed. Today, she could finally witness Zhao Feiyu being bullied. At this moment, inside, Li Shanshan's heart was unprecedented. And right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu stood with his hands negative, not putting these bodyguards, as well as Zhou Meiran and the others, in his eyes in the slightest. Just stood in place and arrogantly shouted. Standing there watching the fun is not enjoyable. Right. If I am taken away today, the face that hits the face is the face of your Yuan family. The words lagged behind, only to see that around the corner, a sexy beauty wearing a long purple dress with long hair came in style. On this purple long skirt, there was a dazzling rhinestone inlaid, and the waist had a girdle design, outlining the thin waist that was in a firm grip. Walking up to the front, Zhao Feiyu heart some surprise. This woman was about 1.7 meters or so tall, about the same height as himself, but looking from below that waist, a pair of slender thighs that were simply unimaginable. Standing at 1.7 meters, her legs alone were 1 meter too long. To describe it with words from the internet, it was the leg player. From just now, Zhao Feiyu had noticed this woman. This woman had been paying attention to the developments at the stairway, and there were bodyguards and secretaries around her. According to what Zhao Feiyu had learned earlier, the operator of the Yuan family's Cloud International Mansion, it was none other than the Yuan family's eldest miss, Yuan Lingji. This person was initially groomed by the Yuan family towards the official world. However, she was very sick of the officialdom's deceitfulness, so she took over the Cloud's End International Mansion with the support of her family. Since then, the business of the Cloudside International Mansion has flourished. For a while, there were also numerous rumors about Yuan Lingji, and at this time, Yuan Lingji's information also surfaced in Zhao Feiyu's mind. Name, Yuan Lingji. Favorability, 20. Face value, 88. Yuan Lingji's face value didn't reach 90 though, but what attracted people was not the face value at all. Rather, it was the aura on her body, as well as the pair of slender thighs. Miss Yuan, although I'm just an ordinary citizen, since I've entered your cloud mansion, does your Yuan family, then, have to guarantee my safety? Zhao Feiyu asked as he sized up Yuan Lingji with interest. That's natural, Yuan Lingji said in a lofty manner. Its aura, like an iceberg, made it difficult to approach. A woman of Li Shanshan's caliber. In front of her, was simply the difference between a haughty black swan and the sludge under her feet. There was absolutely no comparison. But out of the cloud mansion, that's not my Yuan family's responsibility. Yuan Lingji's words were said in a dripping manner. It preserved her family's rules and gave Zhou Meiran face. Upon hearing this, Zhou Meiran couldn't say anything and gazed coldly at Zhao Feiyu. Kid, I don't believe you've been staying here and not going out. After saying that, he directly instructed the bodyguards around him. You guys top him off. As long as he exits the door of the cloud mansion, immediately arrest him for me. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhao Feiyu, however, shook his head nonchalantly. The law and order in this Yunnan city is just too bad. It can't be compared to Zhongbei City at all. I was originally planning to invest here, but it seems that there's no need for that at all. I've heard that many people from the Yuan family are in officialdom. MS. Yuan, you can give me some feedback. There's no officialdom in Yunnan City except for the Yunnan Mansion. And there's no police. It's simply the Zhou family's way of covering up the world. I see. This Cloud City's first and second in command are all replaced by the Zhou family's people. As soon as these words came out, Yuan Lingji's face immediately changed. Even Zhou Meiran looked at Yuan Lingji in fear. It was well known that the Yuan family had power and only had their hands in the sky. The way these words were said, it was completely provoking the majesty, provoking the power. Sister Lingji, this is a personal grudge between me and him. There is no other meaning. Don't be misled by him. Zhou Meiran hurriedly explained. Private grudge? Don't the police care about personal grudges? I've been killed. Running corpse sunk in the river. Do the police in Cloud City care? Now I'll call the police. I'd like to see, in this Yunnan city, whether it's the Zhou family that counts or the officials that count. Saying that, Zhao Feiyu took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police. Chapter 45, The Zhou family is nothing. And right at this moment, Li Shanshan, however, snorted at once. Just you still invest in Cloud City? I think you're just a dog jumping over the wall right now, preparing to let the police save your life. At those words, Zhou Meiran instantly brightened up. Right. In the end, Zhao Feiyu was simply a poor man. There was absolutely no need to offend Yuan Lingji because of him. Seeing this, Zhou Meiran hurriedly explained. Sister Lingji, this matter is really a misunderstanding. He's just a poor hanger-on from Zhongbei. The lady beside me is still his ex-wife who divorced because she couldn't stand him. And he's the only one who invested in Yunnan City? I'm sorry, Sister Lingji. Don't worry. This kid, I give you a guarantee, absolutely won't make any noise. Just rest assured. Hearing this, Yuan Lingji's gaze towards Zhao Feiyu changed slightly. She originally thought that Zhao Feiyu could come to her cloud mansion. It must also be someone who was either rich or noble, but she didn't expect it to be such a background. If it was just that, then there was absolutely no need for her to offend the Zhou family. An ordinary person. What big waves could he turn up? However, Yuan Lingji did things without a drop of water. Before leaving, she even warned Zhou Marin. I'm warning you, don't break the rules of the cloud mansion for me. Do you hear me? Yes. Sister Lingji, just don't worry. Hearing this, Zhou Marin was instantly overjoyed. He also heard Yuan Lingji's implication. The cloud mansion couldn't do anything. Out of here. Then they could do whatever they wanted. Keep an eye on him for me. Catch him when he leaves the door. I'm going to torture and torment him. Zhou Marin laughed cruelly. Li Shanshan on the side cheered. Zhou Xiao. There's me. Let's get back at him hard in front of him. Okay? Ha ha. Zhou Marin was overjoyed when he heard this. Well. This is a good idea. I like it. However, just at this moment, an unkind voice came from the distance. However, he saw Zhang Baiyu hurrying in. Behind him was Yuan Hong as well as the Liang Yu duo. At this time, Yuan Lingji hadn't gone far. The two sides directly bumped into each other. Miss Yuan. Zhang Baiyu recognized Yuan Lingji and gave a polite greeting before walking straight towards Zhao Feiyu. Yuan Hong behind him immediately shrunk his neck when he saw Yuan Lingji. This natural bloodline suppression made him not dare to say much at all. He just coyly asked, Big sister, what are you doing here? Yuan Lingji asked with a light frown on her brows. A friend is here. Came over to take a look. Yuan Hong hurriedly explained. Who? Zhou Marin? Why are you hanging out with him? Yuan Lingji was slightly displeased. No, it's another one. Just him, Yuan Hong said, pointing at Zhao Feiyu. Him? Who is he? Yuan Lingji asked keenly. Zhang Baiyu's friend. I don't know the exact origin, but all in all, very rich. You should know about Jiaxing Group's matter some time ago. It was him who secretly supported Zhang Baiyu with several billions before settling it. This time he took advantage of the northern suburbs of the power plant, that piece of land thing, to call me out. On the one hand, want me to give our father through. On the second hand is to want to introduce him to me, to see if we can solve our family South Africa side of a few gold mines of the vulnerability of the crisis. Yuan Hong whispered in Yuan Lingji's ear and briefly introduced him. Hearing this, Yuan Lingji's beautiful eyes flashed and she couldn't help but look at Zhao Feiyu. She didn't expect that Zhao Feiyu would be such a low-profile person, and Zhou Marin and the rest of them foolishly still didn't know. Thinking of this, Yuan Lingji immediately walked towards Zhao Feiyu with Yuan Hong. Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu's complexion moved. He couldn't help but look towards Yuan Lingji and Yuan Hong, who had gone and returned. Because, just a moment ago, Zhao Feiyu received a prompt from the system. Yuan Lingji favorability plus 10. From the looks of it, it should be Yuan Hong who had told Yuan Lingji about himself. This was what caused Yuan Lingji's favorability towards herself to increase. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu guffawed. And at this moment, Zhang Baiyu also came to Zhao Feiyu's side. Young Master Zhou really has a big mouth. Zhang Baiyu stood with his hands in the air, looking at Zhou Marin with contempt. Is one hand covering the sky in this cloud city? Is this preparing to get my brother killed? Zhang Baiyu? Zhou Marin's face became grave. In Ji Xiao'er's message, it had been said that Zhao Feiyu was related to Zhang Baiyu, but unexpectedly, Zhang Baiyu had risked defending him to protect Zhao Feiyu. Zhang Baiyu, are you sure you want to protect him? Do you know that this is Yunwan City, not your Jiangbei City? Risking the consequences of offending my Zhou family to bail out a poor hanger-on with no background. Is it worth it? Hearing this, instead of feeling scared, Zhang Baiyu did not. Instead, she covered her stomach and laughed. Offend your Zhou family? Your Zhou family is nothing. I'll tell you. Even if your father Zhou Wanjun came, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Who do you count as? I'll tell you today. Don't say that I'll protect Zhao Feiyu's brother. If my brother is missing a hair, I'll definitely make your entire Zhou family pay a painful price. Zhang Baiyu pointed at Zhou Marin's nose and viciously warned. And how had Zhou Marin ever suffered such an insult? Especially in a high-end public venue like the Cloud Mansion. The people coming and going around were gathering more and more. It was unknown how many people who knew Zhou Marin whispered. Their gazes, fiery and hot, hit Zhou Marin's body. It made Zhou Marin completely explode. Zhang Baiyu, today, I'll even tell you that you can't protect Zhao Feiyu. This poor dilettante. This is Yunwan City, not your Jiangbei City. Here, it's me, Zhou Marin, who speaks the mind. Come on people. Zhou Marin let out a roar. The surrounding bodyguards once again surrounded. Arrest Zhao Feiyu this for me. If I don't get you this guy killed today, I really think Zhou Maran, am made of clay, aren't I? Just as the bodyguards made their move, Yuan Lingji's icy voice came over. Zhou Maran, are you sure you want to break my rules? Hearing this, Zhou Maran's anger diminished in an instant. Only seeing him endure his anger, he said grimly, Sister Lingji, I won't do it here. I'll take him out of here and do it, that should be fine. I said, don't break my rules, otherwise, even if your father comes, he won't be able to protect you. Yuan Lingji this time seemed to be vaguely on Zhao Feiyu's side. However, he saw Zhou Maran staring at Yuan Lingji with a deadly stare, and the last of his sanity seemed to be trying his best to dissuade him. A moment later, reason prevailed. Zhou Maran unexpectedly endured. Good. I can refrain from doing it here. After saying that, Zhou Maran directly took out his phone and dialed out. Bring everyone from the company to the Cloud Mansion and seal off every entrance and exit of the Cloud Mansion for me. After doing this, Zhou Maran pointed at Zhao Feiyu and said viciously, Today, I'll accompany you to the end. I don't believe it. You'll stay in the Cloud Mansion forever and not come out. As long as you come out, I'll break your dog's legs. Chapter 46 Zhao Feiyu is an excuse. Seeing this scene, Zhang Baiyuan hurriedly also took out her cell phone and prepared to dial out. And right at this moment, Yuan Hong, however, stepped forward. Zhou Maran, on the basis that both your family and mine are lineage families, give me face on this matter and let it go. Yuan Hong? The corner of Zhou Maran's eye twitched slightly. This matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Sister Lingji's face I've already given, so don't get involved. Zhang Baiyu and Zhao Feiyu are my brothers. If you move them, you are moving me. Understand? Hearing this, Zhou Maran frowned deeply. Zhang Baiyu he could understand. What about this Zhao Feiyu? How did this Zhao Feiyu get involved with Yuan Hong again? However, after Zhou Maran pondered slightly, he deliberately played dumb and said, Good. I can give you this face for Zhang Baiyu, but Zhao Feiyu. However, Zhou Maran hadn't even finished speaking. It was interrupted by Yuan Hong's cold voice. I said, Zhao Feiyu is my brother. Moving him is moving me. Understand? Zhou Maran's pair of fists were clenched in death. The chest that was heaving up and down was enough to prove how angry he was at this moment, but there was nothing he could do about it. After a long time, Zhou Maran took a deep breath and slowly asked, I'm curious to know, what exactly is this Zhao Feiyu's relationship with you? Are you giving Zhang Baiyu face to protect Zhao Feiyu? Do you also know that for this nothing guy? Are you sure you want to completely break with me? Zhou Maran, and my Zhou family? Ha! Yuan Hong suddenly laughed. I don't know if you're really stupid or not. Let me tell you, I'm not giving face to Zhang Baiyu either. Even if Zhang Baiyu isn't here today, you can't move Zhao Feiyu because he's my brother. Understand? As for breaking up with you Zhou Maran, with all due respect, just you Zhou Maran, I Yuan Hong really don't put in my eyes. If you want to play around, I Yuan Hong can accompany you. Hearing this, Zhou Maran was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought that Yuan Hong had stepped in because of Zhang Baiyu, but listening to these words, he seemed to have the intention of frantically defending and currying favor with Zhao Feiyu. This kind of currying favor was the kind that didn't count on anything. Seeing Yuan Hong's sturdy and tall body standing in front of Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Baiyu, Zhou Maran deeply knew. This time, he had fallen again. Good. Very good. Zhou Maran laughed in anger. Since that's the case, then next, you will bear the due consequences yourselves. Let's go. After saying that, Zhou Maran led his men into the elevator in a rage. Go back and tell Zhou Wanjun, that piece of land in the northern suburb of the power plant, Jiaxing Group, will take it. Right at this moment, Zhang Baiyu suddenly shouted. At those words, Zhou Maran was shaken. The project of the northern suburbs power plant was a project that the Zhou family was currently moving a lot. This time, their Zhou family was determined to win the project, because there was news coming from the province. An industrial development zone was to be replanned there. As long as that piece of land, it is guaranteed to turn over dozens of times the profit. Thinking of this, Zhou Maran after the elevator closed, immediately took out the phone and called Zhou Wanjun. Hello, Dad. Immediately after, Zhou Maran told Zhou Wanjun everything that had just happened. For a guy without any background, you actually offended the Yuan family? What were you thinking? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Wanjun immediately reprimanded. Dad, don't get angry first. Listen to me. Just now Zhang Baiyu said that he, Jiaxing Group, is determined to win the northern suburbs power plant, and they're prepared to participate in the bidding as well. Zhou Maran hurriedly interrupted Zhou Wanjun. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanjun's end immediately fell silent. After a long time, only then did Zhou Wanjun say gruffly, that what's-his-name Zhao Feiyu is just an excuse. It seems that the Yuan family is trying to secretly support Zhang Baiyu. Boom! Zhou Maran was suddenly struck by a bolt from the blue. At this moment, It was as if he understood something. The Yuan family wants to get a piece of the pie, but as government officials, their hasty entry will definitely be stopped by others. And following Zhao Feiyu's excuse, the Yuan family will have an excuse to break with our Zhou family. And at that time, they'll have a reason to obstruct our Zhou family's competition for the piece of land in the northern suburbs power plant. Zhou Meiran immediately straightened out the mystery of everything. Right. That's right, Zhou Wanju inside said in a deep voice. You're still too young. Hearing this, Zhou Meiran seemed to have drawn his soul out all of a sudden and leaned against the wall breathlessly. All being of the same generation. At this moment, he deeply felt the gap with Zhang Baiyu, Yuan Hong and the others now. However, from this, one point could also be proven. Zhao Feiyu. Still the same Zhao Feiyu. Thinking of this, Zhou Meiran gradually gained strength by relying on the anger in his chest that had nowhere to vent. And Li Shanshan, who was on the side, also immediately heard some hints from the conversation just now. That is to say, Zhao Feiyu is just an excuse for interest, and is not that well connected to Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong at all. Li Shanshan, as smart as I am, analyzed with a flashing gaze. Zhou Meiran nodded and sneered. This guy has badgered me 3 times. If I don't get him killed, I'll swear not to be a human being, since he's just a victim and an excuse for profit. I'm completely relieved. If his relationship with Yuan Hong and the others was really that ironclad, I would have no choice but to let this matter go, but in that case, that would be fine. Even if I did kill Zhao Feiyu, I believe that Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong wouldn't dare to do anything to me. But this matter, you can't let your own people do it. You have to find an outsider. I don't know how well Sister Wave's side is prepared. After Zhou Meiran left, Zhao Feiyu looked at Yuan Hong indifferently. He. Yuan Hong smiled sarcastically. Brother Feiyu, just now in the private room. I'm really sorry. Zhao Feiyu laughed. He. Aren't you not trusting me? No. I was just joking with brother. Yuan Hong waved his hands repeatedly. By the way, I didn't realize that you and Zhou Meiran that actually have a grudge. Today it's just here at my sister's place, or else I'd have to get him killed. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's attitude towards Yuan Hong just now also shifted. But Zhao Feiyu knew all of this. It was all based on interests and strength. If he was really just an ordinary person, then there was no way Yuan Hong would have risked the consequences of offending the Zhou family to speak for himself. But, I still have to say thank you, Zhao Feiyu said from the bottom of his heart. Why don't we go back and talk again? Zhang Baiyu suggested as he looked around at the onlookers. Looking along, Zhao Feiyu nodded. And right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly realized that Yuan Lingji seemed to have been staring at him from the beginning to the end. After returning to the private room, the few people once again took their seats. Yuan Hong immediately stood up and personally poured wine for Zhao Feiyu. After a few glasses of wine were down in succession, for the matter just now, it was immediately relieved. After all, they are all men. This pattern is still there. And just at this moment, Yuan Lingji unexpectedly also came in style. Chapter 47A Dragon Service. Behind it, a woman in a cheongsam was holding a tray with a precious-looking bottle of red wine. Sister. Seeing Yuan Lingji, Yuan Hong's drunkenness immediately woke up a few points. He hurriedly walked over and made way for Yuan Lingji to sit down. Zhang Baiyu, this is your friend? Yuan Lingji looked at Zhao Feiyu with interest and asked. Right, my brother. Zhang Baiyu introduced with great pride. Why don't you introduce him too? What does this handsome man do? Surprisingly, even my brother risked the consequences of offending Zhou Meiran to defend him. Hi, Zhao Feiyu was the first to speak. Not doing anything, just an unemployed hobo. I just happened to get acquainted with brother Zhang Baiyu, and I'm indebted to him for taking care of him. Seeing that Zhao Feiyu was unwilling to go into details, Yuan Lingji was very sensible and didn't pursue further. After chatting for a few moments, she left the private room. The moment she left, Yuan Lingji revealed a meaningful smile. Go investigate and look into this person's information. Don't get caught. Yes, the cheongsam girl behind her immediately answered. And in the private room, Zhao Feiyu's few people continued to drink. But from start to finish, Yuan Hong didn't mention anything about their family. It was because of the previous reason. Yuan Hong sensibly knew. Now was simply not the time to open up and beg. Right, brother? A few people were slightly red in the face from drinking, but their hearts were sober. Zhang Baiyu pointed to Liang Yu beside him and introduced him. This is Liang Yu, the person in charge of our Joshing Group's branch in Yunnan City. He was trained by my dad. If there's anything in the future, you can go directly to him. After saying that, he also instructed Liang Yu. If brother Feiyu has anything, he must fulfill it unconditionally. Do you hear me? His words are my words. Don't worry, President. Liang Yu nodded, then picked up his wine glass and stood up. He said in a very polite tone, Mr. Zhao, You and our president are close friends. In the future, if there is a need to use the place, just open your mouth. In Yunduan City, if I can do it, I will do my best. Not that exaggerated, Zhao Feiyu said after clinking glasses with him and waving his hand. But immediately, he thought of Song Yunfeng. Right, when you say it like that, there's really something I want you to help out with. Mr. Zhao, please speak. There used to be a songs group in Yunduan City. I wonder if you could know about it. Of course, Lian Yu blurted out. Songs group was notable a few years ago. It just went bankrupt and then disappeared. Otherwise, with Songs Group's energy, even the four great families would have to treat it with caution. Zhao Feiyu nodded and said, Song Yunfeng, the former chairman of Songs Group, has recently prepared to make a comeback, so if you encounter it in the future, under the premise of no conflict of interest, take care of it if you can. Upon hearing this, Lian Yu's remaining light looked towards Zhang Baiyu, but after seeing Zhang Baiyu sitting at the table, immediately nodded and responded, Don't worry, I'll go back tomorrow and order it down. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu nodded in satisfaction. Without realizing it, the few people were already 7 or 8 points drunk. Zhao Feiyu staggered and prepared to leave, asking Xia Zhu to pick himself up. However, he was forcefully stopped by Yuan Hong. Big brother, don't leave today. You've come to our Yuan family's territory. Brother, I'll treat you well. Besides, what if there's still that dog from the Zhou family guarding outside? It's not that the brothers are afraid of him. It's just a crazy dog. Barking a few times is too much trouble, right? What brother Yuan Hong said is also reasonable. Why don't we just stay here tonight and let brother Yuan Hong arrange for a second game and we'll have fun while we're at it? Zhang Baiyu persuaded from the side. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu wasn't polite, so he followed Yuan Hong to the upper floors of the Cloud Mansion. After a bath and sauna massage, the crowd's drunkenness woke up a few points. Yuan Hong proposed to go to the mansion's bar for another drink. However, it was rejected by Zhao Feiyu. Although Zhao Feiyu's drinking capacity was okay, but with his current status, there was absolutely no need to look at their face. Not wanting to drink meant not wanting to drink. In the quiet private room, a heavy incense curled up. The girl in ancient clothes was playing the guzheng behind a beaded curtain. Snap! Yuan Hong clapped his hands. Immediately afterward, the door of the room opened. A row of beautiful girls dressed in different clothes entered the room. The girl at the head had long hair draped over her shoulders and wore a tight and sexy wraparound skirt. Her feet stepped on a pair of silver high heels. Her body was plump and mature and charming. But this type was worlds apart compared to Song Cindy, even though it was the same type. The second one has chi bangs, wears a baseball cap, wears yoga pants, and has a golfing do, full of youthful vigor. The third is petite, all JK, full of lowly flavor. The fourth one is a fuchsia red cheongsam, open fork to the root of the thigh, full of the Republic of China beauty flavor. The fifth one was in a maid outfit, giving people a wave of thoughts of wanting to conquer. A team of 5. This scene made Zhao Feiyu think of a blind date program funny moment. On a blind date program, a middle-aged man looked at the 24th female guest. Then the bald host asked him to choose the heartthrob girl. But after the middle-aged man glanced over, he directly said in a domineering manner, "Change the batch." And at this moment, Zhao Feiyu really wanted to arrogantly say, "Change the batch." And right at this moment, Yuan Hong, who was not far away, seemed to have noticed Zhao Feiyu's demeanor, because Zhao Feiyu didn't seem to raise much interest in these women. Without waiting for Zhao Feiyu to go out, Yuan Hong directly shouted, "Change the batch." The reason why Zhao Feiyu had no interest, it was because the system showed that the face value of these girls appeared to be good. However, none of the actual face value reached 90 points. There were only 2 that even had 85 points. It was completely piled up with putty. Of course, this couldn't be said that Zhao Feiyu had a high vision. Rather, none of the women around Zhao Feiyu had a low face value. Zhang Yafei, face value 90. Song Manli, face value 95. Song Cindy, face value 96. Xia Zhu, face value 90. Compared to them, these women in front of them really couldn't make it to the top. Soon, the second batch of women walked in. The room was rather dimly lit. Zhao Feiyu didn't even look at their faces. He directly checked their information. This look, it couldn't help but make Zhao Feiyu notice a girl at the bottom of the ranking. This girl seemed to appear very scared, hiding in the last of the crowd. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at everyone. Unlike the other girls, holding their heads high and showing off their body and face as much as possible, so that the boss in front of them would pick them to work here. Once chosen, one night could earn them several months of salary. At this time, Zhang Baiyu also finally made her move, directly picking a youthful girl who looked like a student. I didn't expect that this guy would be okay with this. And Yuan Hong also picked a more mature beauty. Had to be said, these two guys' vision was still very good. The face values were all above 85, especially the one Yuan Hong chose, mature and charming, like a ripe peach. Her hair was slightly curly, somewhat like the 3-star Rapunzel. The face value was even at 90 points. As for Zhao Feiyu, he also placed his eyes on the last one. You, come here. Zhao Feiyu pointed at the last one. Yuan Hong waved his hand, and a look of disappointment immediately appeared on the faces of the others. Then they turned around and left. At this time, the last girl, who had only then gathered her courage, slowly raised her head, and the moment Zhao Feiyu saw this girl, first froze, then smiled. Chapter 48 Zhao Xia. Zhao Xia? Seeing this girl, Zhao Feiyu revealed an expression that looked like a smile. Zhao Feiyu? The girl raised her head. When he saw that the person in front of him was actually Zhao Feiyu, he was instantly ashamed, and hurriedly covered his face and turned around, ready to leave. However, when he saw Yuan Hong and the others, he had stopped in place. At this moment, she couldn't wait to find a crack to drill into. You guys know each other? Yuan Hong and Zhang Baiyu looked at each other and instantly surrounded them with curiosity. Zhao Feiyu nodded and casually explained. High school classmates, chased after each other before. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong and Zhang Baiyu immediately revealed a meaningful smile. Once you were in love with me, now you're in love with a high climber. After a few years, meeting in such a way, in such a relationship, the most awkward one would be the female party. In fact, and Zhao Yasi story, still have to start from middle school. Zhao Yasi is a more realistic girl. At that time the love sinus was first opened. Zhao Feiyu thought that Sincere will be able to move each other. But in reality, Zhao Yasi is very realistic to give him a slap in the face. In order to Zhao Yasi, Zhao Feiyu studied hard and got into the same high school as her. But as Zhao Yasi came into contact with more and more people, her realistic nature also gradually pulls the two apart. Until later, met Song Manli. It seemed like he sensed Zhao Yasi's embarrassment. Zhao Feiyu took Zhao Yasi's hand and walked outside. Yuan Hong had already opened a suite. Zhao Feiyu directly brought Zhao Yasi to his room. Ha! Four eyes met. Zhao Yasi smiled to herself. Fate is really a marvelous thing. Come on. Zhao Yasi systematically looked straight at Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu was puzzled. Come what? Mock me to your heart's content. Saying that, Zhao Yasi began to take off her clothes. Once I treated you with love and disdain, now you're unattainable. Reality just hit me hard in the face like this. Watching Zhao Yasi gradually take off her clothes until only her underwear was left, Zhao Feiyu cocked his head and just gazed at her. When she reached this point, Zhao Yasi stopped. What's the point of staring stupidly? Retaliate hard. Whip me hard. Saying that, Zhao Yasi walked straight and started to forcefully undress Zhao Feiyu. I remember you weren't like this before. Zhao Feiyu's jacket was forced off. Zhao Yasi was slightly stunned, then laughed. What? Want to talk to me about your feelings? Is this how rich people play nowadays? Good. Then I'll accompany you to reminisce about the past, then evoke your regrets, before letting you ruthlessly retaliate against me to a hearty level. Saying that, Zhao Yasi walked straight to the wine cabinet, then took out a bottle of red wine and 2 highball glasses and sat down. Would you mind having a drink? Zhao Feiyu looked at her silently. Zhao Yasi opened the red wine and arrived at 2 glasses before handing one over. It's been 10 years, and as you said, I didn't expect that we would meet in such a way. After saying that, Zhao Yasi drank it all in one go. Then she poured herself another cup. Come, to our lost youth. Cheers. Zhao Yasi raised her cup and took the initiative to clink glasses with Zhao Feiyu. Then once again, she drank it all. At this time, her eyes were already red. Zhao Feiyu vaguely felt that she hadn't had a very good time in these 10 years. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu drank the wine in the cup, then slowly got up, picked up her jacket, and draped it over her body. You're still so caring, Zhao Yasi exclaimed. But unfortunately, I missed you. Luckily, you didn't meet me. Zhao Yasi's words were full of stories. Zhao Feiyu was puzzled, but was interested in these 10 years of hers. Lately, how have you been? Zhao Feiyu opened the box and greeted in the tone of an old friend. What do you think? Zhao Yasi spread her hands and smiled to herself. It's all mixed up to this point. Do you think it's good? Zhao Feiyu was momentarily baffled by his words, not knowing how to speak. But seeing Zhao Yasi smile indifferently, she changed the topic and asked, what about you? How did it end up with Song Manli? Zhao Feiyu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but it was like a fish in the throat. So many things could not be said. Yeah, over the years, he also had too many stories. How could he say it in these 3 words? But there are some things that should be said. These years of aggression and past, always have to say out. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly felt, the Zhao Yasi in front of him seemed to have become a dear friend. Because there are some words to say, it seems more appropriate than Song Manli. Zhao Yasi seemed to have become a listener. After all, Song Monli had been lost and found. We, Zhao Feiyu took a deep breath and said slowly, finally broke up. That year, after Zhao Feiyu couldn't get enough of Zhao Yasi, after a period of silence, he came together with Song Monli. This enviable couple instantly became the attention of the university. Zhao Yasi was naturally very clear about it. Oh, you guys, who were known as the golden couple, even broke up? Zhao Yasi held her chin and blinked, listening attentively. Later, I got married, and with a woman who didn't feel anything. It was like completing a mission. Then you are living happily with her now? Zhao Yasi asked expectantly. However, Zhao Feiyu shook his head. Some time ago, we divorced and cheated on each other within marriage. Zhao Feiyu revealed a bitter smile. Zhao Yasi, however, rolled her eyes and snorted. I knew you weren't a good thing. Luckily I didn't agree to you in the first place. Ha! Zhao Feiyu guffawed and shook his head lightly. Seeing this, Zhao Yasi seemed to understand. The one who cheated on her husband should not be Zhao Feiyu. And then? Then what? Zhao Yasi was very interested and continued to ask urgently. Then I met Song Monli again. And now we're back together. At those words, deep in the bottom of Zhao Yasi's eyes, a trace of undetectable loss flashed through. I'm curious. You're hanging out with Yuan Hong of the Yuan family. You should be very rich. Why would your ex-wife still cheat on you? Because I'm poor, Zhao Feiyu said without thinking. Every day, from 9 to 5, with a salary of $8,000 a month, she can't even afford a few tens of thousands of dollars of bags, so she naturally has to go find another man, doesn't she? AI. Zhao Yasi sighed and said regretfully, really doesn't know how to cherish. Saying that, she clinked glasses with Zhao Feiyu again and drank it all in one go. In the blink of an eye, a bottle of red wine was mostly wiped out, and Zhao Yasi also looked a bit mesmerized/confused. What about you? Zhao Feiyu pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Late at night, a cold wind blew in through the window. Zhao Yasi pulled at the clothes draped over her body. Zhao Feiyu protruded a mouthful of thick smoke, then got up and closed the window. Mentioning herself, Zhao Yasi lowered her head, then slowly raised her head and asked with a pleading gaze, is it okay not to? Chapter 49, Memories. Zhao Feiyu stalled. This look, it was just too familiar. What made him fall in love with Zhao Yasi back then was this familiar look. Just as Zhao Feiyu was about to nod his head, Zhao Yasi, however, also directly pulled out a cigarette and lit it, and said with her legs crossed on the sofa, you'll inquire even if you don't say it, right? Immediately after, Zhao Yasi's gaze gradually deepened. The first sentence that opened his mouth in the next second made Zhao Feiyu freeze in place. I didn't go to college, but went to jail instead. What? The words came out, startling Zhao Feiyu to sit up directly. Ha! Zhao Yasi shook his head low and flicked the ashes of the cigarette in his hand. Know why I used to be so realistic and like money so much? Because I was short of money. You've never understood my family and don't know my situation. I come from the countryside and my family is patriarchal. I have a younger brother who was going to get married at 17 that year. You need a bride price to get married. Right. So my parents put their hopes on me to drop out of school and marry an old bachelor from another village. Ha ha. Saying this, Zhao Yasi laughed out loud, laughing so bitterly, so helplessly. Did you know? As Zhao Yasi spoke, her eyes were already flooded with tears. It wasn't clear if they were from laughing or crying. That old bachelor. He's 38, and I was only what that year? I was only 18. You know my grades. 3 years of high school. Will surely go to college. Endure a few more years. Will surely make a name for myself. But what? Pedantic country people. They just won't listen. I promised to give my brother all the money for the dowry. So I went around getting money. I didn't get any money, and my studies fell apart. Finally I was forced to do nothing, when someone introduced me to a part-time job, which is to help people consign some things. A few times down the line, I actually earned tens of thousands of dollars. Later I realized that the things I was consigning were drugs. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu was completely nonplussed. I didn't think that Zhao Yasi had, back then, had such a miserable life. Did you know that? I just got out a while ago. 10 years ah. I sat in jail for 10 whole years. Right. Zhao Yasi suddenly thought of something. Smiling, and mysteriously, she attached herself to Zhao Feiyu's ear and said, look, tell you a secret. The hot breath of her speech hit Zhao Feiyu's ear with wine breath. Actually, I'm still a fledgling girl. I tell you, you can earn a lot today. However, classmates to classmates, feelings to feelings, you must give me a few more for your consumption tomorrow. Do you hear me? After saying that, Zhao Yasi directly picked up the bottle of wine and started drinking. You're drunk. Zhao Feiyu snatched the bottle over. I'm not drunk. Zhao Yasi shouted. It was as if she was venting her heart's unhappiness. My story, jumping 10 years at once. So do you know why I came to work here? Zhao Yasi smiled playfully. Boss Zhao, I'm still going to sell you a hard time today, so I hope you can really give me more money tomorrow. After I got out of jail, that pedantic dad and mom finally died, but my punk-ass brother is still alive. Zhao Yasi's eyes were filled with a regretful look. The hateful thing is that he took drugs. He took drugs. Speaking of this, Zhao Yasi fumed and pounded the backrest of the sofa with both fists. What did I go in for? Drug trafficking. But what about him? Now he's even doing drugs. As if she had lost all her strength at once, Zhao Yasi leaned back on the sofa limply, then stared blankly at the ceiling. You say, how good it would be if he died too. I wouldn't have so many worries, and I would be able to do a job that I love. But, he's the only brother I have. Speaking of which, Zhao Yasi buried her head into her knees, then cried in pain. I thought about arresting him and putting him in rehab, but do you know? He'll die if he goes in. 10 years ago, he was in good health. After I got out, do you know what he became? Bone thin, eyes sunken, only 80 pounds, a big man only 80 pounds. Hiss, who? Zhao Yasi took a deep breath, then wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. You know what? How pathetic she looked when she knelt in front of me and begged me to make money for him to take drugs. I hated him, but at that time, I really went soft. He's the one who introduced me to work here. Me. Just thought, let him be happy and live out this last life. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu was completely silent. He didn't know how to comfort the person in front of him that he had once chased after. Her life's experience was just too miserable and pitiful. The ones who had harmed her were her family. Perhaps, it was really as she said, if her brother died, she would be completely relieved. Jingle bells. Right at this moment, a phone suddenly rang. Zhao Yasi recovered her emotions for a moment, then looked at the caller ID. Upon seeing that it was a phone call coming in, Zhao Yasi picked it up with some suspicion. Hello, is this Zhao Haiju's sister? Zhao Yasi? I am. May I ask you? Hello, we are the Cloud City Narcotics Brigade. Your brother is suspected of drug use and drug trafficking, and has now been arrested. Please come to our narcotics brigade immediately to cooperate with the investigation. Because Zhao Yasi was once arrested for drug trafficking, therefore, she was also highly suspected. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yasi expressionlessly began to put on her clothes. It was as if all of this was expected. Even, Zhao Feiyu felt that there wasn't a little ripple in her heart. Sorry. After Zhao Yasi finished dressing, she glanced apologetically at Zhao Feiyu. I can't accompany you tonight, if you don't mind. I'll come find you tomorrow and definitely compensate you for tonight. I'll accompany you. Zhao Feiyu stood up, put on his suit jacket and walked outside. Seeing this scene, inside Zhao Yasi's heart, she couldn't help but feel warm. That hint of security from Zhao Feiyu's body, it made her unable to hold back her tears. Since both of them had been drinking, Zhao Feiyu and Zhao Yasi stopped a cab and headed to the public security department together. Just after the two of them left Zhao Feiyu, Yuan Hong's side received the news. They left together? Yuan Hong had just finished his exercise at this time. Somewhat puzzled, he pondered slightly. Then he immediately took out his phone and dialed Zhang Baiyu. After the two exchanged words, they called for people to start investigating. In less than 10 minutes, the duo then received the news. So it's that woman's brother who committed a crime and was arrested. But the rest of his life might be ruined. Yuan Hong asked in a somewhat elusive manner. Do you want us to step in and help? What's the offense? Drug addiction and drug trafficking. Holy shit. Zhang Baiyu was directly speechless. How the hell can we help? Forget it. I'd better ask Brother Feiyu what he means first. If he wants to help, we can also dredge things up. Chapter 50 Buying a house for Zhao Yasi. When Zhang Baiyu called, Zhao Feiyu had already arrived at the sheriff's department. No, you guys rest. We are at least classmates. Accompany her over to take a look. But, there shouldn't be much hope. After hanging up the arc, Zhao Yasi walked out of the interrogation room with double vision. How is it? Zhao Feiyu hurriedly walked over. Zhao Yasi shook his head like a puppet, followed by a disdainful snort. Drug trafficking, drug use, this life is completely over, and I'm finally liberated. After leaving the public security department, Zhao Yasi took a deep breath, then indulgently shouted out loud, Yay! I'm finally free! Seeing this scene, inside Zhao Feiyu's heart, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness. The seemingly happy Zhao Yasi should actually be feeling bad inside. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhao Yasi turned around, staring at Zhao Feiyu with those tear-filled eyes. She then choked and said, I don't have a brother anymore. After saying that, bean-sized tears fell like beads on a broken string. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly walked over. Zhao Yasi jumped headfirst into Zhao Feiyu's arms and cried uncontrollably. After a long time, Zhao Feiyu patted her back and comforted. It's alright, don't you still have me? At those words, Zhao Yasi raised her head and asked in a daze, "You don't mind me?" Zhao Feiyu laughed badly. "Isn't this your first time? What's there to dislike about it?" Zhao Yasi beamed. "But I've been in jail, and my brother also went in because of this. If nothing goes wrong, I'm afraid I'll be sentenced to death. I have nothing now. I have on the line. Zhao Yasi favorability plus 20. In one fell swoop, Zhao Yasi's favorability directly soared 80. Looking at Zhao Yasi's attributes, Zhao Feiyu revealed a smile. Name, Zhao Yasi. Face value, 90. Favorability, 80. If there were no surprises, it was estimated that the full value would be reached soon. But, Zhao Yasi revealed another look of difficulty. "Didn't you get back together with Song Manli?" After saying this, Zhao Feiyu was stunned with it. Yup. He was in a very awkward situation right now. There was still a Zhang Yufei in Jiangbei City. There was also a Xia Zhu on the company side. Now there was another Zhao Yasi. With so many women by his side, I'm afraid it would be hard to explain to Song Manli in the future. But because of the system, Zhao Feiyu had to do this. It seemed that the system was destined to make himself a scum. It seemed to have seen through Zhao Feiyu's difficult look. Zhao Yasi tilted her small head and said half-jokingly, "Since this is the case, then I'll reluctantly be a junior. Don't worry, as long as you're willing, I can leave at any time." Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu smiled in relief, then scraped the tip of her nose. "There are some things that are hard for me to explain to you guys, but, please believe that my feelings for you are all true." Aha! Zhao Yasi nodded obediently. Zhao Yasi favorable sense plus 10. Let's go back to rest first. Your brother's matter. Tomorrow we'll come over to follow up on it. For this matter, I'll find someone to get the people inside to unblock it, and treat him a little bit better. But I'm afraid that wanting to fish someone out will be impossible, Zhao Feiyu said while stopping a car. Every adult has to pay the due price for the mistakes he made, and for that, I don't have any thoughts. Zhao Yasi had gone in for 10 years before just because of a mistake. After coming out for 10 years, she seemed to have seen through a lot of things, and also let go of a lot of things. After returning to the hotel, Zhao Yasi fell asleep shortly after lying on the back of the bed. What happened tonight was destined to be something she would never forget for the rest of her life. Early the next morning, as soon as Zhao Yasi opened her eyes, she saw Zhao Feiyu fiddling with the dishes at the dining table. Looking back, he smiled slightly. "You're awake? Hurry up and wash up and come over to eat." Zhao Yasi on the bed looked at the intact clothes on her body and couldn't help but smile. This image was as if she had seen it in a dream. A small happiness instantly filled her heart. "By the way, where do you live now?" While eating, Zhao Feiyu asked. "I just came out, and I don't have a place to live, so I'm in my brother's rental house, but it should be censored there." Sniffing, Zhao Feiyu immediately raised his eyebrows. The opportunity had come. "Let's eat. After we eat, let's go buy a house." "Buy a house? Buy it for who?" Zhao Yasi subconsciously asked. "Of course it's for you, otherwise you'd be sleeping on the road. In addition, I've also arranged a job for you. In the next 2 days, after you've arranged your brother's affairs, you'll go work there." Hearing this, Zhao Yasi smiled sweetly. "If I'm like this, do I count as being adopted by you?" Not really," Zhao Feiyu replied with a slight thought. "It's not like we're having a relationship. At most it's considered mutual help between classmates." Zhao Yasi's complexion, all of a sudden, dimmed. "I don't want to take advantage of people. Last night your brother happened like that. I know you don't want to have a relationship with me. Wait for you to finish dealing with all the things before deciding on your relationship with me. You still have a long road ahead of you. Maybe you can find someone better than me to spend the rest of your life with." Zhao Yasi looked at Zhao Feiyu with some consternation. She didn't expect Zhao Feiyu to have this idea. Last night, she had already promised to be Zhao Feiyu's mistress, even if she was willing to live under Song Manli's shadow. If it was an ordinary person, they would have taken Zhao Yasi a long time ago. But Zhao Feiyu didn't do so. Such a gentleman's way. It immediately impressed Zhao Yasi. Zhao Yasi favorable sense plus 5. After having dinner, Zhao Feiyu and Zhao Yasi went to the security office again. After taking care of all of his brother's affairs, the two then went to the agency center together. When the manager saw that Zhao Feiyu had brought another girl, who was no less than the girl from last time, the manager was completely shocked. Is this the world of the rich? Buying a suite just for looking at a girl? Or tens of millions of the kind? Think about it. The manager hated that he was also a woman. "Mr. Zhao is here again, huh?" The manager immediately went forward to entertain. Zhao Yasi was as smart as I am. Immediately heard the strings. Then as soon as she pulled the manager, she asked in a low voice, "Does he often bring women here to buy houses?" The manager was at a loss for words at this sudden question. However, he soon reacted and hurriedly explained. "No, Mr. Zhao and us are partners, so we all know Mr. Zhao. Oh, Zhao Yasi smiled meaningfully, then followed. After witnessing Zhao Yasi leave, the manager here patted his chest with palpitations. So close, almost. He was about to lose his job. If this made Zhao Feiyu furious, then he wouldn't be able to keep his job even if he had 10 heads. Take a look. What place house do you want? Zhao Feiyu said as he pointed to the sandbox buildings around him. However, what Zhao Feiyu didn't expect was, Zhao Yasi, however, directly said without thinking, the most expensive one. Chapter 51, Crazy Shopping. Hearing these words, Zhao Feiyu directly froze. He was just now thinking about how he was going to comfort Zhao Yasi to buy an expensive house in a while. Who would have thought that she would directly ask for the most expensive one? Such a realistic character made Zhao Feiyu instantly laugh. If this had been in the past, Zhao Feiyu would have definitely said that she was realistic. But now, Zhao Feiyu straight up called Zhao Yasi that was straightforward and frank. Come. Show her the most expensive house you have here. The manager was instantly delighted, hurriedly taking out a few sets of brochures over. Secretly, he gave Zhao Feiyu a thumbs up. At the same time, he whispered, Mr. Zhao, I can see that you love her very much, right? Very quickly, Zhao Yasi then picked out a set of $80 million. This set, how is it? Is it okay? Zhao Yasi pointed at a set of Moonwatch Lake Villa and said, It's okay, of course it's okay, it's too okay. Zhao Feiyu directly clapped the decision. The moment these words came out, Zhao Yasi froze. She was originally joking. She knew that Zhao Feiyu would buy him a house, but it would top out at over $1 million or $2 million. Who would have thought that he would buy whichever one he wanted? Ah! Zhao Yasi exclaimed. I'm just kidding. I don't want this. Yasi, Zhao Feiyu, however, smiled faintly and directly signaled the manager to bring the contract over. Since you've decided on something, you can't go back on it, right? You like this villa? Then we'll buy it. But, Zhao Yasi still wanted to say something. The manager then brought over the contract. Swish. Zhao Feiyu waved his big hand, directly signed the contract. Go through the formalities and buy the house in this lady's name. Zhao Feiyu commanded with bravado. Okay, Mr. Zhao. Consumption successful. 20 times cashback 1. 6 billion. With the moment the card was swiped successfully, Zhao Yasi could no longer hold herself together and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. $80 million for a house. Zhao Feiyu had actually really bought her an $80 million house. She really owned an $80 million house now. You fool! Zhao Yasi cried and laughed with tears in her eyes. You're not afraid that I've cheated you? After 10 years, we only met again last night, and you bought me such a heavy gift. How do you expect me to repay you in the future? This is also a fulfillment of my unsuccessful desire to chase you back then. Zhao Feiyu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. So happy. Another one. 6 billion earned. So far, throwing away what Zhao Feiyu had invested out, there was still 67 billion on him now. Hiss. Phew. Right at this moment, only Zhao Yasi looked at Zhao Feiyu with a determined gaze. Didn't you tell me to think about the rest of my life? I've decided now. I'm going to follow you. I'm going to follow you for the rest of my life. I'm not going to look for any true love, because you're my true love. You do know, I am such a realistic woman. I was and still am. You're so rich now. Out of the gate is an $80 million house. It makes it hard for me not to fall in love with you. So, I've decided, even with Song Manli, I'm going to be your woman. Even if I don't have any name in the second half of my life, I'm willing. These words came out. Zhao Feiyu received a system prompt at the same time. Zhao Yasi favorability plus 5. Current favorability is 100. Cashback multiplier for her consumption rises to 100 times. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu that hard can't you do it 3 minutes earlier? 80 million, 100 times cashback. That's 8 billion enough to waste more than 6 billion. However, since Zhao Yasi's favorability has been raised to full value, then next I believe that I'll be able to earn that money back soon. Speaking back, Zhao Feiyu also had to be thankful for the $80 million villa before he could do so. After leaving the agency center, Zhao Feiyu directly drove Zhao Yasi to go on a shopping spree. Yida Shopping Mansion. This was a high-end shopping mall in Yunnan City. All of the world's major brand-name luxury goods were gathered here. It is a comprehensive shopping mall that combines food, entertainment, catering, and luxury goods. Entering the Gucci brand store, Zhao Yasi was a little apprehensive as she looked at the commodities that were full of color. 10 years in prison. Let her and this society is a bit out of touch. Facing this high-end consumption place, Zhao Yasi showed some inferiority and timidity. What do you like? Boldly pick. Since you love me without a second thought, it's incumbent upon me to hearttake you, the rest of our lives in the future. Let's just look at this day. under Zhao Feiyu's encouragement. Only then did Zhao Yasi slowly gain confidence. "Sir, do you need me to introduce you?" The waiter standing at the door immediately stepped forward to greet him. Enthusiasm was written all over his face. It was still a bit of a surprise that such a luxury brand store could see such an enthusiastic waiter. Those who were able to work here were not low-eyed people. They are used to seeing those rich people who spend money like dirt every day. They have also seen the swollen face of the Pushing man. From the customers who entered the store, they could tell if they were sincere consumers. Only to see that inside the store, there were two other waiters. After seeing someone come in, they were just about to scramble forward. After seeing Zhao Feiyu and Zhao Yasi's attire, they immediately lost interest. Then they continued chatting in a bored manner. Zhao Feiyu and Zhao Yasi were directly hung out to the enthusiastic little girl at the door. The little girl had obviously just arrived not long ago. She was full of enthusiasm for this job. The duo looked around. Zhao Yasi was secretly shocked. Every item here had a minimum price of over $20,000. Zhao Yasi had known about luxury goods before. Similar to this kind of high imitation, the highest was only a few $100s. I didn't expect the real ones to be so expensive. What's wrong? Don't like any of them? Zhao Feiyu asked suspiciously. No. Zhao Yasi looked embarrassed. Then whispered. A bag is $20,000 to $30,000. It's just too expensive. Seeing this scene, the two female sales clerks in the distance immediately snorted. One of them said disdainfully, "Beauty, we are here at Gucci, the luxury store. If it's too expensive, why don't you go to the wholesale market next door? It's only $80 if it's the same as this one." Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately frowned. Heard about the reality of the shopkeepers here. I didn't expect to despise people so much. While the little girl clerk on the side politely asked, "Beauty, which one do you like? You can try it out. Try it out and don't pay for it. After you try it out, if you do like it, then you can buy it again. It's not too late." The words came out. Another female clerk said with dissatisfaction, "I say Xiao Yu, what we buy here is luxury goods. Not everyone can try it, okay? If everyone who comes here doesn't buy, but tries them all, then how can this thing be sold?" The girl who was called Xiao Yu immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, and at the same time didn't forget to give Zhao Feiyu and the two of them a defense. "I'm really sorry, the two sisters didn't mean anything else, because we often come here to some people who only try but don't buy, and when they try it, they take a picture of it and then walk away, which causes a lot of trouble for us." Chapter 52, Round Up. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but feel good about the girl called Xiao Yu. But still, he said unhappily, "Whether the customer buys or not, is the customer's business. Your job is to introduce the product for the customer, not to judge people by their appearance. Understand?" Yes. What Mr. said is right. Xiao Yu nodded her head repeatedly and responded. But these words were heard by the two sales clerks not far away. "That's just wrong. If you don't buy it, why do we need to waste our energy introducing it to you? Then if it's because of your perfunctory attitude that causes customers to go elsewhere to buy, causing you to lose these potential customers, is your boss willing to do that?" Zhao Feiyu directly disliked him angrily. "If I were your boss, I definitely wouldn't hire sales clerks like you." Saying that, Zhao Feiyu directly pulled Zhao Yasi outward. Seeing this, those two sales clerks, however, snorted. "If you can't afford it, just say that you can't afford it. What's the point of finding so many grandiose reasons? We've seen a lot of people like you who want to save face and suffer." Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu suddenly stopped. "I can't afford it? Open your dog's eyes and look clearly to see if I can afford it." After saying this, Zhao Feiyu directly walked into the Dior brand store across the street. Shouting loudly, he said, "Wrap up everything in your store, all of it for me." And right at this moment, at the entrance of the Gucci brand store, a woman wearing a professional suit and stepping on high heels suddenly walked in. Seeing this woman, the other two clerks of the Gucci brand store were instantly flustered. "What's going on, boss?" The two sales clerks hurriedly walked over. "What happened to that customer just now?" the boss asked with a cold face. The two sales clerks hurriedly explained. "Just an ordinary customer," as if he thought we were selling too expensive, then left in defiance. "Did you guys slack off on others again?" the boss asked in a stern voice. And right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu walked out from the opposite Dior store with Zhao Yasi. Then he came straight to those two sales clerks. Taking out a 2-meter-long sales slip, he threw it in the other's face. "Dog-eyed guys, look carefully. Opposite Dior store, lousy directly wrapped up. $6,800,000. The words lagged behind. The opposite store manager joyfully walked out from the store, then pushed a large pile of luxury goods out with a cart. In a loud voice, he asked, "Boss, all the things, we will all send them over to you according to the address, so don't worry about going somewhere else to shop." After saying that, He pretended to be surprised and came in front of the owner of the Gucci store. "Ha, Sister Zhang. You're back? What a pity. That big boss just now was kicked out by your sales clerk, saying that people can't afford luxury goods. As a result, he came to my store in a rage and bought everything. $6,800,000. The bill of sale was over 3 meters long. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is the first time in my life that I've seen such a bold person. Too bad. Thanks to your 2 sales clerks. If it wasn't for them, I'm afraid this business would have fallen on your head." After showing off, the store manager of Dior's store beautifully turned around and left. And after hearing this sentence, the owner of the Gucci luxury store walked in with a gloomy face, then came to the computer and opened the surveillance. The picture from 10 minutes ago, as well as the conversation between them, it immediately reached the boss's ears. Seeing this scene, the boss raised his head violently and shouted with a suppressed roar in his heart, $6,800,000 of business, just because you guys have no one in your sight to spoil it for me. Now, immediately pack up your bunks and get the hell out of here for me. After saying that, the boss looked to Xiaoyu, who was at the side. From now on, you are the store manager of this store. I will find 2 more sales clerks to come over as soon as possible. I don't want similar things to happen again. Understand? Don't worry, boss. Xiaoyu instantly had a happy face and patted her chest in assurance. She hadn't even dreamed of it. Having just come for 3 days, she had instantly been promoted to a store manager of a Gucci luxury store. One should know that a store manager's salary was more than $30,000 per month. If you add in the commission from selling out, you can get up to $100,000 outside of that. This was simply unimaginable for a fresh graduate. On the other hand, Zhao Feiyu had never encountered anything similar after what he had just experienced. It seemed that there were still relatively few things that a dog's eye could see. Those who could work in this kind of high-end place, all of them were trained before they were put on the job. After all, many rich people are very low-key. If you do not take out 100% of the enthusiasm, it would indeed happen as what just happened to Zhao Feiyu, losing out on potential customers. The entire day went by. Zhao Feiyu had spent over $10 million for Zhao Yasi right here. Since Zhao Yasi was already at full favorability, 100 times cashback, 1 billion was directly harvested. Right. Zhao Feiyu, in order to make back the money he lost on buying a house today, he was suddenly struck by a bright idea. Today, we bought everything from top to bottom, but there's just a lack of jewelry. Ah, I see that your wrist is empty. Why don't you go buy a watch, bar and ring? Saying that, Zhao Feiyu pulled Zhao Yasi to the house of Cartier watches without being told. As soon as he entered the door, Zhao Feiyu was attracted by the assortment of watches in the counter. But what Zhao Feiyu looked at was not its appearance. Rather, it was the price. Anything below $1 million or less didn't even come with consideration. Right at this moment, Zhao Yasi was immediately attracted to a diamond-encrusted watch. Zhao Feiyu then looked at it. It was discovered that it was priced at $1,270,000. The salesman immediately stepped forward to introduce it. Sir, this watch of ours is from the Cartier Blue Balloon series, using 18K rose gold and 135 brilliant cut round diamonds in the front. I have to say that this young lady's vision is really good. How about it? Do you like it? Zhao Feiyu twisted his head and asked. Like is like. It's just. Zhao Yasi just wanted to say that it was too expensive, but she was stopped by a look from Zhao Feiyu. We'll buy it if we like it, don't care about the price, okay? After Zhao Feiyu finished speaking, he turned his head and prepared to let the shopkeeper load it up. And right at this moment, a lean man directly squeezed over, pointing at the blue balloon watch and said, bring it over for me to take a look. My girlfriend likes it quite a bit too. Zhao Feiyu frowned and looked over with it. Upon seeing the man's appearance, a handful of Zhao Yasi pulled him over. Yo, isn't this Li Xiaojiang? This person was no other than Li Shanshan's younger brother. Li Xiaojiang. Zhao Feiyu? Li Xiaojiang immediately changed his face. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? That said, why are you here? Has your sister saved up enough Porsche pieces for you yet? Zhao Feiyu teasingly asked. Chapter 53, Hopeful Moon Lake Villa Area. You. Li Xiaojiang stalled angrily. Yo, this is a new girlfriend? Married or not? Change girlfriend again? Zhao Feiyu looked at a pretty girl beside Li Xiaojiang. This girl's appearance was quite good, but she had some heavy makeup. It covered up her original innocent look. It gave it a bit more vulgarity. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately looked at Li Xiaojiang with a frown. You guys know each other? Without waiting for Li Xiaojiang to speak, Zhao Feiyu hurriedly reached out to introduce himself. Introduce yourself. My name is Zhao Feiyu. I am Li Xiaojiang's ex-brother-in-law. What are you doing? Get the hell out of here. Li Xiaojiang was deeply afraid that Zhao Feiyu would do something bad and immediately chided. What? Isn't it? Your sister kicked out Zhang Jiakai, and now she came to Yunwan City and found you a brother-in-law. Which gave you the courage to shop at Cartier right now? Why are you such an ungrateful person? Li Xiaojiang immediately changed his face. Not to mention, the money he was carrying now was really given by his sister. Last time that girlfriend because of the matter of the bride price split. This time, Li Xiaojiang was not easy to fool a relatively pure girl. Don't give Zhao Feiyu another spoiler. Don't you talk nonsense. Li Xiaojiang glanced at the girl beside him and snapped. On the contrary, it's you. I've heard my sister say that you're willing to be one of Zhang Baiyu's dogs for the sake of money. And now you're even bringing a girl here to buy $1 million watch. Can you afford it? Is that so? What else did your sister say about me? Zhao Feiyu asked with interest. Isn't it? My sister is now with Zhou Xiao. I don't know how many times better than you. I'm telling you, you won't be able to reach this point in your life. Li Xiaojiang coldly snorted. Zhao Feiyu ignored the other party, but picked up this watch drama and said, this watch is 1,280,000. I don't believe that your sister will take the money to let you buy $1 million+ watch for a girl, unless your sister is dating several boyfriends at the same time to earn pieces for you. Putting the Nima's fart, my sister is only Zhou Xiao a boyfriend. Li Xiaojiang burst into rage. Seeing this scene, the store clerk immediately gave a wink to the security guard at the door. The security guard immediately walked over and warned, both of you, please go out to solve any conflicts. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaojiang then stopped, directly saying to the store clerk, load up this watch for me. After saying this, he didn't forget to show off and snorted coldly at Zhao Feiyu. Old me can afford it. Can you afford it? Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu directly said to the clerk, is there a more expensive one? Yes there is. The clerk immediately brightened up and nodded repeatedly. After saying that, he directly took out a watch worth over $3 million and handed it over. Seeing this watch, Zhao Yasi immediately brightened up. Obviously, this watch was much better looking and more noble than the blue balloon one just now. It's it, Zhao Feiyu said domineeringly in front of Li Xiaojiang. Over $3 million for a watch. What are you pretending for? I still don't believe you can really afford it. Li Xiaojiang didn't believe Zhao Feiyu could afford it at all. However, the next moment, with Zhao Feiyu's successful card swipe, Li Xiaojiang's eyes fell out in shock. Consumption successful. 100 times cashback 300 million. After the purchase, Zhao Feiyu directly put it on Zhao Yasi's wrist. Before leaving, walked to Li Xiaojiang and said, go back and tell your sister. If there is no divorce, all of this, I'm afraid it is her. But now, saying this, Zhao Feiyu shook his head, then turned around and left. Looking at Zhao Feiyu's departing back, Li Xiaojiang's heart wasn't in the right place. Because of Zhou Marin, they moved their family to Cloud City. Her second brother-in-law, Li Dong, had also risen again in the east because of this. Everything seemed to be going in a good direction. But seeing Zhao Feiyu spend more than $3 million with a wave of his hand, Li Xiaojiang gritted his teeth and turned away with the girl. This was the first time since Zhao Yasi grew up that she felt what was called hearty pleasure. Returning to the Moonwatch Lake Villa area, Zhao Feiyu saw that the housekeeper here had already prepared all the living supplies. Looking at this upper and lower 3-story tall villa, Zhao Yasi had never seen such a luxurious villa in her life. Feiyu, pinch me, am I dreaming? Zhao Yasi looked at everything around her like a dream, upstairs and downstairs, running around excitedly. Wow, Feiyu, there's a swimming pool that big in the back, yeah, Zhao Yasi said excitedly with extremely exaggerated open arms. Yikes, Zhao Feiyu slammed his head. What's wrong? Zhao Yasi hurriedly inquired. I bought you everything today. I just forgot to buy you a bikini swimsuit, Zhao Feiyu said badly. You have such a good figure. Wearing a sexy bikini would definitely be tempting. Zhao Yasi seemed to have thought of something, and said with some embarrassment, although I didn't buy a bikini, but I bought a set of other underwear today, which can also be used as a temporary replacement for the bikini. Wait, I'll go change it. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu was instantly delighted. Only then did it occur to him that today, Zhao Yasi seemed to have gone to the bathroom alone, and then when she came back, she had an extra handbag in her hand. When Zhao Feiyu asked her what she had bought, Zhao Yasi was surprisingly secretive and didn't tell Zhao Feiyu. And when Zhao Yasi came out of the room, Zhao Feiyu directly had a raging nosebleed, only to see Zhao Yasi wearing a set of sexy lace interest lingerie. The upper and lower pieces were almost covered by a piece of semi-transparent lace fabric sewn together with a rope. It was a sight to behold as one's breath and blood rolled. You went and bought this today? Zhao Feiyu asked with a bad smile as he wrapped his arm around Zhao Yasi's small waist. Zhao Yasi, won't go back on what I've decided. Zhao Yasi's face was a little shy and unusually firm. If I like you, I have to dedicate everything I have to you. Don't go away today, okay? Accept my warm and sincere love. After saying that, Zhao Yasi directly kissed up. The degree of initiative made Zhao Feiyu secretly stagger. For a whole day, Zhao Feiyu was in the villa with Zhao Yasi in love. Early the next morning, Zhao Feiyu took out Xia Zhu's phone. You go find a girl. Her name is Xia Zhu. She's helping me with investment management. You ask her to arrange a job for you. Of course, you can work if you don't want to. I'll just support you in the future. This girl is also your woman. Right. Zhao Yasi raised her eyebrows and laughed. Sort of. Zhao Feiyu admitted frankly. She is a poor girl, lonely and alone. Her grandmother passed away not long ago. It was me who helped him take care of the aftermath. I am in finance and investment, so I invested a few $100 million in him and let her go and help me make money. Chapter 54 Zhang Yufei's phone call. In that case, I'll go find her, Zhao Yasi said as she rolled her eyes. I, Zhao Yasi, am not a dry person either. Although I didn't go to university, I'm still relatively good at doing business, so don't worry about it, and watch how this Miss Xia Zhu and I will create a business empire for you. Oh, you still have a specialty in this area? Zhao Feiyu immediately brightened up. That's for sure, Zhao Yasi said rather proudly. Middle school, high school, I worked part-time during my vacation time to do business. I'm very good at this aspect. Zhao Feiyu nodded. Then you should boldly go for it. Even if you lose money, it doesn't matter. In addition, take advantage of this period of time. You also study and learn. Go in a more professional direction. Don't worry, Zhao Yasi said with confidence. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu gave Xia Zhu a greeting, then let Zhao Yasi go directly to the company. Just at this moment, Zhang Baiyu suddenly called. Bro, the bidding will start soon. Because the Cloud Mansion met Zhou Marin, that guy will definitely go and tell his dad about what happened that day. Now the Zhou family thinks that the Yuan family supports our Zhashing group, so on the bidding for the power plant in the northern suburbs, those guys invested more money. I worry about this. Time. You want money. Zhao Feiyu hit the nail on the head with Zhang Baiyu's meaning. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiyu immediately smiled with some embarrassment. Brother, didn't you say that last time? So you see this time, there is no problem with money. Zhao Feiyu's face gradually became grave. But, from the Jiangbei side, before and after I have more than 8 billion into it, I hope I can see the results I hope to see. Do you understand? Hearing this, Zhang Baiyu on the other end of the phone immediately stared at his face. Don't worry, brother. This 8 billion, I absolutely will not let you hit the water. Jiangbei City Times Square has been close to the end. By then, 90% of the stores are in our hands. Brother, you want to discount. In accordance with the investment of funds, you can probably return to the capital of 3 billion. If not discounted, then that side of the I can in accordance with my greatest rights. To give you 40% of the first is to give you a 40% share of the stores. As for the northern suburb of Cloud City side of the power plant, as for the north suburb power plant in Cloud City, it has just started. But if you want to see profits, it will take about 3 years at the very least. So, I'm not in a hurry. I'm trying to tell you that every amount of money has to be used on the knife edge, and can't be muddled. Right? Zhang Baiyu's heart was suddenly flabbergasted. I'll transfer the money to you in a moment. The matter of the northern suburbs power plant, you can rest assured that you'll do it boldly. Okay, just rest assured. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Baiyu sighed in relief with a palpitating heart. Zhao Feiyu's words just now were clearly warning him. It didn't matter if it was out of help between friends or a purposeful investment. Zhao Feiyu's meaning was obvious, and that was that he was not an ATM. Every amount of money must have a use for every amount of money. All along, Zhang Baiyu seemed to have overlooked this point. It was as if he thought Zhao Feiyu's money was inexhaustible. But this phone call today reminded Zhang Baiyu, Zhao Feiyu was by no means a generalized person. Thinking about this, Zhang Baiyu's eyes had an extra touch of gravity. A person like Zhao Feiyu had to become a friend. If he became an enemy, then it would be a devastating blow to himself. Ding bell. Just at this moment, the phone ringing interrupted Zhang Baiyu. Hello, Brother Zhang. I'm Yuan Hong. Do you think I'm ready to talk on Brother Feiyu's side? Yuan Hong's eager voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Baiyu, however, was frowning because of that phone call just now. Wait a little longer. At the very least, wait until the matter of the northern suburbs power plant is completely over. Alright, Yuan Hong returned with a lost voice. Right, the bidding invitations, you personally send one to Brother Feiyu. This will also help you in opening your mouth. Alright, no problem. Yuan Hong was instantly delighted. On the other side, Zhao Feiyu after hanging up the phone, however, he received a call from Zhang Yufei. LOL. Zhao Feiyu's heart sank. Oh no, after coming to Yunduan City for so many days, I didn't give Sister Yufei a call back. Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu apprehensively picked it up. I thought you had settled over in Yunduan City. Zhang Yufei's angry voice came from the phone. Zhao Feiyu was instantly inspired, then smiled sarcastically. Sister Yufei, Did you miss me? Less poor mouth. Say, what did you do these days? Why didn't you even call? I thought you got married and had children over there. Zhang Yifei's complexion was straightened and she started interrogating. Which can I didn't come over here. Something happened, and then I negotiated a cooperation with Jiaxing Group. That's why I was so busy that I didn't call Sister Yifei back. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly explained. Really? Really? I've opened an investment company here, so I'll probably come back after I'm busy for a while. Trust you for once. Zhang Yifei's tone immediately turned gentle. By the way, I might also be a bit busy in the next few days. The company is going to hold a quarterly report meeting, and my mom has been discharged from the hospital. I found a nanny to take care of my mom during this period of time. It's so hard, or you don't want to do it. I'll support you. Don't be poor. Let's be serious. How come I haven't seen that Zhang Jiakai and your ex-wife hanging out lately? Zhang Yufei suddenly thought of this matter. Zhang Jiakai? Oh, that ex-wife of mine. I offended someone over here. And after this person inquired about my background, he immediately picked up Li Shanshan's family. And Li Shanshan was jumping on a branch and turned into a phoenix, and kicked Zhang Jiakai in the face. What? There's even such a thing? Zhang Yufei instantly laughed. But immediately afterward, Zhang Yufei hurriedly admonished. Li Shanshan holds a grudge against you. Be careful on your end. This woman is a snake and venomous. Be careful of being shaded by her. Don't worry. What kind of person am I? Your husband? Less poor mouth. Your relationship with me is not official yet. Wait until you come back. And, if you need anything, feel free to contact me. Got it. You also need to take care of your health. And, from now on, one phone call every night. Do you hear me? Yes, sir. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu revealed a sweet smile. For Zhang Yifei, Zhao Feiyu's heart had the most straightforward feelings. This woman, when she was working, took good care of herself. After getting married, because of her mother's matter, Zhao Feiyu instantly sensitized her. For this thunderous, decisive action, sexy and straightforward woman, Zhao Feiyu was liked from the bottom of his heart. Just when Zhao Feiyu was still immersed in the phone kanji with Zhang Yifei, an unfamiliar number interrupted Zhao Feiyu's contemplation. Chapter 55, by Nyasi Middle School. Hello? Zhao Feiyu suspiciously picked up. Excuse me, is this Brother Feiyu? A strong voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. The voice was extremely personalized and one could tell who it was the moment they heard it. Brother Yuan Hong? Yes. I'm Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong replied back repeatedly. I heard that you aren't supporting Zhang Baiyu's bid for that piece of land in the northern suburb of the power plant? I have an invitation on my side. I'll ask someone to send it over to you in a while. At 8 o'clock in the evening, let's go and watch the fun together. Okay. Zhao Feiyu readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, not waiting for Zhao Feiyu to slow down for a few seconds, the phone unexpectedly rang again. I promised to protect me these days. Where are you? Song Cindy's questioning voice came directly from the phone. Where are you? I'm coming to pick you up right now. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly inquired. Come to the school to pick me up. Right. You don't want to drive. The 4S store side called me. The car's formalities are all ready. Come over and we'll drive this car. Song Cindy's voice had a hint of impatience. Obviously she was very satisfied with this car. Also, at 6 o'clock in the evening, my dad has set up a dinner party at home, and specially invited you to be there. So come and pick me up. We'll go buy some things and then go home. Song Cindy's as if she was a knowledgeable wife, urging her husband who was out. This feeling flickered. Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart, and at the same time, he joked, Sister Wan, you know what? The tone of your voice right now is as if you're a gentle and virtuous wife exhorting her husband who's out. You know, just now, I actually had an illusion, as if we were a real husband and wife. The other end of the phone was quiet for a full 5 seconds. It was obvious that Song Cindy was also a bit overwhelmed by Zhao Feiyu's words. Just know how to be poor. A moment later, Song Kainuan said, but for some reason, Zhao Feiyu had an old feeling that this voice seemed to have some sense of expectant happiness. Straight to the school, Zhao Feiyu directly came to her office. On the way, Zhao Feiyu unexpectedly encountered Hao Tianxiang. This guy saw Zhao Feiyu. Frightened, he immediately changed his face and ran around the road. At this time, it was the end of class. Suddenly, hula! A large group of girls surrounded from afar. This scene really startled Zhao Feiyu. It's you guys. After seeing this group of girls, Zhao Feiyu then smiled. These girls were no one else. They were none other than Song Cindy's students. What? Want me to buy you guys milk tea again? The group of girls nodded excitedly. What for? Just at this moment, a voice with majesty came from the distance. Looking with it, one could only see Song Kainuan walking over with her hands clasping her books, her face unscrupulous, but instead of being afraid, the group of girls unexpectedly walked over with a smile on their faces. Teacher Song, this is your boyfriend, isn't it? He's really handsome. Upon hearing this, Song Cindy instantly blushed and reprimanded. What are you talking nonsense about? We all know. Your boyfriend even treated us to milk tea last time. All the girls bragged and said to Song Kane-won. Really? Song Kane-won cast an inquiring glance. He. Zhao Feiyu smiled awkwardly. Kids, you, really? Song Kane-won laughed helplessly. Seeing Song Kane-won smile, all the girls became more affable. Teacher Song and him are really a talented couple. That's right, it's like a match made in heaven. Teacher Song, when will you guys get married? All of us will go to congratulate you then. A group of girls, with one word from you and another from me, said that Song Cindy was at a loss for words. Go. I'll treat everyone to milk tea. Zhao Feiyu waved his hand, bringing everyone to the school supermarket. Yay! All the girls immediately danced and excitedly walked towards the supermarket. Favorability from Li Na +5. Favorability from Zhang Qian +5. Favorability +5 from Lu Qingqing. All of a sudden, Zhao Feiyu harvested another wave of favorability. You, don't coddle them so much, Song Kanyuan complained as she sipped her pearl milk tea. Right, I have an idea. Everyone was all sitting on the chairs in the restaurant. Zhao Feiyu had a bright idea and suddenly minded. Why don't we find a time to invite the kids in your class and organize a field trip? I'll pay for the expenses, and this will also promote the relationship between you guys. Really? A female classmate immediately came over. The eyes were filled with a hopeful look. As long as it's led by Mr. Song, even if we pay for it ourselves, it's okay yo. Another girl immediately suggested. That's it. This topic immediately attracted the attention of all the girls. All of them gathered around. Since I suggested it, then all the expenses, of course, will be borne by me, but it's just that I don't know if Ms. Song is willing to do it. Zhao Feiyu looked at Song Kane-won with a teasing smile and cast an inquiring gaze. No. Song Kane-won rejected the idea with a single breath. Not to mention the safety issue, even the principal wouldn't allow a teacher to take a student out alone. Hearing this, all the female students all fell silent. That's right, schools had school rules. Song Kanyuan wouldn't agree to it even if she was a teacher. This way Zhao Feiyu pondered slightly. Just at this moment, a pie-in-the-sky idea suddenly came to light. What if I buy the school? These words came out. Everyone was silent. The 20 or so girls all looked at Zhao Feiyu in a daze. Buy the school? What kind of international joke is that? Although this school is said to be a private school, but it's also considered an aristocratic school. It's not something that can be bought with a simple sentence. Just when everyone thought that Zhao Feiyu was out of his mind, Song Cindy's words made everyone freeze in place. What's the point of wasting all that money? The moment these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of tiger and wolf words were these? Wasting money for what? What does this mean? It meant that Ms. Song's boyfriend was the one who had that financial strength to buy even a school. And as Zhao Feiyu voiced this thought, in his heart, he confirmed the feasibility of this idea more and more. First of all, there were a lot of girls in the school. This was the best target for Zhao Feiyu to swipe money through the cashback system. Secondly, for the sake of Song Cindy, it was worth it to buy the school out. In this way, Zhao Feiyu wouldn't have to worry about any more scum like Hao Tianxiang harassing Song Kane-won. Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu immediately took out his phone and called Xia Zhu. Hello, Fei, boss. Xia Zhu's voice was first a burst of surprise. It then immediately regained its composure. Such strong emotion management made Zhao Feiyu a little surprised as well. Contact Yasi Middle School and buy him for me at all costs. Okay. Regarding Zhao Feiyu's order, Xia Zhu absolutely carried it out. Chapter 56, Class Excitement. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu didn't care about the dumbfounded gazes of the people around him and looked at Song Kane-won with a smile. How was it, Principal Song? These words came out. The 20 or so girls were in an uproar. Geez, what kind of operation is this? With a casual remark. He's going to buy our school? Ms. Song's boyfriend? He's simply handsome. This is just like the dream guy in idol dramas. Okay? I'm in love with him too. Okay? What are you talking about? Mr. Song is still here? Nymphomaniac. And Song Cindy didn't care at all about the awe of the surrounding students. Instead, she said with some grumbling, you're too impulsive. Yasi Middle School is an aristocratic middle school. You simply can't take it down without $5 billion. And it's been open for many years, so if you want to take it down, $5 billion would be a problem. I'm not very comfortable with you working here. Just like that Hao Tianxiang. If I buy this place, then you can go to school here in peace. Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly thought of a problem, so he immediately took out his cell phone and called Xia Zhu. After contacting him, I'll personally transfer this money to him. It's a gift from me to someone else. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu let out a heartfelt breath. It was so close. Otherwise, he would have wasted tens of billions of dollars again this time. Thanks to Xia Zhu's investment company. Zhao Feiyu initially wanted Xia Zhu's investment company to take this place down. But thinking of Song Cindy, Zhao Feiyu snapped out of it. If it was bought for Song Cindy, then the cashback mechanism could be triggered. Joining Yasi Middle School is worth $8 billion. With Song Kane-1's 96 points of face value, that would be a 20-fold cashback. It might even boost Song Cindy's favorability again. Soon, a call came from Xia Zhu's side. Boss, the other party didn't agree to sell at first, but as I increased the price by 1 billion each time, raising the price to 12 billion, the other party immediately agreed. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu instantly smiled in satisfaction. Under this sky, there was no matter that money couldn't solve. If there was, it was that the money wasn't in place yet. Very well. Arrange for me to meet with the other party as soon as possible, then finalize this matter. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu snapped his fingers. Principal Song. It's done. Starting tomorrow, you'll be the principal of Yasi School. Such an operation once again caused the 20 or so girls to gasp in shock. And right at this moment, as the bell rang, the 20 or so girls all reluctantly prepared to leave. Idol, you can't forget about the field trip you promised us. Right at this moment, a girl with short hair and airbangs said excitedly, "Don't worry, the time is set for this Saturday." Yay! The group of girls cheered and then left the place. Let's go, Principal Song. Zhao Feiyu then looked at Song Kanian and smiled. You. Song Cindy shook her head helplessly, but it was hard to hide a happy smile on her face. As the bell rang for the end of another class, the 20 or so girls in the third junior class all discussed excitedly. Gosh, Teacher Song's boyfriend is too powerful. Yeah. In order to treat us to a field trip, he even directly bought our school. So excited. MS. Song is going to be the principal. I wish I had a boyfriend like Mr. Song. Are you kidding? I'd be satisfied with 1,000th as good as her. What to wear this Saturday? Hey, what are you guys chatting about? Right at this moment, Vice Class President Lin Kai returned from the restroom with a group of boys. Upon entering, he saw a group of girls gathered around, not knowing what they were excitedly talking about. And at the head of the group, it was clearly Lin Kai's crush on the main class president, Chi Jiajiu. Lin Kai, do you know? Teacher Song's boyfriend bought our Yasi Middle School. A girl with a crush on Lin Kai excitedly went up and grabbed Lin Kai before pulling him over. Feelings in middle school were just so silent. Taking advantage of a small opportunity was a great fulfillment. Sometimes, in order to send her a bouquet of flowers, and ended up sending a bouquet of flowers to all the girls in the class. However, Lin Kai suddenly laughed after hearing this. Are you kidding me? Buying out Yasi Middle School? Lin Kai shook his head disdainfully. That's impossible. Our Yasi Middle School is an aristocratic middle school in Cloud City. A year's tuition costs tens of thousands of dollars. This one school, without $10 billion, is simply impossible to take down. The reason why Lin Kai was clear about this interval price, mainly because their family was also relatively wealthy. Actually, those who could study here had rich families. There were some things that they all knew through their parents. Moreover, the school manager of our school is still Mr. House father, so it's impossible for him to sell the school. Lin Kai said with extreme certainty. But we heard about it at the school supermarket a few days ago. A group of girls chattered on and on. Teacher Song's boyfriend even treated us all to milk tea. That's right, MS. Song's boyfriend also invited our whole class to go on a field trip this Saturday, and he paid for all the expenses. And, MS. Song didn't agree at first, saying that the school wouldn't agree because of safety issues. But MS. Song's boyfriend made a direct phone call and had the school bought. Stop. Hearing this, Lin Kai immediately snorted with laughter. I say, a cup of milk tea bought you guys off? Grow up, will you? Those who can study at this school, whose families have a few million each. I know how to talk big too. Can't you guys see this kind of trick? This is simply MS. Song's boyfriend's big talk in order to pursue MS. Song. After saying that, Lin Kai shook his head and directly sat down on his seat. Hearing Lin Kai's analysis, most of the girls were also silent. Yup, a school that was at least tens of billions. What kind of concept was this? They all knew it very well. The richest families among them only had tens of millions of dollars. But even so, they can all drive luxury cars with millions of dollars. For the unit of billions, they were all a bit out of reach. Not to mention tens of billions. I don't believe it. Just at this moment, class president Chi Jiajiao, however, said unconvincingly, Teacher Song's boyfriend is so handsome and gentle. And at that time, when he called, Teacher Song was still following him and advised him not to waste his money. This must be true. Seeing that Chi Jiaojia was so favorable towards Teacher Song's boyfriend, Lin Kai immediately frowned, slightly displeased. I say, is it hard to believe that you've taken a liking to Teacher Song's boyfriend? Lin Kai said unconvincingly. Speaking for him like that? If you don't believe me, I can call Mr. How right now. Mr. How's dad is a school manager. He definitely knows the inside story. A person sniffed and hurriedly responded. Right. Lin Kai. You can call Mr. How now and see what Mr. How says. With that, Lin Kai took out his cell phone and dialed out to Mr. How. Chapter 57 The Golden Son-in-Law. Students are allowed to carry cell phones at Yas Middle School. However, during study time, they are all forbidden to use them. Yasi Middle School has been established for so many years. It also has its own strict school rules. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to serve as a top school and noble school. With that, Lin Kai dialed Hao Tianxian's phone, and it was put on speakerphone. Beep beep beep, with a pickup tone sounding. After a dozen seconds, Mr. Hao answered the phone. Hello, Lin Kai. Is something wrong? Mr. Hao, I heard that your father sold Yasi Middle School? Lin Kai asked apprehensively. Ha! Hao Tianxian let out a burst of laughter. Today isn't April Fool's Day. Why are you joking? How could Yasi Middle School be for sale? What's more, just ask the entire Cloud City. Who can afford it? Right now, the pricing of Yasi Middle School is around $10 billion at the very least. There's no way my father would sell Yasi Middle School. Why are you suddenly asking this? Oh, nothing. I heard from our classmates that Mess. Song's boyfriend wants to buy Yasi Middle School. So I said, how could he possibly afford it? Lin Kai said with a smug look at Chi Jiaojia. Hearing this, all the girls all paled. Humph, I really didn't think that Mess. Song's boyfriend would be so hypocritical. What a big liar who talks big. I originally thought that he was a good guy because he was handsome, but now it seems that he really did whatever he could to pursue Ms. Song. This kind of person. What scum. Simply even worse than Mr. Hao. A large group of girls immediately lost their good feelings towards Zhao Feiyu, and on the other side, Zhao Feiyu heard the sudden system beep. He was instantly confused. Li Na favorability -20. Zhang Ya favorability -20. Zhao Cc favorability -20. However, when all the girls all lost confidence in Zhao Feiyu, there was only one girl who sat firmly in her seat. I don't believe Ms. Song's boyfriend is this kind of person. Chi Jiaojia fought firmly. At that time, Teacher Song was still around. If he's this kind of person who talks big, Teacher Song definitely wouldn't like it and would definitely expose him. There's no way he'd let him not waste his money. However, no matter what Chi Jiaojia thought, yet, it couldn't change the surrounding girls' impression of Zhao Feiyu. And on the other side, Zhao Feiyu had already driven the big G, and Song Cindy went out of the school, then went straight to the mall. Today was a family banquet held by Song Yunfeng. One had to buy some gifts for it. After a bit of selection, Zhao Feiyu and Song Cindy returned to the Yanshanju Villa. At this time, Villa 18 of the Cloud Mountain residence was bustling with activity. Elder Song was recovering well. At this time, he was also sitting on the sofa smilingly watching the crowd chat, and by his side, Song Yunfeng and his old brothers, Zhang Wanbiao, Li Jianjun, and Zhao Dezhu were talking and laughing. In the kitchen, Zhang Meiji and Zhang Wanbiao's wives were busy in the kitchen. It was a happy scene. Pushing the door in, Zhao Feiyu and Song Kainuan walked in. In the large living room, everyone's eyes immediately gathered over. Seeing so many people in the house, Zhao Feiyu was also slightly stunned. Yo, Cindy came back? He, old brother. Your golden son-in-law has also returned. Zhang Wanbiao and a few others immediately flirted. After changing their shoes, the nanny of the house immediately picked up all the things. Hello uncles. Song Kainuan politely walked over and greeted the three uncles. The 3 points nodded their heads one after another. After the polite greetings, Song Kainuan whispered to Zhao Feiyu, sit down. I'll go help in the kitchen. Zhao Feiyu nodded and looked around the circle, and after greeting, he followed suit and sat down. The three of them had already seen Zhao Feiyu's strength last time. They were secretly staggered at Zhao Feiyu's strong financial power. Right, uncle. How's the company starting out these days? Zhao Feiyu took the lead in opening the conversation. However, he saw Song Yunfeng frown. It was clearly a bit unpromising. We've started off relatively steadily, and with 3 old brothers helping me, we've already stabilized our footing. Speaking here, Song Yunfeng couldn't help but shake his head. But we are in the catering business, and right now, the catering industry in Yunnan City is all monopolized by the Ji family, and they received the news, and also reacted swiftly, and immediately launched repressive business tactics against us. So the situation is not optimistic right now either. The Ji family? Zhao Feiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He couldn't help but think of something. Back then, when the Song group declined, was it the Ji family that was fueling the decline? At those words, Song Yunfeng's gaze immediately condensed, flashing a brilliant light. Even Elder Song's tiger body shook. Immediately afterward, Song Yunfeng nodded. Clearly, what Zhao Feiyu said was true. Then there's no running away. If you want to develop now, the Ji family must be defeated. So uncle, you don't have to care about anything at all. Since you've already planted a firm footing now, let's just shake it off and do it with them. Zhao Feiyu said in a domineering manner. If caring about the fact that they are one of the four great families makes us appear to be cowering, then our development is simply impossible. Hearing this, Zhang Wanbiao immediately brightened up and looked at Zhao Feiyu approvingly. My great-nephew's thoughts are just like mine. Even the others nodded approvingly. To be honest, just now, they were still talking about this matter. Zhang Wanbiao and the others held advocate strategies. However, Song Yunfeng looked a bit fearful and held a conservative strategy because he had suffered a loss once. Now, because of Zhao Feiyu's words, Song Yunfeng was enlightened. Immediately afterward, Zhao Feiyu said with confidence, Uncle, you just go ahead and do it. Don't have any worries, and if there's any financial problems, they'll all be solved by me. Zhao Feiyu's words couldn't help but make Zhang Wanbiao's trio look at each other. That said, with the support of such a son-in-law, what are you afraid of, old brother? It's almost 60 now. There aren't many years left to live, so it wouldn't be comfortable to die without giving up that old breath. Hearing this, Song Yunfeng nodded heavily. Right, Zhao Feiyu suddenly thought of something. Joshing Group is now stationed in Yunwan City. Although they are in the real estate business, but a lot of our catering site selection may be able to cooperate with them. Over there I've already greeted them. They will unconditionally cooperate with anything they need. Joshing Group? Everyone immediately brightened up. This is one of the giants of Jiangbei. With their support, we can say we are like a fish out of water. Even though it's an outside company, it's still a fierce dragon. By the way, doesn't our current catering site happen to be a place under their umbrella? Right at this moment, Zhang Wanbiao suddenly said. Song Yunfeng pondered slightly and came to a realization. Chapter 58 Bridge Collapse Incident. The current him, as Zhao Feiyu had said, had left everything, all of it, to the people below. He was only playing a leading role, having just started out. Although it was steady and stable, there were many detailed issues that he was still somewhat unclear about. Right. There is such a thing. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu took out his cell phone and spoke Lian Yu's call to Song Yunfeng. This is the person in charge of Joshing Group in Yunwan City. You just need to mention my name and then ask him to cooperate. Lian Yu? Song Yunfeng searched his mind for this person after leaving the phone number. So it's him, obviously. Song Yunfeng also knew Liang Yu well. Also, Zhao Feiyu didn't forget to introduce his company's business to Song Yunfeng as well, although both sides were invested by himself. But for Song Yunfeng, Zhao Feiyu only treated it as compensation for Song Manli. If the Song family made the business up, Zhao Feiyu inwardly still do not want to intervene. But Xia Zhu's side was different. This was something that Zhao Feiyu, from the bottom of his heart, was prepared to make his own business. I also have a friend, called Xia Zhu, recently opened a new investment company. The strength is still good. If there is something useful, you can go to her to help. Mention my name. She will also definitely cooperate fully. Xia Zhu, is that the recently opened Feiyu investment company? Zhang Wanbiao hurriedly asked. At those words, Zhao Feiyu's entire body was dumbfounded. Feiyu Investment Company? Could this Nima be any more obvious? This was all directly called Zhao Feiyu. Ahem. This company. It's actually a company that I invested in. So if it's useful, you can go to her. With this name, one could use one's toes to know that there was a direct connection with Zhao Feiyu. Come. It's time to eat. Right at this moment, a yell came from the kitchen. This was what interrupted the crowd's conversation. With that, they looked, only to see a large table full of food on the dining table. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly went forward to assist Elder Zhao, then helped him to the main seat. Only then did the others take their seats. Between the seats, Song Yunfeng suddenly thought of something. Right Feiyu, there's an official bidding event tonight. I received an invitation here. Do you want to follow a piece of the action? Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but smile. Uncle, someone on my side also gave me an invitation. But an invitation can only carry one person. You'd better take Auntie along for a piece of the action. I'll take Sister Wan to see what's going on as well. Speaking of this, Zhao Feiyu glanced at Song Kanwan. As the four eyes met, Song Kanwan slightly skimmed and shyly lowered her head. And on the other side, Yasi Middle School. After school, Hao Tianxiang, however, left the school with a heavy heart. Today he suddenly received a call from Lin Kai, saying that someone from Yasi Middle School wanted to buy it, and it was still Song Cindy's boyfriend. Thinking about the last time he called Long and the others to prepare to teach the other party a lesson, but he didn't expect Long and the others to be so afraid of the other party. Instead, they gave themselves a fat beating. This was enough to show that the other party's strength and background were both very powerful. If it was said that he wanted to acquire his family's Yasi Middle School, then it was really possible. Thinking of this, Hao Tianxiang immediately hurried towards his home. When returning home, surprisingly, he saw his parents packing up their things. Tian Chang, you're back. Hurry up and pack up. We're going abroad tomorrow. Going abroad? Why? Why do you want to go abroad? For a good reason. Hao Tianxiang immediately thought of what Lin Kai had said on the phone. Yasi Middle School has been bought out. Let's hurry up and leave the country. Hao Ren said urgently. Why? Why did you sell Yasi Middle School? Hao Tianxiang didn't want to leave the country at all and asked with a puzzled face. Just at this moment, Hao Tianxiang's mother also walked over and explained in a low voice. Tianxiang, just don't ask. You put the Yunjiang Bridge that you invested in and built with the Zhou family 5 years ago. It collapsed just yesterday. The officials of Yunduan City will definitely pursue the responsibility. We sold the Yasi Middle School and quickly run away to foreign countries, or else your father will definitely be caught in. Hearing this, Hao Tianxiang immediately widened his eyes. There is even such a thing? Thinking about this, Hao Tianxiang couldn't help but feel a pang of numbness in his scalp. The whole person's sweat hairs stood on end. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu had just finished the Song family's party. He was preparing to bring Song Kanyuan to the bidding site. This bidding event was officially organized. In addition to the piece of land in the northern suburbs of the power plant, there were also some charity bidding events. Almost the entire top stream of Yunduan City would be there. And just at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly received a call from Zhang Baiyu. Hello? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Baiyu's tone was filled with suppressed excitement. Brother Feiyu, good news. Major good news. Have you watched the news yet? No. What's wrong? Zhao Feiyu, who had just gotten on the Big G and was preparing to head to the venue, asked with a puzzled expression. Look at the news. Cloud City News. Puzzled, Zhao Feiyu put his cell phone on speakerphone and then opened the news to read it, only to see that the number 1 ranked news in Cloud N City was that the Yunjiang Bridge had collapsed. This was an important passage between Yunduan City and Zhangbei City. It cost tens of billions of dollars to build 5 years ago, but after only 5 years of use, it had already collapsed, and it had caused dozens of cars to crash, resulting in more than 30 deaths. Oh my god. Surprisingly, this happened. Zhao Feiyu marveled but was also a bit puzzled. Does this matter? Have anything to do with us? Of course it has something to do with us. You know? This bridge, is the Zhou family united with a number of other enterprises to build together? Now the bridge collapsed. Dead. Zhou family this time, is considered to be completely finished. Tonight's bidding, the Zhou family will certainly not steal with us. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's eyes immediately flashed with a brilliant light. What Zhang Baiyu cared about was that piece of land in the northern suburbs of the power plant. But what Zhao Feiyu cared about was the entire Zhou family. Listen to me. Immediately tell people to collect all the information on the bridge building project in the first place, no matter what the cost. This time, the Zhou family must be defeated. Hearing this, Zhang Baiyu's expression stared. But then he said, older brother I've already told people to get the media to put pressure on the officials, and then get the officials to put pressure on the Zhou family. But with your words, you're trying to completely get the Zhou family dead. Isn't that good? Zhao Feiyu sneered. They're all in the real estate business. Get rid of the Zhou family, and Jiaxing Group will be in Cloud City again. So it'll be a long drive. Hearing this, Zhang Baiyu immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Good guy. Or brother, you are ruthless enough. After hanging up the phone, the corners of Zhao Feiyu's mouth slightly rose to reveal an evil smile. Song Kanyuan, who was sitting in the co-pilot, couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? So happy? To tell you the good news. The Zhou family is going to be finished. Hearing this, Song Cindy instantly blushed in shock. Finished? How is it finished? Look at this news. This bridge was built by the Zhou family. More than 30 people died. The Zhou family this time definitely can't pocket it. Zhao Feiyu handed his cell phone over. Chapter 59, Kidnapping. Afterwards, Zhao Feiyu started his car and rushed towards the venue. And right in the middle of the road, Zhao Feiyu received a call from Zhang Baiyu once again. Brother, our people have found out a list of the entry projects that built the bridge in the first place. Take a look. Zhao Feiyu immediately opened his cell phone and began to check it out. And right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly saw a person's name. Hao Ran. And the note behind it was that this person was clearly the school manager of Yasi Middle School. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly asked Song Cindy, Hao Tianxiang's father. Isn't his name Hao Ran? Yes. What's wrong? Ha ha, heaven helped me. Zhao Feiyu was so happy that he quickly took out his phone and dialed Xiaozhu. Hello, Xiaozhu. Immediately contact Hao Run and say that I'm going to purchase Yasi Middle School today. Now ask him to come out and meet me. Inside a coffee shop, Zhao Feiyu and Song Kanyuan were seated at the window seat. It wasn't long. A car drove up quickly. A mysterious man who was heavily armed and wearing a mask, and whose face couldn't be seen clearly, walked into the cafe. He was seen looking around, and when he saw Song Kanyuan, he immediately walked over. Principal Hao, you're here. Zhao Feiyu looked at the other party with a smile. He only saw the other party's eyes flickering as he looked around before taking out 2 contracts and urging, hurry up and sign. Principal Hao, don't worry, I'm a businessman. I won't harm you. Zhao Feiyu pacified the other party. We can sign the contract, but this price, it needs to be changed. You negotiated the price with my people at 12 billion, right? That's right. Hurry up. There won't be a store after this village. I say, Principal Hao, what's your hurry? You're in such a hurry for this multi-million-dollar business? Are you busy running away? Upon hearing this, Principal Hao's face changed and he quickly explained. What are you talking about? It's good that you're not running away. However, this price, we still need to talk about it. This $12 billion, it's really too expensive. I can only come up with $8 billion now. What about it? What? Hao Ren stood up at once. No. How can 8 billion be possible? It seems like Principal Hao isn't sincere about selling. Zhao Feiyu leaned back in his chair and looked at the other party playfully. Your price is too low. Minimum $10 billion. Otherwise no negotiation. In one bite, Principal Hao reduced the price from 12 billion to 10 billion. So it seemed that he was indeed busy running away. However, Zhao Feiyu saw this, but continued to insist. 8 billion. If you think you can, we'll sign the contract. If you can't, then forget it. You'd better find someone else. Saying that, Zhao Feiyu took Song Kanyuan and directly stood up and prepared to walk out. Seeing Zhao Feiyu really preparing to leave, Hao Run immediately guessed that the other party might know something. So with a clench of his teeth, he directly said, alright, $8 billion is $8 billion. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu sat down again. 8 billion is fine, but it has to be transferred now. No problem. Zhao Feiyu was instantly overjoyed. As a matter of fact, the purchase of the Yasi Middle School was for Song Kanyuan. It was possible to make a cashback. The higher the price should be, the better. But this guy, Zhao Feiyu, didn't have a good feeling at all. Pressing the price at $8 billion was purely to disgust him. Zhao Feiyu didn't make a move and directly had Song Kanyuan sign the contract. In this way, this school was what Zhao Feiyu had bought for Song Cindy. It was also considered to be for Song Cindy's consumption. As expected, after Zhao Feiyu transferred $8 billion to Hao Ren's World Bank account, he immediately received a prompt from the system. Consumption successful. $160 billion cashback. Song Cindy's favorability +5. What Zhao Feiyu did not expect was, a school had actually raised Song Cindy's favorability by another 5 points. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu felt an unprecedented comfort. If Song Cindy's favorability was at full value, with just this one rebate, he would have gotten 800 billion. What was the concept of 800 billion? Zhao Feiyu couldn't even imagine it. It only felt like it was a series of numbers. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu was not even worth mentioning about the billions he had invested in Zhang Baiyu and the others. Hao Ren saw that the account $8 billion had indeed arrived. Immediately, he was ready to leave the cafe. However, Zhao Feiyu suddenly stopped the other party. The transfer of the school. Shouldn't you give the other leaders of the school an explanation of your work? Yes. Hao Ren thought faintly and nodded his head repeatedly. Then a flurry of phone calls were made, directly notifying the school board. He ordered this matter down. Up to this point, Cindy Song directly became the new principal of Yasi Middle School. After seeing Hao Ren off, Zhao Feiyu directly called Zhang Baiyu. Hao Ren sold Yasi Middle School for $8 billion, and now he might be ready to run away. So watch and notify the officials and bring him under control. Corruption and building tofu dreg projects. A 100-year-old bridge, used for only 5 years, collapsed with a bang, causing more than 30 deaths. This kind of unconscionable thing, how could he be allowed to escape? At this time, the sky had completely darkened. Zhao Feiyu looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. Gotta head to the auction site as soon as possible. Song Kanyuan was still thinking about returning to the Yasi Center area as soon as possible to help Zhao Feiyu deal with the school's affairs. However, he was directly stopped by Zhao Feiyu. Well, at least you're the principal now. Let's talk about anything tomorrow, okay? In Song Cindy's eyes, although Zhao Feiyu had bought Yasi Middle School for her, but to Song Cindy, the boss of Yasi Middle School was still Zhao Feiyu. For that, She didn't have any desires/wants or feelings. And just at this moment, when Zhao Feiyu and the others were preparing to drive away, suddenly, two vans, one in front of the other, surrounded their big G. Immediately afterward, a group of people came down from the vans and surrounded the car. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu was in the car and immediately dialed Zhang Baiyu's phone. Since he had just passed the phone, the first one in the address book was him, so it was quickly picked up. Hello? Zhang Baiyu had just told Yuan Hong about how Run, who then relayed it to their family's old man. He didn't expect Zhao Feiyu's call to come again, but the strange thing was, after Zhao Feiyu called, he didn't say anything over there, just as Zhang Baiyu was about to greet again. But suddenly, there was a cacophony of noises coming from the phone. Come down. Who are you people? Don't you move my woman. If there's anything you want to do, come at me. Waste what words? Get out of the car quickly. With a sound of a car door slamming, immediately afterward, Zhao Feiyu was brought onto another car. Who are you guys? I just finished drinking coffee at the Cloud Cafe. Where are you taking us? If I've bumped into you all, please show me the way, and I'll make amends and apologize immediately. Chapter 60, Sister Wave. However, in the car, a few ferocious hulks were holding sharp weapons, but they didn't pay any attention to Zhao Feiyu at all. Hey, what are you guys doing? Don't blindfold me. This is Feng De Road. Where are you taking me? The phone was connected. Zhao Feiyu provided Zhang Baiyu's side with as much information as possible so that they could find it as soon as possible. And on the other end of the phone, the auction site. Seeing that the auction had already started, Zhang Baiyu stood up in a mischievous manner, then covered the phone receiver and instructed Liang Yu, "You're solely responsible for the auction. I have something to go out for a while." Leaving the venue, Zhang Baiyu immediately called Yuan Hong over as well, then whispered, "Immediately call someone to go to the Cloud Cafe. Brother Feiyu has been taken away and left from Fengda Road." The phone did not hang up. Zhang Baiyu was afraid that this side of the conversation would be heard by the other side. Turning his head, he said to Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong's face changed when he heard this. Then he quickly took out the phone and dialed out. Immediately afterward, he personally drove and rushed towards the Cloud Cafe. On the other side, the car traveled for about 10 minutes. It passed through another rugged stretch. It finally stopped at an unknown place, and throughout the entire road, Zhao Feiyu chattered on, murmuring to himself based on the various information around him, giving information to the person on the phone. Groove. Just as he got out of the car, a big man suddenly saw the phone lit up in Zhao Feiyu's pocket. Marred. The phone is actually on. With that, a stick hit Zhao Feiyu's back. Ah! Zhao Feiyu screamed miserably when he felt the pain. Immediately afterward, the phone was directly hung up by the other party. Afterwards, Zhao Feiyu and Song Kainwan were brought into a certain building. The moment the blindfold was removed, a bright light followed. Zhao Feiyu squinted his eyes and couldn't see the surroundings clearly at all. After a long time, only then did Zhao Feiyu adapt to the light and then looked around, only to see that this place was like some kind of underground boxing ring. Through the transparent glass, one could also see that there was a fierce battle going on in the octagonal cage outside. The surrounding area was surrounded by spectators, who were holding betting tickets in their hands, frantically hissing and cheering on the contestants they had bet on. Cindy! Cindy! Zhao Feiyu hurriedly called out to Song Kainwan. However, Song Kainwan's voice wasn't heard in the surroundings. Don't call out. Your girlfriend is safe for now. A mature female voice with a bit of flirtatiousness entered his ears. Zhao Feiyu then looked over. He only saw a cool sister-in-law, wearing a black high-fort cheongsam with big waves. The mature and sexy woman was sitting on a red sofa, sizing herself up. The cheongsam was open with a high fork, and on the exposed thigh, there was a bizarre viper tattooed on it. At the same time, her information immediately surfaced. Wave's sister, 36. Face value, 93. Favorability, 10. Beauty. It seems like we don't know each other. I don't know where I've dashed off. Please also enlighten me. Zhao Feiyu's brain worked quickly and realized that in his memory, he didn't have this person at all. However, he saw the other party smile mysteriously. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. You just need to know that taking people's money and eliminating people's disasters is fine. I see. Zhao Feiyu then realized. Then he quickly searched for a few people he had a grudge against. Could it be Li Shanshan and the others? No way. They don't have the guts. Or maybe it's Zhou Marin? This was Cloud End City. It was assumed that the hatred also took place in Yunduan City. The only one who had this strength to find someone to deal with him and had great hatred was Zhou Marin. It was Zhou Marin who asked you to deal with me, Zhao Feiyu said indifferently. Since you already know, there's no need to say anything more. Do it, the other party said blandly. Only two fighters came from the left and the right. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu hurriedly said, how much did Zhou Marin give you? I'll pay you 10 times as much. It's not a matter of money. It's a matter of credit. I, Sister Wave, have been mixing in Yunwan City for so many years, and that's what I rely on. The woman who called herself Sister Wave said. Sister Wave, right. It seems like you're also a loyal person. I'll admit it this time. However, I'm sure you don't want my life. Since you don't want my life, just find someone to block me on the street. There's no need to bring me here. Zhao Feiyu quickly analyzed. Moreover, on the way here, I've already notified my brothers and them. They should be known to you as well. Zhang Baiyu, the executive president of Jiaxing Group, Yuan Hong, the son of the Yuan family of the four great families. They should be on their way by now. Don't believe me? Ask your people. Along the way, my phone was in communication. Hearing this, Sister Wave immediately looked at her men with a frown. However, she saw one of them showing a timid face, then carefully nodded and took out Zhao Feiyu's phone. Sister Wave took the phone, then asked, "What's the password?" 5264. After Sister Wave unlocked the phone, she immediately checked the address book. As expected, she saw the first Zhang Baiyu, who actually had a 10-minute call. Scrolling down further, she indeed saw communications from Yuan Hong and the others. Kid, I've been mixing in Yunwan City for more than 10 years, but I haven't heard of such a person like you. What's the origin? Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's heart was relieved. It looked like his own words just now had shocked the other party. Not much of an origin. From Jiangbei City, begging for a meal. I didn't expect to offend Zhou Meiran and have what happened now. However, when I leave here, I will definitely not let that kid go. Zhao Feiyu said viciously. Alright, Sister Wave waved her hand. No matter what your origin is, I still say that. Take someone's money and get rid of them. Kid, you'll just admit it today. Wait, Zhao Feiyu shouted in a hurry. I haven't finished my words just now. I said, since you promised Zhou Meiran to deal with me, as long as you don't want my life, you can totally just block me outside. There was no need to bring me back. So I'm guessing that you must have another purpose for bringing me back. Also, the Zhou family is almost finished. So instead of offending me, why don't you let me off the hook? Multiple friends have multiple paths. If you have any use for me, just ask. Oh, Sister Wave couldn't help but let out a light laugh. You said that the Zhou family is almost finished? Is there any basis for that? Looks like Sister Wave doesn't usually read the news. Zhao Feiyu continued. The Yunjiang Bridge collapsed yesterday. The bridge was only established 5 years ago and the contractor at the time was the Zhou family. More than 30 people died on this bridge, and the officials of Yunduan City won't let them off the hook. This time, Jiaxing Group also had a frontal business conflict with the Zhou family because of that piece of land in the northern suburbs of the power plant. Zhang Baiyu, with my support, will not let the Zhou family go, so the Zhou family will surely die. Is that so? Sister Wave's face instantly became grave, then immediately took out her cell phone and dialed out. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but feel some emotion. This guy, so unconcerned with the news of the times? Chapter 61, Cooperation. After getting the exact news, Sister Wave was instantly filled with interest in Zhao Feiyu. Keep talking, and I'll let you go when I'm moved. Good. Zhao Feiyu was instantly happy. His brain worked quickly before organizing his words. You said that you take people's money and kill them. I don't think you specialize in this line of work. The law and order in Cloud City is still relatively good. If you specialize in this business, you definitely don't have a way out. So I'm guessing that you must have some business dealings or cooperation with the Zhou family to help Zhou Meiran, right? Hearing this, Sister Wave suddenly changed her expression. Zhao Feiyu keenly captured the other party's expression before continuing. Since the Zhou family is going to be finished now, why are you still following them? What can the Zhou family help you with? I, Zhao Feiyu, can definitely help you out immediately. Moreover, with the Zhou family finished, all businesses that have cooperation with the Zhou family will be eaten up by other forces in Cloud City. And if you have deep cooperation, you are no exception. Instead of doing so, it would be better to cooperate with me. To tell you the truth, just 5 minutes before your people arrested me, I had just talked about a business deal with Hao Run, the principal of the Yasi Center. Hao Run was also a participant in the bridge in the first place. I took the IELTS Center for $8 billion, and he's probably all but run away by now. You say, if the participants can't even run away, is there any hope for the Zhou family's affiliates to survive? Hearing this, Sister Wave fell silent. Trust me, I have the strength to help you, Zhao Feiyu said in an extremely confident tone. Seeing that Sister Wave was still hesitating, Zhao Feiyu once again urged, you don't have time. When Yuan Hong and the others arrive, it'll be too late for you to say anything. Fine. Sister Wave nodded heavily as her complexion was frozen. At the same time, Sister Wave's favorability towards you plus 50. Unexpectedly, after the successful persuasion, this woman's favorability unexpectedly, increased to 60 points at once. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu was instantly relieved. The reason why he had persuaded this woman so much, it was mainly because he was worried that after Yuan Hong and the others arrived, they would force this guy to jump over the wall. In case it hurt Song Kane, it would be dangerous. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu and Song Cindy were untied from the ropes and then sat across from Sister Wave. After understanding, Zhao Feiyu then learned of Sister Wave's true identity. For every place that had white, there would be gray. And Sister Wave was one of the gray representatives of Cloud City. Many of the Zhou family's unseen things would be handed over to Sister Wave. And Sister Wave knows that there's no future in this line of work. And there's the possibility of getting herself involved. So she asked the Zhou family to clear their name. The Zhou family did promise Sister Wave, but they have been dragging their feet, not supporting Sister Wave to set up her own company. This was because the Zhou family still had a lot of things to give to people like Sister Wave to do. If Sister Wave once cleared her name, then the Zhou family would not be able to handle many things. This was also one of the reasons why Sister Long trusted Zhao Feiyu so much. The Zhou family was finished. Once everything was implicated, Sister Lang was bound to follow suit. She had no choice but to trust Zhao Feiyu, and Zhao Feiyu was instantly relieved. If Sister Wave didn't agree, after Yuan Hong and the others arrived, it was also highly likely that Sister Wave would jump over the wall and take Zhao Feiyu as a hostage. Zhao Feiyu immediately took out his phone and reported his safety to Zhang Baiyu's side. But who knew that Yuan Hong and the others had already followed the clues and found their way to Sister Wave's place? Sister Wave. A bunch of people rushed in outside. Our men can't hold them back. A hitman hurried in. Sister Wave was startled and looked at Zhao Feiyu, but he saw Zhao Feiyu waving his hand, signaling Sister Wave not to be nervous, then walked out. As expected, Zhao Feiyu realized that the person who came was clearly Yuan Hong. After seeing Zhao Feiyu unharmed, Yuan Hong was relieved. So it's you. When Yuan Hong saw that it was Sister Wave who had kidnapped Zhao Feiyu, he immediately sneered. Sister Wave, you really dare to do anything. You even dare to kidnap my Feiyu brother. I think you're really tired of living. At those words, Sister Wave's heart was even more shocked. He originally thought that Zhao Feiyu and Yuan Hong were just ordinary partners, but by the sound of it, the relationship seemed extraordinary. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly stood up to stop Yuan Hong. Seeing this scene, Yuan Hong was dumbfounded. It's not, Brother Feiyu, she kidnapped you. How are you? It's all the victims of the Zhou family. She also has a hard time. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly explained. She was also forced by Zhou Marin. Things aren't her fault. And besides, I didn't suffer any harm, right? Hearing this, Yuan Hong then relented. Alright, you take Sister Wan back first, Zhao Feiyu said to Yuan Hong. What about you? Yuan Hong was puzzled and still looked at Sister Wave with some uneasiness. Don't worry, she won't dare to do anything to me. I'll talk to her alone. Under Zhao Feiyu's extreme persuasion, only then did Yuan Hong lead the people to leave the place. After Yuan Hong left, Sister Wave's favorability towards you plus 10. In the room, it was hot and heavy outside. However, it was extremely quiet inside. At this moment, only Zhao Feiyu and Sister Wave were left sitting face to face. I'll definitely do what I promised you. Say it, what do you want me to do? Zhao Feiyu crossed his legs, lit a cigarette and said indifferently. In fact, Zhao Feiyu's real purpose was to brush up on Sister Wave. Anything that made things difficult for oneself could not be separated from money. Zhao Feiyu deeply knew that the Zhou family could not detach themselves from this relationship when they held Sister Wave back. Now there are two problems. Sister Wave pondered slightly. Since the Zhou family is going to fall, then I'm bound to be uncovered. I've done so many unseemly things for the Zhou family in the past. The officials definitely won't let me off the hook either. Don't worry about that. With Yuan Hong around, nothing will happen to you, Zhao Feiyu said with extreme confidence. Hearing this, Sister Wave was instantly energized. She had seen the relationship between the two just now. If there was Yuan Hong, then her safety was guaranteed. Secondly, I want to clear my name as soon as possible. At this rate, sooner or later, I'll be finished, Sister Wave said worriedly. Right now, there are 3 other gray forces in Cloud City besides me, but 2 of them have already washed their hands of other industries. If I don't disengage as soon as possible, I'll definitely be finished. What do you need me to do? Zhao Feiyu asked straight to the point. Money, Sister Wave said bluntly. Sure enough, Zhao Feiyu laughed in his heart. Sure enough, it couldn't be separated from money. Tell me what you think. I can support you, but after you're cleansed, I want you to be of use to me. Zhao Feiyu also directly stated his purpose. There's no problem with that. The Zhou family thought the same way in the beginning. As long as I can clear my name, it's the same for whoever I serve. Moreover, I feel that you're more reliable than the Zhou family. Sister Wave said this and smiled charmingly at Zhao Feiyu. Most of my current industries are gray industries that make money quickly, but not much, and many of them still can't be used directly. That's why I need a huge amount of money that comes in a bright way, so that I can immediately set up a company, and then I'll have a way to clean up the money that I have in my hands. As long as you can help me, all the money you put into me, I will double it back to you. In addition, the company will have to earn income in the future. I will give you half of it. Chapter 62 Bidding to Swipe Money. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu pondered with half-smile eyes. Such an investment was very reasonable. Then how much money do you need right now? Zhao Feiyu asked. Sister Wave didn't say anything, but slowly stretched out 5 fingers. 500 million? Sister Wave shook her head. 5 billion? Upon hearing this, Sister Wave nodded. The bigger the investment, the faster I can get that money clean. No problem. Zhao Feiyu agreed with a single bite. Really? Seeing Zhao Feiyu being so forthcoming, Sister Wave was surprisingly a bit disbelieving all of a sudden. It looks like you still have doubts about my strength. Zhao Feiyu smiled faintly, then looked at the time. In this case, it's 8:30 now. The bidding is still going on. I'll take you for a stroll. Saying that, Zhao Feiyu walked over and pulled up Sister Wave as soon as he could, then walked outside. Doorway. Sister Wave's men watched as Zhao Feiyu unexpectedly pulled their big sister's hand and walked out. Everyone was instantly stunned. To know, they couldn't be more clear about what kind of person their big sister usually was. Now there was actually a man who was pulling their big sister's hand so openly. How could they not be shocked by this? Sister Wave. A group of henchmen hurriedly stopped the duo. Don't worry, let's go out. Sister Wave signaled everyone before following Zhao Feiyu out. Could it be that they went outside to get a room? One of the henchmen immediately guessed. Snap. Right at this moment, another steward. A slap came over. You don't want to live, do you? If you let Sister Wave hear this, you won't cut out your tongue. Yes, yes, yes. This person nodded repeatedly, trembling in fear. Sister Wave's methods, they couldn't be clearer. Coming outside, since Zhao Feiyu didn't have a car, Sister Wave directly called for someone to bring over a car, and then the two of them rushed to the bidding site. Sister Wave, who was sitting on the passenger side, at this moment, she used her afterglow to survey the strange man in front of her. There were too many desirable things about this man. His background, his strength, all deeply attracted Sister Wave. She came out to mix at the age of 16, following a punk. She had been mixing for 20 years. That punk back then also became a party big brother. But unfortunately, that punk eventually died in the chaos. Before he died, he repeatedly urged Sister Wave to wash her hands of it and not to continue to mix it up. It wasn't long before the duo arrived at the bidding site. Zhao Feiyu took out the invitation and walked in. In the huge exhibition hall, everyone was sitting neatly on chairs. Looking around, Zhao Feiyu saw Zhang Baiyu and the others at the very front sitting there as well. Zhao Feiyu walked over and greeted them, and after reporting that he was safe, he sat down on the corresponding seat. At the same time, Zhao Feiyu really realized that the Zhou family's people, surprisingly, weren't here. It looked like the officials had already acted. The Zhou family should have been put under control, and at this moment, an antique was being auctioned straight on the stage. At this time, someone had already called for more than $3 million. Looking along with it, on the screen behind the stage, a snake-shaped hairpin filled with ancient charm and pure white jade was quietly placed there. Seeing this hairpin, Zhao Feiyu realized that Sister Wave clearly lit up before her eyes. This couldn't help but make Zhao Feiyu think of the viper tattoo on Sister Wave's leg. Obviously, she seemed to be very interested in this snake-shaped hairpin. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu directly raised his sign. $30 million. The moment these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. Everyone looked at the sound. When they saw that the person who bid $30 million was actually a young man who had never been masked, they couldn't help but murmur. Where did this kid come from? Surprisingly, he raised the bidding by 10 times at once. By the looks of it, it should be some rich dude again. And looking at the woman beside him, it should also be for the sake of gaining a woman's pleasure. This hairpin is only a few decades old. It's at most $1 million. This is a charity auction. It's already the limit to shoot up to $3 million. I didn't expect this ingrate to raise the bidding by 10 times at once. Like it? However, Zhao Feiyu didn't pay the slightest attention to the surrounding comments. Instead, he turned his head to look at Sister Wave. What? Want to give it to me? Sister Wave looked at Zhao Feiyu playfully. Of course. I'll give it to you if I like it. And at this moment, the auctioneer on the stage holding a small wooden mallet shouted, $30 million once, $30 million twice, $30 million 3 times. Sold. As the small hammer fell heavily, this jade hairpin was directly taken by Zhao Feiyu. Soon, the staff then walked over with a tray. Sir, congratulations on your successful bidding. On our side, we swipe the card on the spot once the bidding is successful. Okay, no problem. Zhao Feiyu directly took out his cell phone and transferred $30 million from the World Bank to the organizer. At the same time, the corners of Zhao Feiyu's mouth couldn't help but spread a smile. Successful consumption. 20 times cashback of 600 million. Seeing Zhao Feiyu make a direct payment without blinking his eyes, Sister Wave's inner suspicion of Zhao Feiyu began to move. Sister Wave's favorability towards you +10. In just a moment, Sister Wave's favorability increased to 80 points. This kind of spontaneous woman was like this. After you subjugate her with your strength, she will be obedient to you. Here, I'll put it on you. Zhao Feiyu directly resulted in the hairpin afterward. Then he tied up Sister Wave's hair with both hands and coiled it together. Finally, the hairpin was used to fix it. At this moment, wearing a cheongsam, Sister Wave's hair was bundled up, immediately revealing a large portion of her snow-white neck. The entire person exuded a mature charm. Being touched by such an intimate action by Zhao Feiyu, Sister Wave couldn't help but tremble. It had been many years since the death of the punk husband she followed back then. For so many years, she had been a woman alone supporting the entire grey industry, not relying on any man at all. Moreover, gradually, she seemed to have lost a great deal of interest in men as well, devoting herself to her career. But that heart that was hidden by herself, but because of today's encounter with Zhao Feiyu, it was stupid and began to burn. She herself didn't understand. Why is it that she, who is usually unusually resistant to men, has no interest in Zhao Feiyu today? Today, she actually did not have any aversion to Zhao Feiyu. Instead, she was still enjoying it very much, even looking forward to Zhao Feiyu touching herself so intimately. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but feel a burst of emotion. I have to say, this hairpin is really as if it's tailor-made for you. Luckily we came in time. Otherwise we would have missed this hairpin. Zhao Feiyu gazed at Sister Wave with a look of infatuation on his heart. At this moment, Sister Wave's heart, as if it had been hit by something, trembled fiercely. Sister Wave's favorability towards you +10. Directly, Wave Sister's favorability, then, rose to 90 points. Is this the power of money? Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but smile. Next we have the fifth lot. 100G of French Heavenly Fragrance handmade perfume. Starting price, $500,000. Hearing that it was something for women again, Zhao Feiyu's eyes went green. Chapter 63 Heavenly Fragrance Perfume. This thing could be said to be the luxury of women's luxuries. According to rumors, the raw material of the Heavenly Fragrance perfume was something taken from the body of a certain marine animal in the deep sea. That thing was comparable to gold, and when it was taken, that animal had to be killed in order to obtain the raw material the size of a fingernail cap. The high cost of it led to the finished product also reaching a shocking sky-high price. Just that small bottle. Surprisingly, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. This was simply unimaginable for the average person. If the bidding went down like this, it was estimated that the transaction price would be around $2 million. This could even buy another suite in Cloud City. 600,000. Soon, there were men who loved to save face, and started to act 13 in front of their wives. Or please, 650,000. After all, it was expendable, and so little. Many people didn't have much interest. Soon, the auction price stopped being called when it reached around $1.5 million. Zhao Feiyu looked around, then said to himself, no one is calling, right? Then I'll do it. After saying that, he raised the sign in his hand and said, $2 million. Seeing that the deal was about to be finalized, the man who had just bid $1.5 million said, $2 million. The man who had just bid $1.5 million turned his head angrily and stared angrily at Zhao Feiyu. The woman beside him, on the other hand, beamed and pouted. Don't let him snatch it away. I like it. Hearing this, the man clenched his teeth and raised his card again. 2,100,000. 3 million. Zhao Feiyu didn't wait for the other person to finish, so he directly added 1 million. Husband, the woman beside the man, whined and begged again. As long as you get it for me, I'll do whatever you want me to do tonight. Hearing this, the man's eyes instantly glowed. 3,100,000. 4 million. Zhao Feiyu didn't even bring a hint of hesitation, raising the price by 1 million again. Seeing this, the man's face clearly showed a difficult color. $4 million for a bottle of small water. This had already far exceeded its original value. In continuing the fight, it wasn't a show of wealth, but rather a second little cutie. It's not a show of wealth. Under helplessness, the man could only give up. The big boo's girlfriend on the side still wanted to be pampered, but was beaten back by one of his glances. $4 million for a bottle of perfume. You're a fucking fairy. And Zhao Feiyu, as expected, got the bottle of perfume. After getting the stuff, Zhao Feiyu but said to Sister Wave on the side, "This perfume will not be sent to you. Tonight my sister Wan was surprised at your place. This gift, I'll take it back to her." Sister Wave saw this, but she quickly shook her head. "Mr. Zhao's strength. I also got a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg. Today was originally my fault. It was you who saved my life. This bottle of perfume's auction price, why don't you just let me pay for it? And make amends to your girlfriend, okay?" Saying that, Sister Wave did not hesitate to pay for this $4 million of perfume. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but feel a few more points of favor towards Sister Wave. This woman, it had to be said, was also a brash person. There were so many points of Jianghu righteousness. Sister Wave's person, I, Zhao Feiyu, have also recognized. Your 5 billion, I've also invested in you. Just follow the plan you said before, Zhao Feiyu said, directly took out his cell phone, then through the World Bank, transferred 5 billion to Sister Wave. After seeing that the $5 billion had really arrived, Sister Wave's little calling peach mouth couldn't help but open up, then gave Zhao Feiyu a thumbs up. Mr. Zhao is young and capable. Sister Wave, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. I won't say any more polite words. From today onwards, you are my boss. Ha ha, Zhao Feiyu burst out laughing happily. Sister Wave, I'm looking forward to your future performance. And right at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from the side. What's all the noise? What kind of quality is that? Get the hell out of here if you make any more noise. With that, he looked, only to see a stay in the middle, wearing a suit, with a gold necklace lean youth sitting in the front row of the position, and beside him, followed by 2 bodyguards in suits. What did you say? Without waiting for Zhao Feiyu to get angry, Sister Wave on the side directly stood up. Seeing a woman actually defy herself so much, that lean youth was instantly enraged. Stinking bitch, don't think that just because someone bought you $4 million of perfume, you think you have a backer. Yunduan City is huge. It's not just anyone you can get to the point where you can afford to offend. Pa! Without saying a word, Sister Wave directly slapped the man's face. The commotion here quickly attracted the venue's security personnel. Keep your mouth clean. If you want to find trouble, look for me in the West City after you leave. My name is Sister Wave. At this moment, Sister Wave stood there with a big sisterly demeanor, handsome to the extreme, attracting many people's gazes. Zhao Feiyu, who was sitting at the back, saw this scene and immediately brightened up. Such a valiant woman was really adorable. And when the other party heard the name Sister Wave, they were directly scared and their faces turned green. Sister Wave? Wave? That lean man's eyes were glazed over. So it's Sister Wave. Ah, I have eyes but don't recognize MT. Tai, I have bumped into you. Sorry. The youth who was arrogant just a moment ago was nodding and apologizing. This is the auction site. I'll clean you up when I'm done. Seeing that a certain amount of chaotic order had been caused, Sister Wave also didn't want to cause trouble, so she put down her harsh words and sat down. Snap! After Sister Wave sat down, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. Sister Wave is really valiant. He. Mr. Zhao is too modest. Sister Wave immediately changed her face to a gentle one and said softly, Sister Wave, since we've also reached a cooperation, don't be so distant in the future. I'll call you Sister Wave. Just call me Feiyu. Then, Sister Wave, am I not taking advantage of you? It's me who took advantage of Sister Wave. In the future, I won't be afraid of anyone bullying me in Cloud City anymore. No, brother Feiyu, you're flirting with me. Sister Wave complained with a smile and gently blanked Zhao Feiyu. This flavorful scene instantly made Zhao Feiyu somewhat infatuated. Sister Wave, I have to say, you really are charming. Zhao Feiyu didn't mince his words of praise. What are you talking nonsense about? Sister Wave, I'm 36 this year. I'm almost a yellow face. What charm? Sister Wave touched her face and said with a slight vicissitude. Sister Wave, this is what you don't understand. A woman of your age is the most attractive woman. I dare say, for those youngsters, you definitely have the lethality of a nuclear weapon. And for you? Sister Wave suddenly came with this sentence. Zhao Feiyu slightly froze, followed by a bad smile. That's definitely 100% killing power. Is that so? Then if Brother Feiyu doesn't mind, let's go to a hotel tonight to discuss and explore life. Zhao Feiyu didn't expect Sister Wave to be so blunt. Seeing Zhao Feiyu's embarrassed appearance, Sister Wave immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Feiyu is still shy, isn't he? Sister Wave is teasing you? Ha ha. Chapter 64, Lighting the Heavenly Lantern. The auction continued. Zhao Feiyu looked at the lots on the stage and couldn't help but light up. Since I've gotten to know you as a sister today, then my brother will give you a great gift tonight. Zhao Feiyu had a bright idea and mysteriously said to Sister Wave. Oh, what big gift? Sister Wave was instantly interested. You just watch. After Zhao Feiyu finished speaking, he immediately called the staff and asked, "Do you guys have the saying of lighting the sky lanterns here? Lighting the sky lantern?" The staff member first froze, then shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir. What you said, I don't quite understand some of it. Go and call your person in charge here." Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over. "Sir, what you said about lighting the sky lanterns, is it the lighting of the sky lanterns in the movie and TV drama?" "That's right," Zhao Feiyu said with a serious face. "If it's possible, for tonight's charity auction, I'll immediately light the sky lanterns right now, and I'll foot the bill for everything." The manager was immediately in a difficult situation. "This I need to ask our higher-ups in charge again." "Alright, as soon as possible." Subsequently, one could only see the manager walk up to the auction stage before whispering a few words in that auctioneer's ear. Upon hearing this, the auctioneer immediately nodded. Not long after, the manager arrived in front of Zhao Feiyu. "Sir, our leader said that we can light the sky lanterns." Snap! The words trailed off. Only the auctioneer on the stage immediately clapped his hands. Then it attracted everyone's attention. "Everyone, let's pause the auction for a moment. There's something that I need to announce to everyone. Regarding tonight's charity auction, there is a gentleman on the scene who wants to light the sky lantern. I believe everyone should have heard of this word before. However, this is not a torture from ancient times. In ancient times, people stripped a prisoner naked, wrapped him in burlap, and then put him in an oil tank to soak him, and after nightfall, he was chained head down and feet up to a rather tall wooden pole, and lit from the feet up. The prisoner is stripped naked, wrapped in burlap, and then put into an oil tank to soak, and after nightfall, he is tied head down and foot up to a rather tall wooden pole and lit from the feet. And this lighting of the sky lanterns is a form of a rap in a movie or TV show. That is, no matter what is sold in this round and what price is offered, it is paid for by the person who lights the sky lantern. But, there are also rules for lighting lanterns. In order to prevent others from maliciously destroying and roaming the sky, the price of all the lots must be in a reasonable range to be able to do so. You can't auction a pair of slippers for $100 million. It's not allowed. Secondly, there is also a time limit for the lots. The words trailed off. The entire room was in an uproar, and they all began to talk. Lighting heavenly lanterns? I didn't realize there was such a thing. My God, there seem to be dozens of pieces in tonight's auction, and each piece's selling price is at the very least in the millions, or even tens of millions, so if all of them are wrapped up, how much would it take to get them? It's estimated to be several $billion. It's really stupid people with lots of money. Wait, tonight's main event is the piece of land in the northern suburb of the power plant. Can it be that this guy is after that piece of land? The final winner of this piece of land is not the Zhou family and Jiaxing group. Could it be that this guy also wants to get his foot in the door? At this moment, Zhang Baiyu still didn't know that the person who lit the sky lantern was Zhao Feiyu, so he immediately stood up and questioned. "May I ask if that piece of land in the northern suburb of the power plant is also within the scope of lighting the sky lantern?" "Of course, Mr. Zhang. All of tonight's lots are all within the scope of lighting the sky lantern." "What?" Hearing this, Zhang Baiyu's face immediately changed. "How can that be?" Zhang Baiyu's face was cloudy, and with a sinister expression, he said to the person beside him, "Go and check for me. Who exactly is lighting the sky lanterns?" "Yes." Liang Yu immediately stood up and walked towards the distance. "Who the hell is it?" Zhang Baiyu turned around and looked towards the whole place, wanting to find this person who was lighting the sky lanterns. But tonight, all the celebrities of Yunduan City had gathered here. The number of people reached hundreds and thousands. Trying to find the person who lit the sky lantern among these people was like finding a needle in a haystack. On the other hand, after Zhao Feiyu lit the lantern, he immediately instructed the organizer to keep it quiet, and after hiding his identity, he continued to sit down and prepare to watch the show. At this time, Liang Yu has already found the manager of the venue. However, their leader had already ordered down that they were not allowed to reveal any information about Zhao Feiyu. With no choice, Liang Yu had no choice but to return without any success. "What should we do, President?" At this moment, Liang Yu was in a frenzy of anxiety. This was equivalent to someone directly taking that piece of land. Zhang Baiyu's face hardened as he immediately inquired again. "I would like to ask, if someone has lit the heavenly lanterns, can others continue to do so as well?" "Of course." The auctioneer gave an affirmative answer. "If two families light the heavenly lanterns, it's called a lantern fight, and the highest bidder wins. So there's no such thing as a single party lighting the heavenly lanterns appearing to be capped at the upper limit." "Don't, President." Liang Yu sniffed and immediately knew what Zhang Baiyu was planning to do. After lighting the sky lantern, all of tonight's lots must all be taken. These lots alone will require several $1 billion. Our funds, simply not enough. Hearing this, Zhang Baiyu immediately calmed down. "How about We turned to Mr. Zhao for help. Liang Yu suddenly had a bright idea and said, maybe, this is the only way. After saying that, Liang Yu sat down, then immediately took out his cell phone and dialed out. Brother Feiyu, are you at the venue? I'm in. Zhao Feiyu's faint voice came from the other end of the phone. You've seen the thing about lighting the sky lanterns. If my side also lights it, then all the lots in front of me will have to be taken down, which will additionally require several $1 billion in funds. So, don't you care? I'm the one who lit the sky lantern. What? Zhang Baiyu's eyes were glazed over. You. However, Zhao Feiyu's words also made Zhang Baiyu instantly relieved. How? After hanging up the phone, Liang Yu hurriedly inquired. Don't bother. Zhang Baiyu revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth before sitting down. Seeing this scene, the people around him immediately sighed. What? President Zhang, aren't you going to light the sky lantern? Aren't you determined to win the northern suburbs power plant? Why are you soft now? Although something happened to the Zhou family, I didn't expect to kill another Changbite Jin, did I? Facing the mockery of the people around him, Zhang Baiyu ignored them all. Everyone, the auctioneer said again. If more than one person wants to light the sky lantern, then they must do so at the same time. Present, is there anyone else who wants to light the sky lantern again? If there isn't, then even if you want to light the heavenly lantern later, you won't have a chance. So, regarding the piece of land in the northern suburb of the power plant, there will be no chance at all. At this moment, everyone all looked as if they were watching the performance, and no one dared to stand out and light another heavenly lantern at all. Looking around, the auctioneer saw that everyone was not replying. Just as she was about to drop the hammer, a panting cry rang out from the doorway. Stop! Chapter 65, Fighting Lights. Stop! My Zhou family, also light the heavenly lantern. Seeing the sudden appearance of Zhou Marin, everyone instantly revealed unbelievable expressions. The Zhou family's matter was well known in the higher echelons of Cloud Inn City. I didn't expect that at this point in time, they wouldn't want to give up the piece of land in the northern suburb of the power plant. The Yunjiang Bridge was of such quality. If that piece of land at the northern suburbs power plant was given to the Zhou family again, who could imagine if it would collapse again 5 years later? What's going on with the officials? How is the Zhou family still qualified to bid? Shouldn't it be logical to just blacklist them? If they are allowed to continue building again, will there be countless more tofu dreg projects? And Zhou Meiran walked into the venue with a gloomy face. Facing the taunts of the people around him, he directly ignored them. Afterward, after coming to the original Zhou family's location, he directly sat down. Previously, although the Zhou family did not come to the venue, however, it understood the situation of the auction very clearly. Hearing that someone had gone so far as to light a heavenly lantern, after the Zhou family received the news, they immediately found it unbelievable. They were still prepared to go back at the time of the final northern suburbs power plant auction, but when they received the news, they couldn't sit still. Thus, Zhou Wenjun pestered the members of the official investigation team, letting Zhou Marin travel to the site alone and take the land. This time, regarding the Yunjiang Bridge incident, the Zhou family was already prepared to pour out their family fortune to settle this matter. But they weren't afraid. As long as they take that piece of land in the northern suburbs of the power plant, they still had a chance to rise. The Zhou family, will also light the sky lanterns. Zhou Marin couldn't catch his breath and directly said to the auctioneer, Mr. Zhou, do you understand the rules of lighting the sky lantern? The auctioneer asked with a grave expression. Don't talk so much nonsense. I know. Everything will all be bid on by the two people who light the heavenly lanterns. The highest bidder wins. Hearing Zhou Marin understand the rules, only then did the auctioneer nod. At this moment, the organizer, in order to accentuate the atmosphere of lighting the sky lanterns, immediately called for 2 huge lanterns to be brought in. They were then hung high above the hall. The lanterns were red and yellow, emitting a soft light, hanging above everyone's heads, but it gave people an endless sense of oppression. Soon, the auction continued to begin. This lot of ours is the sealed work of today's national artist, old Mr. Peng Muzi. Starting price, $500,000. Speaking of old Mr. Peng Muzi, everyone was in awe. The old gentleman is already more than 80 years old this year, closed 3 years ago, no longer creating. His works were once auctioned up to more than $30 million. This work is a closed work, although the starting price of $500,000, but the transaction price, at the very least, also reached 70 to 80 million to do. At this time, everyone at the scene is interested. Since there are people lighting the lanterns, then they can bid recklessly, as expected, only to see a guy directly raise his card and said loudly, $50 million. The moment these words came out, the entire audience was in an uproar. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. By the looks of it, they all wanted to see what the final outcome of lighting the sky lantern would be. Seeing this, The auctioneer immediately explained. Since someone has lit the heavenly lantern and needs to fight the lantern, therefore, there is no capping limit for our lots. But, if the person who lit the heavenly lantern cannot afford the maximum price, then this last lot will be obtained by the previous caller, and the person who lit the heavenly lantern will need to pay a corresponding price. As for what this price is, since now is also not the previous society, so this price, by the official seizure of all the properties under this person's name, as the price of this lamplighting, so says, even though other people didn't light the sky lanterns, they can still call for the price. Hearing this, the scene was in an uproar. This is too damn exciting. What if other people directly bid this painting in calligraphy for $1 billion? Then the person who points the sky lantern will need to continue the auction at a price higher than $1 billion. But, who dares to light the sky lantern? Ask which one is an idle person. If the others want to play dead, then the person who lights the sky lantern will not spare them. In the case of the Zhou family, for example, will the Zhou family spare the others who call out the price indiscriminately? Right. Everyone then realized. Ha, exciting, so exciting. Just at this moment, a light-hearted voice suddenly rang out, only to see a youth with a cocked head laugh out loud. Fighting lanterns? This sight is truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. Since the others don't dare to call the price indiscriminately, I, Monsoon, will add fire to both of your families. I'll raise the price of this painting of Elder Pang by $100 million. Ji Xiao'er, what the hell are you doing? Seeing that it was the second son of the Ji family, Zhou Maran was instantly furious. Zhou Maran, afraid of a hammer. Go on. It's not like your Zhou family doesn't have money? Ji Feng looked at the other party with a mocking face. You guys built the Yunjiang Bridge. I'm guessing that you've embezzled a few $1 billion. So what are you afraid of? Ji Xiao'er, shut the fuck up. In vain I still consider you a friend. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Zhou Maran cursed in anger. Who's friends with scum like you? Building tofu dreg projects. I don't care to be in your company. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The Zhou family and the Ji family were the same four great families. In fact, on weekdays, they were still relatively close to each other. A while ago, Zhou Maran had even asked Ji Xiao'er to investigate information about Zhao Feiyu. I didn't expect this guy to change his face so quickly. But among the celebrities present, many were people who understood. Ji Feng that was on purpose, deliberately setting aside his relationship with the Zhou family in front of everyone, in order to prove that they were not related to the Zhou family. Seeing that the atmosphere of the scene was a bit chaotic, the auctioneer dropped the hammer. The entire room instantly quieted down. This Prince Ji has called for $100 million. For the first time, $110 million. Zhou Maran sniffed, clenched her teeth, and directly added $10 million. And at this moment, Zhao Feiyu, who was in the crowd, revealed an excited smile. He didn't expect that his unintentional move would even force the Zhou family out. If he hadn't lit the sky lantern, it was highly likely that the Zhou family would have come forward later to continue grabbing this piece of land in the northern suburb of the power plant. But now, since he had lit the sky lantern, then a lot of financial resources would be consumed in these previous lots. However, Zhao Feiyu didn't care about any of this. At this point, Zhao Feiyu's value was already over $200 billion. For this auction, Zhao Feiyu was emboldened. 200 million. Zhao Feiyu took out his cell phone, edited the message, and directly sent it to the manager of the venue organizer. In order not to expose his identity, Zhao Feiyu gave the right to ask for the price to the organizer. Mr. Zhao is asking for 200 million. Ego I'm going. Fierce, directly adding 100 million. Monsoon clapped his hands in excitement. Hero show your face to meet If you can defeat this guy Zhou Maran, you're the people's hero What you've defeated is the tumor of society, the tofu dregs of society Chapter 66, the grand finale. The moment these words came out, the entire audience burst into laughter. And at this moment, Zhou Maran suddenly had a flash of insight, revealing an evil smile. By lighting the heavenly lantern himself, it was equivalent to having the qualification to bid for that piece of land. As for these things in front of him, he didn't care in the slightest. As long as he didn't care how much the other party bid, wouldn't it be fine to let him just auction it away? One only needed to bid on that last piece of land. In this way, one would not need to consume additional financial resources in front of him. Thinking of this, Zhou Maran instantly became excited. Thinking of this, Zhou Maran directly gave up bidding. This behavior immediately made everyone guess his purpose. Despicable and shameless. In this way, if he lights the sky lantern, he will be able to prepare for the land behind him and gain a bidding spot, while the others who didn't light the sky lantern will not have the qualifications to be one step ahead. The others also have a chance. Unless the person who lit the lantern can't afford the price. So the person who lights the lantern has the right of first refusal. I see. So if other people want to take that piece of land, unless the Zhou family and that mysterious person go bankrupt, but how is that possible? Thinking about this, some other people who were also interested in that piece of land at the northern suburb power plant immediately felt remorse. If they had also lit the sky lantern just now, they could have completely exploited this loophole and gained priority. Soon, the auction continued to begin. This time, Ji Xiao'er continued to mess up. However, he also knew it by heart. As soon as each lot came out, he predicted the highest trade price and then only called for the highest price. Next, he let Zhou Maran and Zhao Feiyu battle it out. Zhao Feiyu naturally knew Zhou Maran's ploy, since the bidding was called in rounds. When Zhou Maran was ready to symbolically call, Zhao Feiyu immediately stopped calling. It disgusted Zhou Maran several times as well, but a few times down the line, Zhao Feiyu had also invested $3 to $4 billion. At this time, Sister Wave, who was on the side, truly realized the depth of Zhao Feiyu's wealth. She herself needed $5 billion. Zhao Feiyu agreed without hesitation. And now, just because the auction dropped something, Zhao Feiyu had invested $3 to $4 billion. Wouldn't that $5 billion be a drop in the bucket for Zhao Feiyu? Not to mention, in the end, there was that piece of land in the northern suburbs of the power plant. I heard that the transaction price is at $7 to $8 billion. If the fighting lights, then more than $10 billion isn't a problem at all. Soon, all the lots were all auctioned off. Zhao Feiyu directly invested $12 billion on these lots. Looking at those dazzling lots, Zhao Feiyu didn't say anything. He directly gave them all to Sister Wave. Giving all of them to me? At this moment, Sister Wave directly froze. Even though the value of these things didn't even reach $12 billion, but his was indeed the $12 billion auction. Thinking of the previous investment of $5 billion that he coyly needed, Sister Wave was really crying and laughing a bit. Was this 10 billion plus something that had no concept at all to Zhao Feiyu? Sister Wave, this is my gift to you, Zhao Feiyu said with a smile. But, it's useless if I want these things, Sister Wave said in tears. How can it be useless? You can't use it. You can sell it to someone else. Ah, how much you sell? It's all yours. Hearing this, Sister Wave immediately widened her eyes. She seemed to understand what Zhao Feiyu meant. Previously, Sister Wave had said that she had a lot of gray income. These incomes were not allowed to see the light of day. However, if one resold things that came through these legitimate auctions, then, wouldn't that money, with it, become righteous? Thinking about this, Sister Wave's heart couldn't help but begin to flutter. In this way, even if these $12 billion bought only sold for $8 billion, it would still be enough to set up her own company. Brother Feiyu, Sister Wave was stuck in her throat for a moment, but she didn't know how to thank Zhao Feiyu. Sister Wave favorability +5. Zhao Feiyu heard the prompt. He couldn't help but sweat a little. It wasn't easy. $120 billion worth of stuff to raise 5 points of goodwill. How do you expect me to give you the other $5 billion next? With these things, Brother Feiyu won't need to invest another $5 billion for me. I'll realize these things as soon as possible and set up a company. Sister Wave was confident for a moment. No. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu hastily stopped it. I've said it before. This is my gift to you. Investment is an investment thing. Understand? Zhao Feiyu's tone was strong, not giving Sister Wave a chance to retort at all. Such a domineering scene directly stunned Sister Wave. Wave's sister's favorability towards you +3. In one fell swoop, Wave's sister's favorability directly increased to 98 points. It was that close to reaching full value. As long as it reached full value, Zhao Feiyu would have another huge amount of income available to him. Very quickly, the auction came to the final exciting part, and Sister Wave, who was sitting next to Zhao Feiyu, at the moment, her eyes were full of Zhao Feiyu. In her eyes, stars seemed to be twinkling. Young and golden, witty and brave, Sister Wave hadn't read many books. At this moment, she could only find these two words to describe Zhao Feiyu. Next, it's time for our final finale of tonight's auction. Tonight's final finale part is the piece of land at the power plant in the northern suburbs of our Cloud City. This piece of land covers an area of 100,000 square meters, equivalent to the size of 14 soccer fields. The way this piece of land is being auctioned this time is a 70-year deed auction. The starting price is $2 billion, with each increase of no less than $20 million. As for the subsequent construction of this piece of land, it will also be borne by the auctioneer, but it must meet the official construction requirements. After the auctioneer made some introductions, everyone immediately surged with excitement, especially that Ji Xiao'er fellow. He directly opened his mouth and shouted, $5 billion. Everyone couldn't help but laugh along with it. This fellow, it was obvious that he was messing up early. However, regarding this piece of land, regardless of the various industries, they all wanted to take it for themselves. Because, as long as you take this piece of land, the issue of subsequent construction doesn't really need you to worry about it at all. I don't know how many builders want to break their heads and cooperate with you, so that's why, as long as you take this piece of land, you can make a big profit if you resell it. And at this time, Joe Maran, however, is not in a hurry because of the lighting of the sky lantern. He has the absolute last contention / right. Now, just need to see how other people call the price. Put this price, how much can it be called? 6 billion, 6.5 billion, 8 billion, as the others continued to call the price. The auction price, too, rose. In a matter of moments, it had broken $10 billion. This was completely different from the news Zhang Baiyu had gotten from Yuan Hong earlier. So it seemed, there was only one reason for the bidding price to be so high. That was the lighting of the heavenly lanterns. Chapter 67, $20 million. Can't even build a toilet. Since the others were absolutely hopeless already. So everyone shouted out the highest range they could afford. This led to the original upper limit, which directly broke through the sky. And with the breakthrough of 10 billion, the voices on the scene had clearly weakened. Only 3 or 4 were still holding out. 12 billion, a Cloud City's other major real estate player, second only to the Zhou family, gritted his teeth and directly opened his mouth to shout. This fellow, too, was a tough piece of bone. If the Zhou family fell afterward, Jiaxing Group would face this guy directly. And this guy used to start out as a grey club, named Li Hu. He was also rich and powerful, with Tiger Group under his name. He is not weak, but obviously, this $12 billion also seemed to have reached his limit. Just at this moment, Zhou Maran lightly glanced at Li Hu and said, Li Hu, don't think that our Zhou family has encountered something you will be able to turn over. To tell you, real estate this piece of work, our Zhou family, will always be the sky of the Cloud City. You want to sit in this position of our Zhou family? It's simply a fool's dream. This $12 billion is your limit, right? Called it finished? If it's finished, then I'll start. Finished speaking, raising his own sign high, he said to the auctioneer. 125 billion. When Li Hu heard this, he couldn't help but turn pale, then immediately asked the secretary beside him. However, he saw his secretary take the computer and operate it at once, seemingly counting the flow of their Tiger Tsunami Group's funds. Chairman, it's up to 500 million. Good. 130 billion then. This was Li Hu's last struggle. If there were still people calling, then Li Hu would simply give up. After Li Hu finished speaking, Zhou Maran did not hesitate to raise her card again. 131 billion. This time, his bidding had started to increase 100 million by 100 million, obviously being cautious as well. After handing it over, Zhou Maran looked around, seemingly looking for another person to light the sky lantern. Seeing this, the secretary beside Li Hu hurriedly analyzed. Chairman, we'd better give up. The other one who lit the heavenly lantern hasn't made a bid yet. I'm afraid we're hopeless. Upon hearing this, Li Hu could only nod helplessly. Li Hu gave up. There would be no one else on the scene who dared to fight against it. 131 billion. For the first time, the auctioneer pulled the bell by his side and shouted. Seeing this, Zhou Maran burst into an arrogant laugh. Ha ha, what? Don't dare to call for the price? Those trash before all called for more than $10 billion. And now you've dropped your chain at the critical moment? 132 billion. And right at this moment, a familiar voice rang out with it. Zhou Maran turned around violently to look, only to see Zhang Baiyu sitting there with a calm face. Oh no! Seeing Zhang Baiyu, Zhou Maran's heart was suddenly startled. How had this fellow been overlooked? Just now, all of Zhou Maran's attention had been attracted by the other person who had lit the sky lantern. He had completely ignored his biggest rival, Jiaxing Group. At this moment, Jiaxing Group called for a price, obviously aiming at them. $133 billion. Zhou Maran did not show any weakness and raised the price again. And after receiving Zhao Feiyu's signal, Zhang Baiyu once again followed with a 100 million increase. Zhang Baiyu's bid was entirely a gesture from Zhao Feiyu. The purpose was to see what Zhou Maran's bottom line was. As both sides continued to raise the price, soon it directly broke through to 15 billion. And at this time, Zhou Maran obviously hesitated a little. When he came out, Zhou Maran got his father Zhou Wanjuan's signal. The Zhou family's bottom line is 18 billion. If the price exceeded this, the bidding would be directly abandoned. But now, Zhang Baiyu was dead set on biting. In the dark, there was also a lighted sky lantern. Zhou Maran instantly panicked a little. 15.5 billion. Zhou Maran directly raised the price by 500 million. But what drove Zhou Maran crazy was, Zhang Baiyu was not afraid in the slightest. This time, surprisingly, he didn't follow the increase of 500 million. Nor did he follow by adding 100 million. Instead, he only added $20 million. This was the minimum increase. Such an approach simply drove Joe Maran crazy. Zhang Baiyu, are you out of fucking money? Come on, raise it. 160 billion. 106 billion, $20 million. My ass. 17 billion. $17. 2 billion. 17. 5 billion. 175 billion, $200 million. Boom. Joe Maran sat down in his chair with a bang. Only the last 500 million were left. Why didn't that guy who lit the sky lantern make a move? Did he give up? Joe Maran looked around. A pair of eyes like eagle eyes looking around in the crowd. 175 billion, $20 million. First time. The auctioneer's reminder brought Joe Maran back to his senses. Marred. Gamble for the last time. Joe Maran clenched his teeth and directly shouted, $180 billion. The moment these words came out, the entire room was silent. This price had exceeded the expected price by too much. And right at this moment, Zhang Baiyu, on the other hand, no longer called out the price, because Jiaxing Group's security deposit already did not allow him to call for a price. Right at this moment, the venue manager, in place of Zhao Feiyu, said indifferently, Mr. Zhao is calling for 18 billion and $20 million. Also, Mr. Zhao asked me to tell Mr. Zhou that for $20 million, you can't even build a toilet. Ha ha. These words came out. Everyone in the room instantly burst into laughter. When Joe Maran heard this, his face turned red for a while and white for a while. The bottom line had been exceeded. Joe Maran did not have the final say. Unable to do anything else, Joe Maran immediately applied for a pause, then took out his phone and dialed out. Dad, it's over the bottom line, Joe Maran said impatiently. The other party has $20 million more than us, and they even insulted us with their words. Is it Zhang Baiyu from Jiaxing Group? Zhou Wanjuan's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. No, it's a mysterious person. Zhang Baiyu has given up. The other party doesn't even know who it is? That's right. This side has lit the sky lantern. Now only our two families are left to compete. I'll give you another 2 billion. Up to 20 billion. Over 20 billion. Give up immediately. Okay. Joe Maran was overjoyed. Then hurriedly called for the staff to check the security deposit. After getting the verification, Joe Maran was instantly delighted, revealing an arrogant look. Kid, no matter who you are, this piece of land, I'm bound to get it. $185 billion. Joe Maran still raised the price by 500 million each time, but what made him furious was, Zhao Feiyu still only raised the price by $20 million. Very quickly, the price then reached the bottom line of 20 billion again. This time, Joe Maran was directly blindsided. Boom! Joe Maran slumped helplessly in his chair, then shook his head. Obviously, he had already given up on this bidding, and just at this moment, that manager's voice sounded again. Mr. Zhao has called for $20 billion. Mr. Zhao has called for 21 billion. Mr. Zhao is bidding 22 billion. Mr. Zhao is calling for 25 billion. Four cries rang out in succession. The auctioneer hastily stopped it. Sir, please don't raise your cards. The manager stood there with an embarrassed look on his face and said, it was Mr. Zhao who ordered it. Everyone was all baffled at these words, on the premise that the bidding had already been successful. Surprisingly, the bidding was increased by another $5 billion. Was this a vendetta against money? But soon, they realized, this was clearly an insult to the Zhou family. 2.5 billion, 250. At this moment, Joe Maran, who had come to a sudden realization, didn't even have the energy to stand up and retort, because he failed outrageously. Chapter 68, 240 billion. If there was no Yunjian Bridge incident, the Zhou family might still be able to continue breaking bread, but now, they had absolutely no extra financial resources to fight for this piece of land. This piece of land was completely irrelevant to the Zhou family. Right at this moment, Joe Maran saw Zhang Baiyu on the side looking at himself with a smile. In Joe Maran's heart, a nameless anger erupted. What are you looking at? Didn't you not auction it off as well? I didn't auction it off, but the right to build this piece of land. I can still fight for it again. Hearing this, Joe Maran immediately brightened up. The other party had already spent more than $20 billion by auctioning off this piece of land. It was thought that there must not be any additional funds to build it again, if it was possible. Grabbing the right to build this piece of land could also be a huge profit. Thinking of this, Joe Maran immediately ordered his men and then went to investigate this so-called Mr. Zhao, then wanted to negotiate the construction rights. However, the Zhou family was not the only one who had this idea. Along with the Tiger's Tide group, they also went out at the same time and started investigating. Everyone, for tonight's auction, We'll stop here. We've prepared a dinner in the banquet hall on the 13th floor. Everyone please move to the banquet hall to catch up again. As the lights fell, everyone stood up and then headed to the banquet hall. Tonight was the night that all the top streams of Cloud Inn City gathered here. Therefore, even after the auction ended, these people did not directly leave the venue. Instead, they continued to head to the banquet hall. After all, such a venue was hard to come across. One could meet more people from the circle. There were some businesses that were negotiated in such venues. Moreover, one might be able to meet a more powerful big shot to lift oneself up. It would be a few decades less to take a detour. And at this time, Zhao Feiyu. He was counting the proceeds of the auction just now at the back of the auction. Send everything, all of it, to this lady's address, the venue after the auction. There would be a specialized security company responsible for transporting all the auction items. After sending everything to Sister Wave, Zhao Feiyu also heard a prompt from the system. Consolidated consumption 12 billion, 20 times cashback 240 billion. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but feel some regret in his heart. It was a pity that the piece of land in the northern suburbs of the power plant wasn't able to be spent on Sister Wave. Otherwise, even a 20x cashback would have yielded 500 billion. However, Zhao Feiyu quickly faded away from this matter. People's hearts were not enough to swallow a snake. One must not be too greedy. Let's go to the banquet hall and take a look. Zhao Feiyu brought Sister Wave directly to the banquet hall. As soon as he entered, he saw hundreds of people, in groups of 3 or 5 chatting. The banquet hall was in buffet mode. As a top stream gathering in Cloud City, the buffet food here was incomparably sumptuous. The thousands of meters large banquet hall was surrounded by seafood and other sumptuous food. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu instantly had his fingers in his mouth. Then he began to eat on his own. Seeing this scene, Sister Wave couldn't help but laugh a little, casually taking out tens of billions of dollars for an auction. Surprisingly, he was acting like a child here. And just as Zhao Feiyu was eating with vigor, a familiar voice came from behind. Zhao Feiyu? How did you blend in? Turning his head to look, he only saw Li Shanshan and the other 3 standing not far away, looking at himself with a disgusted expression. Zhao Feiyu glanced at them indifferently before picking up a piece of salmon and stuffing it directly into his mouth. Zhao Feiyu's disregarded attitude instantly caused Li Shanshan to burst into a rage. Then she quickly walked over and grabbed Zhao Feiyu's collar and shouted, "What kind of place is this? Is it not something you can just casually enter? How dare you mingle here so openly? Li Shanshan, are you fucking sick? What do you care how I got in?" Zhao Feiyu shook off Li Shanshan and prepared to leave. But who knew? Li Shanshan was unforgiving and directly blocked the way. "You honestly explain. How exactly did you get mixed up here? Too lazy to care about you." Zhao Feiyu bypassed Li Shanshan and continued to walk forward. But this evasive behavior of not wanting to cause trouble, but it directly made Li Shanshan think that Zhao Feiyu had a ghost in his heart. "Security! Security!" Li Shanshan instantly revealed a sinister smile. "Quickly come over. There's a mongrel here." Soon, 3 security guards quickly rushed over. This was, after all, a banquet hall for the celebrities of Cloud City. The security measures were also quite good. "This young lady, what happened? He's blending in to mix food and drink." Li Shanshan pointed at Zhao Feiyu and directly shouted. This behavior immediately caught the attention of the people around. 3 security guards quickly walked over before stopping Zhao Feiyu. "This gentleman, please show your invitation." Facing this unreasonable request from the security guards, Zhao Feiyu directly threw the invitation in Li Shanshan's face. "Li Shanshan, I don't want to care about you for old time's sake, but you've been looking for trouble from me several times. Don't think that I'm easy to bully." Seeing the invitation on the ground, Li Shanshan said unconvincingly, "Who knows if it's real or not?" "That's right. What kind of occasion is this tonight? Maybe you're mixing in to get ready for what?" Li Nini, who was on the side, agreed in a conspiratorial manner. Zhao Feiyu then looked over. He couldn't help but laugh a little bitterly, only to see the information of the 2 of them, Li Shanshan and Li Nini, immediately displayed in his mind, and their favorability was truly laughable. Li Shanshan, 26. Face value, 86. Favorability, -100. Li Nini, 24. Face value, 85. Favorability, -50. It was really unexpected that their favorability towards themselves was a negative number. No wonder whenever they saw themselves, they would be on pins and needles. This favorability was simply comparable to killing one's father. "I really didn't expect to see you guys even in Cloud City. You guys are really shady." Zhao Feiyu sighed with a helpless face and said, "However, the Zhou family will soon be finished. I'll see what you guys do then. Let go of your bullshit." Li Shanshan's face immediately changed when she heard this. "There's no way the Zhou family will be finished. Zhou Marin has already found that Mr. Zhao who lit the heavenly lanterns. Mr. Zhao has already promised to give the construction rights to the Zhou family to do the work, and the matter of the Yunjiang Bridge, the Zhou family has already set it right. What? Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened at once. That Mr. Zhao gave the construction rights to the Zhou family? When did that happen? Seeing Zhao Feiyu's such a surprised reaction, Li Shanshan instantly became smug. Just a moment ago, Zhou Meiran already told us about it, and also promised to give Li Dong a portion of the project. At that time, our Li family will be in Yunduan City, and we'll have completely turned over a new leaf. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? You think you are also surnamed Zhao and are the same Mr. Zhao who lit the lanterns in the sky? Li Shanshan clasped her hands on her chest and said with disdain. Li Shanshan, Li Shanshan. I'm really telling you, there's no way the Zhou family can get this so-called construction right. Zhao Feiyu said in an extremely certain tone. Who says it's impossible? Right at this moment, Zhou Meiran led a group of people from afar and walked away. Chapter 69, wasting $5 billion for nothing. Zhao Feiyu then looked over. It was discovered that beside Zhou Meiran, there was also a middle-aged man. It bore a slight resemblance to Zhou Meiran. It looked like it should be his father, Zhou Wanjun. Brother Ren. Seeing Zhou Meiran, Li Shanshan immediately pampered herself and walked over, then affectionately took Zhou Meiran's wrist. Zhao Feiyu, this is simply too arrogant. Just now he was cursing our Zhou family, saying that our Zhou family is finished. Li Shanshan immediately began to light a fire. As expected, Zhou Meiran's face immediately changed when she heard it. Zhao Feiyu, who the hell are you cursing? Is it because you don't want to mix anymore? This is Zhou Wanjun, who was on the side, looked at Zhao Feiyu expressionlessly and asked. He's Zhang Baiyu's follower, an orphan. No shit. What time is wasted with this kind of person? Zhou Wanjun directly ignored Zhao Feiyu before walking off into the distance. Zhou Wanjun's appearance immediately caused an uproar/wave in the banquet hall. Some of the people who used to be friendly with the Zhou family were avoiding Zhou Wanjun intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing this scene, Zhou Wanjun was unimpressed, because his purpose of personally coming here today was to find the mysterious person who lit the sky lantern. He personally came here to get the construction rights. As long as he got the construction rights, the Zhou family would be able to follow and have a bite of meat. However, Zhou Meiran did not follow Zhou Wanjun away. Instead, he stood in place and said with an arrogant face, Kid, last time I was hit by your fox fake tiger's words. Many of my brothers followed me into bad luck, but I'm still standing firm. Do you want to continue to take out $5 billion to get me? Don't think I don't know. Cloud City has long been out of the rectification plan. You just received the news in advance from Zhang Baiyu, but also fucking take out $5 billion to get us. Do you have that strength? Zhao Feiyu said faintly. Your time of death is not far away. Is that so? Then we'll wait and see who dies in front of us. As the four eyes faced each other, a burst of sparks began to fiercely collide. Are you referring to Sister Wave? The corner of Zhao Feiyu's mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile. Zhou Meiran was obviously stunned and looked at Zhao Feiyu suspiciously. And right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly waved to the distance. Zhou Meiran turned around suspiciously, and his eyes widened instantly, only to see that Sister Wave, who had worked with their Zhou family for many years, had slowly walked over. Sister Wave, why are you here as well? Where's the errand I asked you to do? I did it. Sister Wave walked over to Zhao Feiyu with a bashful face, then directly took Zhao Feiyu's arm. You asked me to take down Zhao Feiyu. I've already taken him down. You damn it. I'm not talking about this takedown. Zhou Meiran instantly became furious. You don't want to work with our Zhou family anymore, do you? You don't want to start a company anymore, do you? Don't you forget, in our hands, we still hold many of your handles. Hearing this, Sister Wave's face obviously changed. Over the years, she had done quite a few unseemly things for the Zhou family. Unexpectedly, the Zhou family had actually grasped all of these handles in their hands. Seeing that Sister Wave's face was not right, Zhou Meiran instantly laughed out loud. Although I don't know how the two of you got together. However, Sister Wave, you won't be able to escape from our Zhou family in this lifetime. Zhou Meiran, don't make things a fish out of water. My Sister Wave isn't a vegetarian when she's mixed up in the world. Sister Wave said with a gloomy face. Seeing this scene, Li Shanshan, who was on the side, had a bad taste in her heart. What the hell is going on here? How come Zhao Feiyu, this guy, after his divorce, the women around him changed one after another, and every single one of them seemed to have a better face value than her. Looking at the way the two of them were intimate, their relationship was clearly extraordinary. Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu gently patted the back of Sister Lang's hand, signaling her not to worry. Then if your Zhou family is finished, Sister Wave's matter, is it over? Zhao Feiyu slowly approached Zhou Meiran, then said in a low voice, Zhao Feiyu, what do you want? Zhou Meiran's heart thumped. For some reason, Zhao Feiyu's eyes instantly caused Zhou Meiren to feel a chill. Not doing anything, just want to simply add to the fire. The two sides went toe-to-toe. Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Excuse me, is this Mr. Zhao? A voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar came from the phone. I am. Zhao Feiyu thought quickly in his head, but he couldn't recall this person. I'm the head of the Zhou family of the four great families of Yunwan City, Zhou Wanjun. Regarding the construction of the northern suburbs power plant, I wonder if Mr. Zhao has considered handing it over to someone else. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu instantly smiled. I didn't expect Zhou Wanjun to come here to look for himself. However, this also made Zhao Feiyu feel very disappointed with the auction's errand. Saying goodbye to information protection. How did this turn around and sell itself? This matter is not being considered for the time being, but even if it is, it won't be considered for your Zhou family. Why Mr. Zhao? Zhou Wanjun immediately panicked a bit. Coming over after the auction, Zhou Wanjun just wanted to personally meet this Mr. Zhao. But who knew that the organizer would say that the information was protected and would not disclose any information about the auctioneer? Unable to do anything else, Zhou Wanjun could only use his money power and let the manager loose with just $100,000. I came over this time, but I came over with great sincerity. I'm sure Mr. Zhao shouldn't have left the banquet hall yet, right? Why don't we meet and talk, so that Mr. Zhao can see how sincere I am? No need for that. Your Zhou family is all on its own right now. How can I count on you? In addition, your son's attitude is very arrogant. It makes me very uncomfortable. I'll reconsider after you settle these two things. Saying that, Zhao Feiyu directly hung up the phone. Then with a bad smile on his face, he glanced at Zhou Meiren and left with Sister Wave. Being given such a look by Zhao Feiyu, Zhou Meiren couldn't help but shiver. For some reason, in Zhou Meiren's heart, there was an ominous premonition. After leaving this place, Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong immediately found Zhao Feiyu. Seeing Yuan Hong, Zhao Feiyu stepped forward and said gratefully, "Thanks to brother Yuan Hong for tonight, but thankfully, Sister Wave and I chatted quite well. Otherwise, I would have been in some trouble." Seeing Sister Wave by Zhao Feiyu's side, Yuan Hong was also a bit puzzled. Logically, Zhao Feiyu was kidnapped by Sister Wave. How did the two feel so intimate now? However, being able to gain Zhao Feiyu's favor was a good thing for Yuan Hong. There was this matter paving the way. There would be a chance for their Yuan family. The few people came to the quiet private room. Zhang Baiyu said with some pain, "Brother Feiyu, tonight you really wasted money, right? You really don't know how expensive it is when you're not in charge of the house, more than $20 billion. There's no need to raise the price anymore. It's a waste of $5 billion. There's this $5 billion. It's better to put it into the construction of the northern suburbs power plant." Zhao Feiyu, however, laughed in disbelief. Being able to discuss Zhou Meiren, $5 billion is nothing at all. Chapter 75 Gold Mines. Subsequently, Zhao Feiyu took out the land deed of the northern suburbs power plant as well as some of the listed contracts before handing it over to Zhang Baiyu. Seeing this stuff, Zhang Baiyu stood up excitedly, then walked over to Zhao Feiyu and received these things with both hands. It's really not easy. With this stuff, my Jiaxing group will be able to completely establish itself in Cloud City. Even if the Zhou family isn't finished, we'll still be able to compete with them. Right, Zhao Feiyu said as he looked at Sister Wave beside him. You're solely responsible for the planning of the northern suburbs power plant, and for the construction. You take out a portion of it and hand it over to the Tiger Tsunami group. Why? Zhang Baiyu asked in a shocked voice. The Zhou family out of the Yunjian bridge is simply not enough for them to be overthrown. The thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Wanting to completely bring them down is not something that Jiaxing group can do overnight. The Zhou family also has this arch-rival of the Tiger Tsunami group. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Give Li Hu a mouthful of soup, and let him make a move to deal with the Zhou family together, and get half the result with twice the effort. In addition, I have some things here that I still need to let Li Hu out to help. Speaking here, Zhao Feiyu glanced at Sister Wave beside him. The Zhou family is holding some unseen evidence that Sister Wave did for them over the years, so you have Li Hu find a way to get it. Zhao Feiyu clearly felt that Sister Wave beside him trembled when she heard these words. Gratefully, she looked at Zhao Feiyu. With that, came a prompt from the system. Sister Wave's favorability towards you +1. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu helplessly rolled his eyes. How is this going up bit by bit? It's so close to 100 points. But then again, it had only been a few hours. Zhao Feiyu had raised Sister Wave's favorability to this point. It was already not easy. Hearing this, Zhang Baiyu nodded thoughtfully. The Tiger's Wave group was still able to mix well under such a huge domination of the Zhou family real estate. It could be imagined that this person, Li Hu, was by no means a generalized person. If he cooperated with it, for the construction of that piece of land in the northern suburb of the power plant, It would really have this twice the result with half the effort. And, Zhao Feiyu continued. This time, the construction of this piece of land in the northern suburbs power plant will definitely attract some people's prying eyes and messing up. The Tiger's Nest group comes from a gray background, and with them helping to hold down the fort, others won't dare to mess around. Hearing this, Zhang Baiyu instantly brightened up and nodded his head repeatedly. Right. Why didn't I think of this? Then I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry. No problem. I'll take care of it. Zhang Baiyu patted his chest and assured. And right at this moment, Zhang Baiyu secretly gave Yuan Hong a wink. However, Yuan Hong looked at Sister Wave beside Zhao Feiyu and shook his head. This scene was keenly captured by Sister Wave. In the next moment, Sister Wave smiled apologetically, then stood up. Brother Feiyu, you guys chat first, I'll go out for some air. Aha! Zhao Feiyu nodded. This scene couldn't help but make Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong secretly marvel. When Sister Wave went out, Yuan Hong coughed lightly and spoke with some embarrassment. Big brother Feiyu, I know that you just spent a lot of money on that piece of land in the northern suburb of the power plant that you got from the auction, but I've got a question here that I want to ask. Oh, but say no harm. That, you before and after pointing the heavenly lantern, spent more than 30 billion. I have a sentence venture to ask. Is that, after spending all this money, Feiyu big brother your side of the funds, I do not know whether it is still sufficient? Why are you asking this? To give me a loan? Zhao Feiyu lightly laughed. Not. Yuan Hong scratched the back of his head and said, actually, it's me who wants to borrow a little money from big brother. Borrow money? Zhao Feiyu first froze, then asked, borrow how much? Yuan Hong stretched out a finger with some apprehension. 100 million? After Zhao Feiyu said this figure, he felt that it was somewhat impossible. With 100 million, Zhang Baiyu would be able to solve it easily. 1 billion? Yuan Hong shook his head awkwardly. 10 billion? However, what Zhao Feiyu didn't expect was that Yuan Hong continued to shake his head. Can it be that it's 100 billion? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong nodded. This amount is a bit unexpected, but I want to ask, what do you need this money for? Yuan Hong knew that borrowing so much money, Zhao Feiyu would definitely ask for the reason. Thus, he directly confessed to Zhao Feiyu. Although our Yuan family doesn't have any business in Yunduan City, we have 5 gold mines operating abroad. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately opened his mouth wide. 5 gold mines? Yes. Recently, these 5 gold mines have been experiencing a large amount of tightness and loopholes in their funds due to the civil war in that country, and we need $100 billion to run it so that the gold mines can continue to operate. Yuan Hong continued to explain. Of course, this 100 billion I can promise to repay the 150 billion with interest within 1 year. 1 year? $5 billion of interest? This profit was very good. However, Zhao Feiyu vaguely felt that this investment was somewhat risky. That country is in a civil war. This 100 billion of mine, to be honest, has a certain risk, right? Yuan Hong nodded undeniably. The risk is there, but with our Yuan family as a promise, we definitely won't fail to pay it back, Yuan Hong hurriedly assured. In this way, Zhao Feiyu pondered slightly. I'll think about this matter, but you can let your sister come and talk to me. That's my first condition. My sister? Why? Yuan Hong was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Zhao Feiyu suspiciously. Big brother Feiyu, could it be that you are interested in my sister? Saying this, Yuan Hong's face instantly turned gloomy. No, don't misunderstand. I don't mean that at all. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly explained. The reason why I want to talk to your sister is because I mainly feel that it's more reliable to talk to your sister. In addition, I still have some conditions. This I'm afraid that you can't make the decision. Hearing this, Yuan Hong was relieved. He also thought that Zhao Feiyu wanted to take advantage of people's danger and use this 100 billion to blackmail his sister to do something. And the reason why Zhao Feiyu did so, the main thing was that he wanted to use the system mechanism to swipe the money. What's there to say to a big man like you? The auction was held at the Cloud Mansion. Yuan Hong immediately took out his phone and called Yuan Lingji. Not long after, Yuan Lingji came in style wearing a floor-length gown. Those slender thighs were hidden and exposed. It directly made Zhao Feiyu look dumbfounded. Sister, what about the matter? I've already talked to big brother Feiyu. He said that it's not reliable to talk to me. He wants to talk to you. In addition, he has some conditions. Yuan Lingji looked at Zhao Feiyu with interest. About the matter of Yuan Hong wanting to seek Zhao Feiyu's help. She had heard about it last time. Plus the matter of the auction today. Yuan Lingji already had a clear understanding of Zhao Feiyu's strength. Unexpectedly, more than $30 billion of auction money went out. Zhao Feiyu was actually able to support their Yuan family with another 100 billion. Then how much money did Zhao Feiyu actually have? It made Yuan Lingji not dare to imagine at all. Chapter 71. My family supports me to come out and start my own business. Actually, my brother is completely capable of making the decision. Yuan Lingji sat down and glanced at Yuan Hong next to her. At the same time, name, Yuan Lingji. Favorability, 20. Face value, 88. After the information about Yuan Lingji surfaced, Zhao Feiyu received a prompt immediately afterward. Yuan Lingji's favorable sense plus 10. I didn't expect to have a good feeling as soon as I met her. I wonder what some of your conditions are. Yuan Lingji opened the door and said, first of all, I would like to ask, is this 100 billion enough to solve your troubles? Of course it's not enough. Yuan Lingji smiled faintly. But our Yuan family also has some reserves, so it should add up to about the same. Zhao Feiyu nodded. Their family had 5 gold mines abroad. It should have saved a lot of money over the years. I have an idea. I don't know if it's feasible for you guys. Zhao Feiyu said in slight contemplation. This 100 billion, can I use it as a form of equity to invest in these 5 gold mines of yours? Or, if 100 billion isn't enough, I can continue to add more, and you guys can split 1 gold mine for me. Hee. Yuan Lingji guffawed and shook her head. Mr. Zhao really has a good appetite. The original purpose was this, but $100 billion to exchange for one of our gold mines. Mr. Zhao is still a bit whimsical. Do you know how much gold is produced annually from one of our foreign gold mines? 1 year, more than $8 billion in revenue. This $10 million of yours, you can earn it back in 10 years. Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but secretly suck in a breath of cool air when he heard this. This income was really good. No wonder it was able to be the head of the 4 great families. Relying on this alone, the Yuan family had the financial power to rival the other 3 great families. If 100 billion won't do, we can still negotiate, Zhao Feiyu said with a confident face. For example, I'll make up for all the holes in your missing funds this time, and then you can consider my conditions. We're all friends, so just say what conditions you have. Ha. Upon hearing this, Yuan Lingji immediately laughed lightly. Mr. Zhao, it's not that I'm doubting your strength. It's just that, do you know how much we need to patch up the holes in our foreign funds? To tell you the truth, the funding loopholes are just an excuse. Because that country's internal and external troubles have led to a lot of military forces spying on those gold mines of ours. That's why we need enough funds to hire some foreign mercenaries, or security groups, to protect those gold mines of ours. Without enough funds, it's impossible to hire powerful mercenaries to protect the gold mines. However, Zhao Feiyu shook his head in disbelief. Regardless of the amount of funds, it should always have a number. How about you say a number for me to hear? And if it's suitable, then you can consider my conditions? Yuan Lingji was doubly surprised. She believed that Zhao Feiyu had a certain amount of strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to take out an additional $5 billion to humiliate Zhou Meiren. Therefore, in Yuan Lingji's speculation, Zhao Feiyu's strength was at most over 200 billion. This figure was still a lot short of what they needed. Moreover, she didn't believe that Zhao Feiyu would take out all of his funds to invest in their gold mine. Although the gold mine was profitable, it would be more than worth it to invest such a large figure. Speaking of this, Yuan Lingji slowly extended her right hand. 500 billion? Zhao Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly and said. Yuan Lingji slowly nodded. This figure really made him feel a bit surprised as well. It was indeed not a small amount. However, it was nothing to Zhao Feiyu, because Zhao Feiyu wasn't relying on gold mines to make money. Instead, he relied on brushing money for Yuan Lingji to make money. Yuan Lingji's face value degree was 88 points. According to the system's face value range, that was 20 times the cashback. When converted, that would be 10 trillion. My goodness, Zhao Feiyu was slightly shocked by this number. This was more than their 5 gold mines combined. I'm afraid, it's not impossible if it's 500 billion. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Feiyu gave an answer that shocked everyone altogether, especially Zhang Baiyu. It was only now that he realized, the billions of dollars that Zhao Feiyu had invested in their Jiaxing group was simply a drop in the bucket. But I want to ask, what are the conditions you can give? If I guessed correctly, I'm afraid that if you want to protect these 5 gold mines, you'll have to do everything you can, and I'm afraid that it's not a small blow to your family, so I'm afraid that it'll be a lot easier for your family if you have my help. In addition, there are constant wars abroad. Such an investment is also extremely risky. If you are not careful, you will blow your money. If I have my help, you guys don't have such concerns at all. I can afford to lose money. You guys can't, so consider my conditions. Zhao Feiyu continued. $500 billion I can give to you guys. Remember, it's give, not borrow. But I'm going to add one more condition. I want 10% of the dividends from your other 4 gold mines on the premise that I want 1 gold mine. If that's possible, then we'll work together for a handful of years. Hearing Zhao Feiyu's additional added condition, Yuan Lingji frowned. Mr. Zhao's appetite. It's inevitably a bit too big. Don't be in a hurry to jump to conclusions. Consider the risks I just analyzed. Go back and discuss with your family's adults. Then it's not too late to give me an answer. Remember, it has to be as soon as possible, because it will also take some time for me to ask for money from my side and my family. Hearing this, the three of them were instantly energized. Sure enough, behind Zhao Feiyu, there must be an extremely large family supporting him. Otherwise, with Zhao Feiyu's strength alone, it would be 100 lifetimes, and I'm afraid it would be difficult to earn this much money. Moreover, Zhao Feiyu's information to the public was that he was an orphan. This showed the powerful force behind Zhao Feiyu, and even the official side had shielded his information. It left everyone with no way to find Zhao Feiyu's origins. At this moment, all three people's brains were running fast, thinking about the international family surnamed Zhao. If it wasn't a family with an inheritance of more than 100 years, it wouldn't have been able to come up with such a huge amount of financial resources. In that case, I do need to discuss this with my family. So how about I give you the results as soon as possible within 24 hours? No problem. Zhao Feiyu snapped his fingers and said, after conferring with Yuan Lingji. The way Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong looked at Zhao Feiyu directly changed radically. If the two of them weren't men, I'm afraid that they would have reached 100 points of favorability towards Zhao Feiyu at this point. TSK, brother Feiyu, your words just now, all of a sudden made me feel that our joshing group is simply playing house in front of you. Zhang Baiyu's heart felt a feeling of looking up to Tarzan at this moment. It's all because my family supported me to come out and start a business. How could I have that strength? Zhao Feiyu said modestly. Chapter 72 Welcome Ceremony. Zhao Feiyu now had over 401 billion in his hands. It was still a little short of 500 billion. Therefore, Zhao Feiyu had to make another 90 billion or so in a short period of time as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Zhao Feiyu drove Song Kainwan to Yasi Middle School. On the way, Song Cindy recalled yesterday's events with palpitations. Yesterday was really treacherous. I didn't think that someone would dare to kidnap in broad daylight. It's really terrifying. This seemingly bright world actually has a lot of darkness in it. When you touch other people's interests, it brings out the darkness in those people to the point where they start to deal with you by any means necessary. Zhao Feiyu drove the car and lamented. Then where did you go last night again? Song Kanyuan asked with some concern. After she was brought back by Yuan Hong last night, she was directly sent to the Cloud Mountain residence villa and didn't go to the auction again. There was no knowledge of what happened at the auction. If I didn't know that, Sister Wave, I'm afraid that there would have been some trouble. And then after resolving this matter, I went to the auction, and I was afraid that something would happen. So I didn't call you. Zhao Feiyu casually found an excuse to explain. Not long after, the car arrived at Yasi Middle School. At this time, the principal of Yasi Middle School, who had received the news long ago, led all the teachers and students and stood at the main entrance in 2 rows, welcoming the new school manager with great fanfare. The school's honor guard was ready. Everyone was dressed in their gowns and waiting quietly. At this moment, all the students were all confused, not knowing what was happening at all. Such a big show. Could it be that the education department has come to inspect? I think it could be. Impossible. It's impossible for someone from the education department to have such a big battle, and it's not allowed from the top. Then who could it be? I was passing by the office this morning, and I heard that someone has acquired our Yasi Middle School. What? What kind of person would dare to acquire our school? What about school manager Hao? Where did he go? Didn't you guys see the news last night? Mr. Hao was arrested last night. I think I heard it was related to the Yunjiang Bridge. No wonder he sold Yasi Middle School. But then again, who will our new school board member be? Listening to the others' arguments, everyone in the third-year class was completely stunned, because they associated it with that incident yesterday. Teacher Son's boyfriend, saying that he would buy Yasi Middle School outright in order to treat them to a field trip. At first everyone believed it, but after hearing Lin Kai call MS Hao, all the girls thought it was Zhao Feiyu bragging. But who knew that such a thing had happened today? Is it hard to believe that it's really MS Son's boyfriend? I told you that teacher Son's boyfriend wouldn't lie to us. Humph. Lin Kai also called MS Hao to ask about it. Who knew that MS Hao's dad actually broke the law and got arrested? All the girls started to condemn Lin Kai. On the other hand, Qi Jiajiu, the only one in the crowd who didn't defend Zhao Feiyu, revealed a smile. I knew he wouldn't cheat, but Lin Kai saw so many people condemning himself, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, even if school manager Hao was arrested, the one who purchased Yasi Middle School isn't necessarily MS Son's boyfriend. What if it's someone else? That's it. Lin Kai's clusters immediately began to retort. Do you know how much money is needed to purchase Yasi Middle School? Billions of dollars. What kind of concept is that? It must be MS. Son's boyfriend. Hearing Lin Kai and the others continue to refute this matter, Chi Jiaojiao couldn't hold back any longer and stood out and shouted, "There can't be such a coincidence. If MS. Son's boyfriend said he would acquire it, then he will definitely acquire it. Chi Jiaojiao, why are you so excited? Can't it be that you like teacher Son's boyfriend?" Lin Kai was chided like this and snorted in dissatisfaction. Which is, how old are they, and how old am I? How could I like teacher Son's boyfriend? Besides, he's teacher Son's boyfriend. How could I like him? Chi Jiaojiao said incoherently as if she had been spoken to, her face slightly blushing. Quickly look, it's coming. Just at this moment, the teachers standing in the front row didn't know who shouted out. With that, they looked, only to see a big G slowly coming from the distance. Play music. Rise. The teacher of the honor guard shouted with a hand gesture. Immediately, a burst of music and drums rang out and began to blow. At this moment, Song Kanyuan, who was sitting on the car, was stunned when she saw this scene. What are they doing? Of course they're welcoming our new principal. Zhao Feiyu set the car upright and then led Song Kanyuan over. Oops, Teacher Song. Oh no, Principal Song. Our board of directors received the news yesterday, and I didn't expect it to be your boyfriend who acquired our Yasi Middle School, the original principal said with a smile on his face. After saying that, he hurriedly looked at Zhao Feiyu. Mr. Zhao, right? We've all heard about it yesterday. We really didn't expect that school manager Hao would be that kind of person. In order to run away early, he even sold the school, but luckily, he was caught in the end. He really deserved it. Looking at the principal's flattering appearance, Zhao Feiyu nodded with satisfaction. This person's ability was good. He was just a wallflower who fell on both sides, but if given enough benefits and utilized properly, it would be a great help. Headmaster, you misunderstood. Although Yasi Middle School was acquired by me, it was me who acquired it for MS. Song. Now, MS. Song is the biggest school manager of Yasi Middle School. Understand? Zhao Feiyu hurriedly explained. Yes. The principal nodded repeatedly. Then, school manager Song, we'll invite you inside? Afterward, under the gaze of a crowd of teachers and students, Zhao Feiyu led Song Kanian slowly towards the school. When he passed by the third class of the third year, Zhao Feiyu clearly felt a burning gaze looking at him. Turning his head to look, Zhao Feiyu saw a group of girls led by Chi Jiaojiao looking at him excitedly. Zhao Feiyu gently blinked and made a mischievous expression at them. Such a simple action caused all the girls in class 3 to completely boil over. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu was simply the hero in their hearts. Afterwards, Zhao Feiyu and Song Kanyuan brought all the teachers to the meeting room. This meeting today would be a page-turning meeting for Yasi Middle School. However, it was because the mode of operation of Yasi Middle School was all mature. Therefore, there was no need to make any changes at all. It only needed to run according to the original model. And although Song Cindy was a school manager, but insisted on continuing to teach the third class of the junior high as the class teacher, a simple meeting was held. Not much nutritious stuff was said either, but at the end of the meeting, Zhao Feiyu called out to everyone and said, in order to thank everyone for supporting Cindy's work, so I've decided that this Saturday, I'll contract Yunshan Mountain and invite all the teachers and students to have a field gathering and field sports at Yunshan Mountain Resort. Really? That's a big thank you to Mr. Zhao. The principal and all the teachers immediately brightened up. The Cloud Mountain Villa was a very famous externally operated villa in Cloud Inn City, because it was backed by Cloud Mountain. It was a multi-element mountain resort that gathered meals, hunting, and picnics. It was heard that to eat inside, membership was required, and the minimum requirement for each person was $10,000. Consumption is still counted separately. It's a big deal to be able to eat a meal inside. Chapter 73, Suddenly Full Favorability. After settling the school matter, Zhao Feiyu then called Xia Zhu. Then he asked her to contact Cloud Mountain Villa. But who knows? Xia Zhu unexpectedly said, Boss, how do you know that our Feiyu investment company just invested $50 million in Cloud Mountain Villa? Ha! Zhao Feiyu directly froze. You invested $50 million in Cloud Mountain Villa? Yes, Xia Zhu explained. Cloud Mountain Villa because these 2 years have been in a state of loss. The owner does not want to give up on the business yet, so they chose to attract investment from outside. After I received the news, I immediately negotiated an investment in them, then invested $50 million to them. Now we are also considered shareholders there, because I have observed the reason why Yunshan Mountain Villa is operating at a loss, mainly because the business model is problematic. If the business model is replaced, then Yunshan Mountain Villa can definitely be called the most famous leisure and entertainment resort in Yunnan City, and even several surrounding cities. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu nodded with satisfaction. It had to be said that Xia Zhu's investment philosophy and vision was indeed good. It seemed that helping her and investing in her in the first place was really a wise choice. Then again, it seemed like it had been a few days since he had gone to look for Xiaozhu, this little ninny, still oddly fragrant. That, if the cost, just followed the original charge. After all, it's also considered as our own industry. Our own people will support a wave first. Zhao Feiyu was afraid that Xiaozhu would let the boss spend according to the lowest price. That way, he would make a lot less money himself. Yasi Middle School had a total of about 1,000 students. The male-to-female ratio was 4 to 6, with girls accounting for 60%. There were about 600 or so, since everyone had a different standard of face value. So according to the cashback multiplier, there were also around 10 to 20 times. Those consumptions of the boys were not worth mentioning at all. After about a few hours, Xiaozhu's side had made a deal with the owner of Cloud Mountain Villa, and had made a reservation for Saturday. Since there were more than 1,000 people, the Cloud Mountain Villa was directly closed and open to the public, all for the teachers and students of Yasi Middle School to serve, and the standard for each person, according to the price of all the programs inside, such as food, sports, field activities and so on. One person down to get about $50,000, because it's backed by Cloud Mountain. So there are still a lot of wild animals on the Cloud Mountain, plus their own free range. Light hunting. This project will be more than 8,000. With $50,000, the consumption comes down to about $60 million. According to the 600 girls, with 15 times the cashback, that would be $450 million. This amount of cashback was not bad. When the principal all the teachers spread the news to every class, Zhao Feiyu immediately received a large boo of goodwill boost tips. Most of these people, the goodwill had been raised to around 70 points, but it was also possible that some of them had never seen themselves before. This value was already considered okay. If there were a few more times, Zhao Feiyu was absolutely confident that he could raise it to over 90 points. But of all of these, the thing that made Zhao Feiyu worth caring about the most was, the favorability of one of the girls was actually directly pulled full. Qi Jiajiao's favorability towards you is plus 10. Current favorability is 100. Zhao Feiyu felt incredulous when he heard this prompt. Qi Jiajiao? Murmuring the name of this student, Zhao Feiyu's mind conjured up the appearance of a girl with Qi Luhai and a sweet and cute look. She was a girl in Song Sunyuan's class. Zhao Feiyu had some impression. But why? Would she be able to reach 100 favorability towards herself? Between the two of them, they had only crossed paths twice. How was this possible? Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu immediately got up and walked towards Song Kangjuan's class. At this time, it was the end of class time. After Zhao Feiyu arrived in class 3, he just happened to see Song Kangjuan walk out from inside. What are you doing here? Song Kangjuan asked with some surprise. Came to take a look at the students in your class, Zhao Feiyu said and walked inside. Hi, classmates. Do you still recognize me? Zhao Feiyu greeted everyone. All the girls boiled over at once. The boys, however, sat there with a confused look on their faces. Well, I didn't go back on my word, did I? Zhao Feiyu said with a smile on his face. It's simply fantastic. You actually chose Cloud Mountain Villa for a field trip? I heard that the minimum spending there is $10,000. How much would it cost if we all go there? This mustn't be a few $1,000,000. Cut. A few million is not enough. Right at this moment, a cold snort came out. I've been to the Cloud Mountain Villa. $10,000 is just a member consumption. After going in, other items have to pay separately. The bottom line down. A person has to be $50,000. And inside there are many gambling and other high-end entertainment activities, which is not something we can touch. Looking along, he only saw Lin Kai walking over with a confident face. But for some reason, Zhao Feiyu kept feeling that this guy's eyes were looking at him a bit unkindly. This student is right. I've talked it over with that side. $50,000 per person, which has catering, hunting, golf and so many other items. If the whole school comes down, it'll be more than $60 million. Zhao Feiyu simply told everyone about this cost. Hiss. Everyone immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Over $60 million. Our family couldn't earn this much money in 10 years. MS. Song's boyfriend is actually this rich. However, Zhao Feiyu didn't come here to show off and brag with him. Instead, he came to see that Qi Jiajiao. Looking along, Qi Jiajiao's information was immediately displayed. Name, Jiajiao Qi. Face value, 94. Favorability, 100. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu became even more baffled, because he was sure that he definitely didn't know this Qi Jiajiao before. Why would her favorability towards himself even be 100? In addition, Qi Jiajiao was still in her third year of junior high school and was still developing. Her current face value was 94 points. If she waited for her to grow up, she would definitely be a beautiful woman. and her face value would at the very least reach 96 points or more. Full favorability. High face value beauty. Now if cultivated, she will definitely be a potential stock in the future, Zhao Feiyu secretly thought. Afterwards, Zhao Feiyu left the classroom with Song Kainwan. The two chatted as they walked, and Zhao Feiyu mentioned Shi Jiajiao to Song Kainwan. What is this girl's origin? Why are you suddenly asking about her? Song Kainwan asked with some confusion. Could it be that you? I'll go. Sister Wan, don't be so nasty, okay? People are still underage. Am I that kind of person? I can warn you, with me by your side, I definitely won't allow you to do anything to apologize to Manli. Song Cindy warned viciously. However, Zhao Feiyu smiled after hearing this. Song Kainwan wouldn't allow Zhao Feiyu to do anything to apologize to Song Manli. However, Zhao Feiyu was absolutely certain that Song Kainwan, in her heart, definitely liked herself as well. That 95 points of favorability wasn't bragging, because Song Cindy still had classes in the afternoon, and having just become a school board member, there were a lot of things that needed to be dealt with. So Zhao Feiyu didn't stay any longer and directly left the school. Chapter 74, New Store Disorder. Leaving the school, Zhao Feiyu then received a call from Zhang Baiyu. Hello, brother Feiyu. I've got an appointment with Tiger Lee from the Tiger's Wave Group. Do you want to come over and take a look? That's fine too. It's just as well that I'm not doing anything right now. Zhao Feiyu nodded and hung up. Regarding Li Hu of the Tiger Tsunami Group, this person had told Zhang Baiyu his story yesterday. What Zhao Feiyu didn't expect was that this person, Li Hu, used to follow Sister Wave's husband. Since Sister Wave's husband died, the original forces under her command can be said to be scattered. However, Sister Wave is also the thunder and lightning, in the support of a few old people, hard to resist the other forces of the blow, and it was at that time that Li Hu left. Although he left Sister Wave and their original society, however, he did not renege and fall on his sword. Rather, he took his own brothers and started a new business. In just a few years, it has developed to its current size, and it can be said that the power is very strong. And just as Zhao Feiyu was heading to the Jiaxing Group branch, however, he suddenly received a call from Song Yunfeng. Hello, uncle, what's the matter? You quickly come to my new store. I have a new store newly opened today. People from the Ji family came over. The one who led the way was Ji Xiaoer, and there's a group of people who, although he didn't bring them here, they were definitely instructed by him, and they're now causing trouble in the hotel. Song Yunfeng said with some anxiety. Song Yunfeng's current development could be described as a comeback. The Ji family, which was also in the catering industry, deeply felt the crisis. It looked like the other party wanted to continue suppressing Song Yunfeng. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu twisted the steering wheel and rushed directly towards Song Yunfeng's newly opened hotel. Inside the Yunyu Hotel, dozens of bare-chested burly men, sitting at 7 tables, each taking off their tops and revealing their tattoos, scaring the new arrivals, who didn't dare to come in at all. At the place of the entrance, there were also several of them standing, looking as if they were hired by the hotel as doorkeepers. But the image turned off many people. Although the opening of the new store offers mouth-watering, but this array scared the passers-by do not dare to come in at all. Inside the hotel, on the second floor, on a card seat leaning against the railing, the second son of the Ji family, Ji Feng, sat there with a leisurely face, high on melon seeds, watching the action. Opposite Ji Xiaoer, there was also an enchanting woman sitting there, and the two of them were eating their meals and watching the action as if they were normal guests. And in the center of the hall, Song Yunfeng brought Zhang Wanbiao and a few other old brothers to those people. A few brothers? I don't know what to call them? Song Yunfeng unwrapped a box of cigarettes and pulled one out and handed it over. Then he waved his hand and told the people to immediately take out a dozen or so huazi and distribute them. These people, on the other hand, unceremoniously accepted them all. Surname Zhang, used to kill pigs. Brothers on the road call me Zhang Butcher. The brown man at the head was a bit bald, and his fat body sat there like a mountain of meat. So it's Brother Zhang. Today the small store just opened. Brothers can eat as much as they want, but please also collect the avatar and let us operate normally, okay? Song Yunfeng said in a humble tone, slightly pleading. Boss Song, we all came over to eat normally. Just open the door and do your business. Don't worry about us. Butcher Zhang waved his hand, not paying the slightest attention to Song Yunfeng on the side. Don't worry, we'll pay for as much as we eat. Hearing this, Song Yunfeng could only call for someone to start serving the food helplessly. It had just opened today, and although the other party had come to cause trouble, their mouths said that they had come to eat. One couldn't just kick people out directly. However, right after the 7 or 8 tables of food were served, Song Yunfeng directly opened a case of good wine for each table. Then he personally came in front of Butcher Zhang and toasted. Brother Zhang, eat well and drink well. This wine, It's a gift to all the brothers from the new opening of this store. Ha ha, Boss Song is really righteous. Thanks a lot then. Butcher Zhang laughed and continued to start eating and drinking. However, just when they were halfway through the meal and 80% of the wine had been drunk, only to hear Butcher Zhang slam the table, then roared loudly, "Boss Song, come here and see what this is?" Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng helplessly closed his eyes. What should have come, still came. He knew that good hospitality wouldn't yield good results. Still, the problem had to be solved. After taking the road wide himself, if the rest of the people didn't give face, then don't blame him for not being polite. Coming to the dining table, only to see some hairs, bugs and such things appearing amongst the half-eaten meal. This was obviously put there by someone who intentionally ate half of the meal. Seeing Butcher Zhang's face look at himself with a sinister and venomous expression, Song Yunfeng sighed softly. "Brother Zhang, from the time you entered the door, I've entertained you with good food and drink. Let's say with a clear conscience that there's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. You're simply insulting me by doing this." Butcher Zhang, on the other hand, said in an unimpressed manner, "Just tell me how to solve this matter." "Alright, you guys go. New business today. I don't want to cause trouble. I know you are entrusted by someone, taking money from someone, doing things for someone, but let me tell you, Song Yunfeng, back when I was hanging out in Yunwan City, you still don't know where you are. I'll give you face, but if you take the road narrow, Song Yunfeng, am not a vegetarian either. Yo ho, still giving you face, aren't you?" In fact, Butcher Zhang knew inwardly that Song Yunfeng had indeed done things openly from the moment he entered the door. But there's no way, as he said, taking money from others and eliminating disasters. There was nothing one could do about it. Eating out hairworms in your house. You still have a point, don't you? Agu. Right at this moment, another big man not far away suddenly covered his stomach and wailed, "Agu, my stomach, it hurts so much, it must have eaten a bad stomach. Agu, mine is starting to hurt too." Immediately afterward, the other strong men started pretending up one after another. Seeing this scene, Song Yunfeng was completely speechless. However, he used to be in the catering business, so if he couldn't even solve this kind of thing, then how could he still mix in Yunwan City? Waiter, sample and pack all the meals, then take them to the laboratory, and finally pull out the surveillance here and call the police to deal with it. The words trailed off. A dozen male waiters immediately took out their packing boxes and walked over, then began to collect the meals. Seeing this scene, a trace of panic clearly flashed across Butcher Zhang's face. Song Yunfeng said indifferently, "Brother Zhang, don't worry, all of them will be sent to the hospital for resuscitation. I will take the meals for testing, and I will call the police to deal with the surveillance. If there is anything, Song Yunfeng, will bear the responsibility alone. But if you, Brother Zhang, are a nuisance and a troublemaker, you'll have to bear the corresponding punishment as well." At this moment, Butcher Zhang completely lost his attention. His eyes unconsciously looked towards the second floor card seat. Song Yunfeng keenly caught this scene and hurriedly looked with him. Chapter 75, Ji Xiao'er's instructions. The four eyes were facing each other. Ji Xiao'er smiled faintly. In the next moment, slowly nodded his head, seemingly receiving a signal. Butcher Zhang overturned the table with one hand. With Butcher Zhang starting to take the lead, dozens of other pugilists began to smash up the hotel. Get them dead. Although Zhang Wanbia was nearly 60 years old, he was once a fierce general. Seeing the other party start to make a move, he led the waiters inside the hotel and started to fight. Song Yunfeng looked at Ji Xiao'er, who was calmly eating upstairs, with a gloomy face, his eyes burning with rage. Obviously, this was what Ji Xiao'er had signaled. There was no way out. He could only dial Zhao Feiyu's number, calling the police at this time, although it would solve the problem. However, the new store would also face closure and rectification once again. Song Yunfeng couldn't afford to delay. So, if possible, use the means of the road to solve this matter in order to get to the root of the problem. Otherwise, if the police arrested them, locked them up for half a month, and then released them, they would still come back to cause trouble. Song Yunfeng slowly went upstairs, directly ignoring the mess below. Looking at Ji Xiao'er who was eating blandly, Song Yunfeng took a deep breath and sat down. "Kid, when my Song clan group was in trouble back then, there was also your Ji family contributing to it. So that means that if I rise again this time, you Ji family won't think of stopping me. And since you're going to use such underhanded tactics, then don't blame me for not being polite either." Song Yunfeng didn't have the slightest bit of politeness, nor did he go begging him to let him live. Instead, he told the other party in a very domineering manner, "Be prepared to bear my wrath. If you dare to strike, you must have the strength to bear the consequences." After saying that, Song Yunfeng directly turned around and left. Right at this moment, there were already more than a dozen waiters on the field who had fallen to the ground and were wailing. The other party were all professional fighters. These waiters were no match at all. Seeing Son Yunfeng come down from the second floor, Zheng Tuofu rushed over in a rage. As long as they solved Zheng Tuofu, they would have completed this mission. And they could also quickly escape from here. Otherwise, they would be wiped out in a pot in a while. Seeing Zheng Tuofu rushing over, Son Yunfeng backed up, but inadvertently tripped over the stairs behind him. Just in the nick of time, a beer bottle flew through the air. Ka-ching! The beer bottle exploded directly on Butcher Zhang's head. Ah! With a miserable scream ringing out, Butcher Zhang covered his head and backed up repeatedly. Who the hell threw the bottle? Looking around, he only saw Zhao Feiyu slowly walk in from the doorway. Get him for me! Butcher Zhang roared, and the few strong men around him directly rushed towards Zhao Feiyu. Critical moment. Hundreds of people suddenly fishtail through the doorway. Seeing this ominous group of people, Butcher Zhang was directly dumbfounded. These more than 100 people rushed in, holding baseball bats, and beat up on Butcher Zhang and the others. Inside the newly opened hotel, there was a mess and wailing. Soon, dozens of strong men were knocked to the ground, each with one or two pieces broken on them. The crowd dispersed, and a sexy and enchanting woman entered in style. Sister Wave! Zhao Feiyu smiled faintly as the crowd made way, and the duo walked over with it. Arriving in front of Song Yunfeng, Zhao Feiyu stretched out his hand and pulled him up with one hand. Uncle Song, sorry for being late. This is... Song Yunfeng placed his gaze on Sister Wave. Sister Wave of the Western City. Oh, but once brother Jie's woman? Yes. Sister Wave smiled faintly before placing her gaze on Butcher Zhang. I'm Sister Wave. Where do you hang out? Sister Wave then walked over. Although she was a woman, the aura emanating from her body at this moment directly subdued everyone at the scene. It was really worthy of being a big brother of the side of the jungle. Sister Wave? Terrified, Butcher Zhang braced himself and stood up. Sister Wave, we're all family. I'm from the Tiger's Wave group. Tiger Lee? Sister Wave frowned when she heard this. Since you know me, then you should also know my relationship with Li Hu. This Li Hu's guts are a bit too big, isn't it? Has he extended his hand to the Western City? Sister Wave let out a stern cry, scaring Butcher Zhang into shivering. With a difficult face, he begged, Sister Wave, I'm also following orders. You're generous. Spare us. What Zhao Feiyu didn't expect either was, Song Yunfeng's new store was actually opened in the West City. The thought of someone causing trouble, Zhao Feiyu called Sister Wave at the first opportunity. In less than 5 minutes, Sister Wave's people arrived. I'll go find Li Hu, but this venue is covered by my Sister Wave. Everyone who makes trouble here today, I'll break a leg and throw them out. Sister Wave acted with thunder and lightning. The words fell behind her. A burst of miserable screams followed. Even Zhao Feiyu was secretly shocked. For Sister Wave to be able to get to this point, she was inevitably ruthless in her methods. Go back and tell Li Hu. Tomorrow obediently send the compensation to the store. Otherwise, don't let me go to the door to ask for it. Today a new store opened here. Smashed a lot of things. 3 million, not even 1 point less. When Zheng Tuofu walked to the door, Sister Wave's head did not look back and snapped. Yes, yes. Holding onto the door frame, Zheng Tuofu forced himself to endure the pain coming from his legs and nodded. Looking at the other waiters lying on the ground, Zhao Feiyu said, Uncle, first send the injured waiter to the hospital. Simply clean up here. Today is the auspicious day of the zodiac. The most taboo thing about opening a new store is this. Let's simply clean up and continue to open the door. However, Song Yunfeng shook his head with a difficult face. They're just doing things for people. The real mastermind behind this is... With that, Song Yunfeng placed his gaze on the second floor. Looking with him, he only saw that Ji Xiaoer was still sitting there eating with a calm face, unconcerned about what was going on down there. Ji Feng? Zhao Feiyu recognized this youth at a glance. At the auction, this was the guy who had gone against Zhou Marin and had blatantly called out for himself. Zhao Feiyu nodded, then asked Song Yunfeng to clean up the mess. He then brought Sister Wave to the upper floor. Looking at a man and a woman sitting here, Zhao Feiyu didn't invite himself to sit down and sat directly across from Monsoon, while the enchanting woman next to him leaned in. Isn't it good to compete openly and honestly? Why do you have to use such underhanded means? What kind of thing are you that you dare to talk to me like this? Monsoon put down his chopsticks before he raised his head to look at Zhao Feiyu with a straight eye. Not counting for anything, the one below is my old husband. Do you think I should care about this? Zhao Feiyu locked eyes with it, not the least bit timid. Oh, Ji Xiaoer came to a realization and suddenly laughed. You're Zhao Feiyu, aren't you? I've heard from Zhou Marin, but, as you can see, the ones causing trouble today are the people from the Tiger's Whistle group. They don't have anything to do with me. Ji Xiaoer, Let's open up the sky window and talk. Where am I coming from? I'm not discussing anything with you. Zhao Feiyu leaned back slightly before crossing his legs. The grudge between you and the Song family was already settled before the Song family fell. Now, let's not talk about getting your Ji family to stop. Even Song Yunfeng won't be kind to you. I came here to tell you that since you have no lower limit to start business competition, then you have to be prepared to suffer the consequences of Song Yunfeng's retaliation. Chapter 76, It's not a matter of taking sides. After saying that, Zhao Feiyu stood up and left straight away, not giving Ji Xiaoer the slightest chance to retort and speak. Just by you? When Zhao Feiyu walked to the entrance of the stairs, Ji Xiaoer suddenly said disdainfully, "You think that just because you have the support of Sister Wave, I'll have scruples? Let me tell you, in front of the four great families, Sister Wave's stream can't even be held up to the stage." Zhao Feiyu stopped and sniffed. He listened but left directly afterward. On the other hand, Zheng Tufu went out. Then he directly called Li Hu. "Boss, the Ji family's matter has been botched." "What happened?" A majestic voice came from the phone. Sister Shicheng Wave stepped in. That Song Yunfeng somehow called Sister Shicheng Wave. And all of our people folded a piece. "Okay, I know. Go to the hospital first. Leave 2 people there to wait for me. I'm coming over." After Li Hu hung up the phone, Zhang Baiyu, who was sitting across from him, asked suspiciously, because in the phone call just now, Zhang Baiyu vaguely heard a familiar name. "It's nothing. The company took on a job 2 days ago and let the people underneath it mess it up. I thought that since that mysterious boss hadn't come yet, I'd go over and take a look. I was on the phone just now, and I seem to have heard Song Yunfeng's name, but the former Song Yunfeng of the Song group?" Zhang Baiyu asked suspiciously. "That's right," Li Hu said frankly. "Song Yunfeng has risen again and made a comeback, moving the Ji family's cake. The Ji family is definitely not happy about it, so they asked us to step in and help out." Hearing this, Zhang Baiyu's face instantly changed. "It's over. What's wrong?" Li Hu asked in confusion. "Don't ask. Listen to me. If you want the job at the Northern Suburbs power plant, immediately cut off your dealings with the Ji family now, and immediately have your men stop striking and harassing Song Yunfeng. Otherwise, the Ji family won't be able to protect you." "What?" Li Hu's face was stunned when he heard this. Could it be that? That's right. Song Yunfeng has Mr. Zhao's support. If you want to do the work of the Northern Suburbs power plant, cut off your dealings with the Ji family immediately. Zhang Baiyu swished and stood up. The Zhou family blocked Mr. Zhao's path to wealth and is now shaky. If the Ji family doesn't want to die, don't get into conflict with Song Yunfeng. Otherwise, even if the God of Heaven comes, he won't be able to protect them. Hearing this, Li Hu's face immediately turned pale. To be honest, he, Li Hu, seemed to be in a great position right now, especially when the Zhou family immediately fell. It was even more soaring. But in fact, compared to the 4 great families, Li Hu was really not worth mentioning, and this so-called Mr. Zhao was even afraid of the Zhou family. So with this hand, wasn't he going to pull himself into the abyss? Thinking of this, Li Hu hurriedly begged, "President Zhang, right now, my people are still there, and I heard that Sister Wave of the Western City made a move, so would you go and explain to me now?" Sister Shicheng Lang? Zhang Baiyu couldn't help but close her eyes. It was because the last auction, Sister Shicheng Wave was right next to Zhao Feiyu. If it's not unexpected, Mr. Zhao is there. Sister West City Wave was called by Mr. Zhao. "Let's hurry over now." "Ah, then hurry up." Li Hu pulled Zhang Baiyu and headed downstairs. On the other side, Zheng Tufu looked at his juniors who were sitting paralyzed at the doorway wailing and directly cursed. *******, call an ambulance. However, not waiting for the ambulance to arrive, a black Mercedes-Benz business sped in, followed by a Rolls-Royce. Seeing that familiar Mercedes-Benz commercial, Butcher Zhang limped over. Looking along with him, he only saw Li Hu walking down with a gloomy face. Seeing Li Hu, Butcher Zhang was instantly ecstatic, pointing to the hotel behind him and said, "Boss, they people are still inside. That Sister Wave is simply too arrogant. We have 60 to 70 good people. All of them are wasted." Pa! However, not waiting for Zheng Tufu to finish, Li Hu threw his hand and slapped. The hit Zheng Tufu directly spun around twice, then fell to the ground. "You and I will go in and apologize." Li Hu grabbed Zhang Butcher's collar then dragged him inside. Hearing this, Butcher Zhang couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. He knew it, although Li Hu had made a name for himself now, but due to the face of the Jianhu, he still had to call out sister-in-law in front of Sister Wave. After all, Li Hu also followed brother Jia in the beginning, and Sister Wave is Jia's woman, although Jia died, but that's what people in the jungle care about most. Things didn't work out. Zheng Tufu knew that he would be the victim of Li Hu's apology to Sister Wave. However, What Zhang Tufu did not expect was, after being pulled in himself, Zhang Baiyu walked straight towards a young man. Butcher Zhang clearly remembered that this young man was with Sister Wave. Brother Feiyu, are you alright? This is Li Hu, the chairman of the Tiger Wave Group. Zhang Baiyu pointed at Li Hu beside him. Li Hu threw Butcher Zhang in front of Zhao Feiyu. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry. My people have eyes and don't know that they have bumped into you. So please be kind enough to let me go. Li Hu arched his hand repeatedly and said with a pleasing face. After saying that, he turned to Sister Wave and said, Sister Wave, I'm sorry, it's the people under my command who reached their hands to you without my consent. I'm apologizing to you. Sister Wave snorted coldly and faintly said, now you really have hardened your wings. You really aren't the little fat guy who was behind me and called Sister Wave with a fart in his ass. Li Hu smiled awkwardly and quickly assured, don't worry, Sister Wave, when I go back, I'll definitely clean up these guys, and then personally set up a few tables here at Chairman Song's place to apologize to you. Alright. Sister Wave waved her hand and said, you don't need to explain and apologize to me here. The person who rushed today is not. You look after yourself. Sniffing, Li Hu immediately placed his gaze on Zhao Feiyu. Mr. Zhao, Li Hu just opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Zhao Feiyu. I know who you're working for. Ji Xiao'er is up there. What to do is up to you. Li Hu looked up, only to see Ji Xiao'er staring down with a gloomy face. Seeing this scene, Li Hu was instantly caught in a dilemma. If he wanted the job at the Northern Suburbs power plant, then he would have to break ties with the Ji family. But that is one of the 4 great families. But if you can't give an explanation for this today, that job at the Northern Suburbs power plant has nothing to do with him. Moreover, beside Zhang Baiyu, there was also Mr. Zhao, whose strength was unknown and whose wealth was strong. The gallantry at the auction, Li Hu has personally seen. Thinking about this, Li Hu took one step at a time and walked upstairs. Arriving in front of Ji Xiao'er, Li Hu first gave a sarcastic smile. Duke Ji I really didn't expect that this matter would come to this today. I even more didn't expect that the matter you asked me to handle would be in Sister Wave's territory. Sister Wave used to be my sister-in-law. So you're making it difficult for me. You two gods are fighting. I'm just a mere mortal, so don't let me get involved. So, in the future, the matter's between you and Song Yunfeng. It's better if you don't contact me anymore. I don't care, okay? Are you sure you want to take their side? Ji Xiao'er asked coldly. Oh eunuch Ji, this isn't a matter of taking sides, okay? Li Hu said with a difficult face. This small business of mine really can't handle you guys making it like this. You lift up your hand and spare me, okay? Chapter 77, I'm siding with Sister Wave. Good. Ji Xiao'er smiled lightly, but it sent chills down Li Hu's back. I know you're looking at Sister Wave's face. Then let me ask you, if I were to find someone else to deal with Song Yunfeng, would you care about this? Ji Xiao'er's words seemed to directly push Li Hu to the edge of the cliff. Li Hu looked downward. Zhao Feiyu and the others also looked up. The conversation they had just had was also heard clearly below. Li Hu didn't want to take sides, but Ji Xiao'er favored him to stand in line. Thinking about this, Li Hu helplessly closed his eyes. It seemed that today it was necessary to offend one family. After thinking slightly, Li Hu glanced at Sister Wave, then spoke his thoughts. If Sister Wave doesn't care about this, I don't care either. But if Sister Wave covers Song Yunfeng, and Sister Wave needs me, one word, I'll be there right away. After saying these words, Li Hu let out a long sigh. He knew, he was considered completely irrelevant to the Ji family. Ha ha, good. Ji Xiao'er said 3 good words in a row before nodding his head. I know. After saying that, Ji Xiao'er went straight downstairs. However, he left Li Hu with a sentence. In my eyes, there are only teammates. All others are enemies. After saying that, Ji Xiao'er came in front of Song Yunfeng. Don't think that with Jiaxing Group helping you, you can really make a comeback. Yunduan City is just this big. A strong dragon can't suppress a snake on the ground. We'll see. After saying that, Ji Xiao'er left the place straight away. Looking at Ji Xiao'er's departing back, Zhao Feiyu knew that this matter, there was completely no room for maneuver. In the future, the catering industry in Yunduan City would either be surnamed Song or Ji. The new store was quickly packed up and completed. Song Yunfeng still has to preside over the big picture here. Zhao Feiyu had Sister Wave leave some people here just in case. He then came to the Jiaxing Group branch with Li Hu and the others. Sister Wave also came with them. Today, Li Hu's words were extremely well spoken. Both saved himself and gave Sister Wave face. If at that time, Li Hu had directly sided with Zhang Baiyu or Zhao Feiyu because of the job at the Northern Suburbs power plant, then Ji Xiao'er would have dealt with the Tigershine Group at all costs. However, Li Hu sided with Sister Wave with the morality of the Jianghu. This maneuver, It's like an exam with only two options, A and B. But Li Hu rigidly chose C. Li Hu was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He is about 10 years older than Sister Wave. But why did he call Sister Wave his sister-in-law? Because I'm afraid that Brother Jia would be around 50 years old if he were still alive now. When Brother Jia came out to be a gangster, he was already in his 20s. When he met Sister Wave was only 15 or 16. Brother Tiger? Ah, Brother Tiger. Zhang Baiyu shook his head and laughed. There's really something about you. Even Zhang Baiyu deeply admired Li Hu's reaction. Li Hu smiled back. He had no choice but to do so. Brother Tiger, right. Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu spoke up. Song Yunfeng is my old husband. I can't ignore his affairs. In addition, when Song's group collapsed, there was also the Ji family behind it. This time, Song Yunfeng made a comeback, and it was me who invested in him. Let me put it to you this way. The Ji family, I have to get him. You still have the chance to consider it now. Zhao Feiyu's words directly forced Li Hu into a corner. There was already no chance on the Ji family's side. Now you come back and tell me to deal with the Ji family? Seeing Li Hu's difficult face, Sister Wave said with a firm face, Li Hu, you need to consider this carefully. I support Mr. Zhao unconditionally. I can't control you if you set up your own business, but for the sake of the face you had in the beginning, I'll give you another chance to choose. Only Li Hu's eyes flickered and hesitated. It was because the Ji family was simply too huge, but after a moment, Li Hu seemed to have an idea. He looked at Sister Wave and was filled with apologies. Sister Wave, when I was in danger, I left you for personal reasons. This is the biggest injustice I've done to Brother Jia. Today you firmly chose Mr. Zhao and gave me a chance. I'm very grateful. I'm ashamed of Brother Jia, and I'm ashamed of you as well. Today, Li Hu once again chose to follow Sister Wave, and I'm still asking for Sister Wave to give me a chance. Seeing Li Hu firmly choosing to stand up for himself, Zhao Feiyu smiled in relief. With Li Hu's help, the Zhou family, the Ji family, were not enough to worry about. Very good. Zhao Feiyu nodded in satisfaction. Brother Zhang, the construction work of the northern suburbs power plant, I'll completely hand it over to you. You negotiate with Tiger's side. In addition, Zhao Feiyu looked at Li Hu and continued. Now the Zhou family will fall down soon, but they have evidence in their hands of Sister Wave helping them out over the years. See if there's a way to get these things out. Hearing this, Sister Wave couldn't help but feel a pang and looked at Zhao Feiyu gratefully. There's no problem with this. I, Li Hu, have been mixing in Yunduan City for so long. I also have a bit of heritage. Inside the four big families, there are my people. I'll try to get my people to look for them. Li Hu patted his chest and promised. All things continued in an organized manner. On the other hand, the other side, the Zhou family was in a mess of anxiety. As the officials kept digging, they had more evidence of the Zhou family's crimes. Not so much the embezzlement and bribery of the Yunjiang Bridge, but previously on more official constructive plans. The Zhou family was involved. The Zhou family already didn't know how many individuals they had found to go out and take the blame. But the Yunjiang Bridge thing, so noisy that the provincial capital side have come to the investigation team of people. Even the backers behind the Zhou family stepped in and couldn't smooth things over. This morning, Zhou's backer called. Just a faint command, go. This sentence made Zhou Wanjun as if he was struck by lightning, but he quickly reacted. Then he quickly deposited the Zhou family's money that wasn't in the open account into the World Bank, and then once again, through a transferred it to a foreign account. Zhou family at this moment, sort of completely finished. All the industrial projects under the Zhou family, all suspended. The next day, before dawn, Zhou Wanjun called Zhou Meiran in front of him. Looking at the airplane tickets on the table, Zhou Meiran asked in a bit of a daze, Dad, what time is it? What's the point of calling me up? Pack up your things and prepare to leave the country. Going abroad? What for? Zhou Meiran sobered up for a few moments, then sat down and saw the airplane tickets on the table. The Yunjiang Bridge matter has involved more things. Behind this matter, there are a lot of people fueling it. It looks like there are a lot of people who want to put us to death. Speaking here, Zhou Wanjun let out a bitter smile and leaned back on the sofa. Does the Lu family not even care about us anymore? Zhou Meiran instantly became alarmed. He didn't want to die yet. He also knew slightly 7 or 8 of what the Zhou family had done over the years. He had been involved in many lawsuits on his own. If he was caught in, he would have to be sentenced to 40 or 50 years without dying. After coming out our old man. This moment, Zhou Meiran immediately thought of the Zhou family's biggest backer, the Lu family in the provincial city. Chapter 78, Zhou family falls. Zhou Meiran escapes. In every place, there was a family of his heritage. The Zhou family had developed in Cloud City for hundreds of years. It became one of the 4 great families. The same was true in other places, and in a more favorable and developed environment like the provincial city. it is even more capable of breeding even more powerful family businesses. For example, the Zhou family's biggest backer, the Liu family. The provincial city is full of families. There are many third-rate families and only a handful of second-rate families. There are only 3 first-rate families. Among them, the LV family was one of the 3 major families in the provincial city. It was the biggest backer of the Zhou family. If even the Liu family can't protect them, then they are completely finished. What Zhou Wanjun doesn't know is, LV family as the 3 big families. The people who are staring at them are tens of thousands. Something happened to the Zhou family. The LV family simply didn't dare to blatantly bail them out. Once the other families caught a hint of a handle, it would be a fatal existence for a first-class family. What about you, Dad? Zhou Maran picked up the airplane ticket, only to find that there was only one airplane ticket for himself. Ha! Zhou Wanjun let out a bitter laugh, as if he had instantly aged a lot. I can't leave anymore. There are too many people officially watching me. The identity I gave you is a fake identity. The plane at 6:30. You leave as soon as possible. Don't bring anything with you. There is an account I opened for you abroad. There's over $10 billion in it. Enough for you to live the rest of your life. Hearing this, Zhou Maran was instantly delighted. It was as if the things his dad couldn't walk away from were nothing compared to this 10 billion. After saying this, Zhou Maran directly turned around and left. Looking at Zhou Maran's departing back, Zhou Wanjun's heart was like ashes. But after all, he was still his own son. Zhou Wanjun slowly closed his eyes. Until now, he still didn't understand how things had developed to this point. Was it just because of the Yunjiang bridge thing? But Zhou Wanjun couldn't understand it even if he thought about it. The cause of the Zhou family's destruction. It was not the Yunjiang bridge at all. Rather, it was Zhou Maran. Then again, if Zhou Maran hadn't gone looking for Song Cindy, he didn't need Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu didn't spend $5 billion to deal with these people. A lot of things could have been solved. The cause of the matter was because of that one time. After Zhang Baiyu proceeded to start the investigation, the skin of the Zhou family then began to fall off the first layer. Zhou Wanjun thought that the Yunjiang bridge was the trigger, but in fact, that all became an explosion point. The fuse, in fact, was his son. The sky is slightly bright. The people from the inspection team directly broke into the Zhou family. Zhou Wanjun seemed as if he had been waiting for the sentencing for a long time. And on the other side, Zhou Maran was already on his way to the airfield in disguise. Ding bell. Right at this moment, Zhou Maran's personal cell phone suddenly rang. The sudden call scared Zhou Maran with a jolt. He had never used this phone to the public. There were very few people who knew about it. Opening it, a somewhat familiar number was introduced to his eyes. Hello? Zhou Maran deliberately lowered his voice and tentatively picked up. It's me. Ji phone. Ji Xiaoer? Zhou Maran's voice immediately recovered. How did you know this number of mine? The girl you slept with last time is my cousin. Holy shit. You planted your eyes in order to investigate me. You didn't even spare your sister. You're so damn ruthless. Zhou Maran was completely speechless. Compared to Ji Xiaoer, that bit of his mind was simply playing house and playing with mud. Is there something wrong? Zhou Maran said without a good mood. The people from the inspection team took your father away. Since you can answer the phone, it means you've already run away. But don't worry, I won't report you because you don't have any interest in me anymore. Ji Xiaoer said indifferently. But as a friend, before you leave, I still need to tell you one thing. What is it? The Mr. Zhao at the auction is actually Zhao Feiyu. This was the news that Ji Xiaoer had just gotten. Through yesterday's incident at Song Yunfeng Hotel, Ji Xiaoer recalled everything. He was curious as to why Sister Wave would help Song Yunfeng when she was a member of the Zhou family. It turned out that it was because of Zhao Feiyu. Through the investigation, Ji Xiaoer once again found out that Zhou Maran had once told Sister Wave to kidnap Zhao Feiyu. The time was still right on the day of the auction. But then, Zhao Feiyu appeared at the auction with Sister Wave. This made Ji Xiaoer think of the manager who shouted the price in place of Mr. Zhao that day. Ji Xiaoer directly found this person, and then by investigating the surveillance, he saw Zhao Feiyu and Sister Wave. This can't be. When Zhou Maran heard this news, she shouted with extreme certainty. At the auction, along with the antique band, the piece of land in the northern suburb of the power plant, before and after it will add up to nearly 40 billion. Zhao Feiyu is an orphan. This is impossible. Even if it is, that is Zhang Baiyu in order to get that piece of land transferred to Zhao Feiyu. Let him to confuse. I also feel curious. But in the end, there was absolutely no need for him to add an extra 5 billion to disgust you. Ji Xiaoer slowly analyzed. Later on, I called international professional spies to investigate, only to discover that, before and after, Zhao Feiyu transferred over $10 billion to Zhang Baiyu. In other words, it was Zhao Feiyu giving in support of Zhang Baiyu, not Zhang Baiyu supporting Zhao Feiyu. Hearing this, Zhou Meiran was completely confused. He had always thought that Zhao Feiyu was relying on Zhang Baiyu to fox around, but he didn't realize that people had been pretending to be a pig all along. Do you remember the last sweeping storm? Without any symptoms, without any news, they suddenly arrested so many rich second-generation people in the circle, and they were all your little brothers. Ji Xiao'er continued. This made Zhou Meiran think of the first time she met Zhao Feiyu, because he wanted to forcefully take Song Kanyuan away, but he was blocked by Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu even claimed to be Song Kangjuan's boyfriend. Raising Eyes took out $5 billion to deal with them. It didn't take long for a few of his minions to all be taken in, but then he went home and asked his dad, this is a sweeping operation that the province has been preparing for a long time. It had absolutely nothing to do with Zhao Feiyu. Of course I remember. Zhao Feiyu threatened to spend $5 billion against me. Then you say, did he do it? Ji Xiao'er's voice, low with playfulness. Zhou Meiran instantly came to a realization, her back chilling. A fine thought. Zhou Meiran associated it. It seemed like Zhao Feiyu really did it. The Zhou family had really fallen. This Zhao Feiyu is too powerful. His $5 billion is the trigger. Do you think that a mere Yunjian bridge accident can bring down your Zhou family? Your father Zhou Wanjun has been running the Yunduan city for so many years. Casually find a few scapegoats and get over it. Not to mention, there is still the Lu family in the provincial city behind you in support. Can't you even solve this matter? Hearing this, Zhou Meiran completely understood. The one who caused their Zhou family to fall was Zhao Feiyu. Chapter 79, Taking Advantage of the Fire. But soon, Zhou Meiran, who had passed through his anger, also calmed down. Zhou Wanjun had already been arrested, and he had now been reduced to a wanted criminal. There was simply nothing that could be done. And since Zhao Feiyu possessed such great strength, he definitely wouldn't let himself go. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Meiran coldly asked, what exactly are you telling me this for? I mean, once you're gone like this, do you just let it go? Do you really want to watch your ex-wife screaming under Zhao Feiyu's playfulness? He is the one who caused the demise of your Zhou family. Are you really willing to do that? Humph. Ji Xiao'er. Zhou Meiran snorted coldly. I still don't know what kind of mindset you're playing with. Did you also suffer a loss from Zhao Feiyu and want to use me as a sword to deal with Zhao Feiyu? Why is your mind suddenly enlightened today? It seems that the demise of your Zhou family had a great impact on you. Are you the legendary, loved one sacrificing to the heavens, with unlimited magical power? Must a few people die for you to become powerful? Ji Xiao'er's tone was filled with teasing. Zhou Meiran clenched his fists and let out a silent roar. He hated Zhao Feiyu, but at this moment, he had no way out. Although Ji Xiao'er had his own agenda, was it willing to leave just like that? What's your solution? After a long time, Zhou Meiran took a deep breath and asked, I knew you weren't convinced, but don't worry, I can guarantee that you'll be able to leave Cloud City smoothly. Seeing that Zhou Meiran was fooled, Ji Xiao'er immediately spoke out his thoughts. Aren't you still holding one of Zhao Feiyu's pawns in your hand? Pawn? What do you mean? Zhou Meiran was a bit puzzled. Zhao Feiyu, played with your ex-wife. Didn't you also play with his ex-wife? Li Shanshan must not know Zhao Feiyu's identity and financial power. If he knew that Zhao Feiyu had so much money before he got married, what do you think he would do? Do you think such a trick would be useful to someone who can take out tens of billions of dollars at the drop of a hat? In front of those super rich people. Rules? Are these people toys? It was used to bind the poor, not them. So what if he has all this money from unknown sources? Zhou Meiran shuddered, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Incorrect origin? Right. Ji Xiao'er said with extreme certainty. The international secret agents that I hired at a high price. Although they investigated their transfer information, they couldn't do anything about Zhao Feiyu's account. It's an unknown where exactly Zhao Feiyu got this money from. But I asked someone to investigate all his background. It was found that he was the kid who grew up from an orphanage. I found my childhood friend who grew up in the orphanage with him. She can prove that Zhao Feiyu is the orphan. Since that's the case, then where exactly did she get all this money from? It's definitely fraught with problems. Hearing this, Zhou Meiran fell silent. Ji Xiao'er's words were also somewhat speculative on his own and could not be trusted in their entirety. Relying on his childhood friend alone could only prove that Zhao Feiyu was an orphan, but could not prove that Zhao Feiyu's money came from an unknown source. Seeing that Zhou Meiran was still hesitant, Ji Xiao'er said again, ask any ordinary person who can get tens of billions of dollars in just less than a month. Is it possible? Do you know that Zhao Feiyu and Li Shanshan have been married for 3 years? All living ordinary lives. But just after the divorce, Zhao Feiyu showed his strong financial power. You listen to me. As long as this matter is made a big deal, Zhao Feiyu will have to explain his income due to the pressure. At that time, as long as there's a problem with his income, then he'll be completely screwed. You're telling me this, What do you want me to do? Joe Maran asked directly. In fact, all that you said. You can totally do it alone. Hi, look at what you're saying. We're all brothers. I'm not seeing that you're getting ready to run away. That's why I want to help you. Ji Xiao'er said indifferently. Zhao Feiyu and I don't have much of a grudge either. It's you. Think about it. One day you suddenly die and are imprisoned in a coffin. Suddenly remembering Zhao Feiyu. Aren't you so angry that you have to do it all from the coffin? Just tell me, what do you want me to do? Joe Maran didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore and asked sternly. It's simple. I'll help you take revenge. You give me $5 billion. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ji Xiao'er. Joe Maran couldn't hold back any longer and directly cursed furiously. Your truest purpose is to want my money, isn't it? He. There is no free lunch in this world. I help you take revenge. You give me money to solve your problems. It's fair. Ji Xiao'er laughed sinisterly. I know your dad arranged for you to leave the country. He must have kept a hand. This hand is estimated to be at least $10 billion. Joe Maran's heart was completely gloomy. Ji Xiao'er was simply too cunning. His guess was too accurate. Zhou Wanjun had really left $10 billion for Joe Maran. I'm telling you, Ji Xiao'er, this is impossible. Okay? Joe Maran was so angry that he directly hung up the phone. Amir Zhao Feiyu didn't even know that Joe Maran had spent $5 billion to get out of this. As for his old man's revenge, what did it have to do with him? 10 billion. A lifetime to spend. However, right at this moment, Ji Xiao'er's phone call came again. Joe Maran directly hung up the phone and then prepared to turn it off. But right at this moment, Ji Xiao'er suddenly sent a text message. Is he almost at the airport? Let me tell you. For $5 billion, I can help you take revenge and also let you leave without any problems. Or else, you can go in and accompany your old man. Threat. This is a naked threat. Seeing this text message, Joe Maran's lungs exploded with anger. But there was nothing that could be done about it. This guy has grasped his whereabouts. As long as he reported it directly, then he definitely couldn't escape. At this moment, Joe Maran's anger towards Ji Xiaoji was simply more than Zhao Feiyu. If Ji Xiao'er was in front of him, Joe Maran would definitely strangle him directly. Unable to do anything else, Joe Maran had no choice but to call back. Ji Xiao'er, for the sake of being a friend, is it necessary for you to be so desperate? I said, brother, with your Zhou family's heritage, the heritage your father left you is enough for you to live for a few lifetimes. What's wrong with giving me a share? Ji Xiao'er said dejectedly. How much do you want? $5 billion. No way. My dad didn't even give me that much. $5 billion. Not even a dime less. No negotiation. Or else, you can go to your dad. Ji Xiao'er didn't give the slightest bit of face. Nakedly and directly blackmailing. Ji Xiao'er. Joe Maran almost squeezed out these 3 words from her back teeth. I admit it. Give me the card number. A moment later, Joe Maran directly transferred $5 billion to Ji Xiao'er. This is always okay now. Don't worry. Brother for a brother. I'll definitely keep my promise. Just relax and go. After hanging up the phone, Joe Maran looked at the rising sun. His fists clenched. The tiger falls down and is bullied by the dog. Each and every one of you wait for me. One day, I will definitely come back. Chapter 80, Li Chun Luo. The other side. Ji Xiao'er, who got the money, really kept his promise not to report. Because for Ji Xiao'er, this dude Joe Maran was a worthless piece of trash, garbage in his own eyes. Similarly as the 4 dukes of the clouds, Ji Xiao'er was extremely arrogant and simply looked down on the other 3. These 4 dukes of the clouds, Joe Maran, Ji Feng, Yuan Hong, and Fan Zhe of the Fan family. As for his own elder brother, he was already in his 30s and wasn't even considered one of the dukes anymore. And at this time, Moonwatch Lake Villa, Zhao Feiyu and Zhao Yasi woke up leisurely, looking at the sleeping Zhao Yasi beside him. Zhao Feiyu kissed Zhao Yasi's forehead intimately. Zhao Yasi seemed to have sensed something. Like an octopus, she wrapped around Zhao Feiyu's body. Suddenly, a phone rang. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly picked up his cell phone and covered the speaker, afraid of waking up Zhao Yasi beside him. Looking at the unfamiliar number on it, Zhao Feiyu picked it up suspiciously. Hello? A clear, Oreo-like voice followed. Zhao Feiyu frowned and looked at Zhao Yasi beside him, then asked, May I ask if you are Zhao Feiyu? I am. And you are. Are you really Zhao Feiyu? The tone on the other end of the phone plummeted 3 notches, obviously filled with excitement. I am Zhao Feiyu. Who the hell are you? Brother Feiyu. It's me, Li Qing Luo. What? Zhao Feiyu's eyes directly widened, and the cell phone in his hand almost fell off in shock. Right at this moment, Zhao Yasi beside him woke up in a daze. Who is it? Feiyu? Woo woo. Zhao Yasi had just opened her mouth when Zhao Feiyu directly covered her mouth. Zhao Yasi's eyes widened in shock at this maneuver and looked at Zhao Feiyu with some confusion. Zhao Feiyu put down his cell phone with his other hand and hurriedly gave Zhao Yasi a sign to make a silent gesture. Only then did Zhao Yasi nod her head. Hello? Hello? On the other end of the phone, the girl who called herself Li Qing Luo continued to call out. Brother Feiyu, can you hear me? Hearing the female voice on the phone, Zhao Yasi revealed a bad smile and a somewhat puzzled look. Oh, can you hear me? Are you really Li Qing Luo? It's really me, your most favorite Qing Luo sister. Hearing these words, Zhao Feiyu instantly laughed, because these words were enough to prove the other party's identity. Sister Chung Luo, is it really you? The smile that unconsciously raised the corners of Zhao Feiyu's mouth was enough to prove how joyful and excited he was at this moment. It's really me. Where are you now? I've come to Jiangbei City. You came to Jiangbei? How do you know I'm in Jiangbei? Not only do I know that you are in Jiangbei, I also know that you are now in Yunduan City, and I also know that you are divorced, right? Li Qing Luo's string of words made Zhao Feiyu obviously a little confused. Not. You've been gone for more than 10 years and suddenly come back and know me like the back of your hand? Who exactly did you listen to? Zhao Feiyu asked with some confusion. Your friend. Li Qing Luo didn't think twice. Yesterday a person who claimed to be your friend found me and told me about you, and also confirmed with me here if we grew up in the same orphanage. I said of course we did. Back then we even slept under the same blanket. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu frowned deeply. Do you know who that person is? No idea. Okay, forget about it for now. Tell me where you are? I'm coming to pick you up right now. I've already gotten off the plane. I heard that you were in Cloud City, so I flew straight here. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu couldn't wait to start putting on his clothes. Right at this moment, Zhao Yasi's hand suddenly hugged Zhao Feiyu from behind, then whispered in his ear, Am I going to have another sister? Or older sister? Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Zhao Yasi, since she had a relationship with herself, being obedient was heartbreaking. However, Zhao Feiyu was unable to promise her a future. Gently holding her hands, Zhao Feiyu turned around. She is a childhood friend who grew up in the orphanage with me. When she was in her teens, she was picked up by her family to recognize her family, and she hasn't met since then. Now she suddenly came back, or she came back after someone who knows me confirmed with him. I'm very curious as to who this person is, but no matter what, this person helped me to find Qing Luo's younger sister. Zhao Yasi smiled faintly, her eyes filled with Zhao Feiyu. No matter how many women you have, I'm the one who loves you the most. Every time he heard such heartfelt words of love and affection, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but have his heart flutter. Such women, one really had to take their lives to love them. Me too. Zhao Feiyu pounced on Zhao Yasi and then pressed on. Oh, don't. Hurry up and pick up Chan Luo's sister. Not here for 10 or 8 minutes. Cloud City Airport. After Zhao Feiyu parked his car, he arrived at the pickup hall. He only saw a trendy girl with dyed purple hair, wearing back pants and little white shoes, dragging a white suitcase and standing there looking around. Zhao Feiyu instantly recognized that it was Li Qing Luo. It was because from the time she was in the orphanage, Li Qing Luo had always loved rock and roll. She was most recognizable with this kind of dress. Zhao Feiyu walked straight over. At the same time, he used the system to start checking the other party's information. Name, Li Qing Luo. Favorability, 90. Face value, 98. That girl seemed to recognize Zhao Feiyu as well. She only saw her tilting her head and looking at Zhao Feiyu with some confusion. After all, after not seeing each other for more than 10 years and meeting again, it was completely necessary to rely on the little bit of memories from her childhood in her mind. When Zhao Feiyu walked 6 or 7 meters away from her, the girl tilted her head and asked somewhat suspiciously, Brother Feiyu? However, seeing the corners of Zhao Feiyu's mouth rise, he held back his smile and just didn't say anything. Seeing this, that girl immediately confirmed that the person in front of her was her Feiyu brother. Brother Feiyu. The girl dropped the suitcase in her hand and dashed over. Then with a single jump, she jumped onto Zhao Feiyu's body. Hey, are you recognizing the wrong person? Zhao Feiyu asked, pretending to be puzzled. The girl first froze, then after seeing Zhao Feiyu's stifled laughter, she immediately raised her pink fist and punched Zhao Feiyu's shoulder. Lied to me, lying to me, just know how to lie to me. Ha ha, Zhao Feiyu couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed out loud. Haven't seen each other for 10 years, a childhood friend. The two of them all of a sudden seemed to have returned to the time when they were in the orphanage. However, jostling, Li Qing Luo suddenly jumped into Zhao Feiyu's arms and cried, Dead Zhao Feiyu, stinking Zhao Feiyu, it's been more than 10 years, what have you been doing? Didn't know to come find me either. Brother Feiyu, I miss you so much. Zhao Feiyu tightly hugged the girl in his arms, sniffing her hair fragrance, unwilling to let go. As if this letting go, it was as if he would never see her again. I also miss you so much, but all these years. Hey, do not say more are tears. After a long time, the two separated. Zhao Feiyu went up and took Li Qingluo's suitcase, then pulled Li Qingluo outward with his right hand. Coming back this time? Are you still going abroad? No, Li Qingluo said with a bounce. My parents said that they want me to come back and start a business. They gave me $5 billion. What? Chapter 81, The Fish That Missed the Net. Zhao Feiyu never expected Li Qingluo's parents were actually that rich. After understanding, Zhao Feiyu realized their parents were famous entrepreneurs in the Chinese street in the United States. Even in the world, they were also little known. I really didn't expect that you're still a rich woman. Ha? Zhao Feiyu sized up Li Qingluo with incredible eyes. That's not true? In the future, be my man. I'll take care of you, and you'll just stay at home and serve me, Li Qingluo said in a godly manner. Good thinking, Zhao Feiyu said. Right at this moment, a man with sunglasses and a mask, looking panicked, came face to face. He directly bumped into Zhao Feiyu's shoulder. What's wrong with you? Zhao Feiyu turned around and angrily rebuked. With that, he looked, only to see that the man's sunglasses were directly knocked off. However, the man waved his hand without saying anything, bent down to pick up the sunglasses and prepared to leave. But just at this instant, Zhao Feiyu suddenly opened his eyes wide. Zhou Meiran? Zhao Feiyu's words came out. That person subconsciously looked along with it, and when he saw Zhao Feiyu, he immediately panicked and ran towards the airfield. Don't you run! Zhao Feiyu hurriedly chased after him. At the same time, he shouted loudly to the people around him. Quickly catch him! He's a wanted criminal! The moment these words came out, inside the airfield, there was an outcry. The security and duty police in the airport quickly rushed over. At the security checkpoint, Zhou Meiran was directly arrested. Quickly grab him! He's Zhou Meiran of the Zhou family. Everyone in their family was wanted this morning. He's trying to escape on an airplane now. Zhao Feiyu really didn't expect to meet Zhou Meiran here. Soon, the people from the public security department arrived at the airfield and then directly arrested Zhou Meiran. How did you know that I was going to escape? Before leaving, Zhou Meiran stared viciously at Zhao Feiyu and asked, Humph, what do you think? Zhao Feiyu casually said. Did Ji Xiao'er tell you? Zhou Meiran roared hysterically. Ha! Zhao Feiyu was slightly stunned, but seeing the other party's enraged look, Zhao Feiyu nodded with a bright idea. How did you know? Ji Xiao'er, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Zhou Meiran let out an unwilling roar before being taken away by the police. The news of the Zhou family's downfall. Zhao Feiyu had received news from Yuan Hong last night. He really didn't expect that he would still be able to encounter Zhou Meiran, a fish that had slipped through the net. This unexpected harvest was simply a double blessing. Taking Li Qingluo with him, he left the airfield. While in the car, Zhao Feiyu asked, So do you have any plans now? No. Li Qingluo said indifferently as she sat in the co-pilot. Didn't you come back to start a business? Not even a little planning? Are you stupid? Li Qingluo beamed and said helplessly. I wanted to come back to you after I received your message. Starting a business was just my excuse. And I didn't think that my parents would actually give me $5 billion to come back and start a business. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's heart couldn't help but flow through a warm current. By the way, what kind of person was it that asked you for information about you? Speaking of which, I really have to thank that person, Zhao Feiyu said with emotion. If I were to look for you, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. But I didn't expect that person to find you and pry my news from you. This is simply a bit puzzling. I don't know. The other party claimed to be your friend and asked a lot of things about our orphanage in the first place. Li Qingluo shook her head doubtfully. From the looks of it, it shouldn't be a friend. If it was a friend, it would definitely have introduced itself and I would have known about it. But that person obviously didn't tell me, but instead found you directly. And if it's not unexpected, it should be looking for you to confirm certain things. Zhao Feiyu quickly realized what the problem was. So this person should be an enemy, not a friend. Li Qingluo exclaimed in shock. Then wouldn't I be harming you? I said a lot of things about our orphanage. And in the end that person got impatient before hanging up. It's alright. We were all kids at that time. What could there be to confirm? Zhao Feiyu said indifferently. Right. So in the future, are you planning to follow me? Then where else? I reckon I'll leave Yunnan City and go back to Jiangbei during this period of time. Things have stabilized here, so I'll probably have to leave next week. Or else you'll go back to Jiangbei with me? Good. I'll go wherever you go. Looking at Li Qingluo, Zhao Feiyu scraped the tip of her nose with one hand. You, still the same follower from back then. Who told you not to come to me all these years? Since Li Qingluo was going to follow her back to Jiangbei, so Zhao Feiyu wasn't going to buy her a house here. Jiangbei City was at least a second-tier city. It was much bigger than Cloud City, a third-tier city. There, Zhao Feiyu was going to buy a big house directly for Li Qingluo. The current Zhao Feiyu was waiting for the matter of the Yuan family to be decided. If he could slap a decision, he would be able to leave Yunwan City after inviting those students to dinner at Cloud Mountain Villa on Saturday. Soon, the Yuan family then came with news. 8 o'clock in the evening. Cloud End Mansion. Zhao Feiyu arrived with Li Qingluo. Seeing another strange girl appear beside Zhao Feiyu, Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong both revealed odd looks. Introducing, this is my sister, Li Qingluo. After the crowd took their seats, Zhao Feiyu introduced Li Qingluo to the crowd at the first opportunity. This seemed like an ordinary and uneventful maneuver. However, it caused Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong to look at each other. But from this matter, Zhao Feiyu introduced Li Qingluo at the first opportunity. It was enough to prove that Li Qingluo was extremely important in Zhao Feiyu's place. Here, Li Qingluo was either the closest relative or a very important person. Hello guys, my name is Li Qingluo. I'm brother Feiyu's sister. Hello, I'm your brother's friend. My name is Zhang Baiyu. My name is Yuan Hong. After the four of them took their seats, they quickly became acquainted. And Zhang Baiyu and Yuan Hong could tell one thing. That was that Li Qingluo was definitely very close to Zhao Feiyu. Although the two had different surnames, it was as if they had known each other for a long time. And Zhao Feiyu did not introduce them to the matter of Li Qingluo being an orphanage. It wasn't long. Yuan Lingji came in style in an open front evening gown. The long and slender legs that were hidden and exposed were simply too eye-catching. Zhao Feiyu glanced over and saw a pair of legs. Straight, long, white as jade. Simply like a work of art. Coming closer, Yuan Lingji's breath was like an orchid, with the slightest hint of red wine. Obviously she should have just entertained and drank some wine. Sorry, I came late. I entertained a few important friends. Yuan Lingji smiled apologetically, then sat straight down. At the same time, she placed her gaze on Li Qingluo's body. Obviously, for tonight's matter, it wasn't appropriate if there were strangers present. Chapter 82, 600 billion. Zhao Feiyu seemed to see Yuan Lingji's meaning. With a slight smile, he explained, don't worry, she's a younger sister. It's okay. With Zhao Feiyu's promise, Yuan Lingji then nodded and continued. Regarding your conditions, I've already discussed it with my family. The situation abroad is tense to the point of exceeding our expectations. My father said that he can agree to your conditions, but your aid must reach 600 billion. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but frown. But please don't worry, Yuan Lingji continued. With this 600 billion we can guarantee that the 5 gold mines abroad will be absolutely safe, and you will also be given a share of one of the gold mines. The entire proceeds from this gold mine will all be credited to your account. In addition, we can also guarantee that if any accidents happen to the gold mines, causing your 600 billion to go down the drain, we will bear all of your expenses for compensation. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu moved. Although the investment was relatively high, there was an absolute guarantee. But what Zhao Feiyu cared about wasn't that at all. How much money could a gold mine make? And it wasn't as fast as spending $100 billion on a woman? Zhao Feiyu pondered slightly and nodded. Although the investment is large, but there is a guarantee. There is no problem with 600 billion, but I want to make sure that during the entire cooperation process, I want to work with you one-on-one, and do not allow any outsiders to intervene. There's no problem with this. The family has now given this project to me in its entirety. You only need to dock with me. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu was relieved. I will transfer this 600 billion to you within a week. Is there any problem? A week? Yuan Lingji revealed a difficult look. I know this amount is indeed rather large, but the situation abroad can't give us that long anymore. Is 5 days okay? Zhao Feiyu pondered slightly, then counted his money. Currently, he had more than 410 billion in his hands. That meant he had to get more than 190 billion in 5 days. This figure might have been impossible if it was placed a few days ago. But now, Zhao Feiyu was still hopeful. Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu nodded and assured, if it's 5 days, it's a bit tight, but it should still be possible to get it out. Hearing this, Yuan Lingji's eyes even lit up. 600 billion what kind of number was that? This figure looked at the entire Dragon Kingdom. I'm afraid that the person who could take it out in 5 days wouldn't even have a slap on the wrist. After all, the liquidity of those large corporations counted for something. Their value and funds were more in the form of some stocks and fixed properties. Alright then, I'll wait for your good news in 5 days. Yuan Lingji raised her red wine glass, tilted it forward slightly, clinked it with Zhao Feiyu, then put it to her mouth and took a sip. Yuan Lingji's favorability towards you +20. And at this moment, Li Qingluo on the side looked at Zhao Feiyu with a dumbfounded expression. Only her mouth was slightly open, revealing a dumbfounded expression. The short few sentences of conversation between these two. but it made Li Qingluo feel as if she had reacquainted herself with Zhao Feiyu. The exit was a few $100 billion. What exactly had this childhood friend's brother of his done all these years? Li Qingluo thought that she took the $5 billion given by her parents and came back to start her own business. It will be able to impress Zhao Feiyu. But I did not expect that Zhao Feiyu's strength is far beyond her imagination. And even with her parents, Li Qingluo had her own decision on the airplane. Because she knew Zhao Feiyu's current situation through that conversation 2 days ago. He knew that Zhao Feiyu was mediocre and was divorced. So he wanted to take this opportunity to support Zhao Feiyu. Let Zhao Feiyu stand at the top of the country no matter what. But he didn't expect Zhao Feiyu to already be standing at that place. However, although Li Qingluo was surprised, she was sincerely happy for Zhao Feiyu. After ending the conversation with Yuan Lingji, Zhao Feiyu left with Li Qingluo. When Zhao Feiyu left, Yuan Hong was suddenly incoherent with excitement. Heavens, $600 billion. Big brother Feiyu was actually able to take out $600 billion to help our Yuan family. Looking at her unproductive brother's excited appearance, Yuan Lingji helplessly blinked her eyes. Don't get too happy too early first. 600 billion isn't a string of numbers. It's not certain if Zhao Feiyu can get it out. We can't possibly pin all our hopes on him. In case he can't come up with $600 billion after 5 days, we have to have our own fallback. Actually, giving him a week is enough. But just in case, I need to leave a few days for ourselves to prepare. Hearing this, Zhang Baiyu, who was on the side, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Yuan Lingji's mind was indeed a talented woman among the 4 great families of Cloud City. Right, President Zhang. Yuan Lingji suddenly looked at Zhang Baiyu. You're friends with Zhao Feiyu. And you're also friends with Yuan Hong, so I don't want to hide anything from you here. Regarding Zhao Feiyu's origin, our Yuan family is very curious about him. We will be monitoring him over the next 2 days to see if he can really come up with $600 billion to support us. If he doesn't pay the corresponding actual action in this regard, we can also make preparations earlier. This you don't mind, right? Of course I don't mind. Zhang Baiyu waved his hand and said indifferently. Actually, I'm also very curious about this brother of mine, as I know nothing about his origins. Hearing this, Yuan Lingji was instantly relieved. And on the other side, Zhao Feiyu, who had left the Yunduan mansion, held Li Qingluo's hand as he strolled through the lively streets of Yunduan City. The night scene abroad should be a lot prettier than here, right? It is quite pretty. Li Qingluo looked at Zhao Feiyu's side face obsessively, as if she was a little nerdy girl looking at her idol, so adoringly infatuated. But no matter how gorgeous and beautiful it is outside, it's not as good as a lamp back home. Zhao Feiyu enjoyed this cozy and short time very much. He even wished the time would slow down a little bit more, and that he and Li Qingluo would just keep going like this. Zhao Feiyu's memories of his childhood were extremely deep. By the way, brother Feiyu, do you still remember that new teacher Ning from the orphanage? The image in Li Qingluo's mind returned to her childhood. Of course I remember. A gentle girl in a white dress immediately appeared in Zhao Feiyu's mind. He was 10 years old that year. She was 8 years old. Due to the limited conditions at the time, many of the small children in the orphanage couldn't go to school. So, the local education department joined forces with many schools. The local education department joined forces with many schools to support the orphanage. That was the year Ms. Ning came to the orphanage. Ms. Ning's original name was Ning Rongrong. At that time, the management of the orphanage was very chaotic, and the director of the orphanage beat up many disobedient children. Zhao Feiyu vaguely remembered that he was whipped with a whip by the director after he just broke a bowl for eating. The entire back was lashed to the skin. There were several times when teacher Ning Rongrong stepped in and stopped the dean, who then spared Zhao Feiyu. I'm sorry, brother Feiyu, it was me who caused you to take so many beatings back then. Li Qingluo, with red eyes and a heartbroken face, said. Fool. Zhao Feiyu touched her head. Isn't it natural for a brother to protect his sister? Because the one who broke the bowl at that time wasn't Zhao Feiyu, but Li Qingluo. Chapter 83, Finding Sister Waves Evidence. I also wonder where Ms. Ning is now. Is she doing well? Zhao Feiyu looked up at the starry sky and said with emotion. Why don't we go find her? Right at this moment, Li Qingluo suddenly suggested. With your current strength, finding teacher Ning should be easy to say. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately brightened up. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Teacher Ning treated us so well in the beginning, and now that we have the means, we naturally have to treat her well. That's right, you tithe me, I gush you. This is what brother Feiyu has always taught me. Since they had already had dinner at the Cloud Mansion, Zhao Feiyu brought Li Qingluo to enjoy the night scenery while walking around. Soon enough, they were able to digest all that food in their stomachs. As they walked, they unexpectedly arrived at the food street. Zhao Feiyu vaguely remembered that back in the day, he brought Li Qingluo and sneaked out of the orphanage with him in order to escape the orphanage director's severe beatings. The two hadn't eaten for a day, and their stomachs were rumbling with hunger. While passing by a snack street, Zhao Feiyu still remembers Li Qingluo's eyes at that time. Go, brother will take you to eat enough today. Zhao Feiyu pulled Li Qingluo into the food street. Coming out of the food street, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. Zhao Feiyu brought Li Qingluo and found a 5-star hotel to stay in. If you were by yourself, it was fine to go to Song Candace's Cloud Mountain Residence Villa, or Xia Zhu's Hazel Moon Star, as well as Zhao Yasi's Moonwatch Lake Villa, but it would be less convenient to take Li Qingru with him. So Zhao Feiyu directly brought Song Cainwan to open a presidential suite. Consumption 9800. 50 times cashback 490. 000. Li Qingru had already grown into that young girl who was standing in a pavilion, reaching a high face value of 98 points. It was the first person with such a high face value that Zhao Feiyu had encountered so far. According to the system's functional distinction, with a face value of 95 points or more, the consumption rebate had reached 50 times. By the way, brother Feiyu, did you talk to your girlfriend again after the divorce? Inside the room, after changing her shoes, Li Qinggu directly took off the denim backpack pants on her body, then revealing the long white short sleeves. The white short sleeves covered her thighs. Zhao Feiyu immediately widened his eyes and awkwardly turned his head away. That, you go take a shower and change your clothes first. What about you? Li Qinggu laughed badly. Won't you accompany me tonight? You know, I'm scared to sleep alone at night. When I was little, you used to sleep with your arms around me under the covers. When you were a kid is a kid, now is now. How old are you and you still need someone to sleep with you? Were you always like this when you were abroad? Zhao Feiyu didn't have the good sense to say. When I was abroad, I was sleeping with my sister. You still have a sister? Yes. Li Qingluo sat on the bed, and since the bed was higher, she sat further back and wiggled her legs and said, my real parents had an older sister before I disappeared, and after I came home, my sister was very good to me, but now we're all grown up, not little kids anymore. Men and women are different, you know? Zhao Feiyu was a little afraid to look directly at Li Qingru. That 98-point face value was like magic, deeply attracting Zhao Feiyu, especially that head of purple hair. The youthful vigor emanating from it gave her an anime-like appeal. It really was as if she had walked out of an anime. But, didn't brother Feiyu promise to marry me when he grows up? Li Qingwu beamed, somewhat aggrieved. That's not because there's no one to play house with you and you have to be my wife. Zhao Feiyu laughed bitterly, but I was serious about it. Alright, you hurry up and go take a shower and change your clothes. Zhao Feiyu waved his hand and urged Li Qingluo into the shower room. Ding bell. Right after Li Qingluo entered the shower room, Li Qingluo's cell phone suddenly rang. Qingluo, your phone. Zhao Feiyu looked at the call from abroad and walked to the bathroom door and shouted, who is it? Your mom. Zhao Feiyu stood in the doorway and called back. Yikes. Li Qingguo instantly exclaimed. I looked for you straight after getting off the plane and forgot to call them back. The next moment, Li Qingru directly opened the bathroom door. Just like that, she stood directly in front of Zhao Feiyu. In the bathroom, the mist was hazy. On Li Qingru's perfect carcass/body that was as white as jade without a single blemish, water droplets continuously rolled down. Zhao Feiyu's brain went straight down. However, his eyes uncontrollably traveled from Mount Everest, slowly to the Myasun Plains. Hello? Li Qinggu just stood in the doorway to catch the call, after exchanging words in a foreign language, then hung up the phone. And at this time, Zhao Feiyu was already deep in it and couldn't pull himself out. On Li Qingru's face, a playful smile appeared. Just standing so dashingly at the door, she waited for Zhao Feiyu. Seen enough? The corner of Li Qingru's mouth rose, revealing an evil smile. Zhao Feiyu sniffed as if he had been struck by lightning. Look! Li Qingru handed the phone to Zhao Feiyu, then issued an invitation. Want to come together? Do you know? Right now, many foreign countries have become seriously short of water, and the world's water resources are seriously decreasing. In order to protect the planet and the country, we should be able to conserve water. So, in order to protect the planet, please take a bath with me. Saying that, Li Qinggu stretched out like a white slender arm and directly pulled Zhao Feiyu. Then with one hand, she dragged him into the bathroom. At once, a burst of laughter came out in the bathroom. Zhao Feiyu wasn't the type of person to sit still. Li Qinggu's adoration for himself had started since he was a child. It had been more than 10 years since he had been separated. This affection still hadn't diminished. Coming out of the bathroom, Zhao Feiyu threw Li Qingru onto the bed in a princess hug. Half a child. Li Qingru's favoritism towards you +10. Looking at the bloody plum blossoms on the bedsheet, then listening to the system prompt in his head, Zhao Feiyu was like a dream. It had been more than 10 years since he had seen him. Li Qingru's favorability towards herself was still as high as 90 points. And this one shot of popularity, surprisingly, it made Li Qingru directly reach full favorability towards herself. But on second thought, Zhao Feiyu was still pondering on how to earn enough 200 billion within 5 days. With Li Qingru around, this 200 billion, it would be a breeze. The next day, a message suddenly came from the side of the Tiger's Wave group. Mr. Zhao, Li, who couldn't hold back his excitement. The Zhou family fell, and my people finally found Sister Wave's things before the official search. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's hanging heart finally fell. When the Zhou family fell, Zhao Feiyu had even looked for Yuan Hong to prepare to step in to find the things, but the Zhou family's matter. The entire process was carried out by people from the provincial city inspectorate. The local official people couldn't intervene at all. If they searched out Sister Wave's things by them, then the Zhou family would fall and Sister Wave would have to follow suit. Chapter 84, Establishing a Security Company. Good job, Zhao Feiyu said excitedly. If this thing is found by the inspectors, I'm afraid that Sister Wave will have to follow the bad luck. This time it can be said that you saved Sister Wave. It should be. I owed Sister Wave so much in the past. It's good to make up for a little bit. Li Hu heatedly smiled. Mr. Zhao, where are you right now? I'll ask someone to send something over to you. I'm at the 9 Stars Mansion. About 10 minutes later, Li Hu's people then sent a USB drive to Zhao Feiyu. Getting this thing, Zhao Feiyu couldn't wait to put it into his computer and start checking it out, only to see that in the USB flash drive, some recordings and image data were stored. Many of them were people from the Zhou family, instructing Sister Wave to carry out certain things. However, throughout the entire process, no words about the Zhou family appeared. It could be said that the entire city was Sister Wave there. If this thing is handed over, Sister Wave is absolutely finished, and it has nothing to do with the Zhou family. Get the stuff. Zhao Feiyu then couldn't wait to bring Li Qingru to the western city. As soon as she heard that Zhao Feiyu had arrived, Sister Wave immediately packed and dressed up to meet Zhao Feiyu. This one is? Sister Wave looked at this non-mainstream girl with purple hair beside Zhao Feiyu and couldn't help but ask curiously. My sister, Li Qingluo. Zhao Feiyu briefly introduced herself. Then he placed the USB drive on the table. Everything is just as we planned. Li Hu's people got the stuff. Hearing this, Sister Wave sighed in relief as if she was relieved, then leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes. Ever since the news of the Zhou family's downfall, Sister Wave's heart had always been hanging in the air. Regarding the evidence about herself, Sister Wave had also sent many people to look for it, but all to no avail. None of Sister Wave's connections within the crown could help. Its difficulty made Sister Wave despair for a time. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Li Hu actually got something. Sister Wave hurriedly brought her computer, then plugged the USB drive in. After seeing what was inside, Sister Wave's face instantly became gloomy. No wonder every person that the Zhou family and I met in the past was a new face. And the process of talking to them was bizarre. Now it seems that they are not mentioning themselves at all. Zhou Wanjun, you are really ruthless. No matter what, the Zhou family has fallen now, and we have the evidence in hand. Sister Wave, you are now, sort of, free, Zhao Feiyu said with relief. Hearing this, Sister Wave's gaze towards Zhao Feiyu suddenly flashed with tears. Brother Feiyu, I'm a woman of the rivers and lakes. I won't say those polite words. Anyway, in a word, in the future, Sister Wave, my life, I'll put it in your hands. At the same time, Sister Wave's favoritism towards you +1. Current favoritism is 100. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu instantly became excited. It seemed that the Yuan family's matter was completely settled. Looking at Sister Wave's sincere eyes, Zhao Feiyu slightly smiled, and hurriedly said, words are heavy, no matter how to say. We are also at least friends for a time. Now your hanging heart is also considered to be on the ground. I'll transfer money to you right now, and you proceed to start preparing for the company's things, as soon as possible, to enter into the right track. Saying that, Zhao Feiyu directly picked up his cell phone and transferred $10 billion to Sister Wave through the World Bank. Looking at the funds that arrived in less than 5 minutes, Sister Wave's eyes widened at once. How? So much? Didn't we say 50? Zhao Feiyu, however, shook her head. I've already read the planning you gave me 2 days ago. Your idea is good and it's still something you're good at. A security company is a company that eats money. Without orders in the early stages, hundreds of people in the company will have to eat empty paychecks. We're just starting out. We have to hit the ground running. A lot of your money can't be touched, and it's easier to spend this $10 billion when your company is officially on track. I will arrange for you as soon as possible to arrange for other businesses in Cloud City to approach the company and get on track. In addition, many of the people under you, Sister Wave, are loyal, but if you want to do proper security, they all need strict Proper training. This is something we can't economize on. And directly hire a professional security company to train our people. Over at the Tiger Group, there are also companies in this area of security. You go and talk to Li Hu. See if you can get Li Hu to take shares and give up the market. We'll sit directly in Cloud City and be a dominant player. Hearing Zhao Feiyu's strip analysis, Sister Wave's emotions, too, were completely ignited. Looking at the heaving chest, Zhao Feiyu knew that at this moment, Sister Wave had already completely envisioned herself in this business. Good. I will definitely follow your requirements strictly. Sister Wave nodded heavily. Sister Wave is overstating it. You are the chairman of the company. I'm just a shareholder. The company is just starting out. It's fine for me to give a few pointers. In the future, you still need to be the one to pick up the slack, Zhao Feiyu said in a hurry. At the same time, Zhao Feiyu also received a consumption cashback prompt from the system. Consumption successful. 100x cashback 1 trillion. Zhao Feiyu couldn't imagine just how much money this was. However, Zhao Feiyu knew. He was just a string of numbers. Maybe this was just the beginning. Right. Zhao Feiyu had an idea and tried to make another consumer investment. I'll make you another 5 billion. 15 billion, just in case. Saying that, Zhao Feiyu directly transferred money without a second thought. However, this time, Zhao Feiyu received the same prompt as Xiaozhu. The target consumption rebate has now reached the upper limit. Zhao Feiyu knew. This was an operation by the system to prevent loopholes from appearing. It looked like it was Sister Wave who currently had enough of this money to use. If there was ever another time when there was a financial crisis, or when money was needed, Zhao Feiyu could still spend cashback. However, this money was already enough for Zhao Feiyu to use. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After settling this matter, Zhao Feiyu was ready to leave. That. Sister Wave hurriedly stood up and said, there are some things that I still need to discuss with you. Look, why don't you? Tonight? After finishing these words, Sister Wave shyly lowered her head. On the side, Li Qingru, who was attracted by the fighting run by Sister Wave, completely failed to notice this detail. Ahem. That, or good. Zhao Feiyu was instantly distracted and nodded. Afterwards, Zhao Feiyu found a reason and directly sidetracked Li Qingru. It was only midday now. Zhao Feiyu did discuss a lot of things about the security company with Sister Wave. Afterwards, he also called in Li Hu and Zhang Baiyu. Then according to Zhao Feiyu's plan, he directly acquired Li Hu's security company. Li Hu directly joined the security company in the form of shares. On top of Li Hu's security company, Sister Wave's start became mature all of a sudden. Nightfall. Li Hu and Zhang Baiyu had already left. Sister Wave had also invited Zhao Feiyu to her home. What Sister Wave lived in was the most luxurious villa in the western city. Having lost her husband early in life, she was alone in her boudoir. Sister Wave had been alone all these years, and it was also strange and pitiful. Chapter 85 Cloud Mountain Villa. You sit down first. I'm going to take a shower, the Cheon-sam-clad Wave's sister said with some fatigue. Then she turned around and went up to the second floor. About 20 minutes later, wearing a red dress and soft hair, Sister Wave just walked down from the second floor barefoot. Zhao Feiyu twisted his head to look and couldn't help but see a bright light in front of his eyes. The red skirt reached the thigh portion, revealing her knees and calves. A pair of beautiful feet stepped on the soft carpet and came in style. The hip-wrapping red skirt outlined Sister Wave's figure to the fullest. To be honest, Sister Wave's face value degree was not as high as Song Cindy's. However, she was already in her 30s, but she had a mature and flirtatious look that wasn't the least bit weaker than Song Kainwan. Seeing Zhao Feiyu's stagnant appearance, Sister Wave smiled confidently. Then she directly sat on Zhao Feiyu's lap. Brother Feiyu, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that the rest of my life would already be over. And you also invested $15 billion to start a company for me. So tell me, how can I repay you? Saying that, Sister Wave wrapped her hands around and hugged Zhao Feiyu's neck. The two were close to each other. Sister Wave exhaled like orchids. The heat wave hit Zhao Feiyu's face, sublimating Zhao Feiyu's soul. Immediately afterward, Sister Wave leaned into Zhao Feiyu's ear and whispered, since my youngest daughter lost her husband in middle age, she hasn't been in contact with a man since then. If you don't mind that I'm old, my youngest daughter can't be proud of me. Next, younger brother Feiyu, please enjoy it to your heart's content. Saying that, Sister Wave stretched out her spirit tongue and swept it around Zhao Feiyu's ear. Early the next morning, Zhao Feiyu woke up with a calling sound. Turning his head to look, he only saw Sister Wave propping up her head with one hand, lightly biting her lower lip, and just quietly looking at himself. Last night was a night of tossing and turning. Zhao Feiyu had really seen the power of a middle-aged woman who was alone and empty and lonely. Ding bell. Just at this moment, Zhao Feiyu's phone suddenly rang. Looking with it, Zhao Feiyu was startled and hurriedly signaled Sister Wave to be quiet. Hello? Sister Wan? Zhao Feiyu, Where have you died? Did you forget the day of the week today? Song Kane-won's angry roar came directly from the phone. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly put down his cell phone to take a look. Today's Saturday. More than 1,000 people from the entire school have already come to Cloud Mountain Villa. Where are you? I'm sorry, Sister Wan. I drank too much last night at a social gathering. I'll be right over. And just as Zhao Feiyu was chatting on the phone, Sister Wave, however, mischievously kissed Zhao Feiyu's chest. It made Zhao Feiyu close his eyes. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu hurriedly put on his clothes while saying to Sister Wave, Sister Wave, I have to go out for a bit right now, so I won't be able to accompany you. Also, I might have to leave Cloud City tomorrow or the day after tomorrow and go back to Jiangbei. I'll be relying on you alone for the security company. If there are any problems, you can go to Jiangbeiyu or Lihu. If you encounter any problems that can't be solved, you call me directly. At the end, Zhao Feiyu added again, when you miss me, call me as well. After saying that, Zhao Feiyu discharged an electricity, then quickly left the villa. Afterwards, Zhao Feiyu called on Li Qingru. He directly came to the Cloud Mountain Manor. Such a fun thing. Li Qingru was definitely interested. Cloud Mountain Manor was backed by Cloud Mountain and Song Cindy's Yunshan residence villa. It was on the other side of Cloud Mountain. Many of the upscale neighborhoods in Cloud City, as well as wilderness activities, relied on Cloud Mountain. After coming here, Zhao Feiyu walked straight in. Xiaozhu's Feiyu Investment Company had invested tens of millions of dollars in Cloud Mountain Manor. Zhao Feiyu was also considered one of the shareholders here. And what Zhao Feiyu didn't expect was, Xiaozhu, Zhao Yasi, the two of them were actually here as well. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but look at Li Qingluo beside him, and clenched his teeth and opened his mouth to explain. Luo, there's actually something, because what happened the night before last was too sudden. I haven't had time to tell you yet. What Li Qingluo was attracted by the scenery outside Cloud Mountain Villa and casually asked. Actually, since I got divorced, I have a girlfriend. Zhao Feiyu's eyes closed, already prepared for Li Qingru to make a scene. But what Zhao Feiyu didn't expect was, Li Qingru just faintly said, Oh, you don't want to say something? Zhao Feiyu asked with some surprise. I know all of this, Li Qingru said indifferently. Perhaps it was because she had lived abroad. There was a relatively open understanding of relationships. In fact, yesterday I inquired about your information over the years, and I know that your girlfriend, Song Manli, is your first girlfriend, Li Qingru said with a cheeky smile. But I think, she is not your first girlfriend. Your first girlfriend, more should be me, isn't it? Li Qingru playfully winked her eyes. That's why, Brother Feiyu, you don't have to be completely concerned about this aspect. It's hard to draw conclusions about feelings. I like you, and many people like you. For example, that Xiaozhu, Zhao Yasi, and that Sister Wave from yesterday. So many people like you. In my opinion, there is only one thing, that is that you are too good. Shouldn't I be happy to have such an excellent boyfriend? Moreover, I am very confident. I'm confident that all those girls who like you can't possibly compare to me. Seeing that open, confident smile spreading across Li Qingwu's face, Zhao Feiyu smiled in relief. It didn't matter if it was Xiaozhu, Zhao Yasi, or Sister Wave. They all had the same broad-mindedness as Li Qingru, letting themselves put 10,000 hearts to love them despite everything. Qingluo. Li Qingluo's words touched Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu's eyes couldn't help but become tender. He looked at Li Qingluo and gently held her hands. Thank you for your understanding. Don't worry, Brother Feiyu. Anything, I have my measure. Saying that, Li Qingru walked towards those people with a bounce. Cloud Mountain Manor's huge lawn. The staff here as well as the school's teachers. All the students were assigned to different entertainment programs in an organized manner. Zhao Feiyu repeatedly urged, be sure to do a good job of safety. 99% of the students at Yasi Middle School were all rich and famous. These kids are all very expensive. If they get hurt, it's a very troublesome thing. In fact, from the beginning, Zhao Feiyu intended to buy Yasi Middle School. In addition to giving Song Cindy a surprise, there is also a long-term purpose. The students in here, all of them had a great background. After they graduated, they entered the university and walked into society. At the end of the day, they are all potential stocks with great potential. That's why buying an IELTS high school is a long-term investment. It is also a kind of long-term potential investment. Chapter 86, Mother and Daughter of Locust County. And at this time, what surprised Zhao Feiyu was, Song Kane-wan was actually talking and laughing with Xiaozhu and Zhao Yasi in front of the white round table on the lawn. This scene, it couldn't help but make Zhao Feiyu feel deeply puzzled. Right at this moment, the three of them, Song Kane-wan, suddenly saw a lively and sweet-looking girl running towards them. Under the sunlight, that purple hair seemed to radiate. The double ponytails matched the loose clothes, as if she had walked out of a manga. The makeup, which was only slightly thick, obscured the spirituality that should be present at her age. But without that makeup to go along with it, her double ponytailed purple hair and the loose trendy clothes she was wearing, it just seemed soulless, all paired together and so well thought out. After approaching, Li Qingluo greeted the trio in a very social calm manner. Hello, how are you three sisters? I'm brother Feiyu's sister. My name is Li Qingru. Li Qingluo had a set of self-congratulatory introductions. It directly made the three girls a little confused. They then looked at Zhao Feiyu with suspicious gazes. After Zhao Feiyu awkwardly walked over, only then did he explain. Li Qingru, my sister, grew up together in the orphanage before. Haven't seen her for more than 10 years. Just came back from abroad 2 days ago. Hearing this, the three women's faces all showed somewhat different looks. Song Kainuan was a bit surprised, because she never seemed to have heard that Zhao Feiyu grew up in an orphanage. Xiaju was slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, she cast a heartbroken look. She didn't expect that Zhao Feiyu would have such a childhood life. Zhao Yasi, however, didn't move because he knew that Zhao Feiyu came out of an orphanage. What are you guys talking about? Zhao Feiyu pulled a stool and sat down somewhat apprehensively. Because, these three women, it seemed like they had never met before. Of course, Zhao Yasi and Xiaju were now in the same company, but the two of them, however, had never met Song Cindy. Coming to Cloud Mountain Villa today, it seemed like they had come over on purpose. As expected, when Zhao Feiyu glanced at his afterglow, he saw Zhao Yasi staring at himself with some bad eyes. Zhao Feiyu immediately sank his gaze and threatened Zhao Yasi. However, Zhao Yasi turned her head in a godly manner, not paying the slightest attention to Zhao Feiyu. Watching them chatting about many things about Zhao Feiyu in a seemingly breezy manner, Zhao Feiyu's heart was, well, apprehensive. He was afraid that Xiaju and Zhao Yasi would slip up and reveal their relationship to Song Kainuan. But fortunately, the duo of Xiaju and Zhao Yasi were full of good feelings. They were absolutely loyal to Zhao Feiyu's feelings. After Song Kainuan revealed to the two girls about Song Manli's being Zhao Feiyu's girlfriend, the two girls didn't show any differences either. Zhao Feiyu really couldn't endure this ordeal. He directly found an excuse to leave. The huge Cloud Mountain Manor had a variety of different wild activities: horseback riding, archery, golf. At this time, all the students of Yasi Middle School, divided into several groups, all took turns experiencing it. Right at this moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly saw a girl with long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a white floral dress and little white shoes on the grass very far away. This girl was sitting on the edge of a not-so-high cliff. There was a distance of 50 meters below. It was a small lake with a pleasant view. Zhao Feiyu curiously walked over. Qi Jiajiu? Seeing the girl, Zhao Feiyu froze slightly. Hearing the commotion, the girl also turned her head. When she saw Zhao Feiyu, the look on her face immediately looked a little uncomfortable. That, Qi Jiajiu wanted to open her mouth to greet her. However, she didn't know how to address Zhao Feiyu. After all, Song Kainuan was their teacher. Why don't you go play? Zhao Feiyu sat on his butt next to Qi Jiajiu. Qi Jiajiu was momentarily speechless, rubbing her hands somewhat helplessly. I've never played with these before. I'm afraid they'll laugh at me. Qi Jiajiu's words made Zhao Feiyu a little puzzled. By all rights, every student in Yasi Middle School should have a relatively wealthy family background. How could Qi Jiajiu not have played with these things? No wonder you study so well. So you don't even play these extracurricular activities. Zhao Feiyu didn't seem to hear the meaning in Qi Jiajiu's words. Instead, these words made Qi Jiajiu lower her head in some shame, because no one knew. Their family was playing these things because they didn't have the conditions to do so. Seems to see Qi Jiajiu's mind. Zhao Feiyu asked with a gentle smile. Is there something unhappy? If so, do you mind telling me? Let me be your listener. Qi Jiajiu glanced at Zhao Feiyu with some surprise, but then shook her head and lowered her head. It's nothing, I'm happy to be able to come out and play. Right. Haven't we met before? Zhao Feiyu suddenly remembered that Qi Jiajiu had 100 points of favorability towards herself. Hearing this, Qi Jiajiu was suddenly shaken. Then somewhat tearfully, she looked up and asked, Brother, have you finally remembered? Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's head was filled with question marks. Brother? When did he himself have such a sister again? Ahem. Zhao Feiyu coughed lightly in embarrassment. Have we really met before? Have you forgotten? Qi Jiajiu asked with some disappointment. Zhao Feiyu shook his head in confusion because he really didn't remember. However, listening to the meaning of Qi Jiajiu's words, it seemed like they had really met before. No wonder he had a full favorability rating for himself. 6 years ago at the train station in Locust County, you gave my mom and I $600, met us at night, rented us the cheapest house again, and sent us to Yunduan City on the second day. Hearing this, Zhao Feiyu suddenly came to a realization. 6 years ago, He had just graduated from university and then returned to Locust County, going to the orphanage that was once his own to take a look, but things had long since changed there. It was also from that time that Zhao Feiyu never went back. When he was leaving, Zhao Feiyu saw a lonely mother with a child who was only about 10 years old at the train station. They were kneeling in the snow all alone like that, begging from passers-by. Zhao Feiyu first passed by indifferently, but in the end, he couldn't bear to give them $600. In the end, he took them to a hostel at the train station to stay for the night. So it's you, Zhao Feiyu revealed an incredulous look. You're this old? Looking at the long-haired, shoulder-length girl standing in front of him, Zhao Feiyu couldn't compare that girl wrapped up in a worn-out big cotton jacket with her cheeks frozen red. You really remember me? Qi Jiaojiao lightly bit her lower lip, trying not to cry out. Little fool, how could I forget you? Right, where's your mom? Zhao Feiyu hurriedly inquired. My mom is working in the supermarket now. Then how come you're attending Yasi Middle School? Zhao Feiyu asked with some doubt. After all, the annual tuition fees here were simply not something that Qi Jiaojiao and their family could afford. Mentioning this matter, a touch of bitterness surfaced on Qi Jiaojiao's face. It was as if all the bitterness that she had suffered in the past few years was in this one moment. Chapter 87, Qin Su Xin. Original. Qi Jiaojiao did not have a household registration in Yunnan City. She could only attend this kind of private middle school. Over the years, Qi Jiaojiao's mother had already given her all just for Qi Jiaojiao's tuition fees. Can you take me to your mother? Zhao Feiyu said with a serious face. Aha! Jiaojiao Qi nodded. If my mom sees you, she will definitely be very happy. Well then, after we finish here, you can take me with you, and we'll go have fun first, okay? And then bring some delicious food for your mom to try. Zhao Feiyu pulled up Qi Jiaojiao as soon as he could, then took her and started roaming around the manor. This was probably the first time since Qi Jiaojiao grew up that she was so happy. Happy times were always short-lived. After ending the happy day at Cloud Mountain Manor, Zhao Feiyu packed a lot of gourmet seafood here and drove back to their home with Qi Jiaojiao. It was a rental house that was only less than 50 square feet, because it was in a remote suburb of Cloud City, so the room was very cheap. It seems like this place is far from Yasi Middle School. How do you go to school every day? I get up at 4 o'clock, then after preparing breakfast for my mom, I start running to school, the whole 10 kilometers. Now I can even participate in a marathon. As Qi Jiaojiao said it, a smug smile spread across her face. However, Zhao Feiyu saw a deep bitterness. My mom should be back soon. Qi Jiaojiao looked at the time. The words lagged behind, only to hear the door to the room being opened. A middle-aged woman around 40 years old walked in carrying a worn-out shoulder bag. This middle-aged woman was wearing plain clothes, pulling her hair behind her head, with the broken hair on both sides pinned behind her ears. And when she turned around, a strand of broken hair fell from behind her ear, giving her a beauty of the vicissitudes of age. Her face was devoid of any makeup, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were slightly severe. Even the temples were laced with a few strands of white hair. When she saw a stranger suddenly appear in the room, she froze in place. Immediately after that, she revealed a wary look. And when she saw Qi Jiaojiao, who was there preparing to write her homework, she was then relieved and asked suspiciously, "You are? Mom, you're back?" Qi Jiaojiao, who was steady and mature at school, ran over like a small child at this moment, spreading her joy, then pulled up her mother's hand and said excitedly, "Mom, do you know who he is? He is your teacher?" Qi Jiaojiao's mother was first a bit puzzled, thinking that it was Qi Jiaojiao's classmate, but after looking at Zhao Feiyu clearly, she felt that the age of the two did not match. "No, take a good look at who he is," Qi Jiaojiao said, and even turned on the lights of the somewhat gloomy room. The light shone. Zhao Feiyu's handsome face surfaced in front of the mother and daughter duo of Qi Jiaojiao. A familiar feeling surged into Qi Jiaojiao's mother's mind. She seemed to be struggling to remember. Locust County, train station. Qi Jiaojiao prompted from the side. "It's you." In the next moment, Qi Jiaojiao's mother came to a realization. Immediately after, her eyes were instantly wet/moistened, and those eyes that were glistening with tears looked at Zhao Feiyu incredulously. No one knew what that $600 and a warm hostel represented, but it gave Qi Jiaojiao's mother hope to live. Although Zhao Feiyu did not know the story of Qi Jiaojiao's mother and daughter, but he also guessed that it should be bitter. "Big sister, long time no see." Zhao Feiyu smiled faintly, revealing a sunny smile, and on both sides of his cheeks, there were also 2 dimples hidden. Although it wasn't obvious, it was enough to mesmerize people. "Hurry up, quickly take a seat." The reactive elder sister hurriedly took out a stool and invited Zhao Feiyu to sit down. "Jiaojiao, quickly go make tea." But immediately afterward, she reacted with an embarrassed smile. "It's always just us mother and daughter at home, and there's no tea." "It's fine, It's fine. Plain water is fine. After the three of them took their seats, Zhao Feiyu told Qi Jiajiao to take out the food she brought back and said, "Big sister, eat it while it's hot." Looking at the seafood feast in front of her, Qi Jiajiao's mother instantly felt incredible. She worked in a supermarket, and she knew exactly what prices seafood cost. Mom, did you forget where we went to school today? Oh, big sister suddenly realized. What kind of place is Cloud Mountain Villa? How could there be a seafood dinner missing? By the way, how did you two meet? Actually, we've met a long time ago. It's only today that I met with. Speaking here, Qi Jiajiao didn't know how to address Zhao Feiyu again. Call it brother? Zhao Feiyu still called her mom big sister. Calling uncle. Called Zhao Feiyu old. It's like this, Zhao Feiyu hurriedly explained. I have a friend who works as a teacher at Yasi Middle School. Some time ago I went to the school, and Zhao Jiao probably recognized me, but he didn't greet me. It wasn't until today when I was at the Cloud Mountain Villa that she talked to me about Samuel Tree County, and I recognized her. So that's how it is. And Qi Jiajiao on the side couldn't help but ask with some doubt, isn't Ms. Song your girlfriend? How could she be a friend? In fact, you don't know. Ms. Song is not my girlfriend. Qi Jiajiao's eyes instantly glowed. She didn't think that there would be such a melon to eat. However, thinking that teacher Song was actually not Zhao Feiyu's boyfriend. I don't know why. Qi Jiajiao's heart fluttered. After the three of them exchanged some words, Zhao Feiyu also had a certain understanding of the mother and daughter duo. Seeing them living so arduously, Zhao Feiyu spoke his thoughts. Big sister, I have this idea. I wonder if it's feasible. What idea? I want to support all of Jiajiao's study expenses and living expenses in the future, up until college, to give you some relief. Eldest sister instantly exclaimed in shock before waving her hands in succession. No, that's no good. I can earn the money. I don't need your support. Big sister, listen to me. Yasi Middle School's annual tuition fee is now nearly $100,000. You can't even earn that much working at the supermarket. If I guessed correctly, you have other part-time jobs in addition to your supermarket job, right? Hearing this, big sister fell silent, while Qi Jiajiao, who was on the side, asked with some choking sobs, Mom, didn't you say that you only have one job in the supermarket? Why do you have to work so hard? Silly child. For you, I'm willing to work even harder. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu continued, Big sister, 6 years ago I once helped you. This is also considered a destiny. Now let me continue to help you how? Seeing that big sister was somewhat insistent, Zhao Feiyu continued, however, I won't help you for nothing. Big sister, you have to help me with one thing. What is it? Let me ask big sister first. What are you best at now? Well, big sister pondered for a while. Over the years, I've done everything. I'm good at everything. Then what do you say? How about I invest in you and let you start your own business? Big sister immediately exclaimed, waved her hand. No. I can't start a business. You let me work, no problem. You let me start a business. This I really won't. How about opening a supermarket? Open a supermarket? Yes. This should work. I've been working in a supermarket for years. Chapter 88, The Yuan Family's Investigation. Name, Qin Susan. Face value, 87. Favorability, 80. Qin Sushin's favorable sense towards you plus 10. After all these years of working in the supermarket, Qin Sushin knew the work of the supermarket like the back of her hand. After talking to Qin Susan, Zhao Feiyu was very sure that Qin Sushin could handle the job. By the way, what's the name of this supermarket you're working in now? It's a chain supermarket called Runda. So that's it. Zhao Feiyu nodded thoughtfully. Since that's the case, I'll go back and poke around first and then give you the news. Also, regarding the matter of Jiao going to school, you should leave it alone. Sister Su Xin. Over these years, you have suffered so many grievances. It's time to pick up the pieces for yourself. In the future, the days will always get better. Under Zhao Feiyu's persuasion, Qin Susan then agreed with Zhao Feiyu to support Qi Jiajiao's studies. Before leaving, Zhao Feiyu directly earned Qin Susan $500,000. Seeing the account receive so much money, Qin Su Xin's eyes widened. Too much. This is too much. Sister Su Xin, listen to me. Zhao Feiyu held her somewhat rough hands and pacified her. The annual tuition fee of Yasi Middle School is nearly $100,000, and the weekday living expenses are also an expense. I believe you've borrowed a lot of people's money now, so take this $500,000 and improve your life. Then pay back everyone else's money. And Jiao lives here. It's inconvenient to go to school every day. If I can, I'm going to buy you guys a suite of rooms in the city center. Tomorrow happens to be Sunday. I'll come pick you up then. After Zhao Feiyu finished speaking, he turned around and left, not giving Qin Su Xian a chance to retort at all. After Zhao Feiyu left, Qin Su Xian immediately inquired to Qi Jiaojiao, Jiajiao, give me an honest explanation, did he do something to you? Hearing this, Qi Jiajiao was first stunned, then she said in shame, Mom, what are you talking about? If she didn't do anything to you, why are you so nice to us? Qin Susan had always adhered to the idea that pie wouldn't fall from the sky. It simply didn't believe that Zhao Feiyu would treat them so well for no reason. There really isn't. Although I also quite like him, but he really doesn't. As Qi Jiaojiao explained, she accidentally said what she was thinking. Moreover, he's very rich, you know? She gave it directly to our teacher Song, and bought the entire Yasi Middle School, listening to our class Lin Kai. It seems to have cost several $1 billion. So rich? Qin Susan was secretly shocked, but then admonished, no matter how rich she is, we must not forget our roots. Do you hear me? Got it, Mom. Successful consumption, 20 times cashback of $10 million. Listening to the prompts in his mind. On the way back, Zhao Feiyu revealed an excited smile. Then he called Li Qing Luo. Now that she didn't have accommodation in Cloud City, she would have to take her in at night. Hello? Qing Luo, where are you? I'm at Sister Cindy's house, this side of Cloud Mountain residence. What did you run there for? Zhao Feiyu was stunned. Sister Cindy invited me here. Ah, after Cloud Mountain Manor was finished, we came straight back, and Sister Xiaiju and Sister Yasi, they all left as well. Song Kangjuan's voice could be faintly heard speaking on the other end of the phone. Don't mind me tonight. I'm sleeping here with Sister Cindy Wan. Alright then. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feiyu directly called Xiaiju. Where is it? Just finished shopping at the mall with Yasi. Arrived home. How about you? Xiaju's sweet voice came from the phone. I'll come over later. Really? Xiaju was instantly excited. Have you eaten yet? I'll prepare dinner for you. Sure. Arriving at Hazel Moonstar, Zhao Feiyu opened the fingerprint lock and went inside. But he saw that the room was dim. Where the dining room was, there was vaguely flickering candlelight. Walking straight over, Zhao Feiyu saw that there were even rose petals on the ground. The entire atmosphere, all of a sudden, was baked into a romantic ambiguity. Xiaoyu? Zhao Feiyu tentatively called out. The next moment, a silhouette suddenly sprang out. Xiaoyu was wearing a red low-v sexy nightgown, holding a red wine glass in her hand, roaming a wonderful dance, spinning in a circle before falling into Zhao Feiyu's arms. Feiyu, I miss you so much. Candlelight, red wine, beautiful women. Zhao Feiyu was slightly stunned. Then he leaned down. Me too. Tonight, don't go away. Okay? Let me serve you well. Okay? Don't go. Zhao Feiyu picked up Xiaoju with one hand. Then he came to the dining table and directly placed Xiaoju on the table. Under the illumination of the candlelight, Xiaoju's cheeks were slightly red and her breath was rapid, pouncing on Zhao Feiyu's face, causing Zhao Feiyu to be mesmerized and confused. After a cloud and rain, only then did Zhao Feiyu sit down and eat his steak. Right. You go and find out about the Runda supermarket in Yunwan City tomorrow. See if you can invest in it, and if you can, invest directly at a high price. Also help me investigate again. There is a woman called Qin Sushin in that supermarket, probably around 40 years old, and then let it directly manage the supermarket. Okay. Xiaoju didn't have any doubts and nodded unconditionally. This was her first essential as the head of Feiyu Investment Company. That was to unconditionally follow Zhao Feiyu's orders. Only immediately afterward did Xiaoju ask as a lover. This woman is. 6 years ago, I had rescued their mother and daughter. It's strange and pitiful. Now since I can help, I'll give them a hand. Oh, Xiaoju understood, and did not continue to pursue the question. And the other side, Yuan family, Yuan Lingji, Yuan Hong, and their father, Yuan Zhengda, sat together and conferred. How is this Zhao Feiyu these days? Yuan Zhengda asked as he looked at the newspaper and held his presbyopic glasses with one hand. My people have been monitoring. Yesterday he went to look for Sister Wave. I heard that Li Hu found out Sister Wave's handle in the Zhou family. He should have gone to return it to Sister Wave. And he didn't leave at night. Speaking here, Yuan Hong revealed a smile. In addition, I heard that he invested $15 billion in Sister Wave. Speaking here, Yuan Hong's eyes were still filled with scorn and envy towards Zhao Feiyu's financial strength. Has he contacted anyone else? Yuan Lingji asked expressionlessly. Other people? What do you mean? People you haven't met. Yuan Hong pondered slightly and snapped his fingers. Yes, this afternoon. After he finished at Cloud Mountain Villa, he left with a student from Yasi Middle School. This student is called Qi Jiaojiao, and her family's conditions are difficult. The mother works at Runda Supermarket. Yuan Lingji. Then at night, He went to the head of his investment company. Xia Zhu went. Yuan Lingji, this guy, is still very much playing quite flowery. Wait. Yuan Lingji blanked. I mean, has there been any contact with some people amongst his family? Yuan Hong shook his head. Not that I've seen. Strange. It's been 2 days since then. What exactly does this Zhao Feiyu want? Yuan Lingji was a bit puzzled. Sis. Don't worry. If Zhao Feiyu says he'll support us, he'll definitely support us. Yuan Hong was sprightly and said. People's families don't just throw their weight around. Even if they support Zhao Feiyu, it's a direct World Bank transfer. Let's hope so. Chapter 89, Resigning Qin Suxin. The next day, when Zhao Feiyu woke up, Xia Zhu had already disappeared. The dining table was filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but smile happily. On the other hand, Xia Zhu had already taken care of the investment matters of Run Developed Supermarket. It could be said that the Yunduan City Run Developed Supermarket was already Feiyu Investment Company's. Crap. Suburb. In the rental house where the mother and daughter duo of Qi Jiaoju were staying, Qin Susan shouted anxiously while wearing her clothes and said, Sister Zhang's old man at home was hospitalized last night and called me in the middle of the night for a shift change. Why did I forget about this? Looking at the time, Qin Su Xian said to Qi Jiao who had already gotten up and started studying long ago. Jiao, early morning you fix yourself, Mom went to work ha. Finished speaking, Qin Su Xian hurried out the door. Then she took a taxi and went to Runda. Runda is in the city center. Normally, she would have to backtrack several bus trips to get there, but now time no longer allowed her to do so. In case she was penalized for being late, the bonus would be more than the taxi money, and there was the possibility of being sacked. Runda as a supermarket chain, the employees inside were treated very well. Many middle-aged women her age, or even older than her, were eyeing this job. The competition was just too great. When Qin Susan hurriedly arrived, it was already 9 in the morning. It was already more than an hour before the start of work. Who is in charge of this counter? Where are the people? Early in the morning, there weren't a lot of people in Runda. The supermarket supervisor and the regional sub-managers began to make their rounds when they came to the area responsible for daily necessities. But there was no salesperson here. Who is in charge here today? The face of the regional sub-manager was suddenly gloomy. This area was her responsibility. If something went wrong, the supervisor would not let her off the hook. This area seems to be Sister Zhang's morning shift. Zhangli? The regional sub-supervisor immediately took out her cell phone and dialed out to Zhangli. After a long time, the side dialed through. Hello? Zhangli, do you not want to work? Where are you? I'm. Sub-controller. I switched shifts with Qin Suxin last night. My old man was hospitalized last night. I'm in the hospital now. Qin Suxin? The face of the head of the regional sub-manager was suddenly gloomy. Does this Qin Suxin not want to work? Switching shifts with someone else. Why isn't she coming now? Alright. The big-bellied supervisor directly waved his hand and said, directly dismissed, not keeping promises with co-workers, negative attitude towards work, 1 hour late for work, directly dismissed. After saying that, the supervisor stopped paying attention and walked towards the next area. But no one noticed that the supervisor's face showed a smile of triumph. In his heart, he secretly thought, finally caught an opportunity. Those poor relatives at home are coming to work here. Great. And just then, a panting voice came from the distance. I'm here. Supervisor, I'm here. Sorry, I'm late. Looking with it, only to see Qin Suxin trotting in her work clothes. Seeing Qin Suxin, the supervisor immediately brightened up. Although Qin Su Xian had a plain face and no heavy makeup, that natural and simple face could hit the soul. It made this big-bellied supervisor's heart itch at once. Immediately, the supervisor's eyes turned, and he was suddenly inspired to come to the opportunity. Then licking his lips, he walked straight over. Qin Suxin, what have you been doing? The regional sub-regulator directly questioned. I've checked with the other person. Zhangli, it was the other person who switched shifts with you. Why are you late? Sorry, supervisor. Qin Su Xian changed her breath and hurriedly explained. Sister Zhang only called me at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night last night. I forgot about it after I got up this morning. I'm really sorry. It doesn't matter what time people call you. As long as you promised, then you should be on time for your shift. The supervisor has just said that you have been dismissed. Without saying a word, the regional sub-supervisor directly waved his hand and said, Qin Suxin immediately had a look of panic appear on her face. Don't sub-manager. I really didn't do it on purpose. Right at this moment, Qin Suxin suddenly saw the supervisor standing at the back. Immediately, she walked over and explained. Supervisor, I really didn't do it on purpose. For the sake of me working diligently for 3 years, don't dismiss me, okay? Seeing this scene, The other staff members on the side were also somewhat unable to bear it. Yes, supervisor. Sister Su Xin has come to work here for 3 years. She hasn't taken a day off in 3 years. She's really working diligently. Just give her a chance. Rules are rules. The supervisor, however, said with a gloomy face and an unsympathetic look. If everyone was like this, would this supermarket still be open? But, saying this, a bad smile surfaced on the supervisor's face, then walked over to Qin Sushin and said, for the sake of you working so seriously, come to my office in a while and I'll see if I can arrange a different position for you. Really? Hearing this, Qin Susan was instantly delighted, but immediately afterward, the supervisor laughed evilly and said, that depends on how you behave. Hearing this, Qin Sushin immediately took 2 steps back in fear, because she had heard more than once about this supervisor bullying the female employees in the supermarket. It was unknown how many female employees had been spoiled by him. No. Or no. Qin Sushin waved her hand and said, Supervisor, thank you for your kindness. However, I still request that I can continue to work in this position. I'm only 1 hour late and you dismiss me. That's a bit unkind. Isn't it? Unkind? Am I in charge here, or are you? Seeing Qin Sushin's lack of respect, the supervisor became furious. Qin Sushin, I remember that your family also has a daughter who attends Yasi Middle School, right? The tuition fee for Yasi Middle School costs $100,000 a year. Without this job, how are you going to support your daughter? My suggestion, you'd better think about it and consider it. There's no need to think about it. For the matter of me being late today, I'll report it to the general manager. And if said general manager also agrees to dismiss me, then I, Qin Sushin, have nothing to say. Qin Sushin's character that she would rather fold than give in instantly made the people around her stand in awe, but it also completely offended the supervisor. Good, you go and report it. I'll see if the general manager believes me as a supervisor, or trust you as an employee. After saying that, the supervisor coldly swept over everyone. I'm warning you all, I'll truthfully report today's matter to the general manager. If any of you don't cooperate, don't blame me for sacking you too. These words came out. The other employees who were still prepared to fight for Qin Sushin did not dare to open their mouths. You are bullying others. Qin Sushin forcefully held back that aggression in her heart and shouted, alright, today's matter, that's it, I'm going to report to the general manager. After saying that, the supervisor was ready to leave, and just at this moment, only to see a small white suit wearing, very lean looking woman, surrounded by a group of people walking quickly this way.